What is it that
I hear that a lot.
is that overblown, that idea?
I think so. Look, they're watching we're all watching the film throughout the year, so there's not this one off season where there's a group of defensive coaches sitting in a room for 2 weeks looking at Bo Nix film. I mean, the study and looking at the system, the players in the system. Yeah, I've heard that, and I kind of cringe when I hear it.
The idea of not with Bo particularly, but you hear about sophomore slumps from quarterbacks. Like,
I do.
What is that? Also, you don't put much stock in that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of them. I'm trying to think of the MTV one-hit wonders, and there's not a lot of them that come to mind. I mean, no.
That's Sean Payton. Again, a man who does not lack what I would say is confidence or ego. He's always going to be somebody who feels like he has the upper hand in a situation. He's a confident head coach. There's going to be no issue with this guy walking into a building thinking that he is the smartest guy in the room, and a lot of times he is. Sean Payton's a really good coach. And so when he makes the decision not just to take Bo Nix, but then to have success and where it goes from here, I don't think that Sean Payton has a single fear that there's going to be a step back this season. And I've been on record, I don't think so either. There is, for Nix, I think, a separation between what his rookie year was and what a lot of other guys' rookie years are. He was thrown into the fire immediately, number one. He was tasked with putting a whole bunch of things immediately on his right shoulder. When you have situations across different rookie quarterbacks and what they face, how much are you really swimming upstream? It's something that I noticed immediately from last year. Do you remember that draft? So a whole bunch of quarterbacks are taken, and every team's sort of makeup is different. But if you remember, you went from Caleb Williams to Jaden Daniels to Drake May to J.J. McCarthy, and then, wait, I'm missing somebody. Oh, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix. And I think out of all of those teams, the worst predicament that you could have been in as far as team makeup around a rookie quarterback, I think, is probably Drake May's. The Patriots just had really no talent. Defense was meh. Offense had kind of nobody. And their offensive line was atrocious, so much so that they've basically said out loud before the season started last year, we aren't starting Drake May. He'll get killed back there with this offensive line. And then they looked at, who's their starter again? Was it Brissett? And they said, hey, you go take the hits. So I think theirs was probably the worst. But as far as just pure offensively, I think the Broncos were the second. The lack of big-time playmakers on the roster last year was apparent. Bo Nix was almost leading the team in rushing yards on 92 carries last year. He had 430. He was only 83 back of Javonte Williams, who led the team. They had one real weapon in Cortland Sutton. There were guys who had sort of spikes and peaks and valleys. Mims towards the end of the year, yeah. But the only guy you really relied upon was Cortland Sutton. And look at the other teams. Like, I remember looking at Chicago's roster heading into the season last year. And I'm like, so wait a minute. Caleb Williams, who will also start week 1, is going to start with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Roma Dunze and Cole Kmet and DeAndre Swift and Roshan Johnson. It just kept going with guys who were really, really talented offensive players. The same thing with, even if you thought Washington, like Jaden Daniels had an amazing year, but Brian Robinson Jr. and Austin Eckler is a nice little 1-2 punch in the backfield. Terry McLaurin is a very good wideout. I think that their wideout situation was a little bit more similar to what the Broncos were. I mean, their second leading receiver was Zach Ertz with 66 catches and 654 yards. But they had a running game at least. They had a dude who ran for 800 yards. Now, a big part of their running game was also Jaden Daniels. You know, Atlanta's not even close. Like, this is part of the reason why I think that Michael Penix could be a really good player this year. Their combo of Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, along with Drake London as a weapon in the passing game. Darnell Mooney is a very underrated wide receiver. Even a guy like Ray McLeod, pretty good. I don't know what you do with Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts is this enigma that I don't even know how you handle. For fantasy football players, you know the Kyle Pitts game really well. Every year is the breakout year for Kyle Pitts, and the breakout year never happens. But I say all this just to tell you, I think from a raw talent standpoint on offense, the Broncos were, I think, second worst behind New England. And Bo Nix found a way to make them productive. The question now for them is just more, it's about consistency. Can you get to a place where you're consistently moving the chains, not having 3 and outs, keeping your defense, who is very good, off the field to get a breather occasionally? And then when you do make a mistake, because they're bound to happen, they will, your defense can bail you out. But the reason why I think there's such high variance on Bo Nix heading into this year is because Bo Nix is somebody that the numbers feel like they don't quite match up with what you watched last year. Bo Nix had 29 touchdowns. It's the second most for a rookie in in NFL history. And it didn't quite feel that way. You know, you had basically a month of the season before he even had a passing touchdown, and then it started to take off. Like, you look at it like that. He didn't have a touchdown pass through the first 3 weeks. His first one came in week 4 against the Jets. And then in the subsequent 13 weeks of the season, he totaled 28 touchdowns just through the air.
I'll have to see if I can find this soundbite, but one of my favorite zingers related to football is when RG3 said, statistics are like a bikini. They show you a lot of stuff, but they don't show you the full picture.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. And a lot of guys get kind of fooled by that sort of game. But here's kind of where I'm at with this. Sean Payton's a really good coach. And, like, I have full faith that they are going to unlock sort of peak potential. If I asked you last year, do you think the Broncos got the absolute most out of last season that they could? I think my answer is yes. They got peak performance. It's why nobody was pissed off when the season ended. It's a really hard place to be, by the way. Think about that for a second. Whenever the season ends, and it ends in the playoffs especially, most people feel like, goodness, we really just kind of blew that. We had a golden opportunity. Because most teams that make the playoffs have championship sort of aspirations. Season ended for the Broncos, and you're like, yep, that's kind of what I thought, because you felt as if they hit their peak. And to do that with a rookie quarterback in year one, $50 million unused on the salary cap for Russell Wilson's contract, a running game that was non-existent and one real weapon on offense, if that's what the peak was for that, then what's the peak for this year?
This year, they're Dennis Reynolds. Peak? I have not begun to peak. And when I peak, this whole city's going to feel it.
You'll know it.
Broncos are set to be a golden god this year.
I hope so.
By the way, so in that cut that I opened the show with, excuse me, much like what we're hoping the Broncos don't do, I just choked there on the spot. But anyway, so that cut of Sean Payton that I opened the show with, he was asked about Bo Nix and this concept of a sophomore slump, which everybody's been throwing that around like it's the term du jour all offseason. And later in that cut, he said this.
I'm trying to think of the MTV one-hit wonders, and there's not a lot of them that come to mind.
What are some of your favorite one-hit wonders that hopefully aren't Bo Nix? Sports, music, otherwise.
I mean, he said not a lot's coming to mind. There's a ton.
I was going to say, the 50s and the 60s were like all one-hit wonders. 80s one-hit wonders galore. You couldn't think of anything, Sean?
I mean, there's a ton of one-hit wonders everywhere. Look, you can go, what's the one that that's a stupid song, but it was always, Tub Thumpin' by Chumbawamba.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But yeah, there's a million of them. You can't, look.
Stacy's Mom, I like that one. Fountains
Stacey's
of Wayne.
Mom, yeah. But Payton this is what I think I'm getting at. He said there's not a lot I can think of. I think in his mind he means, well, at least that I have experience with. Like, he just thinks he's good enough to go beyond that. And he very well might be. Again, he's got my total faith in keeping this thing afloat and keeping it going. I don't have a lot of fears of regression when it comes to Bo Nix. I have some fears of regression overall for the Broncos. And it's just because winning in the AFC is hard. Winning in this division specifically is hard. But you should be able to get back to the postseason, and hopefully, if the things that you're missing last year, which is a little bit of a running game, some depth defensively, especially in the secondary, and getting just a few more playmakers, if that's the stuff that you're missing, they've done their damnedest to address it. And hopefully, in the middle of this year, it can get figured out. But they're opening up camp, and there's a lot more quotes from Sean Payton yesterday. He spoke for a long time, at least for Sean Payton's MO. It was something like, 30 minutes is how long he stood up there at the podium?
It was about, and I'll tell you what, this might be silly, but in his very first answer, his opening statement, so that he's talking before anyone's asked him any questions. He gave us not one, but two relative twos. I was kind of getting a little misty, man. Like, we are so back.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, he was snipping at reporters. We got another no. We got relative twos. We got all his ums. We got stories about his time in New Orleans. I mean, I got bingo, and I am so friggin' stoked, man. We are so back.
Got bingo on day one. It's tough to do. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Back after this.
How's everyone doing? It's good to be back. Of course, these early first few practices are more of a ramp-up stage that we're in relative to time and what we can do with pads. It was pretty uneventful relative to yesterday. Everyone's arrival. Meeting schedule has been good. And then obviously it's a little different just with the construction. And, you know, I think we're fortunate to still be open for business, if you will, for our fans. And that's a good thing.
Yep, that's Sean Payton. There's always just so many funny questions that is asked. The head coaches or people on these sort of media. I'm going to call this a media day. I know it's training camp, but it's like the time of year where a whole bunch of people who don't usually go and ask questions. You know, that's where I think you get a question like this in Tennessee yesterday.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
Yeah, great. You know, I'll tell you something that I think is wildly overrated, okay? But people talk about this stuff a lot. Did young quarterback hang out with the former star quarterback thing? You know, remember like the stories of Drew Lock was actually with Peyton Manning and they were watching film together. Okay, that's great. I'm sure that, you know, getting a nice little one-on-one time with an all-timer is somewhat beneficial. But it's still kind of like, can you do the job or not? I'll tell you this. If I just hung around Jeff Bezos for a couple of days, I don't think I could run Amazon.
Yeah, but you'd meet some hot girls and end up on the Epstein list, so you know.
Well, wow. That's an accusation right there.
I just assume any rich person is probably on that list. If you were big in the 90s.
I mean, I suppose, yeah. I suppose so. But it's Bo Nix's meeting with Drew Brees, and they hung out and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, that's great. I don't know why people get so excited about something like that. Now, I believe it's cut 12 here.
But before that, though, there's some context, though. There was an earlier question where Sean Payton was asked about the marriage between a coach and a quarterback and things you can accomplish. And then unprompted in that answer, he said this.
He's someone that works his tail off, wants to improve. You know, the whole off season is planned out. You know, he's gone and visited Breeze for 4 or 5 days, and that's Tom House in here. And there's a lot that he wants to absorb.
Okay, so he volunteered that information.
Yes, and then the cut I think you want to play was a follow-up question from a reporter.
Yeah, let's hear the cut 12.
Just to clarify, Bo Nix, did he just go to New Orleans for 4 or 5 days in between?
No. Drew lives in San Diego, and he spent some time going there. Just, you know, with the schedule and wanting to know more about the offense, and so I'm sure, I don't even know when he went, but I just know he went. And yeah, I mean, it was him doing more research at the position.
Okay, so the no, I thought was going, I don't know if he was angry or not. I don't think he was angry. But the no could have just been like, no, it wasn't New Orleans. He lives in San Diego. He went there.
No.
Here's another thing in that answer, and this is at least I'm a little curious about this on what Sean Payton believes that the offense should be under Bo Nix. Because if he said he went to visit Drew Brees to learn the offense better, I believe is what he said. Well, I don't think you can't run the offense you had in New Orleans here with Bo Nix because Bo Nix isn't Drew Brees. A wildly different player. Like, you can take some things from that offense and do it, but Bo Nix's ability to use his legs, Drew Brees' ability to be hyper accurate with the football, it would be like, hopefully 10 years from now, when Jokic retires, and then you take a center with your first-round draft pick, and you hope the center is going to be good, and you're like, yeah, you went to visit Jokic to learn how to run the offense like we did under him. It's like, well, you're probably not going to. He's a unique cat. My guess is you aren't going to operate the same way as he did when he was here. But again, there's just a trust factor with me when it comes to Sean Payton and the Broncos. Now, speaking of Jokic, I need to share something with you. We knew that it was bad. I had no idea that it was this bad. So, these guys, it's called Nerd Sesh is their podcast. So these guys are hoop heads that are really big into numbers and stats, and they can sort of rattle off a whole bunch of different dudes. So they played this game. It's a 3.5-minute clip of the top 10 backup centers to Nikola Jokic by points. Now remember, these are centers. These aren't like if you took Jeff Green and you threw him at center when Jokic was out. They're looking for guys they have a center next to their name that were Jokic's backup point guards. So they're going through this top 10 by points scored as Nikola Jokic's backup center. I'm going to give you the names on this list, and I think you're going to be shocked.
There were genuinely some names on this list that I had never heard of before. This is insane.
So I'll give you guys a minute. Like, I want you to go through in your head. Think about who would be in the top 10. Remember, these are centers, okay? Centers behind Nikola Jokic. So if they're like a power forward, they stretch into a 5 when Jokic leaves the floor, that doesn't count. So I want to give you all a minute to just kind of think, like, who would be the leaders in points as a backup center to Nikola Jokic, and this is in his career. All right, I'll go through the list, and I'm going to go from top to bottom because I feel like the names at the bottom of the list are more shocking than the ones at the top. The backup center who has had the most points as a backup to Jokic is Mason Plumlee, which isn't, I don't think, a huge surprise. He had 1,843 points. Second on the list, this is already where I was shocked. Mason Plumlee, number 1, 1,843. Second on the list, with 621, is Yusuf Nurkic. The short amount of time that they played together, he is second all-time in points scored as a backup center to Jokic. After that, at number 3 is DeAndre Jordan with 550. At number 4, go ahead and go off the board, ladies and gentlemen. At number 4 is Joffrey Laverne. At number 5 is Boogie Cousins with 276. At number 6 is Bol Bol. At number 7 is J.J. Hickson. At number 8 is Hartenstein, who has 104 points. At number 9 is Thomas Bryant, who barely played. And at number 10 is JaVale McGee. So when I saw this, the first thing I thought of was, because I thought I was going nuts. I'm like, why am I doing all this hemming and hawing about Jonas Valanciunas? That's exactly why. That the second highest leader in points for a backup center to Jokic is Nurkic, who they basically just crossed paths at the same time. That's why it matters. That's why I was so invested.
Greece, if you're listening, this is why we need our Jonas. If anybody in the nation of Greece can tell me who Joffrey Laverne is, I'd be very surprised. Are there any Panathinaikos fans who know who J.J. Hickson is? This is why we need our Jonas. This is why. JaVale McGee is on that list? That's crazy talk.
I'll tell you right now, I don't know who Joffrey Laverne is.
See, when I told you there were names I didn't recognize, and also the spelling of his name, Laverne, Lauvergne.
Yeah.
And it's Joffrey, like Prince Joffrey.
It's French.
I have never heard of that man in my life. I swear to God.
Well, it's probably because in 2018, or since 2018, he's been playing overseas. But this is kind of the point here. When you have that sort of situation at backup center and you're trying to figure out one viable option to throw behind him to just keep things afloat. When you don't have that, you force guys to play out of position. When guys play out of position, bad things happen. So, finding Jonas Valanciunas and having him here is a massive boost. It's like it's something you never had before. I don't know. It's kind of like just finding out you had a extended relative who passed who just gave you a ton of money that you had no idea about. That's what Valanciunas is going to feel like. A texter says, does Jonas Valanciunas jump to top 5 after one season? It's very possible. So let's just see here. Jonas Valanciunas. So last year, he was mostly a backup. And in those backup minutes, he averaged, let's just call it 10 points a game. So in 17-ish minutes per game, he averaged 10. If he does the same thing here, and he's a healthy guy, he's been healthy most years of his career. Let's say he plays 80 games and averages, let's say 70 games. 70 games where he averages 10 points per. That would put him at 700, which would make him by far number 2 on the list. In one season. It's why, like, I always sort of pined for the days of Mason Plumlee. And it's just because Mason Plumlee was reliable. That's why he was there for at least a couple of years, is that you would put him in behind Jokic and you're like, look, is it Jokic level play? Is it anything stellar? No, but it's fine. And I've been begging for fine for years.
And also, the Nuggets could lose a game by like 20 or 30 points. And no matter what happened, good, bad, or indifferent, Michael Malone would always turn on his microphone and go, the only guy that showed any effort out there was Mason Plumlee. He's the only guy that wanted to play there tonight.
It was true. Mason he's a try-hard guy, and that sounds like an insult, but it's the truth.
No, he was I feel like every other night in his post-game press conference, Malone just praised Plumlee for his effort, and every stereotype you want to throw out there about like a white tight end,
yeah,
he would say about Mason Plumlee. Real workhorse, real scrappy player.
Yeah, he's like a fullback. He's like a Janovich.
First guy on the field, last guy off the field.
But I missed that because you want, especially with Malone. And I really don't know if Adelman in this category is all that different. Like, you're going to have to put effort on the floor if you want to play. especially for this team, especially with the depth that they have now. Mason Plumlee was in the trusted category, which is very hard for you to get in a Mike Malone coach team. I saw that list yesterday, and it blew my mind with what that backup situation has been. So if you want to, by the way, if you want to make the argument that a Hartenstein or Thomas Bryant or Bull or somebody else wasn't given the opportunity, I mean, I suppose you could. But, yeah. Texas says, Plumlee was pretty good, but I hated him after leaving AD wide open in Game 2 of the 2020 Western Conference Finals. No! Yeah, I remember that play. I mean, it's miscommunication, scramble, whatever. Plumlee, well, the fact that Plumlee was trusted enough, how about this? It's the end of Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. And Plumlee was trusted enough to be on the floor in the final seconds. I know it was like a late defensive sub to try and avoid exactly what happened, but still, when's the last guy that played center that you could trust like that? So 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. The Rocks get a shutout yesterday. Here's a little factoid towards that. The Rockies had their first shutout yesterday since May 15th of 2024. That's 220 games. The longest streak without a shutout in MLB history. Just setting records left and right. But if you're keeping track at home, this was a series against the St. Louis Cardinals, hated rival, also took Arenado from you, blah, blah, blah. Series win. And that makes 2 in a row for the Rocks as they won two of the 3 in the series against the Twins, and then 2 of the 3 against the Cardinals. They got the Orioles coming up tomorrow at 5 o'clock in Baltimore. But last night, you get another dinger from Tovar. He hits his 5th on the year. You get Tanner Gordon, who is filling in for a hurt Herman Marquez. By the way, Gordon, not terrible this year. He's gotten a few starts, throwing a little 6 innings of scoreless baseball will help you out a little bit in that ERA. It's 3.13. So, Rockies with a good night last night at Coors Field. Close it out with the series win.
Somewhere in Italy, on a nice warm coast.
Yeah.
I'll bet Mark Moser is sipping on a nice glass of Cabernet Sauvignon, just laughing at Nolan Arenado right now. It feels poetic that the one time he actually has ammo he could use, he's not on the show. I bet he would just be living for this right now.
Well, it's just such a weird sort of obsession to me. Now, I understand that my thoughts towards Nolan are much different than what some others' thoughts are. It's funny. Everybody looks at the state of the Rockies and says, how dare Nolan for leaving? And I'm like, do you think maybe he saw what we're seeing right now just ahead of the curve and was like, I can't do this? I think it's always been the case.
Well, Jeff Bridich went to, what was it, Harvard? Brown?
Yeah,
so
something.
So he knows more than us. So we just needed to trust him because he's smart and we're dumb, which is what he told us.
Yeah, and that didn't quite work out for him either. Again, the trade deadline is a week away at the MLB, and I hope there's a host of guys, for their own sakes, by the way, that are off this roster. Get some prospects in here and really, really start to bottom this thing out. Again, the best example of this, I think, is Rymack. Like, if Rymack and Jake Bird, if either one of them are still on the team after the deadline, I think that's nuts. Both of those guys got to go because they're valuable. And they are not going to matter for you in the next couple of years. they'll matter for somebody else, and somebody else will be willing to give something up to grab them. So do that. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. We'll have Jeff Legwell join us at 8:45 this morning. At 9 o'clock, former Buff Marcus Washington. He'll spend an hour with us in studio breaking down some NFL and college football. So stay tuned for that at 9 o'clock. Back after this. It's a really good song, though. Can't say it's not. I mean, I didn't know you could make an entire song about a style of underwear. But it's really good. How does Cisco do this and nothing else? I like the voice.
Also a great music video where he's just running across a whole line of women on the beach.
Oh,
yeah. He's got the linen shirt just flying open.
Yep.
It's so cheesy
and
and
dumb. A little bit
dumb.
of Michael Jackson, like, blowing in the wind thing. Yeah.
Gotta love it.
So listen, Berto's going to be in here in a few minutes. Again, we'll have Jeff Lakewell at 8:45, Marcus Washington in studio for an hour to close out the show. It is hard to compute the amount of money that the NFL makes per year. Like, TV contracts, insane. ESPN is now looking at buying into NFL Red Zone and the NFL Network, which I would assume is going to cost at least a couple billion. But the Packers, very famously, are a team that does not have a, quote, owner. They are owned by the people, kind of, but not really, a little bit, sort of. I'm an owner. I have a brick. Cool. The Packers received, and I say that they're publicly owned to say that they must disclose their revenues to the people because it is not a private business. So they disclosed that. They received $432.6 million in national revenue from the NFL last season. So what you have to do after that is multiply that by 32, because that's how many teams are in the NFL, and the total that you get for revenue is $13.84 billion to its teams. So that's national revenue, okay? So that is from media rights, that is league sponsorships, that's licensing agreements, and a whole host of other things. That does not take into account ticket sales and merch that you sell and a whole bunch of different stuff that you do, like within the stadium, concessions, parking. I mean, each of these teams are looking at making about $1 billion, I would assume. It's got to be close, if not a lot more than that. I have no idea if I'm even like shortchanging that. But think about how much money that place just churns out on a daily basis. Like, we know that NFL is king. Very aware of it. That it doesn't really matter what quite happens. The NFL will withstand whatever. It's always funny to me, whenever you've had moments in which you thought that the NFL was going to maybe take a hit or something, they don't. They just continue to get bigger and bigger. But that number is unbelievable. And you think about how much cash is just, I mean, it's an ATM machine. You don't even need a PIN number. You just walk up and you like bang on it, and it just starts spitting out hundreds of millions at you. You're like, great, this is awesome. But for them to be able to do that is wild. And you start thinking about, well, how much? I always think about it like this. When's the peak? You guys ever wondered that? When's the top of what the NFL can do? As far as money they make before, I mean, every single product will have, you can continue to grow and grow and grow, but it will eventually come back down. It's going to hit whatever that ceiling is, and it's just going to be done. You know, I thought about this in terms of when you sell a franchise and all these different sports, how those prices are going higher and higher and higher. Like, if you are an NFL owner, if you're Jerry Jones, like, I forget what the Cowboys are worth now. What is the Cowboys worth now? So they are valued, according to Sportico, at $10.32 billion. My guess is if Jerry Jones were to actually sell the team, it's going for higher than that. But I've always wondered, where's the cap? What is it? Like, could a team feasibly get to $50 billion? I don't think so. But they just continue to make more money. And there has to be some point where it's like, okay, that's it. This is as high as we can go. Anyway, how about that? $432 million just from a national rights revenue for all 32 teams in the league. Ryan Day at Big Ten Media Days. I hate this kind of talk. And it happens always with college coaches. Well, college coaches and now Jim Harbaugh is what I'd say. Ryan Day, I think, has one of the ultimate, like, bleep you sort of things where everybody in Columbus wanted him fired after the Michigan game last year, and then he went on to win a national championship, and then he got a giant extension. They asked him about being defending national champions, and here's what he said. We're not defending anything. They can't take the trophy away. We're looking to attack and win a championship with this team. Like, that sort of stuff, I'm just like, would you just answer the question? I don't know why people feel like this need to get all cutesy with this stuff. No, what we just had an example of that recently, Nelly, where somebody did something similar, and I can't remember what it was, but it's like, would you just, it was Rory. Rory, before I believe it was the U.S. Open, was asked, like, hey, if you could take one aspect of the game from one of your competitors in the field this weekend, what would it be? And he goes, well, I'm just kind of concerned about myself. It's like, would you just answer the question? Is it that hard? Same thing with Ryan Day. We're not defending anything, actually. They can't take the trophy away from us. We're going on the attack. All right, sweet. Cool coach answer. Like, yes, I don't think that somebody is trying to break into your house or your school and steal the actual trophy that you just won. Thank you very much for that. He had another one, too. How do you beat Michigan? Quote, by scoring more points than them. Wow. Never thought of it that way. What a genius.
That's up there with the Torian Prince answer about Baylor getting out-rebounded by Yale.
Well, here's the thing, though. He's lost to Michigan 3 straight years. You can't do that in Ohio. You can't. And he lost to a Michigan team that didn't have Jim Harbaugh and a Michigan team that was a mess.
Oh, yeah. Who was the fill-in coach who...
Sharon Moore, is that his name?
And you remember they won a game when Harbaugh was suspended, and he was crying like Harbaugh had just died or something. My goodness, he was so emotional.
Nelly, I'm finally getting a grasp of what that game means to Michigan and Ohio State folks. I just asked my Ohio State buddy, the same guy who wanted Dave fired after the Michigan game last year. Then they won a national title. I go, what do you think of him now? Oh, my God, he's great. Unbelievable. And I said to him, would you take the same thing this year? If you lost to Michigan but won the national title again, would you take it? You know what his answer was? No. He said he would do the opposite. He would rather beat Michigan and lose the national title game. His last year was great. Can't do that again. Like, it's a huge, huge, huge thing whenever that game pops up. And look, Ryan Day has got, a whole bunch of tens of millions of reasons to not care what I or anybody at Big Ten Media Days thinks or says. But it is like, it's just a different type of standard that place has. By the way, speaking of college football, I do want to talk a little bit more about Dion and what expectations should be for CU this year, and we can do that later in the show with Marcus Washington, who's a former Buff. Been back and forth to the program over the last few years, checking things out. We'll ask him about that a little bit later. Because I find that, this is, to me, the season in which Dion has the most to prove. When you don't have your son, you don't have the best player in college football in Travis Hunter sort of walking linked arm in arm with you into a football season, which they've done every year that he's been a college coach. How do you respond to that and continue to get real viable football? And I think for him, he gets his first real opportunity to not be dad and just be coach. And maybe that'll help. Maybe you aren't going to get hyper-focused on some other things, or every time you're at a press conference setting, somebody's asking you about your son. They can ask you about your quarterback. Just your quarterback, not your kid. And maybe that'll help him. So we'll get to that in a little bit. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
What is it that
I hear that a lot.
is that overblown, that idea?
I think so. Look, they're watching we're all watching the film throughout the year, so there's not this one off season where there's a group of defensive coaches sitting in a room for 2 weeks looking at Bo Nix film. I mean, the study and looking at the system, the players in the system. I've heard that, and I kind of cringe when I hear it.
The idea of not the Bo particularly, but you hear about sophomore slumps to quarterbacks.
I do.
What is that also? You don't put much stock in that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of them. I'm trying to think of the MTV one-hit wonders, and there's not a lot of them that come to mind. I think it's a term we use, but I can't think of examples that match that term of rookie quarterbacks that excelled, and then all of a sudden what happened their second year.
Yeah, one-hit wonders. Those were a thing. Now, to his point about guys who hit sophomore slumps,
A lot of those, right?
yeah, I don't know if he thinks the term is coined for like somebody who had success and then never had success again.
Right. Like, is he talking about like here in Denver? Famously here in Denver. One of the best stats about the Denver Broncos, and maybe this season Bo Nix breaks this record, but the Broncos have drafted one quarterback in their entire history. They drafted one quarterback that then won a playoff game for them.
Yeah.
Nobody else. They've never drafted a quarterback it's Tim Tebow. And is Tim Tebow a one-hit wonder? Was that, you know what I mean? Like, Tebow Mania was real in this city, brother. It was real in the country, but it was real in this city for that season, man.
I think it's in that case. Well, yeah, I mean, the attention part, you could tell, even if you were wrapped up in the Tebow stuff, you're like, well, that's not what a quarterback looks like.
Right, but it didn't matter. Seriously, dude, not in this city.
I know. I know.
Man, everybody was hitting the Tebow. Like, bro, they were on. Y'all, man. Nelly, do you remember the Tebow, bro?
I remember Tebowing even swept through my high school in California, man.
See, this is what I'm talking
I remember
about.
that, dude.
Like,
Tebow Mania.
You were walking downtown Denver, and some drunk dude would randomly hit the Tebow in the middle of Blake Street or whatever, and you're like, hey, you know what I mean? It was crazy in this city with Tebow, and then it all just disappeared. That's a one-hit wonder? Is that what Coach is talking about?
From attention, yeah. But again, John Elway was smart enough to be like, I don't really care what happens. This ain't going to work again. Like, this is not going to be a thing that we do again.
Right, but I don't think, like, John Elway, famously, John Elway is like, there is no plan. Like, there is no backup plan. There is no plan B. We ain't got no plan B. This is it. And Joe Flacco's best seasons are still ahead of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no way that Sean Payton thinks, no way that the Broncos front office now think, they got to always be thinking about a plan B, right?
Oh, yeah. You always. It's like, college, big-time universities, they always have that little note card that's in the desk of the athletic director, like, hey, just in case our really good coach leaves, I need to have like 4 names of guys that I always
I don't
just
look at
back
windows.
in my head. So I'm trying to look at this. Biggest sophomore slumps, and
yeah, like we were talking trash about C.J. Stroud last year, but then Peyton Manning he was talking about C.J. and he was like, "Listen, man, he's won 2 playoff games in 2 seasons." He's like, "I didn't win a playoff game until season 6 in the NFL." So there's levels to this when we talk about a sophomore. Like, I would be more than happy if Bo had a season like C.J. had last year. Right? You know what I mean? And even though people were like, it's a sophomore slump, and like, I don't know, man. I'd be more than happy if Bo threw for whatever it was and won a playoff game.
He had, we talked a little bit about C.J. Stroud. He had a lot of problems with guys getting hurt on that offense, too, including a lot of offensive linemen.
Yeah. I mean, and that could obviously do in the Broncos.
Oh,
man,
sure.
It looks like everybody's healthy, right? Everybody was at practice yesterday. Yep. Everybody was healthy, looking good.
Yep.
But there's so many guys on this team who have an injury history or injury past.
It's I almost look at it this way. By the way, Berto filling in for Vic and Mojigan today.
Man, what are those dudes doing on a Thursday in Italy? Like, what do you
drinking wine?
Is that all they're Like, they could be doing
Wine
the same
and
thing
pizza.
right here. Just drink. I'm going to drink today. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm going to do it here at my house. I don't understand why you got to go all the way to Italy to get that done.
Check out the sites. That's I don't know. It's funny. The sophomore slump thing or year 2 wall or whatever you want to call it. Sean Payton's not concerned about that because Sean Payton has the ego and arrogance of that's not going to happen to my offense. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah.
But
Just like he was yesterday, he was kind of like, listen, there was a lot of people who didn't think we were going to be good last year, but I knew we were going to be good,
Yeah.
and the staff knew we were going to be good, so y'all need to get in line.
Well, that whole thing, like if your quarterback hits some sort of wall or has a year 2 slump or Sean Payton probably takes that as a personal affront. Like, oh, you think my offense is going to take a step back next year? Oh, really? That's probably the way that he thinks about it.
But it did. You know what made me nervous? You know what made me nervous was when Sean Payton was talking about how Bo went and hung out with Drew Brees or whatever, and he was like, Drew can help him with the offense. I was like, there ain't no way you're still running the same offense you had in 2011, brother, right? There ain't no way. Because he also, in the same conversation, was talking about, you always got to be evolving. You always got to be changing. You always got to be.
Yeah.
I'm looking at what college kids are doing. I'm looking at what NFL teams are doing. I'm looking at the best option. You know what I mean? So how do those two things mesh? Like, he's got to learn. Drew will help him learn the offense that I ran 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But also, I change the offense constantly. I'm changing it every season. Every week, I'm changing it.
I love that you mentioned that because that's one of the first things that I saw. Look, and can you play the quote first? So this was like volunteered information from Sean Payton first. Nobody found out that Bo Nix went to Drew Brees' place and
or the
worked
throwing
on
guy,
stuff.
right? Nobody knew about the throwing guy either.
Or that. He volunteered this information in an answer. And Nelly, if you got it, go ahead.
He's someone that works his tail off, wants to improve. The whole off season is planned out. He's gone and visited Breeze for 4 or 5 days, and that's Tom House in here. And there's a lot that he wants to absorb in a fast period of time, and that's a great thing for a young player like that. And
once he said that, it was immediate. Every single guy that's there covering the Broncos tweets out, he was working with Drew Brees.
Yeah, you got to follow up a question immediately.
It's one of the most, to me anyway, one of the most overrated things in the world. It's like Drew Lock was watching film with Peyton Manning.
Guess what? You know what? I just saw this story. Jalen Hurts talks to Michael Jordan about how to repeat.
Cool,
you know
Carl.
what I mean? Like, yo, man, I love Jordan too, but what the hell is he going to tell you
Yeah.
about the NFL this coming season is going to help you out?
Well, okay, so you're working with Drew Brees. And I thought the same thing. I was like, okay, cool. Maybe he's got some tips and some pointers, but you guys aren't
Never a bad thing.
You guys aren't the same quarterback.
Right.
Like,
That's
Bo
what I was
Nix
thinking,
is
too.
not Drew Brees.
Right. Can you imagine Bo Nix winning the Triple Crown like Drew Brees did in this NFL? Do you ever see Bo Nix leading the NFL in passing percentage and passing yards and touchdowns?
Nope. And you said it. When he was talking about helping him learn the offense, I was like, whose offense?
Right, man.
Not Breeze's.
Man, I want the 2009 Saints offense. No, bro.
I mean, no, I would take the 2009 Saints offense, but he can't do that. And if your plan is, hey, we're going to run Bo Nix out there as if he's Drew Brees, I think you're going to be severely disappointed with the results that you get. Like, you should be able to do a lot more different things with Bo Nix than Drew Brees because Bo Nix can move. Like, he can do that sort of stuff. But here's something that Drew Brees had that not a lot of other people in the NFL history had. Pinpoint accuracy on the button type of throws. I don't know if Bo Nix can do that or not, but it did freak me out when I heard the same thing. It was like he's helping him learn the offense. I was like, whose? Whose offense are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, how similar is it to the offense you run 20 years ago? Like, how much? I mean, obviously,
I'm sure
Drew
it's got
can help
concepts.
you.
It's got basic concepts that are the same,
but just like when Shador talks to Tom Brady, Like, what kind of information transfer is going on there? You know, when Tom, when Tom's talking about, well, I text with Shadur, I tell him this, tell him that, do all that kind of stuff. Like, what's that conversation like? Like, I don't think they're talking X's and O's. They're just talking like general mental cube, like, you know what I mean? Like the mental game of a quarterback,
how to read
right?
something pre-snap, and I think that's the kind of stuff that you're talking about.
I don't know, but do you think Sean Payton looks at Bo Nixon like that's the next Drew Brees? I'm going to have this dude throw him for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns a season soon.
Well, if he does do that, then he gets to throw double birds at everybody he sees in this town.
I mean, he kind of already is, right? He kind of already is. Feeling pretty good about himself. Like, you know what I mean? God forbid the Broncos win a couple of playoff games this season. Sean Payton's going to be out of pocket next year.
But it'll be earned. It'll be earned, and you'll be like, okay. There's a lot of his mouth writes a lot of checks.
Yeah. And his players have to cash it. But I love it. I love it. Remember, yesterday he was talking about he loves the attention. He was talking about how many national television games they have and stuff like that. And usually coaches are just like, whatever, man. It's another game, another team. We got to play it. It doesn't matter that the whole nation is seeing it.
Right.
But Sean Payton loves those. He loves those games where it's his team is the only team playing and everybody has to watch it. Loves that stuff. Loves it to death. And he's just going to keep on keeping on, man. Can you imagine here in a couple of seasons when they actually win the Super Bowl? Oh, my goodness. Sean Payton's going to make Michael Malone look like a chump at the parade. You know what I mean? Malone was stuck at the parade. Man, Sean Payton's going to make him look like it was just an average Sunday afternoon, man.
He's got that ego to it, right? And good Lord, we get this NBA channel on here. Look how young Michael Jordan is. He's wearing full pants.
This is the first slam dunk contest, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh man, look at Dominique, man. Look at how young Dominique. Look at his shorts, man. Those are the shortest shorts. Woo! Yeah.
Like Jordan is wearing sweatpants during the dunk contest right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, to get back to it, you're talking about how, like, if they have that ultimate success, Sean Payton is going to be just, I told you so to every single person that's in front of him.
It almost feels like Sean Payton is one of those guys. Sean Payton is one of those guys, and we get a lot of them in professional sports where they hate to lose more than they love to win.
Yep.
Like, losing makes them miserable and winning is just what they expect to do. You know what I mean? Like, when they win, it's just like, yeah, it's what I expect to do. Now we move on.
Well, Sean Payton won a game and then started driving around a sushi parking lot for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I had 2 middle fingers.
So, I mean, that's just the way he goes through life.
Yeah.
And how many NFL coaches you think have that mindset of like how Sean Payton handles business? Because he's a fairly unique individual. How many NFL coaches are out there just throwing swag around, just like it's like talking mad trash to their players, talking mad trash to the media? Like Sean Payton comes to a press conference just hoping and praying for a stupid question.
Nick
you know what
Sirianni.
I mean? Okay, yes, Sirianni's got a little bit of that. Although Sirianni, did you see how the Eagles are? I talked about how Hurts went and talked to Jordan about, hey, how do you repeat in professional sports? But Sirianni has gone completely the other way. He's told his team, you are not defending champs. You got to win it again. Do not act like you're the defending champion. You are not. You're just another team trying to win again.
Yeah.
So so all the players are, parroting that like, we are not the defending champions. We're here to win another one. But we're that last year has nothing to do with this year.
Ryan Day did the same thing. Ryan Day did the same thing at the Big Ten
Sean
Media
Payton kind of did the same thing last week, right? When he talked to the media and he was like, this is a brand new season. I don't take expectations from how last season ended.
Yeah.
That means nothing. Last season means nothing to me. This is a new season. So, like, we're talking about, like, if the Broncos get to the first round and lose again, that's a disappointment because that's what happened last year.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton's like, I don't care how it happened last year. This is a whole new season.
Yeah, that's always I love that balance that Sean Payton plays between I don't care what happened the year before. It means nothing for how we did it this year. But in 2008,
let me tell you about when I won the Super Bowl.
When I was really embarking on this first Super Bowl run, you're just like, all right, now it matters. I got you. There's more. You bringing up the Jalen Hurts MJ thing. I want to get your thoughts on one perspective that I have of how much can you learn from the greatest of all time, really?
Right.
We'll get to it next. Okay, so Bo Nix is talking to Drew Brees. Jalen Hurts is talking to Michael Jordan. We were just talking about MJ. And it's like, man, was he just in the golden sort of era of I can get away with a lot of stuff because, I mean, not to do the whole, like, if LeBron played in Jordan's era and Jordan played in, like, Jordan would
They'd
be
still
hated.
both be great. They'd still both be at the top.
But as far as perception of, like, liked
Jordan
and
would be like
disliked.
LeBron, where half of the fans hate him and half the fans love him, and it
Yeah.
feels, you know what I mean? Because Jordan's business would be in the streets from tip-off, right? Like we would have known immediately his gambling problem. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine in this day and age, in this era of basketball, if your star player just rolled to Vegas and, you know, gambled all night and
The night before a playoff
and then
game.
like 8 hours later suits up and plays a playoff game.
Yeah.
There's no way the fan base would be down with that.
Like, we were just talking about this. There's two, like, specific examples. That's one of them. Like, the day before a playoff game, or there's a very famous story from Jeremy Roenick that he played golf. He played 18 with Jordan in the morning. And Jordan had about, 5 or 6 Coors Lights.
Mm-hmm.
I
lost
beat
like
him.
30 grand.
I beat him, and he goes, we're going to play again. So we played another 18, and he had another 5 or 6 Coors Lights. And I said, Michael, don't you have a game tonight? And he went out and dropped 40 or something. But I'm like, imagine a story of Jamal having 12 Coors Lights, you know, a nice 12-pack before a playoff
Nugget
game.
fan would come for that dude, right?
Yeah,
They'd come for
and you
him.
should. Like, that's not, that's kind of disrespectful to your team. But the other one is Jordan punches like 5 different guys on his team in the face, and we're like,
yeah.
it's what I hated about The Last Dance. Well, yeah, he did that. You shouldn't, but that's a competitor. He's getting the most out of his guys.
Right.
That's what he's doing.
It's always a positive when Jordan's doing it. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, Draymond Green is still not forgiven for hitting Jordan Poole in the face from a few years ago.
No, and you're right. And Jordan did the same thing. Like, he blasted, and it was always a teammate, right? And it was always at
Always.
practice. Like, didn't he blast Steve Kerr in the face?
Uh-huh.
Like, just for missing a shot or something or being in the right. He was just like, you know what? Pow!
Bang! Bang!
And you know what?
Bang!
I would watch Broncos training camp a lot more closely if it was like that. If Bo Nix could just punch somebody in the face if they ran the wrong route. Or you know what I mean? Or they miss pass pro, and he's all of a sudden Bo's like, sorry, RJ. Kapow! You got to pick that guy up.
I think I remember, I think it was my first camp here where I watched Emmanuel Sanders haul off, and I mean, deck Cortland Sutton right in the chin. I mean, they were in, you could tell Emmanuel is like getting on him for something. I think Cortland decided, as he was a really young player at the time, might have been a rookie, I can't remember, decided he was going to defend himself just a little bit. He didn't bark back. He just said, no. And then he just caught one right in the side of the face, and then there was this whole scrum. That's the fun part about when there's joint practices. Joint practices, you get all the fights, and then it's a blast.
Mm-hmm.
God, I remember that when they played the Cowboys a couple years ago, they wouldn't stop. Like, I thought they were going to end practice because they had every 2 plays somebody was fighting somebody.
And now they instituted a new rule because of all that, right? There's a new, it started last year, the new training camp rule where if you have a joint practice and you have more than one fight, they do have to end practice.
Really?
Yeah, I think there's a new rule. I think there's a new rule they instated with
Soft.
because coaches were like, I need this practice time.
Yeah.
The union keeps coming down on my practice time. I need this practice time. You guys stop messing with it by fighting these idiots.
Right.
But, well, I mean, once again, I'm here for it.
So
We can get fights at practice. I'd watch more of it.
when it comes to Bo Nix and Drew Brees or Jalen Hurts and Michael Jordan, I've always wondered, like, what do they glean from those conversations?
I'm sure they get a little, but I think here's the problem with that. It's the same problem when a player like that becomes a coach or a GM. When you're that good, you don't understand the average individual. You know what I mean? Like who was it? Was it Magic? I think it was Magic Johnson when he first started coaching the Lakers. He just gets so angry. He's just like, yo, all you got to do is get into the paint and lay it. And people are like, we're not Magic Johnson. Magic, we are not you. We cannot do that. You know what I mean? And so it feels like players of that stature, like a John Elway, like a Michael Jordan, They don't understand.
No.
They just don't get it because they are the most talented people who've ever played those sports, and they don't get like the
And they
average
worked
guy
hard.
who has to work for it.
Well, and I think what confuses them is they say, well, I worked really hard. And it's like, no, I know you worked as hard as anybody, maybe more than anybody's ever worked. I understand all that. You also were just gifted with this, oh my God, holy hell, generational
And it's
type of
everything.
talent.
It's like physical talent. It's the mental attitude.
Yeah.
It's all got to come together at the right time. And then all of a sudden you get these athletes that we all adore because we've never seen anything like it.
I've heard a story. I've told this before on the air, but I'll say it to you that I heard this story when Barry Bonds, he was for a short time, he was like, he was helping out as a hitting coach in Miami for the Marlins.
He was just like, just hit it, man. Just hit that ball.
No, he got to the point, he's like, why can't you just put it 430 feet over here? I did that all the time. Why can't you just do it?
Yeah.
And it's like one thing, like you barrel up a baseball, and it doesn't go as far as when you used to barrel up a baseball because they aren't you.
Right. How do you describe great? How do you even define great? You know what? Here's my life. Here, let me tell you a story. And Nelson will like this because it has to do with music. I was watching the director's commentary of the special edition box set of the TV show House. This is my life, man. This is my life. Like 1 a.m., I'm like at Coors Light watching the director's commentary of the TV show House. But there's an episode of House where Dave Matthews plays someone who can't speak. He can't talk to anybody, but he's a brilliant musician.
Okay.
And the director said, in the script, we just have Dave Matthews sits at a piano and comes up with this amazing, beautiful, haunting piece of music. And they didn't have the music. They just put it in the script like amazing, haunting music. And they're like, man, we're going to have to pay for somebody to come and do it. And Matthews is like the day of when they're going to shoot that scene, Matthews is like, I'll do it. I'll just do it on the fly. And he sat down at the piano and like that breaks out this amazing, just off the top of the dome. And the director was like, I've worked with some amazing people who are really good at his job. I can't describe what it was like to see somebody do that, where you're like, how did he do it? What did he do? You know what I mean? Like when you see Joker make these you're like, how did he see that? Where does that come from?
Right.
And it's just, you can't describe it. It's just something that's just outright.
They just have, not to be cliche, but right? Whatever that thing is, they got it.
Yeah.
And
like on the text line, somebody wrote in Wayne Gretzky, talk about Wayne not understanding what a normal player could do. But famously, when Wayne was young, before he got into the league, they had a big camp where all the great hockey players who were about to be drafted got together, and they measured, speed and quickness and shots and all that. And Wayne was last in all those categories. And then they actually played the game of hockey, and he scored like 7 goals. And everyone's like, where'd this kid come from?
Right.
And it's like, he's not as fast as the fastest. He's not as strong as the strongest. He's not as quick as the quickest, but he's better at youth in this sport. And never, and it's like, how, why, what?
Well, Tom Brady's kind of the same way, right? Like Tom Brady was certainly not athletic.
No, that draft picture where you just like, that's a dad bod right there at 21.
So he wasn't athletic. Tom Brady didn't have the strongest arm in the league. He was never, you would never be like, dude, he's just got an absolute cannon, right? It's like you would see Favre and be like, all right, that's a hell of an arm.
Right.
Never had that. But it was always, and this is why he got the issue with like he's now a motivational speaker or whatever. Like every chance he gets, he's on some podcast talking about, well, this is how I think about things. Like, well, you're a freak.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't look at me and expect me to do what you do. It's not possible. Because you said something earlier that I think is totally true. Being like gifted in that way is not just about like your genetic physical makeup.
Right. Like you
It's
can't
up here.
build right. You
Like-
can't just build one just like fix like if you took your kid and was like and you super glued a golf club to her hands and be like you golf it like it worked for Tiger, but it might not.
But the mentality part of it, that's also something that people just don't, it's not the same. Like some people's motivational levels are higher and lower, and some people's like laziness stuff is higher and lower. Can you train your mind to be better? Yeah, but I don't care how hard I work, dude. I'm not going to be Stephen Hawking upstairs.
Right.
Like, it's never going to happen. I could read every book in the world. I'm never going to do that.
You could get 2 or 3 PhDs, and it still wouldn't mean
not
anything.
even close.
Yeah.
So I've always wondered stuff like that. Sounds like you and me are kind of on the same page. Now, as far as Broncos camp, so we're going to be out there tomorrow for the first time.
Can't wait.
What, are you looking forward most to? You know, I know camp is always you get there for a few days and it feels kind of like the same sort of rinse-repeat stuff. Yeah. I always love the first day, though, because you're just kind of out, you're on the field, you're seeing football again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my favorite stuff is the one-on-ones. But we had last season, it was about quarterback stuff, right?
Yeah.
You'd be watching the quarterbacks every day.
Yeah. Now you got a QB1.
You got that.
But, I mean, I'm assuming people are going to be focused on Bo anyway because, I mean, it's the single most important position on the field. But I guess, you know what? I'm just interested in seeing this offensive install. Just like the Nuggets. I'm interested to see what David Adelman does with the Nuggets offense and how much different it looks this year compared to last. I'm the same way with this Broncos offense. How much we're talking about cocky Sean Payton, what does that look like in the offensive game plan where he's like, I know exactly what my quarterback can do now. Let's start stretching. Let's see what we can, you know what I mean? Let's get a little uncomfortable with some of these plays.
Really start to push it.
Yeah. Push your muscles, stretch it, break a mental sweat, break a mental sweat as well and see what, that's really, outside of the rookies, outside of RJ and Barron and some of those guys, I mean, literally, we all know the defense is going to be great, right? We all know it's going to, if it's not great, then something has gone horribly wrong. So I'm really, once again, man, I love offense. I want to see it. Do it.
For me, one of the biggest details is the running game. I can't wait to see RJ Harvey. I know it's easy just to kind of pick the high draft pick who's a skill position player guy, but I really think it's going to make such a massive difference this year if they actually have it. I'm still a little bit nervous if they can't get the running game going for whatever reason. If it's a refusal of Sean Payton to run the football, if the offensive line maybe was a little bit overrated in the run game last year, whatever the reason might be, or the guys just stink again. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it's going to provide some problems. I don't have a fear that the Broncos take a step back. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see where they've gotten weaker.
You see no future in which they win fewer than 10 games. They won 7 the year before, right? They won 10 last year. And, I mean, although Sean Payton says this is a brand new year, we don't care what happened last year, 10 or fewer wins this year, people would say is a regression? Or actually, that's not true. Because in this division, in this conference, 10 wins is great. Right?
I mean, no, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
So you can still win the exact same games in the regular season you did last year and still have a better season.
I think they could also, they could go 9-8 and feel like the exact same team just because something didn't go your way one week. That's part of my fear. I think the Broncos will win at least 10. I think they should be in the playoffs. I know that Sean Payton's confident in all of this. I just look at where they're at in the AFC, and I'm like, dude, this is going to be incredibly difficult. You have to be – I look at teams in the NFC, and it's funny. I just had somebody go through this with me talking about the Broncos' schedule was soft last year, and it's not going to be that way this year. And I go, well, they're still playing a third-place schedule.
Yeah.
They're still doing that. And I said, all right, well, let's take the Super Bowl champs then. Let's look at their schedule. And they're for 10 weeks. I'll give you what it was last season, the first 10 weeks for the Philadelphia Eagles. Green Bay, in a game that Jordan Love got hurt in. That was that opener in Brazil. They lost to Atlanta in week 2.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
They beat New Orleans 15-12 in week 3. They lost by 17 to Tampa in week 4. They beat Cleveland by 4 points. Pasted the Giants, beat Cincinnati real good, barely beat Jacksonville, and then played Dallas. That's not a murder's row of a schedule either. But that's what the NFC is. The NFC is just it's an easier side of the bracket. And so part of me just thinks if the Broncos get in a position to where you're like, this is just a little bit worse than it needs to be, that's where stuff can come up and bite you.
Did you hear? So Sean Payton mentioned that they have to have a strong start to this season.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta win these games that we can't. You know what I mean? Like if you drop a game to Tennessee or in Indianapolis, both that you should win, right? Then all of a sudden you're in a hole. All of a sudden you're like you start the season 1-2 again or something ridiculous like that because you lose against the Chargers in LA, and then you get to the middle of their schedule and like, oh man, we're already a game under 500. Now we got to face Cincy, Philly, the Jets, the Giants. Well, the Jets and the Giants.
Then you feel like you're chasing. Now, again, those Jets and Giants games, I think they win those. I would just caution you on one thing. London games are weird, first of all. 7:30 in the morning. I've seen teams way better than...
The Jets game is the...
Jets are London, yeah.
Okay.
So I've seen teams that are way better than the team they're supposed to be playing in London lose just because it's weird. And then you don't get the bye coming back from London. You play the Giants, which everybody's taking as a W, and I think I would too.
Right.
But
unless
doing
you
that,
you're just
without a bye week.
Yeah.
I don't know. That seems weird to me too.
It's gonna be tough. Russell Wilson throwing the ball all over the place.
I still think I put money that he's not
that he's
starting
not playing
that game.
by week 7. He's not the starting quarterback.
I mean,
That's not what he wanted to cook.
I think that's why they got it out of the way already, right? They're like, he's going to be the starter.
Right.
Don't
just
ask
so
me any more questions.
When they pull him, everybody will be like, woo. Yeah, man. Good luck. Good luck. But I don't. So, what do you think? Obviously, Sean Payton is like, we're going to start this season 5-0 or whatever. But I wonder why he specifically mentioned that they have to get off to a better start this year than they did last year. And is it just because of the teams they face early in the schedule?
I think it's because expectations are higher, 1. And 2, yeah, I do think it is because of that.
Like not for Sean Payton, though. Sean Payton tried to tell us, like, he knew exactly what was going to happen last year. He knows exactly what's going to happen this year.
Yeah. How about this? I mean, you kind of mentioned it. If you just mess up and drop a game to Indy or Tennessee to start the season, though, then it's L.A. at L.A., Cincinnati at home.
Yeah, that's a Sunday. Oh, that's a Monday Night Football game. Yeah.
And then at Philly.
That could get, an early East Coast game against the defending champs.
There's a good shot you're playing catch up for a while just to try and get back in that race.
What do you? How many of these games do you think the Broncos will be the underdog in? Because I think they're going to be favored in a lot of these games, right? They're going to be a favorite against Tennessee. They're going to be a favorite at Indy. The Chargers probably the favorite in LA,
so.
right? You don't think they will be a favorite in Indy?
No. Oh, sorry. I thought you were on to LA. I think at LA they won't be.
Right.
In
the
Indy,
Chargers
yes.
will be favored in that game. Cincy will be favored when they come here? Or will it be it'll be a pick'em? Pick'em at a power?
That might be a pick'em, yeah.
But Philly's going to be favored. But after that, you're going to be favored against the Jets. You're going to be favored against the Giants. You're going to be favored against, well, who knows what the hell the Cowboys are going to do.
Dallas is weird. Houston, I would say at Houston.
Oh, yeah. Houston's probably favored in that one.
Probably Houston.
You got your favorite against Vegas. Kansas City here.
I still think they're going to give KC the nod for now.
Okay. How about the game in Washington?
Washington's going to be favored in that one.
At Vegas, you're favored in that one, unless Vegas just had a crazy season.
Yeah.
And they're sitting on 8 or 9 wins or something.
Green Bay, I don't know.
Green Bay here, once again, it's going to depend on where they are.
Yeah.
But that might be a Packer favorite. I don't know.
And then
you better be favored against Jacksonville.
At KC on Christmas.
So we've got 4 games that the Broncos will be the underdog in?
I think it was like 5 or maybe 6 with like a Green Bay game or something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, 5 or 6.
They're going to be favored in like 11 games, man. They're going to be the favorite to win in 11-something games. Can't believe that.
Well, they should be. They were a good team last year. Like, that's kind of how it should go down. You know, if you said you're favored in 5 or 6 games, that means your record is, if you're just going by favorites and non-favorites, you're 11-6, 12-5.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man.
What'd I miss?
Schefter is reporting that Justin Fields was just carted off into the locker room. He suffered an injury during practice just this morning. So Justin Fields carted off to the locker room at Jets practice. A lower leg injury is what Schefter is saying. I never think of the injury situation when we start the
No.
season. I never think about it. And now, if you're the Jets, you're like, what do we do if Justin suddenly just hurt himself and is out for half the season or all the season? Oh, man, yeah, injuries suck. But there you go. Schefter reporting the Jets QB Justin Fields carted to the locker room with an apparent lower leg injury. So now you're just like, all right, Tyrod Taylor,
Yeah.
let's go.
I guess it would have to be. Who's the other guy we just said that was there? Adrian Martinez?
Adrian Martinez, yeah.
I think they got to be looking outside somewhere.
I tell you what, you can have Jarrett Stidham for who? Brees Hall, Josh Reynolds? No, not never mind.
Brees Hall, Sauce Gardner.
I was about to say, get somebody off the defense. Just load up on the defense again. Get somebody on the yeah. But boy, can you imagine? You'd be paying. What would you be paying in one season for 2 corners if you traded for Sauce with Patrick and Sauce? Because what is Sauce?
Sauce
like?
is at 30, and Sertan's I think at 24. So yeah, 54. All right, so
that'd be a nasty. I mean, it's already gonna be a nasty
for sure.
Backfield for the Bronx. But you add Sauce to that.
By the way, I got something. It's a number that absolutely blew my mind regarding the Nuggets that we'll get to in a second. Start spreading the news.
Chairman of the board. Rat Pack, baby. You just don't get a Rat Pack anymore. You know what I mean?
I do.
You got a Rat Pack?
Bro.
Those are the coolest dudes
Let me tell you
in
something.
school.
I don't know if you know this about me. I am very old when it comes to certain things. Music is one of them.
You're like put some Dean Martin on, bro. Let's go.
Yes. Like my favorite artist is Ray Charles.
You need to hang out with McGahee because he does the same thing. McGahee will be like, yo, let's put some Sinatra on. Let me get some Sammy Davis Jr.
So, hang on, I'll show you. I'm still so old that I still use Pandora, by the way. But the top ones here, Stapleton's the last one to listen to. Ray Charles radio, Sinatra radio. I do that stuff in my car.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Nelson, what do you think? What do you think I've been listening to lately?
You're actually pretty current. So I bet you've been listening to like top 40. Who's the latest, greatest rapper right now?
Pony Club.
No. Although I will listen to, but no.
Big X, The Plug, or something.
No. Did you see Blackpink just released a new single?
Oh, okay, Blackpink.
I was listening to a little K-pop, bro.
K-pop stan. Yeah, you're watching.
Because I watched the Netflix
K-pop Demon Hunters.
K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
this is gas, bro.
Let's go.
This is gas.
Soda Pop Girl.
Yeah,
It's a banger,
these
man.
songs slap. So I've got a bunch of K-pop on my phone right now.
I'm sure we'll get K-pop coming back the next break because I have no idea you're talking about.
You ain't seen K-pop Demon Hunters, bro?
No.
The number one movie on Netflix for like 4 straight weeks? Oh, that movie goes hard.
I
Seriously.
guess, Berto, what my guess should have been is you're listening to the new Clips album.
Oh, yeah.
Clips just dropped that new album.
I did listen to their entire NPR Tiny Desk. Bro, they went hard. That thing slaps too, man.
Who's this?
Clips. You probably know him
don't know who that
for
is.
grinding. You know him for grinding?
Old school. Oh, yeah, if you played that, he would know immediately who that is. But they were big in the 90s. You want to talk about? And now yeah. What's up?
Okay, yeah. Yep.
But I think they just released a new album too, and they played NPR's Tiny Desk and rocked it.
Dude,
Just
I
rocked that thing.
I watched the entire NPR. That little NPR Tiny Desk thing is cool. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
But I watched Anderson .Paaks. I love
yeah.
Anderson .Paak.
Yeah, and it went hard too.
So I own vinyl because I'm a nerd now, and I got 3 of these Anderson .Paak ones. I just turn them on and I was like, "Don't touch it." Nobody
How often do you buy like vinyl? How many times
I go
how
through
many? How
phases.
much Dean Martin do you have on vinyl, bro?
Dean Martin, I got a couple, but I got about 5 or 6 Sinatras. I got like 7 Nat King Coles. I got about 6 or 7 Ray Charles.
We still have some
but I got,
vinyl
like-
shops here in Denver,
don't get me
right?
wrong,
Like
like-
Wax Tracks and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
So the one I
Twist
go
and
to,
Shout.
Twist and Shout.
the one I go to is off of Iliff in Buckley called Angelo's.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have 2 locations. That's the one I go to though.
Just load up on vinyl, man. I
So-
know people
but
swear by it,
I do it like
but
I
that's
would say in a 2-week span, I'll get like 6, 7, 8 albums, something like that, and then I won't go for like 3 months.
Yeah,
And then I'll
and then you
like
go back
stop by one day, and be like, "Ooh, let me check out if they got some more stuff." Yeah,
I don't. But see, that's like people who still buy vinyl. Like nobody still goes like, "Hey, I gotta go buy some laser disc or something."
No.
Like, I gotta go check out the newest 8-track. Do they still make 8-tracks? Can I buy like?
I don't think
Can
so.
I buy like Kenny Loggins' Footloose on 8-track or something?
Okay,
I
we'll,
just
we'll
bought
get to
some
the
Britney Spears hit clips, Berto. Yeah, still buying those.
See, man.
we'll
No,
get to
I'm
the
kidding.
Jokic stat stuff in a few minutes, but I got to finish this now. So I'll tell you how nerdy it is, and this is like. I don't have too many nerdy tendencies, but I would say that vinyl is probably one of them. The reason I think vinyl still exists the way that it has, or at least come back the way that it has, you're kind of like buying artwork too. Like I like to just look at the albums and stuff like that. I think that's really cool.
You know, there are some audiophiles who swear by the actual just music itself.
Yeah, I think it sounds it sounds better, but I think it does.
I get
Not
it,
that
but you
care.
got this. I can carry every song ever made in my pocket
I know.
wherever I want to go, and you're just like, let me lug this.
Okay, let me make a comparison.
Record player to my buddy's house.
I'll make a comparison for you. So one of my favorite TV shows ever is Narcos. Now,
Okay, yeah,
Narcos
yeah.
is like 80% Spanish, I'd
Yeah.
say. So it's subtitled. So I have to pay attention to. I can't be on my phone
Right,
or on
because you
my
have no
computer.
idea what
I have to read it.
Pedro's saying. You're just like,
yes,
what?
Yes. So I think vinyl's the same way in that when you have it on your phone, I listen to the same songs over and over again because those are the ones I chose. On vinyl, I hear songs, especially my grandma had this big collection, so I'm like kind of going through her old stuff. And I'm like, I'm forced to listen to songs I've never heard before and be like, oh, that one's really good. I never would have found out that that's a thing if I didn't have vinyl, and I could just skip. You know what I mean?
Damn. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Because, like, we talked about the passing of Ozzy, and there's nothing that Moser loves more than, well, I wouldn't say he loves hard rock. It's more like the hair metal that he loves, but he loves him some Ozzy. But, like the prime of hair metal was late 80s, early 90s, mid 80s, something like that.
Yep.
And that's all. And Moser still just locks in. That's what he just
still locked.
And that's what I imagine you like when you're like, let's listen to some Sinatra in the car, man. I got to see what Frank is up to.
I do that. Yeah, I for sure do that. There's a few newer artists that I love.
Give me a name.
Okay, like one of my favorites. This is now 4 or 5 years old. Well, maybe.
Like, you do the Spotify thing and it shows you, well, no, you just mentioned you still do Pandora.
No.
Where they'll show you every year, like, you listen to this song this many times.
So, Silk Sonic was like one of my favorite, but that sounded like an album from the 80s.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right. Bruno puts out a lot of those. You're just like, man, he just sounds like he's an old school.
Right. Yeah, I guess you're right. Stapleton. Stapleton's a guy I listen to all the time.
Okay, for a little country.
I love Tyler Childers. Yeah, it's more like, sort of like, how do I
like
put
you
it?
don't like to rock the hell out. Do you not like to rock the hell out?
Not really. I've never been that way.
Like most of the music I listen to is just booty shake. Like if you shake your booty to it, I'm down with it. You know what I mean?
See, my rap stuff kind of ended in. Look, I still listen to some of it, but my favorite guys were all '90s guys.
Yeah.
Like I loved Ice Cube and Biggie and all that different stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of, you know what? I kind of stopped. I just stopped after one era.
Sean Payton mentioned, like he was talking about how much there has been a change in just like film review, and he's talking, and like when they're looking at plays, he's like, because we got music in there, we got highlights, and I was like, what kind of music are they putting in those? You know, like when you're
what Sean Payton listened to? That's a good question.
And because they show it to the team, these clips too, with the music in it, is what it sounded like.
Yeah.
So you got the players sitting there, and I'm like, I wonder who is like, if they're like, yo, man, let's put some let's put some Coolio over the highlight. Put some Fantastic Voyager. They're like, I want to know who picks that music, man. Because I think Sean Payton seems like the kind of dude who loves country and rap, and that's it.
Yeah,
right?
it feels that way. Yeah.
Country and rap, and that's it.
Quickly, by the way, just real quick, 1 minute. So the Jets just had Justin Fields carted off the field already.
Yeah, lower leg injury.
Their backup quarterback is Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, good luck.
Their other backup to Tyrod Taylor is Adrian Martinez, which they will panic if he ever sees the field.
And you can have Jarrett Stidham.
Or
for Sauce Gardner.
Or the Browns have a whole bunch of quarterbacks.
Oh, bro, you know what I didn't even think about? But yeah,
Shador?
this is exactly what Cleveland is thinking, right?
Shador?
This is exactly what Cleveland is thinking. Or if the Jets call and say, hey, we want Gabriel. But see, you can't give up your young QBs. Maybe you give them.
Let's get to it in a second. Because I do think there's an intriguing thing. If this is a long-term injury.
The Jets are now going to have to start calling teams. If they're like, Justin, this leg injury does not look good.
If this is a long-term thing, Justin Fields wasn't a guaranteed, like, really good quarterback anyway. They were kind of taking a risk to start with.
You give him Joe? You give him Flacco?
Well, we'll see. Let's get there in just a second. Stick around. See, this is current Birdo, but it just sounds like older.
Little old school. That's like there are a lot of modern country artists that try to their songs sound like they're from the 80s, the 70s and the 80s. You know, they're like, I want a little old school, man.
Right.
I want a little Waylon Jennings in my song. You know what I mean?
Okay, so New York. If you guys missed it, Justin Fields has been carted off. They said a lower leg injury.
Non-contact, according to the report. Justin Fields pulled up after rolling right and throwing an incomplete pass to the tight end. He just went down, sat on the ground briefly, then limped off the field, which is different than being carted off. Hold on. Oh, no. Then he spent a few minutes in the injury tent. Then they brought the cart out to the injury tent and took him back to the locker room.
So, look, all indications when something like that happens, non-contact injury, cart comes out.
They just gave him $40 million.
It sounds
Come play
kind of
QB.
like it's not good. Like,
Right.
could be season ending. If that's the case, I wonder if a guy like Shador is like, I don't think there'd be any point in them going the Flacco route because they have Tyrod Taylor.
How about Kenny Pickett? Remember, because he's the other guy on there. It's Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett,
Maybe.
Dylan Gabriel, and Shador Sanders.
Baby, we're coming.
And you don't want to give up either of the two young ones, right? Unless the Browns owner actually made you draft Shador even though you didn't want him, and this is your opportunity to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And you send him to New York to be the new starting quarterback of the Jets because when Fields went down, they're like, all right, Tyrod. So Tyrod is QB1 right now in practice for
Right.
New York. And I don't know if you want to go into the season with Tyrod Taylor's QB1.
Well, here's what I think is crazy about the Cleveland thing. You know, because Shador is Shador and he's got Sanders as his last name, he gets all the attention for like what's going on at Browns camp right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Deshaun Watson is out for the year. Flacco is probably going to start for them. But then you're right. You have Pickett, you have Shador, you have Dylan
Pickett
Gabriel.
seems the odd one out. Like, I get the two young quarterbacks because you liked Gabriel, you drafted, and then Shador fell, and you're like, well, let's take him, man, because he's better than a fifth-round QB where we're getting him at. And it seems like Kenny Pickett might be the odd man out, where you're like, we'll stick with the super vet and Joe, and then we'll just have Dylan and Shador behind him. But I don't know. Cleveland is famous for making stupid decisions. What if they send Shador to New York and then Sanders is the truth? That seems exactly like what something Cleveland would do.
Well, but here's the problem. And this is what I can't get over. Like when I turn on ESPN, and it's like when they talked about Bronny for a minute. They didn't think Bronny was going to be this NBA superstar, but maybe it was just a way to fill a few minutes and an easy way to talk about someone. When they had their draft, and we're watching this play out in real time, we're like, man, I still can't believe that Shador's not picked yet.
Yeah. And Mel Kiper's losing his mind on the broadcast. He's like, what is going on with this league?
They took Dylan Gabriel not just before Shador.
Well before.
Well before Shador. And when I see ESPN do these headlines of like, when do you think Shador Sanders starts for the Browns? I'm like, why would your assumption be that he starts over Dylan Gabriel when they've already made the assessment that Gabriel's better than Shador?
He was picked 2 rounds ahead of him, right? Gabriel was a third rounder and Shador was a fifth.
So why is it that people just assume that if a young quarterback is going to play for Cleveland, why wouldn't it be Dylan Gabriel if they've already made the choice, at least initially, that he's better than what Shador is? That's what never made sense.
And now, do you think Kenny Pickett is better than either one of those guys right now? But we don't know. We've never seen one of these guys throw a ball in an NFL game.
Well, Pickett,
we've seen Pickett, but not Gabriel or Sanders. We don't know what's going to happen. Like, Cleveland's first preseason game is here in 2 weeks, just like everybody. They're at Carolina. Oh, no. Is it next week? August 8th? No, that's right. Yeah.
2 weeks.
So it's 2 weeks. So they'll be in Carolina, and Joe starts and plays what? The first.
I don't even know if Joe plays.
Right. He's
they
just
don't need
so
to
old.
see
You don't
anything
need.
from
You're
him.
just like,
Yeah.
so Kenny starts, Pickett starts?
Maybe.
And then Gabriel comes in, and then you let Shador play the second half of that first. I don't know, man.
I bet Pickett, Shador, and Dylan Gabriel, in whatever order, all play.
Right. I feel like the Browns coaching staff probably already knows exactly how they're going to handle that situation.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, they don't care what they're about to see in camp unless somebody just goes crazy.
But
I bet you they already know.
When they took Dylan Gabriel already, and I'm just trying to like go through the steps of what Cleveland's thought process was. They have a quarterback they can't get rid of because if you think Russell Wilson's cap hit was high, It's like take that and double it, and that's Deshaun Watson right now. So he's still going to be there.
Terrible, terrible decision by the Browns on that one.
So you have Flacco as your insurance option, as like we'll play this veteran if we have to. They take Dylan Gabriel and they get Kenny Pickett in the offseason. And then they're in the 5th round. They're like, well, Shador's here. And I wonder if part of him's for this exact situation. Shador has ability. He is better than what a 5th round draft pick is.
Mm-hmm.
We bring him in, 2 things can happen. Well, I guess 3 things. 1, we get extremely lucky and he's way better than a 5th round pick, and whatever he took place before the draft just turned people off. So we win. 2, somebody gets hurt and they're going to be looking for a young quarterback that maybe they can take a flyer on and he can provide some trade capital for us. Or 3, we just lose out on a 5th round pick. Who cares? Shrug your shoulders. It's 5th rounder.
Mm-hmm.
Like those are your 3 options. Like there really wasn't a huge loss in any of it. But God, if I'm the Jets, I'm like, you might as well.
Yeah, give me one of those QBs.
You might as well. Like
Call
it's going to be
Cleveland
better
and
than
say,
Adrian
hey.
Martinez being a backup.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. But how about this? If you're Jerry Jeudy and you're like, yo, who the hell is going to be throwing me this ball? What is going on at the QB position? Like, it feels like Cleveland doesn't know what they're doing at the QB position, that they're just making stuff up. That's why I'm hoping that they already have a plan. They know exactly what they're going to do.
By the way, this kind of flew under the radar last year. You know, I held on to Jerry. I was like the last guy holding on to Jerry Jeudy stock. I was like, I know this has turned into a penny stock, but I just.
Right, a lot of people sold early on Jerry Jeudy.
Did you see the year he had last year?
Yeah. He didn't catch a bunch of touchdowns, but he had a lot of yards, right?
90 catches for 1,230 yards.
Yeah,
like,
that's
a great season.
Yeah, that's good.
You're right, only 4 TDs. Were 2 of those against the Broncos in that game?
Yeah. Well, I remember he went up, right? Everyone's like, man, really? Now he plays well when he, But listen, man, that dude is wide receiver number 1 over there in Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
He's the number 1 option over there in Cleveland. Who the hell's going to be throwing him the football? He has no idea.
No.
I wonder if you hit him with some truth serum, what quarterback he would take. Like if Jerry's like, what quarterback is going to get me paid the most?
God, at this point, it'd probably be Flacco, I'd think.
Do you think there's members of the Cleveland Browns who are like, I just can't wait for Deshaun to be healthy? I just want Deshaun back here in the room, man. I just want to hang out with Deshaun.
I think those guys are still combing through that contract of being like, are we sure there's no way?
We can't. Yes.
There's no conduct detrimental, nothing that we could find.
No.
You know, here's something about Jerry Jeudy. Let me ask you this. Because you just kind of mentioned it. Jeudy was never the number 1 wideout here. He was always 2 to Cortland Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
And it never panned out, right? Never did.
But then he was always pointing that out too. And it was like he was like, throw me the ball, and then you were like, well, listen, man, you're not out there looking like you're Jerry Rice, man. You know what I mean? Like you're demanding the ball like you're Megatron or something, and you are in fact not playing that way.
You think there's any chance MPJ could do that? Where it's like, now that he's a higher option in Brooklyn, like maybe he has numbers that we didn't think was possible?
Right. If you give Mike enough shots, and then he talked about, like, when he was saying goodbye and all that kind of stuff to the Nuggets fans, he talked about he thought he plateaued. Like he thought he hit the ceiling, but there's still more there, and maybe he can find that in Brooklyn.
But just being a bigger option.
Right, but Mike can average 28 a game if he wants to, if he gets those shots, but I don't know how the impact of your team, like how does that translates into wins if Mike is averaging 30 a game?
Yeah, I don't think that works that way.
But he's probably going to have Michael Porter Jr. is going to have the best season of his career this year, right? Well, at least we
statistically,
think. Because he's going to get those shots.
Yeah, I think so.
He's going to be, because Brooklyn is doing that thing where they have nobody on the roster, and that's because next season they could go like 2-3 supermax. You could sign, you could bring in some big hitters if you wanted to.
There's some audio, by the way, from Cam Newton, and I want to.
What's he doing?
I want to tie this into Jeudy for a second. Jeudy said something when he left Denver that I was like, yeah, that tracks. They asked him what his goal was. I forget who he talked to. It was a Broncos reporter right before Browns camp started last year. So after the trade, he's on this new team. It was just kind of like one last sort of catch up with former player thing. And he said his goal for his career was to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't winning. It wasn't any of that stuff. It was I want to get paid.
Yeah. And whatever, man.
And
if that's what, if you want to be the richest person on the planet, if that's what it wants to be your goal, then go for it.
I've said
it's
this
not a
forever.
good teammate, though, right?
I know. Yeah, that's the reaction you're going to get, and it's probably the proper one. But I do give guys credit for saying what's actually on their mind instead of sugarcoating things.
Yeah,
and I
like
remember
my man Jeremy Grant, right? Jeremy Grant's like, I want shots. I want to get buckets, man. I want to get paid and get like Jeremy Grant's like, make money, get chicks. That's my motto. And I don't care about this winning thing. I want to get paid and I want to make buckets.
So Cam Newton last year, I forget where he was talking, if it was a podcast, TV. I think it was TV, actually. And they asked him, would you give up your league MVP trophy for a Super Bowl? And he goes, no. And he said, I look at it as I did my job. If I'm league MVP, then I did what I'm supposed to be doing. That's a terrible answer, right? But it's what he thinks. And I do give him credit for, because how many guys in their head would be like, no, I'm not giving up my MVP. But they would say,
before
well,
a title for a Super Bowl?
But I'm just saying, how many of those guys would be like, no, I'm not going to give up my MVP. But
only Cam,
out loud, they would say, of course I would.
Yeah.
Of course I want to win. You know what I mean?
Right. No, because, I mean, we would look at Cam Newton as a better player if he had a Super Bowl instead of that MVP, right?
Of course.
Like, listen, man, he is one of the few people, there's only a handful of people who've won a Heisman and an NFL MVP, and Cam is one of the guys to do it. But we would all think of him as a better player if he had a Super Bowl win under his belt instead of that MVP. So why does Cam, Cam's very much, it's all about me. But if it works.
So let me give you an example. Do you think if Carmelo Anthony was never the man on any, let's say he was always a number 2, but that resulted in a championship, would he change his career to do that?
No,
or would he
I bet
rather
you
be
Melo
the guy?
So the new NBA 2K26 is coming out. You know who's on the cover of that bad boy?
SGA.
Now, well, yes, SJ is on the cover of one of the editions, but the limited edition is Melo. Because he's going, Melo in his Knicks jersey is the cover of 2K26 because he's going into the hall. And like Melo, if you ask Carmelo Anthony, I bet you Melo would rather go be an a basketball Hall of Famer compared to a NBA champion, right? Like Melo seems
like a Robert Horry type.
Yeah. Like Melo would be like, keep your 6 titles or whatever. I don't want to be Big Shot Bob. I want to be the number 1 guy.
Yep.
I want to be that guy, even if it means I never win the whole thing. Yeah, I bet you Melo's in that Cam category.
Well, Cam,
where he's like, nah, it's about me, not the people around me.
Cam on his podcast, because he was getting ripped by Ryan Clark. Do you know the context of this, by the way, Nelly? Like, what spurred him on to start yelling about some of these talking heads?
Yeah, he went off on Orlovsky.
I have no idea. Yeah, well, Orlovsky caught
he went off on Ryan Clark, and then he went off on Orlovsky, too, just randomly.
I think Ryan Clark he might have been making reference to the league MVP over the Super Bowl thing.
Oh.
And so on his podcast, he said this.
We want to attack the messenger, Ryan Clark. Okay, let's pull up your stats. Second team All-SEC, we cannot relate. Undrafted in 2002, we cannot relate. Then you have 1 Pro Bowl in 2011, we cannot relate. So if you want to unlock Petty Cam, and everything that Cam Newton has ever said on this 4th and 1 show has always been backed by merit and logic, but some way, shape, form, people keep attacking Cam the person, or why he didn't jump on the fumble, why he didn't do this, or comparing and contrasting. So when I compare and contrast you guys' statistics and Dan Orlovsky, never mind. But as we keep going and we keep unlocking and keep poking the bear, and y'all want to play this game.
Man, Ryan Clark's got a Super Bowl, right? He won a Super Bowl with the Steelers, man. And Cam just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. And that's fine, because I like chuckleheads saying dumb stuff into a microphone. But And Cam was fun to watch play football, but listen,
a lot
man,
of fun.
you're never going to live down not jumping on that fumble. Man, the Broncos, matter of fact,
Did you hear how he
Von
said that?
Miller and the Denver Broncos broke Cam Newton, man.
Did you hear how he said that, by the way?
Yeah.
Like, if you want to get
Yeah.
under Cam's skin, you just say you didn't
he's
jump
been
on the
hearing
ball.
it for years. It's
Yeah.
been bugging him for years, man.
Yep.
But that's because he's never going to live that down. Like, seriously, like, I don't think Cam Newton be sitting there on a podcast saying dumb stuff at the age of 45 if the Broncos hadn't done what they done to that man in
Probably
the
right.
Super Bowl.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Now, I want to get to this Jokic stat. This number, it blew me away, and it really crystallizes why Jonas Valanciunas is so damn important. We'll get to it next. Okay, so the question is, I asked myself this. I'm like, why am I so obsessed with this Jonas Valanciunas thing? And I just kept thinking about it. I'm like, am I taking this a little bit too far where I think this is too much? Because I said, before I even knew about the Greek thing that was going on with him, Birdo filling in for Vic and Moj today and tomorrow. I said, I think it's a bigger move almost than what the MPJ Cam Johnson thing was, or Bruce Brown coming back, or anything else. Like, I think getting a viable backup center that you trust on the Nuggets, because you've never really had it since Plumlee, is going to help Jokic, if nothing else, with just like body management. Like, you won't have to tax him nearly as much as you used to. And then I watched this thing called Nerd Sesh. So these guys are basketball heads that are, they're just really good at rifling off stats from years of these NBA teams. So have you seen this video yet?
No.
Okay, so this will be a fun game. Don't look anything up. I want you to play this. Nelly, give me some music. Can you give me the top 10 backup centers to Nikola Jokic in points scored? Now, I will say this. They have to be centers. So like Jeff Green stretching to a 5 doesn't count. So they have to be actual centers. Top 10 in Nikola Jokic's tenure by points.
I don't, man. Is Scott? No, I was about to say Scott Hastings on that list. I know there's been some guys that the Nuggets have had at the center position that they just simply have not played. Like Isaiah Hartenstein, who plays a lot now in the NBA. I mean, was a backup center to Joker, and he never got played. But I do like. So
hang on. Isaiah Hartenstein scored 104 points as Jokic's backup center in his career in Denver. Yeah. That's 8th on the list.
That's 8th.
104 points is 8th.
This is the 10 years or whatever it's been that Joker's been with the Nuggets.
Yep. So guys who have been backup centers to Joker.
I bet you I know who number 1 on the list is.
Go ahead.
But I would never be able to guess who number 2 is.
Try number 1.
Number 1 is DeAndre Jordan.
DeAndre Jordan with 550 points is number 3.
Oh, I thought for sure. Because he's the only center I can think of who's been there for an extended amount of time. Like DeAndre's been the backup to Jordan for the last Jokic for 4 seasons? 4 seasons? Something like that. Oh, brother.
So he's 3rd. Number one's the guy we mentioned already. Early in Jokic's career, he was the backup for a few years.
The Plum Dog Millionaire?
Plum Dog's number 1 by far. He scored 1,843 points as the backup center.
Hey, man, that dude's still in the league, right? He's still playing for somebody right now. So who's number 2? If Plum Dog is number 1 and DeAndre's number 3, I thought for sure it was going to be DeAndre Jordan as number 1.
So
number 2, man.
Number 2 to Plumlee, who has scored 1/3 of the points that Plumlee did, is Nurkic.
Oh, wow.
Nurkic.
Bro. Whoa. Remember when they were trying to play him together? And it was not working out at all. Like Nurkic and Joker. And Joker was so frustrated. He's like, never mind. You know what? I'll just come off the bench. You guys can start Nurk, man. Man, they made the right decision on that one, didn't they?
So 1 Plumlee, 2 Nurkic at 621 points total.
Oh, that's...
3 is DeAndre Jordan at 550.
That's no bueno, man.
Number 4 at 465 total points scored as the backup to Jokic
is...
Joffrey Laverne.
Lavagnier, I think.
Lavagnier, whatever.
Joffrey Lavagnier, right? The French man?
Yes.
Man, that's a name I haven't heard in forever.
Well,
was he only here for a year or 2?
It's because he's been out of the league since 2018 and playing overseas. At number 5, at 276 points, is Boogie Cousins, who was here for like 8 weeks.
Man, Boogie's on the list.
At 5.
Yikes.
At number 6, at 142 points, is Bull.
Oh, brother. I never would have guessed Bull.
How about this one? At number 7 at 137 points is J.J. Hickson.
Oh, Man, that's an old school name too. I haven't heard JJ in forever, brother.
At number 8 is Hartenstein. At number 9, this one's funny. He was traded to the Nuggets mid-season and barely played.
Oh, the Laker guy,
Thomas Bryant.
Thomas
who
Bryant,
scored 83 total points.
Thomas Bryant.
And at number 10 is a Nugget that had 2 different stints.
What? Who? What?
I feel like you can get this if I give you another hint. Shaq hates him.
Shaq hates him?
Or thinks he's bad, I should say.
Oh, I got nothing. Who?
JaVale McGee.
JaVale McGee. See, no, bro. JaVale's been out of the league for a decade, man.
He hasn't been out for a decade. He was on the Nuggets like 4 or 5 years ago.
Wow, JaVale McGee, bro. JaVale McGee is a unique cat. That dude's a little unique cat. I never would have guessed JaVale either.
So number 10 on that list is a backup center who scored a grand total of 72 points behind Nikola Jokic. Man. That is why this is so important. You've never had it. Now, they have taken guys, they have stretched them into 5s. You've made Jeff Green that. You've done that with Zeke at times. Who are some other guys that I'm missing here, by the way? A guy that they have just said, AG has done it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But they've taken power forwards and just said, can you please just try and keep it together? But, man, I was told we have Broncos news. Oh, really? This is actually surprising.
Yeah. Although, does that get you excited? Brett Kane, are you excited?
Okay, well, I'll give you that. There's also another bit of news. Maybe the Justin Fields thing isn't as bad as originally thought.
Okay. I mean, when they bring out the cart, man, they took him to the injury tent. They looked him to the injury tent. Then they brought out the cart for him and wheeled him to the locker room.
Now, still, we don't know what this means. Adam Schefter says, Jets coach Aaron Glenn told reporters that Justin Fields suffered a toe injury today.
Oh.
And it's too early to determine its severity. Now, toes can be a mess. Like
turf toe can knock you out for a while.
Or like you feel like it's your toe, and you can get that, what is it called? Where your foot like splits in half. Plantar fascia?
Yeah.
You can have that thing, which is like, that's a season-ending injury. God, I knew a guy. His name was Zach Miller. He was a tight end in the NFL for a few years. He said he had that happen. He goes, ooh, that just felt weird. He caught a pass, got tackled. Said, my foot felt weird. So I ran over the sideline. And they go, what's wrong? And it's like, I don't know, like the middle of my foot hurts. And they go, all right, let's take the shoe off. They took the shoe off, and they said the middle of his foot flopped like this. Yeah. So that stuff is not easy to come back from either. So who knows about Justin Fields? Now, the NFL is doing their top 100 players thing. If you're watching the NFL Network, they got that running basically 24/7 right now. Would it be a surprise if I told you that Bo Nix is number 64 as voted by the players?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's a surprise?
I don't know. That sounds probably about right? Like here's the players around him. Here's the 4 or 5 players that are ranked around him. Jordan Love. He's ranked ahead of Jordan Love. Jordan Love's ranked at number 68.
That's surprising.
So Jordan Love is 68. Malik Neighbors is 67. So this is he's a rookie too. So first time he's making the list. Number 66 is Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
Number 65 is Trey McBride. And then number 64 is Bo Nix.
So, to my knowledge, I don't think that the players, they get a little caught up with the quarterback stuff. But they've had, like, number 2 in the league is T.J. Watt before. Mm-hmm. Like, they're pretty good about, I know the quarterback position is more important, but still.
Well, I mean, Patrick Surtain's going to make the top 10 of this list, right? Because Patrick Surtain is a top 10 player in the NFL.
So, Zach Allen also made this list. He was in the 90s, I think, if I remember right. So let's see.
I mean, like, there's 63 players better in the NFL than Bo Nix, is what the NFL.com is saying.
So I kind of just want to go through this and look at quarterbacks that he's ahead of. So Tua's one of them.
Tua's behind him?
Tua is 91.
I don't know what the hell the Dolphins... Man, did you hear what Tua had to say about Tyreek, brother?
Zach Allen was number 90. Yes, I did.
Man, what the things that Tyreek did at the end of last season, they're coming. That ghost is coming back around to get him this season, man. His teammates are not down with and even Tyreek's like, listen, I know I made a mistake. It's got to build up trust. Like he's like, man, if they don't vote me for captain, he's like, I gotta win them back on that as well. And Tua's like, yeah, he does. I don't trust him right now. Woo, Tua, go.
Tua basically said, I want out of Miami, and then immediately made his avatar him chucking the deuces on Twitter. But you know what? The second he runs 1,000,000 miles an hour down the sideline for an 80-yard touchdown, maybe
they'll forgive him.
Maybe all's forgiven after that. So what do we have right now? We have Tua, we have Jordan Love.
Jordan Love, Tua and Jordan Love all behind Bo.
Dak Prescott is 79.
Yeah, that sounds about right, man. I don't know what to expect from Dak Prescott this season. Although, like in a vacuum, Dak Prescott is a better quarterback than the three guys that we just named.
Yeah.
But
Sam Darnold is 72.
It was the injury situation with Dak, right? You're like, man, he was hurt most of the season. We don't know. Like, what's the best season Dak Prescott's ever had? It's probably been a pretty damn impressive season, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know what he's expected this year to bounce
big,
back as.
Like the numbers part, he can rack those up in a hurry, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. He has 1, 2, 3 seasons where he's thrown over 4,500 yards in a year. Like, that's pretty good, man.
So
that's all right.
If I told you this, as of right now, Bo Nix is ahead of Tua, Dak, Darnold, and Jordan Love. Would you agree with that? I don't think that's how teams would perceive that.
No. But you know what? Here in Denver, I think we all, right? Can you find somebody who wouldn't take Bo in that situation? Although, honestly, man, I'm
intrigued by Jordan Love, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and seriously, the things you hear about him and like what he could be if he figures it all out.
Yeah.
Is better than any of those.
Jordan Love or Bo?
No, I'm talking about Jordan Love.
Yeah,
I have no idea what Bo looked like.
Right.
I have no idea what Bo Nix's ceiling is.
No
idea.
Love's got insane ability.
But with like Dak, we already know what a truly great season from Dak looks like. It looks like almost 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns compared to 8 interceptions is what it looks like. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's a great year.
That's a really good year. But is that what the Cowboys are expecting out of him? This year,
they paid him like it.
But the NFL players are doing the voting, right? In this poll, and they have Dak behind all those guys. They have Dak behind Jordan and Bo, and who else you say? Sam Darnold.
Man, Darnold's the one that I'd be like, I'd take Bo over him.
Mm-hmm. But not anybody.
Tua is like, when Tua's healthy, Tua's incredibly intriguing. It's
the
going to take one hit.
It's the concussion issues where you're just like, man, I don't know if I'm going to have a starting quarterback because one hit and he could be out for his career.
So with those 4, I think I would go Bo's above Darnold. I would put him above Tua just because of that. Just because I don't think I can trust Tua to stay healthy.
You know what?
Dak is like a coin flip. Maybe Dak's a little above him, and I put Jordan Love above Bo.
Okay.
That's how I do it.
Okay, just because of ceiling, just because of arm talent, and ceiling, and athleticism, all that kind of stuff, you put him above there?
Can I make an argument for this, though? Like, this is what I've said about Jamal. And Jamal he's never been seen as like a top 3 guard in the league, top 5 guard in the league. No. Now, he's played like it for spurts before. Like, when they won the championship, you'd be hard-pressed to find any guard as good as Jamal Murray at that time.
Right.
But I will say this. There's something to the idea of you might not be that guy, but your fit with the current situation is that.
Right.
And maybe Bo Nix has some of that with Sean Payton, where Sean Payton just knows how to deal with his skill set better than most others would.
Mm-hmm.
No, I guess AG's a better example. AG's not an all-star.
But
for the Nuggets,
he's Mr. Nugget, man.
He is everything that you absolutely need on that roster is Aaron Gordon.
And you're saying that maybe Bo Nix is Mr. Bronco?
Maybe Bo Nix.
He just fits everything that Sean wants to do.
Yeah, maybe Bo Nix to Sean Payton is just like this is my perfect combination of skills that I need, sort of thing. I don't know.
In the top 100 list, there's going to be a lot of quarterbacks who don't make that list, right? Like I'm like,
I think so.
Where's Danny Dimes on that list? Do they going to be right? Do the state consider him better than Bo or worse? Nah, he's not going to make that top 100. How many quarterbacks are going to make the top 100 though? Of the 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL currently.
Well, Buffalo's going to have one. Baltimore's going to have one. Cincy's going to have one.
You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think Rodgers is making it.
No, there's no way the players vote Aaron Rodgers.
So CJ will make it.
Yeah,
won't he?
Yeah, but like all the
Mahomes,
is Drake
Herbert.
May gonna make it? Wait, yeah, Drake is like.
I don't think Drake May will.
Like JJ McCarthy won't because we haven't seen him throw a ball yet. Is Penix won't because he hasn't had enough starts.
Purdy?
Jaden is gonna be in the top 25 or something ridiculous, isn't he?
Purdy?
Brock Purdy. Dog.
Like,
I bet you didn't make the list, right? No. He's definitely he's gonna show up at like 53 or something like that, right?
Think?
There's no way the players look at that dude and the contract he just signed and the wins that he has in San Francisco and say he's not a top 100 quarterback in the. Oh, I don't know, man.
He had 20 TDs and 12 picks last year.
I don't know, man. I don't know if
he might have missed it.
I think players might think Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, man.
Yeah.
But we'll know here in a week or so. But
I think they're doing this like every day or something like that.
Yeah.
Number 64. As voted by the players.
Like Russell Wilson ain't making this list, right?
No,
he ain't making this list. Caleb Williams, is he making it? The number one pick last year. He's not going to make that top 100, right?
I don't think so.
Jared Goff, where's he going to fit?
He's probably in there. He's probably in the.
I'm sure he is, but it fits. I feel like players in the league probably respect Jared Goff, but are also like, I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, he's not going to be like top 20. I would say he's somewhere like in the 50s.
Does Kirk Cousins make the list?
Oh, he's done now. No way. Talk to Jeff Legwold in just a couple minutes. Stick around. Oh, it's that time of year, Birdo. Birdo filling in for Vic and Moj today. We will be out at Broncos camp for the first time tomorrow, but the man who's been there already, of course he has, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It is Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. What's up, Leggy?
Morning, fellas.
Good
What
morning.
year is this? What number of training camp is this for you?
For the Broncos, I believe it's 22, and I think it's 40 overall.
Damn,
Wow.
40 is a lot. There's so much. How much has it changed? How much? I mean, listen, it's compared just in the last. I mean, it's changed in the last 10 years, but how much of it's changed in the last 30 years? Training camp in the NFL.
I'm probably still wearing the same shirt, Bruno, but I think I got a lot less hair, and they hit a lot less. I think that would be the two.
Yeah.
So, like, you head into a training camp, and every training camp's kind of got a theme, right? Last year, obviously, it was the quarterbacks, and Bo Nix is the rookie, and he's battling for the job. What do you see as the theme this year heading into camp?
Well, I think the theme is you don't really have a theme other than, this team retained more players from last season than any other team in the league. And I think I think they're basically saying they're in a position, made the playoffs, ready to see if they can push farther with roughly the same roster. And when they chose to make improvements on a wild card team, they went right at the defense, which was already good. So those are the things I think that stick out to me. And look, they're not doing much. I mean, this looks like a lot like mini camp right now as they ramp it up. But when you see the starting 11 on defense on the field, just moving in drills, it's an impressive group. If it stays healthy, they're going to be a problem for people.
How much is this offense going to look the same or look different compared to I mean, Sean Payton talked about the install and how long it's going to take and how different do you think the offense is going to look this season compared to last?
Well, Berto, I think they want Evan Ingram involved a lot at tight end. I think they'd like to open up that part of the offense. That group has been, the least productive tight end group in the league in back-to-back seasons. And for this offense to be everything it has been in the past with Sean Payton in New Orleans, especially, the tight end component has been a big part of it. And, I think they want that here, and they believe they need it. And it would, I think they believe, open up a lot of other things we haven't seen yet, which, some more big impact runs out of play action and more impact in the middle of the field if it isn't Cortland Sutton doing it. I think they just see that's where the biggest improvement can be made. If they can get that position involved the way he did in New Orleans, over the years, I think they'll feel like, they'll have the kind of impact they're going to need to really challenge in the AFC.
Leggy, Sean Payton talked about it yesterday. Bo Nix, sophomore slumps, year 2 walls. He seems very unconcerned. Are you?
Well, I guess I disagree slightly with him that they somehow don't exist. That was his, he was just having a hard time off the top of his head naming people that took a huge plummet. And he's right about that. If you had a really good rookie year quarterback, you're probably going to have a pretty good year in year 2, no matter what. But there is an adjustment, and we've seen it over the years. It's just, if you're the Broncos, you want to limit that sort of market correction as people get more used to you and have studied you more. Yes, as he said yesterday, they study you during the season, but they study you in terms of how they'll play him that week. In the off season, they study, what are some of the big picture things we want to do to make it difficult on the quarterback. And that's kind of what happens now, especially in the first month of the season. And Sean Payton said it yesterday too. It's very important for this team to get off to a better start than it has. And to do that, part of that is going to be how Bo Nix deals with what defenses have decided over the last 3 months that he won't like very much.
Yeah. On top of that, when it comes to what exactly does that mean? I know it's like, is it just giving different looks? Like, the way I think the Broncos can counter is if they have an actual running game where play action could actually work because they might be scared you might run the football. Like, it feels like that can counteract some of this stuff. But I guess, what are the specifics that you think he's going to have to deal with this year as opposed to last year?
I think, we haven't seen it yet, but my gut is, just from talking to some defensive coaches that I know, is I think, a lot of Sean Payton's offense is based on, a lot of the movement routes through the middle of the field, the crossers, some of the overlaps and, things between the numbers. And I think defenses initially, at least, will try to push as much of the action outside the numbers as they can, because that'll challenge Bo Nix's arm strength. It will challenge the time he has in the pocket to make those throws. They will want to take away a lot of the quick hit things that he had a lot of success with last year. The flash routes and the, out, turn around, boom, the ball's there. They want to take away, they will want to take away some of that. Now, obviously the Broncos know that Sean Payton, it's not his first rodeo with all this. And a lot of people try to take a lot of that stuff away with the Saints too. That's where the tight end comes in. You start having impact in contested situations with a tight end in the middle of the field. It's a lot harder for defenses to dictate, to make you push the ball outside when you don't want to.
Do you think the Broncos will have a 1,000-yard rusher this season? Do you think Sean Payton will hand the ball off that many times this year?
I've always said he has said he'd like to run the ball more, but I am in the I'll believe it when I see it department. And I think they might just spread the snaps around so much that it would be difficult, to say they're going to have a 1,000-yard rusher. But I do think, the quote unquote starter when games open, I think Dobbins will be that guy the most often.
Who do you think, as far as new addition to the team, is going to catch the eye of people in camp most?
Trey Greenlaw, and if you care about defense, if you don't mind not watching the ball for 10 minutes, I watched him for about 4 seconds yesterday, and that's a different kind of player than they've had at linebacker, for a little bit. That's a big guy with movement skills and really good reactions to the ball, understands what he's looking at, all of that. If he's healthy, if he plays 15, 16, 17 games this year, this defense goes from already one of the best 2 or 3 in the league to a really elite level.
Does that apply to Hufanga too?
Oh yeah. I mean, they're energy guys, they're experienced, they've played big games, they've been on good teams. You can just tell they bring that air, of success with them. And I think that's part of the reason, I've always been a draft first guy, but if you're going to go in free agency and you're going to have to, all the time in the NFL, you want to bring success in. You want to bring people who've had success, know what it takes, know what the requirements are for success. And I think that's what those two guys bring. And along with really good abilities, if they're both healthy, really good chance this is the best defense in the league, because a lot of people thought it was the best defense in the league last year.
Why do you think the Broncos went strength for strength? Because, I mean, obviously the defense was the primary unit, and they're like, let's add on. Let's just get better on the defensive side of the ball. Why do you think the Broncos made that decision? Was it just the free agents available? Or they're like, we are a defensive team. Let's keep doing it.
I don't think Sean Payton would ever say he's a defense, he coaches a defensive team, but I think he understands and believes. I think he believes he can scheme a lot of things on offense. If he has the right players, the guys he wants, I think he's always going to believe he can scheme things on offense to fix, to repair. But he knows, look at the AFC. Look at what you have to navigate to even get to the conference championship game. The list of quarterbacks is just epic. I don't remember a time really when it was quite like this. You know, you can have a franchise quarterback and not make the playoffs very easily. Ask Joe Burrow and the Bengals last year. But to navigate that, you have to be impactful on defense. And I think that's what he sees. If you're going to make that little extra push, yeah, you're going to need touchdowns, you're going to need a good quarterback, but you're going to have to limit somebody else's franchise quarterback on downs that matter. And if you look at it, Buffalo did the same thing. They attacked some deficiencies on defense, third down, some pass defense. They did the same thing, really, the Broncos did.
Leggy, last thing, real quick. We were just going through this. The NFL Top 100, which is voted on by the players. The quarterbacks that are on this list, Bo Nix just came up at number 64. Best player in the league is voted on by the players. That's in front of Tua, Dak, Darnold, and Jordan Love. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think there's some recency bias in there. Mm-hmm. You know, Dak didn't play, you know, the seasons Dak had and Tua had last year, impacted by injury. So there's always recency bias when you ask current players about current players. And I think that's what you see. I think Bo is probably a little high. If you were asking GMs to rank the top 100 players, he finishes in the top 100, I would guess, from my GM folks I talked to, but maybe not that high.
Probably not in front of Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one I would say if I'm a general manager at 10,000 feet, just looking at it, you know, with the data or whatever, that's the one you would challenge. And some of that is just the length of resume.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. He joins us every single Thursday. And Jeff, I won't bother you in your bubble tomorrow, but I will see you tomorrow at Broncos camp.
Yeah, I'm easy to spot, as you know.
Jeff Legwold. Always appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Take care, fellas. We'll see you.
All Conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. So Birdo filling in for Vic and Moj today for the final hour. Good friend of mine, Marcus Washington, going to be with us talking football all hours. Stick around. All right, final hour. Berto in for Vic and Moj, as he has been all week, and will be tomorrow as we're at Broncos training camp. But very happy to be talking to my buddy of mine, former Buff. You spent a couple of years in training camps. Marcus Washington joins the program. Hello, Marcus.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me in.
So you've done the training camp. How many years or how many camps did you go to?
2.
You went to 2.
2.
So I guess it's different for you than it would be for like a 15-year-old or a 15-year
Right,
grizzled
yeah,
vet.
different from a 15-year-old. Probably get his butt beat at camp, man.
15-year veteran is what I meant to say, like a grizzled vet. But is training camp time, or like, are you pumped to be back in the swing? Is the initial feeling like, oh, yes, this is great, I'm back at doing football? Or are you like, good Lord, I have to do all this work now before the season starts?
Well, when you're a vet, not that I got to that status, but when you're a vet, you're like.
But in college you did.
Well, yeah, but at some point you go, you know what? Man, here we go again. You're always excited and pumped up to get back into it and get started. But then when you're a vet, you also know the little sneaky things to do, bring a couple of extra pillows, maybe sit out a drill, push a rookie into a drill a little ahead of you, you get an extra break. But, yeah, man, it's always exciting to get back into it.
Sure. Part of that, too, is when I look at it, we're going to be there tomorrow for Broncos camp, is it always – it's funny because we're there – and you always see the line that kind of, especially the veteran players hit, where it's like, I've had enough. I'm just going to start fighting somebody if I see them again. Like, this is all fun before this, but now I'm getting tired of seeing your face every single day across from me.
Oh, yeah, because you get sick of that, man. You're like, hey, okay, we're going to just take this playoff. Not a lot of plays, just this one. And you get that one young guy that's in there that doesn't understand. Like, hey, man, it is 95 degrees out here.
Yeah.
They said go half speed. You're going 100 miles an hour. Okay, now I'm going to punch you in the face.
Well, you told me a story kind of on that subject when you were at CU, where you got barked at by McCartney, right?
Oh, man, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Share that story with everybody else. It's great.
So I'm a freshman, right, in there. And back then we had Rashawn Salam was our Heisman, up for the Heisman running back. And I'm on defense, and Bill McCartney walks up behind me in the huddle, and he says, hey, is this what I recruited you for? Is this how they tackle in Colorado Springs? It's not acceptable. He just whispers it real nice in my ear and walks away. So then I'm pumped up. I'm like, what? Okay. So they hand the ball to Rashawn on a toss, and I'm playing safety. I come down here, and I'm thinking, hey, I'm going to smack. I'm going to show Coach Mack. I'm going to show you that you recruited me for the right reasons. Man, I hit Rashawn Salam with all I had. He stiff-armed me, looked at me, and shook his head like, if you don't get off me, freshman. And Bill McCartney promptly kicked me out of practice. Get out of here. You don't touch my starters. Get off the field. And I'm sitting there like, what did I do?
What do you want?
What do you want from me? And
too
promptly
much,
kicked me off the field, man.
Nice.
I literally had to go to the locker room. I was done for the day.
Did you, how quickly when you're in camp or when you're playing, do you know that somebody has or doesn't have it? You know what I mean? That whatever. Because me and Brett earlier were talking about the special players that have it, whatever it is. Yeah. Like, how quickly do you recognize a guy
Right away.
Right away.
Like when you're at CU and you see a freshman come in, you're like, oh, that dude's he's a guy.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Daniel Graham. Daniel Graham. We all know Daniel Graham. He's a CU legend. Won 2 Super Bowls with the Patriots. When he came in the summertime straight out of high school, we knew right away that guy had it. It was like, holy cow. He beat me. I think I was in my 3rd year at CU as a starter.
Yeah.
And this guy in 7-on-7 in the summertime ran by me so quick. He's a tight end. I was like, this kid can't be fast. He's right out of high school. This guy, I knew right then he had it. Yeah. Right then. Yeah. And the same thing in the NFL. You know right away when you see guys that they had it. When I was a rookie with the Patriots, I'm in camp, and Ty Law was our starting corner.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm on the sideline watching Ty Law work, and I'm looking at this little guy. I'm like, that's Ty Law? Like, as little as he is? Oh, my God, you couldn't catch a pass on that guy. Yeah. So you know right away when they have it.
I remember it's funny. I'm not a football player. I just went to Broncos camp a few years back, and I just saw Patrick Surtain standing up, and I go,
yeah,
what's that? What is that, and how is that a corner? Because he's 6'4", like 6'4", 2, whatever, and super quick. You're just like, good Lord, man. That's why he was up for.
But there's not a lot of those guys around. You know what I mean? A lot of guys are just out there grinding. There's not many dudes who have that kind of talent, just like born to play football.
You know who I'm looking forward to see? Because Surtain won the Thorpe, right? We got him.
Yeah.
The guy,
Barron,
the corner they just drafted, he also won the Thorpe and he's from Texas.
Yep.
He looks like he's a man child too. He's like 6'2", 205 pounds or something like that.
He's one of those guys who likes to hit you. You know what I mean? Like, I love Dion,
he's
man.
Physical.
Like, and Dion was maybe the greatest corner ever.
Yeah.
But Dion
He
did
made
not have the
business
reputation
decisions.
of like, I want to hit somebody. But like, you know what I mean? Barron seems like a kind of guy who's like, I'm gonna light you up. I want to hit you.
Yeah.
The good thing, at least from what we've heard so far, but he was one of those. I trust. So Jeff Legwald, who we just talked to, Marcus, he has this every year. He does his top 100. He talks to all these different scouts and people and makes a list of the top 100 players in the draft. And I think Barron was. Do you remember, Nelly? Was it number 7? I think on the list, and he dropped all the way to where the Broncos were. And the whole point and the whole thing surrounding him was he's immediate plug and play. Don't got to worry about it. He's ready to go type of guy. But he's also versatile enough where if you like Riley Moss playing opposite Surtain outside, you can throw him nickel. He can play dime. Like, he can do a lot of different stuff.
I watched his highlights at Texas, and he played in the slot.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest position for a DB to cover is the slot because the receiver has the entire field to use. And I watched Barron, and I was like, holy cow, this guy has everything.
Yeah.
He's physical. He's fast. He's a ball hawk. And I was like, I can't wait to see this guy with the Broncos.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm excited about some of the new guys. Like, for a veteran who joins a defense that we expect to be maybe the best in the league, if not a top 3, you know what I mean? Like, you guys got to be top 3 defense, if not the best defense in the league right now. How do you feel as a player coming into that situation? Are you like, I'm joining one of the best defenses in the league, or you think to yourself, man, I got to step my game up, otherwise, you know what I mean? Like, because I am joining one of the best defenses in the league.
Yeah, I got to do my part. Yeah.
All of the above. With Greenlaw coming in at linebacker, I heard you guys talking about him earlier. Long as he stays healthy, he is a beast. And with drafting a corner and bringing those two guys, the safety in from San Francisco and those guys in, let me tell you right now, you have to step up. You have to understand that this was one of the top defenses in the league. You're joining it, and you either make it or you get cut. You step up, you get cut.
You know, one thing we were talking about this earlier. There's this idea of like a second-year slump or a second-year wall, especially for rookie quarterbacks going into year 2 because there's tape on them and blah, blah, blah. It's one of those, I don't know, everybody's got a different thought on this. Payton is very unconcerned with it. I think I am, like, not concerned just because there's some other things that they've improved on the offense that I think should make it easier. Not to mention, I just don't know. I don't know how much more they could have thrown at Bo Nix in year 1. And the one thing that I noticed, and we kind of pointed this out earlier. So Bo Nix, and I think these numbers can get kind of fraudulent because it didn't feel that way when you were watching all year last year, but he finished with the second most touchdowns ever for a rookie QB. 29. And that was just throwing the ball. 29.
It didn't feel that way, yeah.
But he had 1 touchdown through the first month of the season. He had 1 through the first 4 weeks. And so he put up 28 in the final 13 games. You're like, did I see that wrong? Or did the numbers just kind of prove that? So I don't know. It
didn't feel like their offense was on tilt. You know what I mean?
No.
It didn't feel like they were looking,
But maybe that is his next step, is that he would have those moments of, we all remember the big throw to Mims over the middle against Cleveland, right? The big 90-yarder. He would have those and then 3 straight 3-and-outs. And I think that's kind of what confused the brain. So maybe just getting more consistent is the focus he needs.
Yeah. As far as that slump goes, I think the biggest difference is that I've seen is that teams adjust, right? So when you get a guy think about Lamar Jackson, right? In his first year in the league, he just lit the league up, right? With his arm and his legs. And then all of a sudden, teams slowly started to adjust. He slows down a little bit. He becomes more and more of a pocket passer and still could light you up with his legs, right? Teams adjust. I think with Bo Nix, what's going to happen in his second year is that teams are going to have enough film on him, and they're going to say, this is what he's good at. This is what we're going to take away from him. But I think Sean Payton has done a great job bringing in some guys, some running backs, Evan Ingram at tight end, and, offensively giving him a couple more weapons.
Sure.
That it's going to take a little more pressure off him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he's just going to, I think he's going to flourish. I don't think he's going to have a sophomore slump.
Yeah, it's so weird because I've heard the statement that Bo Nix is polarizing. That there are some people who love him and some people who hate him, but at the same, I don't really feel like are there a lot of people out there nationally who are still questioning Bo Nix, or there are people here in this city who are questioning Bo Nix and how he can, that's QB1, right? Nobody doesn't think
no.
He's not the starting quarterback of the Broncos, right?
I think it's it's kind of how I think he's in a Brock Purdy place right now. Nobody thinks he sucks, but it's like, are you just okay, or are you like? Can you be a guy who can carry a team to something higher?
Are you great are you very good or great? Or is that the question that we're still asking ourselves about Bo? Because it feels like
it's been a year. I mean, it's going to take some time. Here's when you say right away. Here's what I knew right away from Bo I guess not right away, but towards the end of camp, I started to be like, he's a lot faster than I thought he was. His arm's a little bit better than I thought it was.
There was a lot of questions about his arm strength. They're like, can he throw the long ball? Like, you know what I mean? Is he accurate with the long ball? And that didn't seem to be any issue.
One thing I know is that I think he's going to be fine. Like, he'll be a quarterback that's in the league for a long time. Now, is that going to be like franchise
Daniel Jones level of he's good enough to maybe start for us? Or
how about who would be a good example? Like, I've thrown out Goff before. Like a Baker
once
type.
Again, here in this city, we don't care about that. We care whether or not he's going to be the next John Elway or Peyton Manning, right? That's all is that his ceiling? That's all we really care about, right?
Right.
True greatness. And I mean, you don't have to be Peyton and you don't have to be John, because those are outliers. But if you have to be great to be the quarterback of the Denver Broncos,
sure.
What does that mean, though? What does that look like out on the field?
Looking at their schedule, I would say after by game 6, we're going to really know, I think, who he is and who he's going to be.
I think so, too.
Forward
I think it's a good number.
Yeah. Because game 6 is Cincinnati, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Philadelphia, they're at Philly.
Oh,
Philly.
yeah, that's
they're at Philly.
Yeah, that's a measuring stick game right there, right? Where you're like, this is the defending champs. Let's see what we can do against them.
Well, we've got Cincinnati that comes in here, and then they go to Philly. And I think by then we're going to really the city's going to have a really good idea of who he is and who he's going to be.
Yeah.
And I think the guy's going to be great.
Yeah, because that stretch, though, just to start the season, and that's why I think that Sean Payton is emphasizing a better start than last year so much. Tennessee just feels like a given.
You got to win that game.
It just feels like a given.
Right? Like, unless Cam Ward is the truth, right? Unless Cam comes in and he's playing like Jaden, right?
Even if he is, he can't do that week 1 against that defense.
I don't know. What did Jaden look like in the first game for Washington? I mean, they won that thing, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they won the first game. I have no idea.
Hang on, let me see.
Yeah, I have no idea. Nobody expects Cam to be that good that soon. But yeah, it is a little
typically defenses are ahead of offenses anyway.
Yeah.
For a few weeks, you know what I mean? So we have to win game 1. I'm pretty sure we will.
Yeah. So Jaden's first game, they got smoked by Tampa, 37-20. He was 17 of 24, 184 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Now he ran for 88 yards and a couple touchdowns.
All right. So after game 1, nobody was like, "This dude's the truth." Not yet, at least.
Well, there was
how many games did it take for people to be like, "Yo,
dude"? If you remember, sort of midway through the year, there was kind of like when Bo Nix had a couple of really good games. It was like, could he compete with him for Rookie of the Year? Like, they were kind of close, and then Jaden just went.
Yeah, they started winning games left.
Yeah. But look, we can talk about this a little bit more in a bit. One thing I do want to talk about with you is your former school and what the expectations should be for Dion Sanders now that Shador, Travis Hunter, Shiloh, all of his sort of like the guys who are linked arm in arm all walking into Boulder together. Well, what happens next? We'll get to it. Marcus Washington, Berto, myself, back after this. All right, Berto filling in for Vic and Moj all week this week, including tomorrow when we're at Broncos camp. Marcus Washington, former Buff, in for the final hour of the show. Speaking of Marcus, I always thought there was always a weird dynamic, and there was always going to be when you're not only head coach, but your dad. And not only are you head coach and dad, you're also trying to start something really brand new in Boulder. Both from the team wasn't very good when you take over perspective, and Dion is totally different than anybody else thing. We were just talking about this the other day. I'll never forget when he's having his introductory press conference, and he goes, everybody's going to get here. We're going to have to earn your playing time on the field. By the way, that's your starting quarterback. Points at Shedeur. It's like, all right. But now that's gone. That's gone now. And I just from the former Buffs perspective, what do you measure success as for Prime now that that's done and he's no longer Dion the dad, he's Dion the coach?
Same as always, wins and losses.
Yeah.
Success is wins and losses. That's what that program's always been about. National championships, wins and losses, great athletes, and great coaches. And the expectation for Dion this year is greater than it was last year and the year before that. It's because bowl game, but you got to win a bowl game. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, with the expansion of the playoffs, that we can get the team into the playoffs this year and make a little noise. But that's going to be, we got a bunch of new guys, new quarterbacks. Like you said, son's gone, all your kids are gone. So
I've wondered the transfer thing. Obviously, having a whole bunch of roster turnover, blah blah blah. That is. Oh, that orange juice got a little spike in there?
Yeah, there's a spice in there, brother.
Is that more screwdrivery than orange juice?
Yikes.
Yeah, it looks a little light to be looks a little light to be orange juice.
Man, I'm here for it.
But here's the thing. I don't know if I buy the roster turnover stuff. That's every school.
What do you mean, the NIL stuff where everybody's coming in and going out and whatever you're getting paid and all that? You mean?
Well, there's a lot of people who are CU fans out there that are like, yeah, but he's got a new quarterback this year and he's got like X amount of new starters, and I'm like, that's every school in college football now. That is what college football is. Yep. Ohio State is turning over a quarterback every single year.
Yeah. Well, how many millions did Texas Tech spend on their roster? Was it $23 million they spent on NIL?
Texas also.
Yes, great. Yeah. The Longhorns spend some cash.
But it's like roster turnover is now what college football is. There is not teams that have 4-year starters anymore.
But 4 years ago or 5 years ago, we would not be talking CU football. You know what I mean? Like the Buffs have got national attention because of Dion and what and what he's done up there at that school, right? Like CU is now part of the conversation, and before. Like the last time we were talking about CU like we are now is like when you were in school. You know what I mean? Like when back then. Yeah. So it's been a while.
Here's the thing.
There's is there any? I guess I should ask the question like this: is there anything negative to having Dion as head coach of the Buffs? Because I don't like right now. I don't
know.
It's all positive, right?
I can't find one. It's all positive. He's bringing in the right guys. He's got a great coaching staff. All these Hall of Famers. He recently brought back a former Buff that played offensive line, Andre Gerard, who, he's a really quiet guy. Nobody's talking a lot about him, but he played a long time in the NFL. Mm-hmm. He started at CU. He played for the Detroit Lions. Mm-hmm. And Dre is a great offensive line coach, and he's back and helping. So he's bringing in all the right people. Nothing but positivity is all I see.
Yeah. There's the only questions I have about Dion are this. I still don't know after 2 years. Dion, I know his strengths. He's an amazing recruiter, and he's an amazing promoter, obviously. Mm-hmm. I've always thought where you've gotten yourself in a place where you're competitive now. Like they won 9 games last year, right? And you've pushed yourself into the conversation where at the end of the season, you were fighting for a Big 12 championship, which ultimately would have led to a college football playoff spot. That's big-time college football stuff.
Oh, yeah.
When you get to that level, it's then about talent's going to be pretty similar between your team and other teams. Do you have the coaching acumen and the X's and O's stuff to kind of to combat that with others? And he's done a good job of hiring people on staff. But my thought is, You get paid $10 million a year.
Expecting North Carolina
Well,
now. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but
is it like Dion's first year with CU where you're just like,
Might be
I don't know
little
what
bit.
to expect, but this is going to be fun no matter what.
But my thing is, if you're getting paid Ryan Day and DeBoer and you're getting paid Brian Kelly money,
that's national title money.
All of those guys have natties. You've gotten paid what feels like for now is you've done this amazing job of taking the team from where they were at, which was 1-11, to 9-3 and competitive. But you've been rewarded for the come up. Now you have to be earning the money
Now
of
you've got to earn
being at that level.
Yeah, you've got to make. He's almost this year or next year. He's almost got to make the playoffs. He's almost with that money that they're paying him. He almost has to get in, right, to justify the money and the things that he's done and the things that's coming, that's happening up in Boulder. And I took a look at their schedule, and let me tell you something. It is not an easy schedule. It's not as easy as you think when you first look at it, because they've got Iowa State, who they didn't play last year, who was really good. I think Iowa State finished second in the Big 12 at 11-3. They're going to be tough coming into Boulder. They've got TCU again. TCU falls back in. They've got BYU, who shellacked us in the bowl game.
Right.
So, and Georgia Tech, first game out the gate, they're no slouches either.
Yeah, that's a month from now. That game's a month from now.
They lost
to
Georgia.
Should have won
42-44.
I remember that game.
Yeah.
They have a really good habit of like
stepping up and playing.
We're gonna kick somebody in the teeth that we shouldn't, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Here's what's funny though. I don't know how people are reacting to this, but when you said the next couple of years they should be in the conversations for
you got to be one of those 12 teams that make the playoff, right?
That's not crazy at all.
No,
like to be in the playoff, to make the playoff. We're talking about winning the Big 12.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't be that much of an ask for a guy making $10 million a year. Like, that should be like I think I said this before. Dion should every 3 to 4 years be a Big 12 champion.
I agree with that.
Okay.
If you're making that kind of money, I think you have to be.
Yeah, making that kind of money.
Is that unfair?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, once again, I pay Dion whatever he wants to stay because, I'm assuming there's schools that are going to be throwing money at Dion to come do what he did here, there. Yeah. But I would be fine if Dion's lifetime coach up there at CU just keeps on keeping on.
Let's go.
Because the talent that shows up from the coaching staff, you're right. Some of the coaches that are on that staff are amazing.
Wow.
Are amazing. And the players who want to come up there and play at CU. Because for years when CU was down, I kept saying, it has almost anybody should be able to recruit up at Boulder. That's a beautiful campus and the Flatirons, and that stadium is amazing. How can you not recruit to that stadium? And now you got somebody who does. The best players in the nation want to stop by and see what's going on and see you. Keep Dion there forever, and that means, expecting national titles for the Buffs, I like it, but at the same time, man, college football is nasty.
I don't think expecting titles is what you should do, but making the playoff, that just means winning the conference. You should be able to do that once every 3 4 years.
If you're a top 2 team in the conference or top 3 team, will 3 teams make it out of the
No, definitely not.
Nah, but maybe 2. Maybe 2. The top 2 teams in the conference
Yeah.
might make it, depending on how many get in from the SEC and the Big Ten.
Like, let's be honest, you aren't competing against Ohio. It's not Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. It's not that. It's not Georgia, LSU, Bama, Auburn. It's not that either.
We could win the Big 12.
You can win the Big 12.
We can win the Big 12.
I think
Absolutely.
it's an advantage of being there is as much as everybody thought, hey, let's go to the Big 10 and make Big 10 money, you can be considered a player in college football while winning an easier conference. I'm like, if you gave the Broncos the chance to sign up to play in the AFC West or the AFC South, what would you do? It's like, dude, I'm playing the South.
Absolutely. Let's go to South.
Mm-hmm.
Got a better chance to win.
I think our Buffs, we're gonna do pretty well. I think we will definitely make a bowl game next year. The schedule's tough. I think Dion's doing a great job up there. He's brought in some great talent.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good recruiting class with the high school, which everybody knows is transfer portal or bust these days.
Right.
But he's brought in some really great high school recruits that I think is going to help that program, continue to flourish.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. We can win the Big 12. it's just gonna, somebody's gonna have to falter a couple of places.
How much? I mean, you probably had the best player in college football on your team last year.
Probably.
Travis. What? You had the best player. You had the best player in Travis. And I do like
one of the best quarterbacks.
And I do like the fact that Jacksonville's like, yeah, we gonna play on both sides of the ball. Travis gets to play both sides of the ball here in the NFL. I want to see how that looks.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
No, do your thing, man.
I was just gonna ask you, like, when it comes down to it, here's what you're asking: can you be Arizona State? Can you be Iowa State? Can you be BYU? Can you be Baylor? Can you be TCU? Can you be those teams? It's like, why not?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you? Again, that's not a battle. And I know some teams, like Texas Tech, have a way more money to spend than you do.
Yeah.
But
where's Dion going to get that money in the future? Like, if you have to spend $20+ million in NIL money every offseason to bring in the players you want to bring in, like Texas Tech did, where they're just throwing money at kids to come play for them, like, is Dion going to have to keep finding more and more people to give more and more money to get to these?
Oh, he can do it. He can do it.
Yeah.
Hey, Boulder's not poor.
Right.
Boulder's not poor.
It makes me think, like, what do you think? Like, I mean, man, you missed out on the NIL era, brother.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, man,
what? You could have been making, like, I don't know what you, like, we talked to Scott Hastings, my man Hastings, who played in the NBA forever and won a title with the Pistons. But if Hastings played today, he'd make $100 million.
If I played today, I was before my time. A lot of my buddies like to say I was before my time. I was 6'2", 205 pounds, playing corner.
Yeah.
Running 4.4, 4.5, right? If I played today, I'd have a whole lot of NIL money. I promise you. I promise you, I'd have a whole lot of NIL money.
Oh, yeah. You know what? This sounds like me whenever I say, bro, I missed my era too. If you put me in the MLB in the 1880s, I'm Babe Ruth, man. I'm 6'3",
right, compared to those
205
guys, all those
pounds.
dudes are like 5'8", named Bumpy or whatever.
Yeah.
Pay him.
Old Curly is
would've
throwing
been
84-mile-an-hour fastballs.
Man, every time I look at Hastings, that dude's 6'11", can shoot and play defense. He would have made $100 million in playing in the NBA in this era. You know what I mean?
Pay that man.
That's like you were born a little too early, Scotty.
Okay, so you've missed out on this, Marcus. You missed out on this giant payday that never came your way. But what do you think about it? Do you think this is good? Are you happy? I mean, I'm sure you guys, when you were playing, were like, "Hey, man, how much? Why aren't we getting a little bit more money?" Then?
Like,
I was asking for per diem.
Rashawn would have
Can I
made
get some more
NIL.
per diem money, please, so I can get some Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Oh God, Rashawn, he won the Heisman that year.
Yeah.
Cordell Stewart, Westbrook.
Oh, I forgot about Cordell. Yeah,
our
all
offensive
those dudes
line.
would have been making
I played
money,
with all
man.
those guys. Oh my God.
Oh, they would have got paid.
Oh, they would have got paid.
You're right, because they weren't just popular here; they were popular everywhere. Like nationally. Yeah, they would have made big money.
Yeah, I missed out.
You did. Yeah, you did.
It's okay though. I'm happy for the guys that are doing it now. I just think they need to put some more regulations around it.
Sure.
But I think they're trying to do it the right way. They just hadn't quite gotten there yet, and they're working toward it. I'm really happy for these young men. It really tells you a lot about a young man when they say, "Hey, I'm going to school for the school. I'm going to school for my teammates. I'm going to school for an opportunity to win a national championship, get in the playoffs," as opposed to the kid who goes, "Well, how much money can you give me?"
Yeah.
Well, then he bounces around 3 to 4 schools. You know what I mean? So there's also a character part of that too. When a young man is like, "Well, I'm trying to get the bag," as they say. I'm trying to get the bag. But I think they're working toward doing it the right way for these young men. Some of the NIL money is just ridiculous.
I almost think the NIL is a smaller problem than, to me, the bigger one is just the transfer stuff.
Yeah.
Because here's what's happening.
You want to get rid of the transfer stuff?
No, I've always thought this was fair.
Let me. How about this?
Mm-hmm.
We talk about NIL. What do you think Arch Manning is making in NIL money at Texas this year?
This year?
Yeah. $6.5 million.
Oh, okay. I was close.
$6.5 million in NIL in sponsorship money.
Yeah.
And that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's more than what the average NFL player makes, right?
Yeah.
Like
way more.
Way more.
Yeah.
So now you got a situation where you're like, if you're Arch Manning, do you go to the league immediately, or you're like, I'll just make another 6.5 next year?
Doesn't need to be in a hurry.
I don't.
Maybe you check out what that draft order looks like, and you go,
right. And you're sitting there and you're looking at, like, really, Cleveland's picking number 1.
Yeah.
I'll stay another year.
We didn't ask you about Shador. Like, we were talking about, like, when you see a guy and immediately you're like, that dude's a player. Like, I always saw Shador playing quarterback and thought, that's a player. That's a ball. But when the NFL draft came around, it felt like the people making those selections did not agree with me that dude is a player. Like, you think Shador is an NFL quarterback, right?
Absolutely an NFL quarterback.
Why did he go into the 5th round then? What was that all about?
Oh, you know, some people say a little bit too much sometimes on national TV that can affect certain things in your life, you know, going forward. But I think they made a mistake by taking him that low. But I think he's also going to just do a great job. I think he's going to be great.
Yeah.
I think he's going to end up with that starting job.
Long career.
He's got a good head on his shoulders.
And
man.
I tell you
It's
what,
just-
if Cleveland makes the mistake and cuts him for any reason, whoever picks him up is going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Because the guy is an absolute beast. On
Like,
the
if he doesn't get the starting job there in Cleveland, I think he's gonna, like, they'll send him somewhere else, right? Because you can't just have somebody like, you have too many quarterbacks on the roster already.
Yeah.
You can't have like, somebody will trade for Shador, right? Take a chance
Yeah,
on Shador.
absolutely. They better.
And they'll give you a 4th or a 3rd for Shador. Like, all of a sudden you take your 5th round pick and turn him into a 3rd. But
he's gonna be a steal in the draft.
Well,
Yeah,
I wondered.
steal in the trade.
I wondered it, Marcus. Like we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but the idea that, you know, I turn on ESPN and they have this headline on, and it goes, "Do you think Shador Sanders starts Week 1 for the Cleveland Browns?" And I go, "They drafted a quarterback 2 rounds before him, like in his own draft. They took somebody 2 rounds ahead of him." And I'm like, "That's." I understand it's easier to talk about Shador than it is Dylan Gabriel, but wouldn't that indicate they think Dylan Gabriel's better than Shador Sanders?
Yeah, because they drafted him ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that. I don't think he starts a week 1.
No.
You know what? Week 6, depending on how they're doing.
Well, I don't even know if he starts at all, I guess is what I'm getting at. You know, it reminds me when Washington took RG3 and then drafted Kirk Cousins. Was it 2 rounds later?
Mm-hmm.
In the same draft? It was 2 or 3 rounds later. But RG3 was the starter, and then he got hurt, and then Cousins got an opportunity, and RG3 kept getting hurt, and then Cousins kept the job, whatever.
And you think Shador's just going to have to wait for that opportunity? Like, they're never going to give me the job here in Cleveland because they didn't believe in me. The owner made them take me at 5 in the 5th round. They believe it. They believe in Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and Dalen Gabriel before they believe in Shador.
Yeah, it's the only difference is, like, Dylan Gabriel's not RG3. I mean, he's a 3rd round pick, which is still pretty high, but it's not 2nd overall in the draft. So I don't think they feel like some immense pressure to, like, make sure that Dylan Gabriel works. But we were talking about it earlier. I thought maybe it's an opportunity, like when we saw Justin Fields got carted off today at Jets camp, and they said it's a toe injury. I don't know how severe it is, but it's like, dude, the Jets just pick up the phone like, "Cleveland, you got a bunch of QBs."
Yeah.
Send us Shador.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you a 4th round for Shador.
Yeah.
You know.
And then just,
you improve around from where you drafted him.
but then if Shador ends up in New York and is a starting quarterback, then you look at Cleveland and think, what the hell were you guys doing, man?
It's Cleveland.
Yeah,
it's where
it's
dreams
true.
go to die.
You're right,
What are you
you're right.
saying?
My bad. They make bad decisions.
So one of my buddies who's a big Cleveland fan who works at a brewery that we drink at.
Shout out Launchpad.
Shout out Launchpad. LP. He's a big Cleveland fan, and I'm sure he's listening right now. It's where dreams go to die.
Yeah.
And he'll agree with me.
So,
did you see those new Cleveland Brown helmets they unleashed yesterday?
When we come back, I got to play the video. Did you see the video?
I haven't seen the video.
I got to see the
helmets.
video. Me neither.
Okay, we're going to play the video when we come back. It's when they unveiled the helmet. It's a perfect Cleveland thing that happened. We'll get to it next. All right, Berto in for Vic and Moj. Marcus Washington in with us all hour. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming in. So, yeah, Hulk Hogan, news just breaks that he passes away at 71, was it?
Yeah, 71. Hulk Hogan passes.
Hulkamania.
Yeah.
Brother.
That dude was massive when I was a kid.
It's like he was, I think every little kid has a wrestling phase, and I certainly had one. And Hulk Hogan, Macho Man was always my favorite, but him and Macho Man. I looking back at it now, just like, oh, roids and coke was Macho Man. That was his entire persona. Was just that. Got it. At the time, I was just like,
yeah, no, man. Macho Man was great.
Mm-hmm.
But
by the time he got to Spider-Man, he was pretty rough, man. When he was Bonesaw.
Yeah.
Hey, freak show.
Bonesaw's really.
I got you for 3 minutes.
There you go. See everybody.
Oh, yeah.
So, R.I.P. Hulk, man.
R.I.P. Hulk. Now, Cleveland Browns, we were just talking about them. So Cleveland was doing an unveiling of this new helmet.
Yeah,
Nelly,
they're going their first
throw this up
brown
behind
helmet.
us.
They're going all brown. They're
Yeah.
doing the Dookie uniforms where it's the brown helmet and the brown top and the brown pants.
With a brown, the guy named Brown who's the owner, and Brown this and Brown, yeah.
And brown that, brown everything.
So if you could, Nelly, find that video and toss it up behind us, because here's
they're
what
like,
happened.
let's unveil these brand new helmets and also
they had
almost kill one of our staff members.
Yeah, they got one of
what happened.
They put it on the lake, and they got one of these giant inflatable helmets that looks the same, so like people can see it from ways where you're like, oh, cool, that's what the new helmet looks like. But as they're unveiling it,
there it is.
This guy right here, who's got the number 8, is that? Oh, hang on, time out, pause. Before we go any further,
wait,
is that John Ross jersey?
That's a Ross.
Is it?
I think that's John Ross.
Is that John Ross from Washington?
Like a couch jersey or something. But no, you might be right. You might be. I mean, listen.
It says Ross.
Maybe that's his last name.
Oh, maybe it is.
In Cleveland, they give anybody a jersey that can play football, so it didn't matter.
Right. Yeah, I thought it was a Tim Couch jersey, but Tim Couch was number 2.
John Ross didn't even play for Cleveland, so maybe it's this guy's own name.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, so he's the guy responsible for taking pictures for, I'm sure, their social and stuff like that. So they unveil this entire helmet. Look at that.
Stop looking at the camera.
Cool.
Pay attention, brother.
And falls off the dock and into
Down
the lake.
goes Ross.
Watch yourself. Watch it. Oh.
Those are my favorites, by the way, because they're so cartoonish. You're doing the walk, not paying attention, and then you just don't feel ground anymore. Mm-hmm. And see ya.
Right. And that, I mean, his phone is dead.
Camera ruined.
It's classic Cleveland.
Yeah.
I like it. It's brought to you by Dude Wipes. Like, see that? Look, they're like, our brand new helmet. And it's brought to you by Dude Wipes.
So it's all brown on brown on brown on brown. Brought to you by Dude Wipes?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's exactly right.
That's exactly
I'm
right.
telling you, man.
Fantastic.
I don't know how these helmets are going to look. Brown on brown on brown.
Hey, so just a couple of quick things here. First of all, Cam Ward, first overall pick in the draft, playing for Tennessee. He's going to start for him. We all kind of know it. But there was this like weird sort of, hey, is it going to be Cam Ward, or do they give Will Levis the first X amount of starts and he
then
comes
Levis
in?
got hurt.
Right. And then Levis got hurt. He's out for the year. Did you hear what Cam Ward said about Will Levis?
He was like, good. I'm glad he got hurt. No, I have no idea what he said.
Not
because Cam, listen, people forget because we haven't talked about him. Like, Cam's got some swagger to him. You know what I mean? Like, Cam, like, he had some swag in Miami when he was the quarterback there. So I wonder if he's going to bring it to Tennessee.
Okay, so here's Cam Ward. He was asked about Will Levis being put on injured reserve for the year. He's done, right, with the shoulder surgery. Here's what he said.
Going to play anyway.
What was kind of your reaction to the news that Levis had decided to have surgery and it's kind of subtracted from the quarterback room now?
I really didn't have a reaction. I focused on Cam Ward.
Wow. Well, that tells you everything you need to know, how he really feels.
I mean, how do you feel about Vic and Moj getting in a boating accident in Italy? I don't know. I'm just focused on Brett Kane right now.
Right.
Guys.
That's basically. Yeah, that's Cam saying, I don't care. He wasn't going to be the starting quarterback anyway. I am.
Now that's swag for you. That's quarterback swag for you.
I mean, shouldn't you say something like, "Yeah, I hope he gets better. He's a really great guy. I loved hanging with him."
It's like, the hell with that dude. It's Cam wartime, man.
I really didn't have a reaction.
It's like his third press conference in Tennessee, and he's going third person already. Oh yeah, he's going.
That says a whole lot about a whole lot.
Yeah, he's going to have a good time.
You know, next time Moser has some sort of ailment or something that's bothering him, like, oh, my foot hurts because I was doing a rock foundation outside my house, be like, you know what? I'm pretty focused on Brett Kane right now. Let's not.
Let's not worry about it.
Pretty focused over here.
I mean, it's like Flacco when they always ask Flacco, like, hey, are you going to mentor these young quarterbacks? And Flacco's like, hell no.
No.
I'm not here to help anybody who's trying to take my job.
I kind of respect those guys for that, by the way. The guys that are like,
it's a business.
I'm fighting for my own job.
It's a business. It is your livelihood. Yeah, I'm not a mentor. I'm not mentoring. You would hope someone would mentor, but most of these, man, no, it's my job, man.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Focused on me.
And it's not like, look, it's not like somebody's just coming in and at your workplace and just like, hey, I'm just trying to fit in here. Do you got any tips? It's like, no, I'm here because in either a short amount of time or a longer amount of time, I'm replacing you.
Yeah,
right.
And you're like, what? I don't know if I'd help that guy all that much. I'd try and give you some bad advice, actually.
No, I like it. Go ahead, Cam.
You know what's really great? If you see a guy in double coverage over the middle, like back foot heave that sucker. Like, just watch what happens. Like, just start giving him that stuff. I mean, it's okay to throw off balance if you're talented enough. I mean, I don't know. So, a couple of minutes left. Did you guys see, because the Packers are the only team in the NFL that
they had to release their financial information because they're
because
a public,
they're a publicly owned
and
commodity.
What was how much did the Packers make last year doing this NFL thing?
So this is just in national revenue, which I looked up was it's media rights, it's league sponsorships, it's licensing deals, it's stuff like that. So I don't think that includes your ticket sales, your parking, your concessions, your all that stuff. The Packers received $432.6 million in just that, which if you multiply that by the 32 teams in the league, that is $13.84 billion in just that to the NFL last year. And
so each team got $432 million just from this.
Just from this. And I don't think that includes ticket sales and all the other stuff that goes into it, too. So you're talking about all these teams are making, I don't even know how to ballpark it. I would say about $1 billion. Maybe I'm short. Maybe I'm a little steep. But about $1 billion a year on just that football team.
Just Green Bay. On just Green
Bay. Each team. I mean,
because each team gets a little bit, right?
Because that's revenue sharing, yeah.
And
so each team got
climbing up
432.
towards $500 million is basically each team is going to get $500 million in revenue from. I mean, but listen, man, it's
maybe
the most
we
popular
get that
sport.
New stadium.
Yeah.
Maybe never can get that new stadium. No.
I saw the Denver Post just had an article today or yesterday where they're like, after investigating, we've decided the number that the Broncos have now spent in that area where they think they're going to build the new stadium, south of downtown, like that rail yard, is $140. They bought $140 million worth of property in that area. So they're definitely going to build something there, right? It's like you don't spend that money just to be like, we'll just keep it as it is.
That's where Elitch's is going. What do you mean? Right. $140 million for Elitch's. Yeah, it's very.
But they're going to put a $5 billion stadium right there on that thing, right? Right? They're going to like that's what
it's going to be
with a retractable roof, right?
Yeah. It's going to cost you $5 to $7 billion to build that thing.
Hopefully.
I was making fun of the Buffalo Bills because they only spent $2 billion on their new joint, and I'm like, $2 billion is nothing, you cheapskates. What's up?
I know people in Buffalo are built different than I am. They are much tougher in winter conditions than I am. For them not to put some sort of enclosure of that stadium is insane to me.
No way.
They will never do that. The Bills Mafia will destroy everything.
You're right.
If you put
You're right. It's almost like I bet you they didn't even suggest it. I bet you they just knew immediately, like, nah, we're keeping an outdoor stadium.
Here's what I would do, though. I would be like, all right, you want to do the outdoor stadium because you think it's an advantage to the team? Cool. Stop asking me to shovel the seats then every single time.
That's right. They're just like, hey, come on
begging
down.
for volunteers.
And it's like, we'll give you free coffee and a donut if you come and do Yeah. That's crazy talk.
I don't care how much I love my ex team that we talk about. You ask me in the middle of a blizzard to go out and help shovel the stadium. I'm like, I'm sorry. I checked that you made $432 million in national
You
revenue
can pay
last year.
somebody to do that. Yeah. Instead of asking the fans to do it for free.
Let me stay home.
So, with Marcus Washington here, Nelly said he needs an extended fact checker for something for Marcus. So let's see.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Marcus, are you familiar with our end of the year award show? We always do the Mojis, where we honor the bad, the worst, and the ugly from the past year.
No, but I'm looking forward
So
to hearing
you
about
actually were involved in a Moji category last year because
Not you.
Well, Mark Moser is notorious for asking questions that are really long and aren't actually questions. And he asked you one that was almost a minute long. This was last year when there was some unrest in the CU locker room and supposedly Shedeur Sanders was calling out his O-line publicly, and Moser was just trying to ask you about how you keep that kind of stuff in-house. And this is how he did that.
God, that's such a great point. It's just dawning on somebody's got to get in that room, and this is decide what we want to be, who we want to be. Just a bunch of dudes making plays or trying to make plays, or do we want to be a team and actually accomplish something? You know what I mean? There's got to be a vocal, not from the coaching staff. It's got to be inside that locker room. And I don't give a crap what side of the football it comes from, but somebody's got to step up, or some people have to step up and take command of this thing, right?
30 seconds.
And I'm not going to be, nobody's going to throw anybody under any bus or anything. We got to win games. I mean, look, we had big expectations, and look, I didn't go to CU, but I want them to win as bad as anybody. I want all college football here to be great. I don't see that happening, Marcus, and that concerns me, I guess. It needs to happen, but I don't know if it will.
Was there a question?
That's not even a question. He just made a damn statement.
Was there a question?
He just made a statement,
I
man.
get Marcus on to be our Buffs guy to talk about Buff things, and Moser's like, let me just talk to you for a full minute.
Right.
Let me waste your time. It's Moj. It's what the Moj does.
Good old
Marcus, really appreciate coming in today, buddy.
Hey,
Thank you a
man,
lot.
My pleasure.
All right.
I look forward to being on again sometime.
Hell yeah, man.
Thank you guys for having me, man.
Birdo, I'll see you tomorrow at Broncos camp.
Yeah.
Day one.
One more day for me, then I'm on vacation. Y'all kick rocks. I'm mailing tomorrow in, suckers. I'm telling you right now, bro. That's like 3 hours away from vacation. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know what you're going to be doing. Getting ready for the Vector Cup.
Yeah, we have a big Ryder Cup
Let's
coming
go.
up. I got to get myself prepped. All right. You guys have a great Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
That was a long-ass question.
passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey Denver, it's Nate Kreckman. You've got Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
On your marks.
Coach Mike Sanford.
Fast and fearless, baby. Here we go. Get set.
Alex Ryan-Emmy.
Play fast. Stay quick.
This is the morning sprint with Coach and Rock.
Go, run, go, go, go.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, news already coming out of training camps of devastating injuries. And while we're excited for Broncos camp to open up publicly on Friday, they're obviously going through team activities, and we will hear from Coach Payton and his long 30-minute diatribe that he went into yesterday.
Did you say plural injuries that are devastating in day one of training camp? Did I hear that correctly, or did I just hear injury?
I may have said injuries, but there is one big one that we're
when you were saying
about.
Injuries, I said, are we going to get another conspiracy theory wave on social media that the COVID vaccine is leading to Achilles and ACL still 2025, 5 years after the vaccine was in its full effect?
Well, speaking of Achilles, New York Jets starting quarterback Justin Fields is the latest one to go down with a non-contact injury. He was carted off earlier this morning. There is no confirmation on whether or not this is true, but when the team comes out and says we fear or we expect that it's an Achilles tendon injury, you can expect that quarterback is likely out for a long period of time, if not the entirety of this upcoming season. When we are talking about a training camp that doesn't have many storylines, not many juicy topics to talk about, right? We know who the quarterback is. We know who the head coach is. We know what the expectations are of this team, which has just been tooled around the sides to fine-tune it into what we expect to be the best defense in the world this year and an offense that needs to take a step forward to truly challenge for an AFC West crown, right? It's a relatively boring training camp. This is one thing that can turn a boring training camp into something that's a disaster. And it's always there. You just have to hope it's not your team.
And you never know when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Justin Fields seems young to me to be a player that in a non-contact injury at the day 1, day 2 level of training camp where you would have an Achilles tendon tear. Seems like that's an injury in a non-contact setting that happens more often with players that are in their upper 20s, 32, 35. Think Kirk Cousins, think Aaron Rodgers. But it can happen to anybody at any given time. And, man, Justin Fields has just not had a good NFL career.
Now, they have come out and said that this is initially a dislocated toe, but the MRI has yet to come back. The team is still very nervous that this could be an Achilles injury. So
those are not even close to each other,
right?
So a toe.
The team came out like 54 minutes ago and said that the initial diagnosis is dislocated toe. They're going in for MRI, but they are still very nervous that it's an Achilles tear or an Achilles injury. It doesn't matter what the injury is. This is something that turns a camp on its head. And luckily, over the past couple of years, outside of, Tim Patrick and his devastating knee injuries that he had during camp, the Broncos they've had general luck when it comes to non-contact injuries to big-time players in camp. And that's all you're hoping for now. You and I talked about this yesterday. What did I want to see more out of camp for Bo Nix is more designed runs, utilizing his legs. And then when I see news like this come out, I go, keep him locked in a room somewhere.
Bubble wrap on Bo. We want Bo bubble wrap. No, I want Bo Nix to play. He's a healthy, able-bodied player. He's fine. You can't live your life in complete fear of other people's bad luck. Because if that's the case, then you're never going to get any better. There's no growth-mindedness about how you go about your business. And so, unfortunate for Justin Fields, man. I mean, Chicago Bears, he was a big draft pick. He's a guy that The Denver Broncos at one point were considering drafting. Had a great career at Ohio State, but just it's been one either bad performance, bad luck. He signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers, appears to be their future, at least in the interim. And then Russell Wilson is signed, and then he becomes the current starter. And now he's going to the New York Jets, where he finally had a chance to appear to be the starting quarterback and see what he can do.
Now, the hope is it's not the Achilles injury that, again, the Jets have come out and said, we fear that's an Achilles injury. We're going to have MRIs. We know it's something to do with that foot. We'll have to see. At the very least, we know it's not very good.
Let's just call a spade, man. Justin Fields, what's his giftedness as a quarterback?
His elusiveness,
correct.
His feet.
If you have a dislocated toe, you're probably not going to be up to speed here in the next 8 weeks even. And if it's an Achilles rupture, Justin Fields is a player that just is not a developed passer, has not shown the propensity to make really good decisions inside of the pocket. He doesn't appear to be the type of player that would morph into a traditional quarterback with a Achilles tendon tear in his back pocket. So I think this is most likely going to be the end of Justin Fields as a viable starting quarterback.
If it's that bad.
If it's one of those two things. Because a dislocated toe ends up typically ending up being a surgically repaired ligament in your toe as well. Because you dislocate some aspect of your toe, you're typically tearing some ligament that keeps the support system in place.
Okay.
Either way, not good.
Do you know the backup is in New York right now?
Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor.
He'll go out and bowl. He's a good backup. Like really solid backup. They'll be probably better off with Tyrod Taylor as their starting quarterback.
Because I've been looking at the quarterbacks, right, that the Broncos have to play this year, and the average total QBR of those quarterbacks from last year. If you were to give the incoming rookies or the incoming non-starters, let's say that Tyrod happens to be the starter in Week 7 against the Broncos. I'm giving the guys who weren't ranked last year, didn't play enough games to be in that top 32, a 16, just smack dab in the middle. Sometimes it might be way better than they'll actually be. It might be way worse than they would actually be. Like what happens if Cam Ward turns into Jaden Daniels this year and he's top 5 rather than a bottom half quarterback this year. The average QBR ranking is 16th out of 32 that the Broncos play this year. They don't really have all that many middle of the road quarterbacks when it comes to total QBR. They've got a lot of guys who are worthless that they're going up against, according to that metric, and a lot of guys that are top 10 bona fide. And obviously you have to go up against Herbert twice. You have to go up against Mahomes twice. But you've also got these guys that are sprinkled in there. The Anthony Richardsons, which are, bottom 5 in the league for starters. You've got a Trevor Lawrence who's between 16 and 18 on any given day. I don't know if the Jets are a tougher matchup for the Broncos in Week 7 with or without Justin Fields. Are they the same?
I think they're better with Tyrod Taylor than Justin Fields.
You're out on him.
I mean, DMac wanted him at one point in time, and that has not materialized to be a guy that you want as your Denver Broncos starting quarterback.
I think he just wanted the quarterback.
Yeah, but you know what?
Buddy DMac is a misunderstood fellow. Like everyone says Justin Fields, and DMac.
No.
He's just the quarterback guy.
Agreed. But you know what kind of matters sometimes?
Who the quarterback is?
Yes, the actual player matters, DMac. And you got it right with Bo, but you got it really wrong with Justin. So close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, in my opinion.
Matters if you draft DeMarcus Russell?
Yeah, just so right now I'm getting obliterated by Neil from the Shot Mazda text line. Age has nothing to do with Achilles injuries. What a stupid comment. Tyrese Halliburton is the same age as Justin Fields. Jason Tatum's 27. Look at Denver. Holmes is 22. Great hot take, coach. Thanks, Neil. Actually, like you, Neil. Thanks for texting in. We love our texters. 303-504-0925. But you want to hear this? I just went to the Mayo Clinic. Average, what do you think the average age of an Achilles rupture is? 40 to 45, and it happens in men more often than it does in women. And there is an increasing probability of an Achilles tear as you near 40 to 45. So it makes sense with Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins. Yes, there are going to be injuries of all sorts. There's outliers for everything. That's why I think it's really unfortunate for Justin Fields to get this in a clearly non-contact time And it can happen to anybody at any time. I see that wholeheartedly. It could happen to a young quarterback for whichever team you name. Could happen to anybody, but at the end of the day, it's a rare injury to happen in non-contact for a player as young as Justin Fields is, especially on day 1 or day 2 of training camp.
It was sobering to wake up to. And again, it could be as small as this dislocated toe. It could be as bad as a true Achilles injury. We won't know until that MRI comes back. But again, the Jets are fearful that it could be an Achilles injury. They are hopeful that it's the dislocated toe. It was sobering to wake up and go, you think it's a boring camp until something like that happens. With all the talk about Bo Nix and how he's not the quarterback, and again, this is a national narrative. I've come around to be the Bo Nix lover. I know I got painted with that hate paintbrush, but I've come around to say, and I've had my mea culpas. I was wrong. I'm okay with that. I think you've done the same after seeing him throwing combines and go, I don't know if he has the arm strength to be the guy. You've come around enough.
I'm saying that's what I was.
That was your initial reaction.
My initial reaction at the combine at the what was it? Senior Bowl. Sorry, those two events. You're like, okay, he's a good player. Not worth the 12th overall pick.
But now you're going worth the 12th overall pick.
Worth the 12th overall pick
without a doubt.
And tremendous fit with Sean Payton.
Tremendous fit. Now, if you're one of those people that think, well, the Broncos are only the Broncos, only as highly rated, we talked about how The Athletic has them on their power rankings at 14. ESPN has them as high as 6 in terms of overall rosters, which is vastly different from power rankings or who you really think has a shot to win a Super Bowl.
It's almost funny because if you look at the Chiefs overall roster, yeah, it's kind of like,
it's kind of meh.
But
I like their pass rush. I like Chris Jones and George Karlaftis.
And then you got power rankings, you're like, they got the witch. They got the witch. One player.
If you're one of those people that think the Broncos are only in that conversation because of the defense, you're likely of the camp that goes, they don't have any skill position players. They don't have any running backs that are proven right now that can either, 1, stay healthy, J.K. Dobbins, or 2, R.J. Harvey, haven't done anything in the NFL as an incoming rookie. And 3, they don't have a tight end unless they get a healthy Evan Ingram, who's popped up on ESPN's list of most under pressure position players in the league this year. An injury like that to Bo Nix, how much would that affect someone who goes, well, the Broncos are only where they are because of the defense? Are the Broncos the same team? If you're that person, for devil's advocate's sake here, if you're that person, an injury like we may see to Justin Fields this morning, does it really affect what you think about the Broncos?
Yes.
It does for me.
Big time.
Big time.
Okay, I just recently had a conversation in the drive-in this morning, so it's very recently. I was talking to a coach, one of my coaching friends, and told me a quote from a guy that's a head coach at in this state, college head coach in this state. And he said, I don't need my quarterback to be the best player on my team. I just need my quarterback to be good enough to make good decisions with consistency to win football games. And I took a little bit of offense to that. I want my quarterback to be the best football player on my team. Here's why, Raj. Teams that I've been associated with, if you're really talented everywhere, if you have a good enough quarterback, you know what you do, Raj? You win games. You don't win championships. To win championships, you need your quarterback to be at or near the best player on your roster to consistently have a chance to win championships.
I think Bo he's not there right now, but I think he's
question.
top 5.
I would say that right in there is the question right now. And so that is an interesting storyline. And we will tomorrow morning be at training camp. We will get to see, we will be doing this broadcast live tomorrow. And it's going to be awesome. We're going to take you with us. We're going to give you updates. And we're going to continue this process of seeing, is Bo Nix good enough? Because he is. Or is he one of your top players on your roster, championship caliber quarterback?
Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. You can watch us on Twitch, also on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe today so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily Podcast, which is a nice little quick conglomeration of all the things that you may have missed throughout the day. We'll have all of those things, including the Training Camp Recap podcast after every single day, hosted by DMac. Some sad news around the sports and entertainment world. We'll get into it a little bit on the other side. Hulk Hogan passes at 71.
The Denver Broncos.
Bronco things are happening.
And beginning tomorrow at 6 in the morning with Brett Kane, we're live at training camp.
The first time the Broncos since 2014 have entered training camp with this same quarterback and head coach combo.
Oh! Well, damn.
Bringing you the players, the coaches, the insight, the analysis, and everything on the field. Brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. On Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
It's Kyle Backus. Clients come in all the time telling me they've been paying their insurance premium for years, and this is their first claim, and the insurance company won't pay. We make sure they pay. Backus & Schenker, our passion is justice.
Hey, if you're a journeyman electrician in the state of Colorado, I'm sure you're proud of what you do. And you're probably ready to make more money. Be a part of a winning team. Call my friends over at the IBEW Local 68. Guys, you can earn at least $46 an hour plus over $20 an hour in benefits. It's time for you to get paid what you're worth. Call my friends at International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 68 or go online at IBEW68.com to learn more.
Sports allow us to play, learn, and grow. But there's something more important than victory. At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe every athlete deserves to be safe. Safe from abuse and misconduct on and off the field. We equip athletes, parents, coaches, and others with the right education to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior. Join the movement to champion, respect, and end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Summer is here, and it's time for a mountain getaway. Win a 2025 Harley-Davidson on August 31st. Join us at Century Casino for our $175,000 summer escape giveaway. Win free play and finale entries every weekend. Weekend drawing entries earned with every 50 base points. Improve your odds by joining us Tuesday or Friday for multiplied entries no matter what you play. Take I-70 to exit 243 to the Central City Parkway to Century Casino. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, here to tell you opening July 30th and closing August 6th. Roller Auction is hitting you with their August 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, and anybody and everybody can bid online. Guys, for almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find government fleet vehicles and equipment, SUVs, sedans, pickups, vans, UTVs, utility trucks, dump trucks, and so much more. If you're looking for well-maintained vehicles and equipment, go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid.
I consider myself a self-proclaimed knower of ball with regards to football.
The Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. Back in 60.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
We've always known Redbird Farms for being the fan favorite chicken at home or in your favorite restaurant. Now you can find it behind the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market. You can choose fresh, hand-picked cuts of flavorful chicken breast, the wings, the thighs. Get the perfect portions for any occasion when you're cooking by yourself or feeding the whole team at home. It's perfect for grilling, roasting, any way you crave your chicken. It's gotta be Redbird. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market.
Redbird Farms.
Beginning Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is live at training camp. Brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Now, back to the morning sprint with Coach and Raj.
Just to clarify, Bo Nix, did he just go to New Orleans for 4 or 5 days in between?
No. Drew lives in San Diego, and he spent some time going there. Just, with the schedule and wanting to know more about the offense, and so I'm sure, I don't even know when he went, but I just know he went. And it was him doing more research at the position.
We'll get into that in just a second. That's Sean Payton answering a question on whether or not Bo Nix went to New Orleans to go visit Drew Brees.
No. Get your facts right.
He just loves to use the no, because he went from saying no into, well, yeah, they did meet for a few days and hang out with each other. He just loves that.
He loves to prove media members wrong. And I also think he might be a big-time listener to Altitude Sports Radio. And gets big jollies out of all the drops that we use with no.
I mean, it is very good.
Because I think the no Sean Payton drop gets used 15 times a day between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. In season, out of season. Could be June. Could be February. Could be March. Sean Payton's going to be saying no 15 times a day.
I do like the fact that Bo reaches out to Drew Brees.
Awesome.
I'm cool with that.
I just love...
I want so much. I want Drew Brees at camp. That would be something that would get me juiced up. Early on, I get Drew just chilling on the sidelines, talking to the homies.
All in.
I'm
surprised it hasn't happened yet.
There's a group of people because, you know what? It hasn't happened yet because I think both Sean, there's a good chance it happens this year. I think both Sean and Drew were waiting to go, I'm not showing up unless we know we have your guy. I'm not putting that undue pressure on a quarterback that isn't ready for the spotlight, isn't ready to be my heir apparent, right? It's certainly not going to be the heir apparent in New Orleans, but with a relationship from Brees to Payton, who is going to be my successor? You have to wait to know for a fact that Bo Nix is that guy. Is he Hall of Famer Drew Brees? We don't know, but he's certainly not a guy who can't step up to the plate.
Drew Brees also probably hasn't come to a Broncos practice publicly with fans there, media members there, probably out of respect for the Saints organization, because that's where it really was all. His career was all about the Saints, and here's why the Dennis Allen led Saints had a lot of remnants from a staff perspective of his Saints, the Drew Brees and Sean Payton Saints.
Yeah.
Now that Kellen Moore is there, it is a completely new franchise with completely new people. Whereas now it's like my people that I know, Carmichael and Lombardi, they're here with Sean Payton. Kellen Moore's just a guy, and I'm guessing Drew Brees will always do something with New Orleans on an annual basis, but now it's not the sensitivity of upsetting people in that organization from an optics perspective.
I suppose you could upset someone, but it's not like the Saints and the Broncos have this like huge hatred going back year. They're hardly ever cross paths.
Get to play each other in the preseason again, don't they?
Do they preseason? I have the schedule in front of me. They do. Yeah.
It's week 3.
Week 3. You'll actually get to see meaningful players.
I get to be a part of the 9 News preseason team
for the first 2 games.
No, all 3.
All 3.
Yeah, so it'd be pregame, halftime, postgame.
So does that mean week 1 at San Francisco? You are in San Francisco. You get to go back to your old stomping grounds.
It's at the studio and/or as a studio at Empower Field for home games, I believe.
Got it.
So I will not be traveling.
All right. We get to see your beautiful face on television a little bit more.
That's why I trimmed the beard up a little bit.
Well, you're doing that today?
No, I'm saying I did already. Did you see how bushy my beard was like a week ago?
Yeah, it was a little unkempt.
I looked like an absolute caveman, and it's football season, so I actually have to
put the Steinbrenner rule in at Valor.
Oh no, I will not.
Only a closely shaven mustache.
I will allow mustaches, beards, goatees, mullets of all types.
But do they have to be well kept?
No, they will not. that would fit the narrative of Valor a little too much for my liking. And I like physical, kind of gnarly, smelly players.
I had a head coach once upon a time that allowed facial hair. And we were like, 15, 16, 17. So like you're just starting to be able.
Hey, go get him, Tiger. You can do whatever you want with that facial hair.
You're just starting to be able to grow it. But his one rule was if it looks like you can't grow facial hair and you have facial hair, you will go shave it off.
It's a terrible rule. I actually like non-complete facial hair on people
like
that can't do it. It's so good. Because then it makes for just easy comic relief on a daily basis.
Like Cale McCarr is a patchy peach fuzz guy.
He's a peach fuzz guy.
Early on in his career, Sidney Crosby, patchy peach fuzz guy.
Although I hate to break the news to you, Raj, it's been quite a few years since Cale McCarr's beard has had the timeline to grow in with any kind of thorough nature to be 2-3 years. This is what, 3 years later? We'll be 3 or 4 years after winning the last cup.
22 is the cup.
Okay, so if you win
this is season 4.
If you get deep in the playoffs, which you need to in 2026, it will have been 4 years since you've seen a fully grown-in attempt of a beard from Cale McCarr.
So Cale's 26 now. Is there? There
might be some process, some progress towards a full beard.
Do you gain beard growing abilities between the ages of 22 and 26?
I changed
the prefrontal cortex finishes in that time, right? That's 24, 25.
I don't
know what it does for the face follicles.
Raj, I could not grow a full beard at 22 years old.
You've got a good beard.
And now I can.
You've got a solid one. Mine is meh.
Yeah, because you're still developing.
32.
Your frontal cortex needs a lot of development.
Yeah, it does.
I see that on a daily basis.
It sure does. I do want to grow out a beard this year.
I think it's a great idea. It might be good for you as a precursor to what you believe is going to happen with the Avs organization.
I haven't grown out a beard with the team since the year before they won the cup.
You didn't do it the year they won the cup?
No, I didn't. Because people, are you going to do it again? I was like, I'm not part of the team. It's the same thing. Oh, are you going to touch the cup? I'm like, yeah, I'm not a player. Why not?
You know what we need?
I'll bathe in that thing.
I want the entire Avs media contingent, radio play-by-play, TV play-by-play, all to grow up beards in expectation of playoff beards.
I don't know if McCahey can.
I'd love to see a Connor McGahey beard. I think he can, man.
I don't know if we have strong beards on the broadcast team.
That's why I want to see it. Moser, I'd love to see what Moser looks like.
Moser only does the soul patch. He's a soul patch guy. You know what what we should do this year in honor of Hulk Hogan? Again, passes away this morning at 71, brother.
Handlebars.
We should do handlebars.
Handlebars. Hollywood Hogan, man. R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. That's 71 years old. We lose Ozzy Osbourne over the course of the weekend, I believe. Was it Saturday?
Saturday or Sunday. He was over the weekend.
Now Hulk Hogan. Gone too soon. 71 years old. Did not have this is, I mean, at least from my perspective, this came out of nowhere. Didn't know there were any major health concerns. Apparently he had a cardiac arrest and was seen being carted out of his home. There's some rumors that he had a brain operation or some type of surgery, some type of hospital visit that preceded this cardiac arrest. So we'll
you have your threes there. You got Tom Troop from Cheers, Ozzy, and now Hulk. There's your third.
I didn't know about.
I was worrying when the third shoe was going to drop in terms of older celebrities.
Always happens in threes. Although I would say that the two of the three that have passed away between Ozzy Osbourne and Hollywood Hulk Hogan had reality TV shows and that featured their families prominently. I don't believe that.
Did you watch the Hogan show all that much?
Couple episodes.
Just because of Brooke?
I think Anne Marie, my wife, was into it momentarily, so it was on in the background when I was doom scrolling and going to bed.
The Osbournes
I watched the heck out of that.
That's the first reality TV show outside of MTV's The Real World Road Rules.
Yeah, and don't forget about the Cosby Show. Malcolm Jamal Warner, he drowned.
Oh, I saw that too.
Also over the weekend or yesterday. It was either yesterday or Monday or Tuesday. And that was Huxtable. That was Theo Huxtable. Man.
That was a little bit before my time.
That was definitely my time, my era.
The Osbournes was the first like family reality show, like cameras in the house, that I remember watching and being enthralled by because of how much of a psychopath Ozzy was.
Yeah, it's been a tough week for lovers of 70s, 80s, and early 90s culture. So if you're in the 40 to 60-year-old range, you can be even 70s. It's been a tough week, man. A lot of death.
We heard from Sean Payton and talking about his young quarterback reaching out to a Hall of Famer in Drew Brees, and what can you learn from him when it comes to running this offense going into year 2 and taking the necessary steps? Is he going to be a guy that's going to be throwing in the 45, 47, 4,900 yard range? No. But I do love the fact that he is reaching out to a guy that is known to have mastered that offense. I hope that we get to see Drew Brees there. I want to go over these QBR numbers that I found this morning. Your first quarterback that you see, and this is Broncos opponents by quarterback. Cam Ward, obviously a rookie. Expect to dominate him. Indy has Anthony Richardson. As of right now, is Richardson the starter? I know you think Daniel Jones should be the guy there, but it does feel as though Indy they're kind of leaning on their guy. I don't know if things are going to go south enough before week 2 for the Broncos to see Daniel Jones. Who is the more dangerous quarterback of the two?
Daniel Jones is, because he's more capable of running an NFL offense and throwing the football where it needs to go on time and fairly accurately, with some semblance of consistency.
Anthony Richardson, 27th overall out of 32 quarterbacks.
AR5 is not. I don't think he's going to be the opening day starter.
I think AR5's out of the league in the next 3 years.
It would not surprise me unless he makes a change and becomes a tight end, which it's a really hard change.
That's not going to happen. When's the last time that happened?
Nah.
Taysom Hill, but Taysom Hill didn't make the change. He came into the league as like kind of that guy already.
He was you know what he was? He came in the league as a joker.
As a joker.
How about that?
A joker who can pass the
joker.
ball. Heard that so many times from Tim Tebow. Go, oh yeah, you can just change him to a tight end. Are you sure? Are we positive about that?
They tried that, didn't they? Didn't go great. I think it was a training camp.
I also don't believe that Tebow wanted to have any part of being that. Was that the H-back of yesteryear? Is that the term?
Yeah, where did he do that at? Was that at the
New
Jets?
England?
Jets.
It was the Jets?
Yeah.
I don't think he wanted any piece of that, man. He could have done it, but you would
have.
He
100% could have.
You would have had to have completely bought into it. Justin Herbert, who you see twice was 11th last year. Joe Burrow 3rd. Jalen Hurts 10th. And again, this is total QBR out of 32 qualifying quarterbacks. You'll have a chance to see Tyrod Taylor if this injury to Justin Fields is as bad as they had initially reported out there in New York. However, it could just be a dislocated toe. Russell Wilson was 22nd last year. 22nd in total QBR, or by the time that week 7 game rolls around, will you see Jackson Dart? And you're a guy who thinks Jackson Dart is the next, Drew Lock.
Bust. He stinks. I was in on Jackson Dart going into last season. Just the hype of him at Ole Miss, and I thought they were going to be a team that was going to truly contend for the SEC championship. It was going to be one of those Lane Kiffin, ESPN 30 for 30 stories.
Haven't we always been waiting for Lane Kiffin to do something of value?
No, he just likes winning one interesting game a year and losing about 3 or 4 that you never should lose.
Win 8 or 9 games and you go, oh crap, they beat Tennessee in Tennessee?
Which
I don't know when the last time that happens.
Jackson Dart absolutely sucked this year against Kentucky and Florida, and I said, any team that wants to draft that dude in the first 2 rounds is mistaken. He's not going to be a good player.
All right, so 22nd or a rookie. Dak Prescott, 29th last year, obviously with the injuries. Don't really know whether or not he's going to bounce back. Is Prescott is he a top 7 quarterback to you in the league right now?
Yes.
Still.
Because he left as a top 5 quarterback statistically, regular season.
Regular season assassin.
Top 4? Top 3?
He turns 32 in just a handful of days.
So until I see that he is not with a full year of health, I can't say that he's not a guy that's going to be in the top 7 in the National Football League throwing the football.
Doesn't have a rushing attack.
I know I don't have a lot of faith either right now in Brian Schottenheimer. I don't love the way that Jerry Jones kicked off this training camp.
Brutal.
I mean, could you imagine being in that locker room and you're...
This is a huge risk I'm taking. The guy's 18 inches to your right. Insane.
And then Micah Parsons, you talk about, well, he missed a third of the games last year. I don't know.
I don't think I have Prescott as the top 7 quarterback in the league right now. I think he needs to prove something to me to get back into it.
He needs to prove to me that he's not a top 7 quarterback, but deep down, I think it's going to be a Dallas dumpster fire, baby.
Those 3 games between week 6, 7, and 8, I think that's going to separate the Broncos from, you guys are a team that could make a playoff game, and if you're in the right spot in the right matchup, you can win one. I think those 3 games, you win those 3 at Tottenham, in London against the Jets, win.
Can you repronounce that?
Tottenham.
No, it's Tottenham.
Oh.
At Tottenham. And the Denver Broncos, they're coming across to play the Spurs in Tottenham.
So a road game.
I even got
not really
Jesse to smile
game.
behind the glass here. That was good.
A home game against the Giants, and you're going to mollywallop Russell Wilson. And then a home game against Dallas where I think you're going to expose Dak Prescott for who he is at 32, not who he was at 27. I think you're going to expose Dak Prescott in week 8. You'll go 3-0 in those games. That changes you from good story to holy crap, the Broncos have a really good shot at winning the AFC West.
We aren't just here. We coming. That's when the Broncos get to that point.
CJ Stroud, 24th last year in total QBR.
Really?
24th.
Sophomore slump?
Putting a little bit of credence.
Sean Payton. I think he loves the sophomore slump. Does he not believe in it? I think he was asked about it yesterday.
You get Patrick Mahomes twice. He's 8th. You get Geno Smith twice, 21st. Jaden Daniels and Jordan Love, 4th and 5th. So you have a bunch of guys that are, I wouldn't say no names, but you have a bunch of guys in the back half of best quarterbacks in the league from 2024 and big-time matchups against big-time quarterbacks. There's not a lot of middle-of-the-road stuff. Just simply not a lot of it. It's shaping up to have the best defense in the league and one of the best, if not the best secondary in the league, have an average quarterback ranking of middle-of-the-road. It's about to be a bloodbath. The team's dangerous, man. We'll be out live at Broncos training camp starting tomorrow morning, bright and early, 6 a.m. With Brett Kane, courtesy of our friends at the Ramos Law Firm. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. This is Altitude 92.5.
It happens all the time. You're listening to a compelling conversation.
The Denver Nuggets, from what I'm told, boys, have had many conversations with...
And then you have to get out of the car to go do life things. But now you don't have to miss all the best stuff.
It's a matter of life and death for this club.
Just circle back later and see it all on our YouTube channel at Altitude Sports Radio.
Now it's not the time to be loyal to a guy who had the job for 3 weeks.
If it was good enough to almost make you late for that meeting, which should have been an email, it's on our YouTube page.
Here's my first hot take before we stepped out on a hot day to watch training camp.
Subscribe now at Altitude Sports Radio.
Sick of the hassle when buying a car? Shift gears with the More to Move You sales event going on now at Champ Mazda. Explore the future with the 2025 Mazda lineup built with style, power, and smart tech to match your drive. Car shopping has never been this easy. Thanks to our one price, one person, 1 hour promise, you get convenience and confidence. No games, no haggling, and 0 dealer handling fees. Ever. This isn't your typical dealership. It's car buying redefined. Visit Champ Mazda in Aurora today.
I'm Vic Lombardi, and I like to sweat. No, seriously, sweating's not bad for you. Whether you're on the court, playing golf in the heat, hot day. But sweating in the house in the middle of the summer? Nah, man. Broken AC, you don't want that. AAA Service has a $49 AC tune-up special right now. $49. Keep things cool this summer. Don't wait. Schedule today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Get ready, Colorado. Hockey legends hit the ice for one unforgettable night. On August 24th, it's the Avalanche alumni versus DU alumni at Magnus Arena. See Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Milan Hajduk, and DU's own Troy Terry light it up in a showdown for the ages. Relive the glory.
Feel the rush and witness history live. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at ColoradoAlumniFaceoff.com. And don't miss your chance to see these legends on the ice. ColoradoAlumniFaceoff.com.
More Denver sports talk in 60.
Blows my doors right off, dude. I have no doors.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's officially summer in Colorado, and that means barbecues, backyard hangs, and open windows. If your windows stick, your siding's fading, or your doors let in hot air, now's the time to fix it. This is Brett Kane with Kane Home Solutions, and don't wait to create the home of your dreams. Upgrade your space with energy-efficient windows, stylish doors, and durable siding, all with the expert installation you trust. Call Kane Home Solutions today or visit KNHWindows.com to schedule your free consultation.
K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
Yo. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Brought to you by Safeway.
I didn't know I was getting one of these. Brand new Rapids throwback kit. Are you kidding? Beautiful little cup. I could just wear this on the golf course too. It's got my name.
Yeah, it's got a
96
collar.
on the back.
It's the throwback look with even a collar and a couple buttons on it. So you look like a golfer.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal as we welcome in the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas, coming off of the MLS All-Star break, some time off for you and the club, just a couple of days from getting back onto the pitch. We haven't spoken to you since the crazy 3-0 comeback to grab a point against Seattle. First off, Coach, how's the break been? And welcome back.
Yeah, good. The break's been really good. You know, the group came back rejuvenated. The staff came back, you know, ready to get back to work. And yeah, the team's in a pretty good way right now. Quietly, where there's a confidence in the group, and yeah, it's been we're hanging in there, right? So we're just trying to make things happen.
Did I see correctly that there was not a Rapid on the MLS All-Star team? Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
What the heck is that all about? When you have the scoring production of Georgi Mihailovic and Hafa Navajo, to me, it's not a real all-star game if one of the teams that's in a playoff position doesn't have an all-star. So anyway, I didn't really even know much about the all-star game. 3-1 for MLS All-Stars over Liga MX. But going back to that Seattle contest, I know that's a long time ago, especially in the coaching world. It's now been 8 days. What was it about your squad, your side that came about and took a 3-0 deficit, came alive, and just came storming back? What was the turning point for you guys in that game?
The turning point, well, the first part is that we had a great mentality going on the road, that we knew we put Seattle in a good game in our own building. We tied that day, should have won. And we stepped on the field with the right mentality. And quite honestly, I think we surprised them in their building. Once again, we had a mindset to go there and win the game. And against the run of play, we found ourselves down 2-0. So at halftime, it was much about, guys, there's goals out there for us. There's a lot of, let's continue to do this. Let's continue to do that. And ironically, like, we gave up a goal, straight after halftime, but we just got, it was going to be a one goal at a time. And, when you're down 3-0, it oftentimes takes something, right? Like, we got the first penalty, Mihailovic buries it. We got the second penalty, Mihailovic hands the ball to Cole Bassett, and we kept plugging. We got the third, and we all thought the fourth might come, quite honestly.
I want to follow up on that. Georgi Mihailovic buries the first penalty. You guys draw a second penalty. What goes into that conversation for a guy like Georgi Mihailovic that clearly has confidence at the spot and decides to give the opportunity to Cole Bassett? Is that something that, strategically that you guys have came up with? Is that something where Georgi Mihailovic is looking around saying, well, this keeper probably knows my plan, maybe my next step is? What's all the different, antics and mentality and psychology that goes into that decision?
Yeah, listen, a few things, and probably for the listeners, whoever's listening, it's always little interesting tidbits we can share. Before the game, me and the coaching staff decided that if there was a penalty, we'd put it in the hands of Mihailovic. We announced that to the team before the game. And when I talked to Georgie, I said, Georgie, listen, it's up to you. It's but we're putting the responsibility on you to show. We showed a lot of trust in him. I said, listen, of course, after that, you have a couple of guys. Then, you have Rafa, you got Cole Bassett, who's 2 for 2 in his career, I believe. And honestly, I think then it shows a lot of confidence from Mihailovic to step up. And then when you get the second one, there's always a psychological thing. Does the goalkeeper know where I'm going to go? Should I go to the same spot? But then he handed it off to Cole Bassett, which I think from a leadership standpoint is a big moment for Mihailovic to do that and show trust in his teammate, a fairly young guy, in Cole, and then Cole buries it. So it worked out really well in many levels.
Being able to take that type of experience into games later on in the season might prove invaluable as well, right? Like you can practice that as much as you guys want to on the practice pitch, but when it comes to having to step up to the spot, having to bear down and put one into the back of the net, nothing really compares to in-game situations. I like the call from him. After coming back from down 3, I know it doesn't compare all that much to a win, but did the room feel that celebratory when you guys got back to it?
There was a good buzz, after that game. Look, if you fast forward, we're going to be on a flight back home to Denver and get home in the middle of the night. But, it wasn't celebration, but it wasn't heads down, meaning there was a good feeling in that locker room after. So a good buzz. There was some music playing, and I think, guys, we didn't celebrate, but there was a little bit of a good feeling after that game because we all know a few weeks before we had a 3-0 lead on the road, and you drew 3-3. And we always say there's ties and draws that feel like a win, and some that feel like a loss. This one certainly felt like a really well-earned point and a victory in many ways.
Is there a certain player in the locker room that contributes more to that type of buzz than another one? You have a ringleader, a guy who's as the kids say, on the aux cord?
Yeah, no, there's not. There's what there is just realness. So there's no fake stuff that ever goes on. We don't have any phonies in there. So if we lose and if we don't even play well, it's kind of quiet. But in that night, the buzz was from a good performance. And again, imagine no other team in the history, call it 30 years of MLS, or since Seattle's been around, so it's less, but has ever come back from a 3-goal deficit to get any points in that building. So it was the guys were physically and mentally spent. It took a lot of emotion and physical exertion. But we knew that the food tasted better, I'm sure, for the draw.
Coach, coming up this Saturday at Philadelphia, and not to skip over that incredible challenge that you guys will have on the road against Philly, a very good side. You do have some interesting competition coming up, certainly for a lot of fans in Colorado, in the West Coast, across the country. Liga MX, there's a lot of hometown affiliation with some of these clubs that residents of the great state of Colorado grew up rooting for, various clubs. Got a couple, you're hosting both against Santos Laguna, Club Tijuana, and then traveling, I believe, to Cruz Azul. What are you looking forward to in that group stage of the Leagues Cup coming up here in the beginning of August?
Well, listen, we'd love to get a big result in Philly, and then maybe get some momentum going in, even more momentum. However, we were part of that competition last year, the Leagues Cup. After the competition, we had a nickname from a lot of the Mexican media. We were called the Mexikillers because we I don't know if it was 3, or it might have been 4 Mexican teams that we beat in the run, and comeback victories, penalty shot victories. We did the unthinkable, quite honestly. So we won't be sneaking up on anybody this year. But what we hope for this competition and what we look forward to is different type of competition, different type of profile. We're a very tactical team. The Mexican teams are also tactical, but they're very technical, the players, very savvy and smart, different style of play, really, really interesting. The referee crews are different from, more of the CONCACAF, not just MLS referees. It just becomes such a different competition. Things are tied after 90 minutes. You go straight to penalties. And it's great because everything feels like a cup final. Everything is, and you're going to have to probably get 7 points to move on. So in 3 games, you got to get maybe two wins and a draw, which great. We're up for it. We have 2 home games. We want to win them both. Who the hell knows how it goes? But then you go on the road. We're playing Cruz Azul, the best Mexican team in LA, which will feel like you're in Mexico. But we love it. We love that we're in it to win it, and that we'll be better for the competition. But we make no mistake, we're going for it. We're gonna give everything.
Talk to me about Philadelphia. Not anymore top of the table in the East, but third from the top there. Got to go on the road, find a way to get some points and bring them back home before this little break, before your next true MLS matchup with Minnesota in the middle of August. Tell me about them. How do you attack them? How do you come out with points?
First, to understand who the enemy is, who's the opposition. Philadelphia Union, they're second in the league in fouls and yellow cards. They're second lowest in successful passes. What does that mean? They don't care about connecting passes. They play very direct. They lead the league in crosses. So it's a very direct, I call it force the coincidence type of team. But if you think that they're lucky, you're beat, you're finished. So you have to know what when you're stepping into the ring against this team, what the demands will be. And we also are a combative team. We also, have certain data points that show that we're aggressive and we're fighters. So, we'll understand the opposition, meet the demands, and put them in the type of game they try to put teams in. If you catch me, what I'm saying. So it's going to be it'll be a dogfight, a roll up your sleeves type of affair. But we did it last year in their building and took them to penalties when we won. And it's going to be, they're better this year. So we love the challenge / test, but it's going to be something that most teams haven't figured out this year against them. Teams try to win at their own way and not trying to beat them at their way. So we think we have a good plan, and we are not going there again to just kind of put them in a good game. We want to win. So we're going to go there with a plan that sets us up to win.
Coach Armas, as always, we appreciate your time and your conversations, the insight that we pick up of the beautiful game. But in closing here, I see my partner in crime here, Alex Ryanemi, proudly wearing his brand new throwback.
Yeah, thank you for my gift.
Evergreen colored 96 number Rapids jersey. And if you look at my guy here, Alex Ryanemi, what do you think he would play for you on the pitch if he was to play for the Rapids on a throwback?
I did play a couple of years of high school football, or soccer rather. So, Coach, I have a little bit of experience.
Listen, I'd put him on the front line. He looks quick, like he could run.
He does. He's got a little something to him. He just.
I think he could force the coincidence. I'll put him up there and run and gun. Yeah.
Yeah, and the great thing is that we also know that he's a known finisher. And congratulations, expecting a child here in the next couple months. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh God. Coach, we appreciate the time. Jeez.
He just disappeared from the screen really quickly there. He is quick. Yeah.
Just give me one touch, Coach. That's all I need.
Congratulations, Caitlin and Alex.
See you soon, Coach. Go get some points. We'll see you next week.
Take care, guys. Thanks for having us.
The coach of your Colorado Rapids, he is Chris Armas, and hopefully he'll be back with us next week. I don't know. Maybe Coach just ruined the relationship right there, but that is true. One touch. That's all we need.
Finish in the box, babe.
Oh my!
Do a great job, 9-6.
Before we get fired, go to break.
You've got the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
You'll get more than you expect with McValue at McDonald's. So when you've spent too much on a night out, get deals on the after party. When you've got date night, get deals on favorites that'll make you their favorite. And when you've got family for the weekend, we've got breakfast.
Buy one of your breakfast favorites like a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, or sausage McMuffin and add one for $1. Price of participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer. Single item at regular price.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
All right, guys, summer's a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Nothing wrong with that. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and guys, it's guaranteed to grow for life. Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks, including me, and the results have completely exceeded my expectations. Now it's your turn. Advanced Hair's summer savings event is only for a limited time, so take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. For details and your free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results, your new hair guaranteed to grow. Take advantage of Advanced Hair's best offer ever, and make sure to view those incredible before and afters at advancedhair.com. 720-459-HAIR.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Denver's sports talk is coming right back.
Well, looky there. It's road trip, camping, climbing, fishing, kids sport hauling. Get outside and have some fun time again, Colorado. Before you head out on for a quick service tune-up or to explore their selection of over 500 new vehicles, including GMC, Chevy, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. It's like 3 dealerships all in one place. So many beautiful new trucks and SUVs. You get big store selection, but you don't lose the friendly small-town customer service that makes Johnson Auto Plaza, Johnson Auto Plaza. If you need, we'll have you in and out quicker than you can burn your first marshmallow. That is the power of the Plaza. Shop online at johnsonautoplaza.com or pay us a visit. Experience the power of the Plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza, just north of E470 on Highway 85, johnsonautoplaza.com, and in Laramie.
We've always known Redbird Farms for being the fan favorite chicken at home.
Changing on the fly here. Jesse Trujillo out. He is headed off to Broncos camp to get us ready and set up for tomorrow morning.
I feel like
Dan
this is a
Tanner,
special team substitution call out right before a game. L5, you're out. Dan Tanner's, I'm in.
DT showing up an hour early for work. Thank you. There's blueberry pancakes in the lobby if you want those, if you're hungry.
And an all-staff meeting here at KKSE.
Oh, it actually is
and
nice.
Nick's and cool, all the things.
You get out of the all staff this morning because you get to hang out with us, so you're welcome, Dan Tanner. You're
Thank
welcome.
you. I appreciate that very much.
No
guys.
problem. We try and
Dan
give back
Tanner,
to the people.
Dan Tanner, I just got to ask you real quick. How fun is it to be able to come on the air with two really fun, cool dudes, man?
It's a rarity for me.
To get on the air without having to do any work before the show. This again, I give back to the people. That's what we're doing here. Did you see this on ESPN earlier today, Coach? They ranked the players around the league with the most pressure going into 2025. And there is a Bronco on this list. The quarterback? Can you guess who the quarterback is with the most pressure to perform in 2025. There's a lot that you can choose from.
Jaden Daniels.
No, not Jaden Daniels, but from the same draft class.
Caleb Williams.
J.J. McCarthy, quarterback
What?
of the Minnesota Vikings.
But he's a rookie right now.
He's a rookie. However, going into a situation with a team that has all of the weapons you could possibly want
I know he's
around
not
him.
a real rookie, just so everybody
He's
don't
going into
text
year
in
number
and
2.
say. But he was injured in a preseason game, had his meniscus scoped, and completely missed the entirety of the season. No availability as Sam Darnold's backup a year ago.
He is going into the cushiest situation you could possibly have, right? He's got a good offensive line. He has arguably the best talent to throw to in the NFL. Like, just look at Justin Jefferson and say, throw the ball to that guy, and you'll be okay.
Hawkinson's still there. I think Addison still there.
And he also has the quarterback whisperer in Kevin O'Connell. I understand why they put him here.
Hey, JJ, you're going to be so good this year.
You're going to be okay.
My name's Kevin O'Connell.
I promise.
And I whisper to quarterbacks.
I've got you.
And then they end up having really good seasons.
Remember Sam Darnold?
Nobody thought I could do it.
That was me. Brees Hall.
I've always
running
wanted
back.
to do that. That was the first time. I apologize to all of our listeners if that made the worst radio ever, but it was fun for me.
Brees Hall, running back, New York Jets. Completely agree. Completely agree. This is a guy 2 years ago that when you looked at the Jets, you went him, Garrett Wilson. Who are you going to put at quarterback? It doesn't matter. It could be Zach Wilson, and it will be good with Brees Hall being that speedy back and being able to be utilized in the passing game. The injury derails him. This is a guy that you look at in New York that if you fail this year, if you do not return to who you were 2 years ago, contract number 2 in New York does not exist.
Yeah. Agree with that.
I think you could throw Najee Harris out there.
Is he okay? Did he report?
He's okay. His eyes are okay.
Did we see imagery of
he
Najee
had a
Harris?
firework injury to the eye, and they say he's going to be perfectly fine for week 1.
Did he show up at training camp with anything covering his eyes?
Is he Patchy the Pirate? I don't know. I mean, who's the guy in New York? Was it Jason Pierre-Paul? Was that the guy?
Yeah, he did it. He blew off his like 2 fingers.
Yeah,
right?
he missed
was
a few
that
digits.
a gun?
No, I think it was a firework.
It was a firework.
Yeah. Word to the wise: don't play with fireworks, kids.
All right, so Najee Harris.
Najee Harris is probably fine. But I do agree, in terms of running backs, you have probably the most to prove is Brees Hall. And Najee has to step in and take an offense that is reliant upon running the football. And I know there's a rookie there who's going to tote the rocket as well. You are so responsible under Harbaugh to the success of that offense that you have to look at Najee and go, be the same guy you were with Mike Tomlin, which is high volume, low impact, right, comparatively to that high volume. Najee's got to step up.
He's got to step up, but if he doesn't step up, the Chargers aren't in that much of a pickle.
It brings us to our tight end.
Well, because Omari Hampton, right?
Right. I was going to say he has a rookie running back, but he does have to step up because again, if Najee goes to LA and he's worthless, are you still in the league next year?
Correct.
Are you in the league just off of virtue
rookie?
Of
you'd be
a third string contract.
You'd be a vet minimum contract.
That's exactly who you are.
Yep.
I mean, like Leonard Fournette being playing off Lenny like 2 years after that was gone
to perform to be able to get a real contract for Najee Harris.
Brings us to Evan Ingram, tight end for the Broncos, listed as part of the all pressure team this year.
What number?
Denver. Not rated, just as part of the team. They don't have rankings here, but he is the only tight end on the list.
Wow. Well, there is pressure for Evan Ingram. The pressure number one is to return to the form of the 2021, 2022 seasons where he was highly productive. High volume player, good production, and he needs to be that run after catch player that you need for Bo Nix and Sean Payton's offense to continue to throw the ball into the flat areas, your hank routes over the ball, which are basically pivot routes at 6 yards, your basic crosses at 10 to 12 yards. And he's got to be able to catch those footballs and get yards after catch. That's what Evan Ingram is being paid to do. That was the contract that they doled out, is to get that type of return on that investment. It's funny, you can tell that Sean Payton was a bit conflicted in Bo Nix's draft class because there was another player that was hanging around right at the same time when you drafted Bo Nix that Sean Payton loved. And it was a tight end. And it was Brock Bowers.
Do you still think about that? I haven't thought about that.
I still think about this.
Months.
I still think about this.
Months.
Still think there would have been a chance to trade out of 12, back a spot,
and still get the quarterback.
Yes.
But not get Bowers.
I think there was a world that existed where you could have gotten Bo Nix by trading back into the first at the end.
I agree. And again, I got ridiculed for that. Because I was the guy that said, if Bowers there, I want Bowers. But if they want Nix or if they want McCarthy, I want them to trade down. You and I talked about this. I am the draft pick hoarder. Always have been, always will be, especially in the NFL. I want picks, and picks, which meant I'm cool with taking the chance. And yes, it would have been a gamble. I understand that. I would have been cool with taking the chance of trading down into the late teens or the early 20s and getting Bo there and then possibly garnering a future first or a current second or a future second that they could have used in this year's draft. I was cool with that, but because I said it was, you automatically don't think Bo Nix is good enough. No, that's not true.
Big 12,
I just want value.
Big 12, take Brock Bowers, and I still stand by it. Who the heck would have taken Bo Nix? People were saying the LA Rams were a possible destination. They still got Matthew Stafford. They're still committed to him.
Who was the next quarterback that was taken in that draft?
It was Spencer Rattler, and it was late. And it ended up being the 5th round. There was a massive. It was the run on 6 quarterbacks, and then Spencer Rattler in the 5th round.
Yeah, it's insane. He's the next QB
at pick 150.
So look at quarterback needy teams in 2024 then. Does he get past, if you take Bowers at 12, right? So in your situation, you're not trading out of 12, you're taking Bowers at 12 and then trading back into the first, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you take Bowers at 12 in 2024. The Raiders could feasibly take Nix there. No quarterback there. It was Aiden O'Connell at the time. New Orleans had an aging, soon-to-be injured Carr at 14. Could have selected him there. They obviously get Tyler Shook this year. Seattle had Geno Smith, but was not committed to Geno for the long term. Sorry, not Geno. Geno. I was going to say it was Sam Darnold. They had Geno Smith.
The time, yeah.
Minnesota had already gotten their quarterback earlier on in the draft. They're not taking him. Cincy won't take him. LA takes Jared Verse at 19. I don't know, man. Like there is a possibility that you could have gotten.
Was it Vegas?
Vegas is probably, you were probably very nervous about Vegas and New Orleans grabbing him at 13 or 14. So sure, it was, in retrospect, it was the right decision because he's the perfect fit. He had a good year. And if you were
Sean Payton, George Payton, Greg Penner, Kerry Walton Penner, they didn't play with their food. They said, that's our guy because our head coach loves that player. Go get him.
Because if I'm
and ultimately it's the right decision.
If I'm at the head of the personnel decision making with the Broncos in 2024, I probably take Bowers at 12 and go, we're going to suck a little bit this year. We're going to eat this the big portion of the money for Russell Wilson, right? We're going to suck.
Zach Wilson would have been interesting with Sean Payton.
He would have been interesting.
I stand by that. Everybody can throw tomatoes at me.
It is a great
Please throw tomatoes at me.
I'm not hoping. There's no part of me that like wishes that would have happened, but in an alternate universe, to be able to like see, through the looking glass and see what would have happened in that alternate universe would have been amazing. But I would have, I take Bowers at 12. You can't come back in because let's say Nix goes at 13 or 14 to Vegas. You don't get that quarterback, and you're looking at 2025 hoping that you're no good. It would have been a nightmare because you're not picking number 1 overall likely. You're not going to be as bad as Tennessee that year with Stidham or Wilson, certainly with George or Sean Payton as your head coach. You're probably sitting in that 3 to 8 window. And then who are you getting as the quarterback? Are you drafting Tyler Shook? Are you drafting Jackson Dart?
Gross.
Are you drafting Shedeur Sanders, who ended up tumbling to the 5th?
No.
That's the true nightmare scenario.
Let me ask you this.
I would have been screwed.
We already established that Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer. Do you think that Sean Payton also could have been a quarterback whisperer with Zach Wilson to the point where you have your quarterback of the future with a lot of talent, and he's the next in the line of Baker Mayfield. Find the new team with the right fit at the coordinator position, the right franchise, and you're on your way.
Dude, I hope he gets a shot.
In Miami. I do too.
Or if Miami looks at New York, like,
Dude,
let's just say the Justin Fields injury is worse than a dislocated toe, and they go, yeah, he's got to be out for like 12, 14 weeks. Does Zach Wilson, under new coach and new management in New York, go, you guys want to take another shot at this thing?
I hate that we're playing hypothetical what ifs right now, and it's dumb. It's bad. It's bad on my part, but I could tell.
It's not bad on your part. It would have been fun.
I could tell all training camp a year ago that Sean Payton loved what he saw in Zach Wilson. He verbalized it. It was like this kid he's fun to coach. He's a sponge. He's got unbelievable arm talent. Like, he never threw shade at Zach Wilson in order to protect the psyche and overall trajectory of Bo Nix.
No, but there was never an unleashing of Zach Wilson.
Never could.
You never could. You never saw him
because you committed to Bo Nix, which you should have.
Right. It would have been
but
a
I
disaster.
could tell that I think that Zach Wilson, and I hate being hypothetical Henry, but I think Zach Wilson with Sean Payton in his tutelage, Brock Bowers is a tight end, Cortland Sutton, Devon Vele, he could have been pretty nasty, man. Marvin Mims, because he throws a great deep ball. I think he could have been pretty salty. Who are the other quarterbacks that have had the renaissance in their careers? Like we talked about with Sam Darnold, another New York Jets / Carolina Panther retread. Geno Smith is a guy that I think had the renaissance.
One. Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield
Yep,
was the shining example. I don't know. Do you give like Darnold last year, obviously, Kevin O'Connell?
Sure.
It's funny, same draft for those
two
Drew
guys. Brees.
Jared Goff.
Drew freaking Brees was the retread. It's
not
different.
as much.
I agree.
Not
it's
as much.
Different.
There was an injury in there.
It was an injury.
I don't think you can put him in the same bus.
And it felt like Drew Brees as a quarterback that was a little bit too small by a lot of NFL's league, the league-wide metrics. That's why he fell to the first overall pick of the second round for the San Diego Superchargers, of which my dad was actually coaching. He's a wide receiver coach of that Chargers team that took LaDainian Tomlinson in the first round.
That's a good draft
pick.
pick.
And Drew Brees in the second round.
Pretty good draft pick.
Probably should have held on to those two guys. Held on to one. I would have gone the distance with Drew Brees personally.
I mean, they got a Hall of Famer too, or soon to be Hall of Famer, right? We agree on that.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. We agree, right? Right?
Yeah,
no?
I listened to you and Rob. You guys, I think, both said that he was a Hall of Famer.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
I don't.
You don't believe me? Dude, his numbers are through the roof. I know he never gets it done, but the numbers are enormous. Almost every stat category, he is a top 10 passer in NFL history. And almost every player that played the same amount of years he did at that position is either a current Hall of Famer or a future Hall of Famer. He would be the odd man out.
So back to the original thought. Is like
Phillip Rivers, if he doesn't get in, is the very best of the Hall of Very Good. Continue.
Steve Young, was he a retread? Was he not an original San Francisco 49er draft?
Steve Young was originally drafted by Tampa. And I think he had 1 year in Tampa where he started. He didn't really start with the Tampa Giants until he was in his 30s.
Oh, and you know what else was interesting about Steve Young you forget about? When the USFL was a legitimate league, a second league that was financially backed, he was originally a member of the Los Angeles Express of the USFL prior to the 1984 supplemental draft in which he was taken first overall by the Tampa Bay Bucks and then dealt to the Niners.
Who are your other retreads, your all-time great quarterback retreads, right? In the vein of the Baker Mayfields, the Sam Darnolds. We'll continue to get into that. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, hanging out with you guys until noon, PhD, noon to 3. Nate and Andy will take you guys on your way home from 3 to 6. Take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
you hear about sophomore slumps for quarterbacks. Like,
I do.
What is that also? You don't put much stock in that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of them. I'm trying to think of the MTV one-hit wonders, and there's not a lot of them that come to mind. I mean, I think it's a term we use, but I can't think of examples that match that term of rookie quarterbacks that excelled, and then all of a sudden what happened their second year.
I feel like C.J. Stroud was unbelievable his rookie year, and then maybe they struggled more overall as an offense. But there could be a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, but I didn't look at his season. I mean, I think they went to the postseason, and now that's a good question. But I think there's bigger picture items relative to this team.
Relative to is in midseason form, Raj.
Also, are you trying to tell me, Dan Tanner, that Sum 41 is a one-hit wonder? Like Coach Payton was trying to grab from VH1 or MTV?
Absolutely not.
Fat Lip, In Too Deep, Still Waiting.
They got a ton.
They got a bunch of bangers,
Faster
man.
we're falling, we're stopping and stalling, we're running in circles again.
The sophomore slump from
that?
Bo Nix. You were quite on pitch.
Dan Tanner wasn't feeling it. He gave me the old.
It was all right.
I don't know, man. Like it was a little bit Warped Tour vibe. Like I've been on tour now, drinking way too many one beers. Did you ever go to a Warped Tour, Rush?
I never got to a Warped Tour.
Dan Tanner, you been to a Warped Tour?
They're still doing Warped Tour right now. Like they're
ish.
reviving it.
I think it's Warped Tour light, isn't it?
But it's Warped Tour with all of the bands of yesteryear that have already made it, and now all people who are our collective age are going back to.
Is that when we were
Yellow Cards highlighting?
I think it's when we were young. Is Vegas did like that era of
sick.
Yeah, pop punk, emo, screamo, hardcore. It's my stuff too.
Sum 41 from Oshawa, Ontario.
I didn't know they were Canucks.
Yeah, they're Canucks.
I don't like
just
them as much anymore.
outside of Toronto.
I have major issues with the Canadians.
Right where former
I'm just kidding.
Av
I don't. I like Canadians.
Sent off in the Brock Nelson trade. Callum Ritchie plays his junior hockey.
Who was the lead singer of Sum 41 married to? Do you guys know?
Who? I need a hint.
Nicole Ritchie?
I need a hint.
Skater Boy.
Avril Lavigne?
They're divorced now, but they were married.
I was ready to believe in pop punk love.
There were a ton of rumors going around that Avril Lavigne was dead and then came back to life as somebody that.
She's still kicking. We lost Hulk Hogan today. You can't kill Avril Lavigne too.
Apparently, somebody told me she was already dead and then came back to life. It's really cool.
We're
it's actually
trying to
the opposite.
Kill people on our
it's the
show.
opposite of trying to kill somebody. We heard a new term from Chris Armas after their run just destroying Liga MX's team that he called the Colorado Rapids are the Mexikillers. I'm not trying to kill anybody today, okay?
So good. It's so damn good. Make it a t-shirt.
Yeah, that was the probably the most unhinged Chris Armas show. Thanks to Alex Ryan-Emi and his jersey and being a great finisher.
Thank you. I do my my very best. Okay, out of our second year quarterbacks this season, who is most prone to a sophomore slump? No J.J. McCarthy, even though he's not a rookie.
Really not Michael Penix Jr., would you agree?
No, Penix.
He only played 4 games?
I know, but at least he got a taste. I can put Penix into the fire. I'm cool with that. He didn't play a bunch. He played a little bit.
It was just 4
starts?
Yeah, for him, like you said, it was just a taste. Just a tip.
So are you going to take him out of there? So we're only going to have 4 quarterbacks. I'm not letting you run away with that one. Good try, though. Good try.
You started bringing up these like early 2000s pop pump game bands, and I went right back to my maturity level of 2005.
Out of your rookie quarterbacks from last year, who has the greatest chance to truly go into a sophomore slump?
Jaden Daniels.
Just because of how high he flew.
The ceiling was so high. It feels like the ceiling was C.J. Stroud-like.
Get to an NFC title game. Just one more game than C.J. Stroud got to? 2 more games?
C.J. Stroud just won one playoff game in each of his first 2 years. Jaden Daniels went to the NFC Championship game as a rookie quarterback and obviously put up tremendous numbers both on the ground and through the air. Jaden Daniels is the guy just solely. What I think, if I were to predict, and I hate to put this into the universe, but if I were to predict what Jaden Daniels' sophomore slump ends up looking like?
So last year, again, 3,500 yards through the air, 25 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. He was sacked 47 times last year.
Some 47. That's a lot.
Now, rushing, hold on, I'll grab his numbers on rushing. Jaden Daniels on the ground last year.
He had 10 teeters, didn't he?
6 touchdowns,
Okay.
nearly 900 yards. 5 fumbles, though.
You ready for this? Jaden Daniels, what's his sophomore slump going to look like? See if you can finish the thought. What do you think it involves?
More interceptions and an injury.
Injury.
Someone's gonna tattoo him.
He
and
is
there's
still
gonna be
tall.
a broken rib.
He's still tall. He's angular, and he could miss time.
Yeah.
That's what I see as a sophomore slump.
When I look at those 4 quarterbacks, the rookies who truly played, and I will again, JJ McCarthy doesn't count, and I'll excuse your guy Michael Penix. I think there's actually only 2 quarterbacks.
Michael Penix. Why are you excusing my guy, Michael Penix? He beat out $90 million Kirk Cousins. He
I'm
beat him out
excusing him
as the year
because
went on.
his data set was far smaller than his contemporaries. I do firmly believe, though, that there's only 2 true sophomore slump candidates, and it's Jaden Daniels and it's Bo Nix. Because did Caleb Williams really reach his potential last year? There were some underlying factors that made you go, oh, yeah, they made the right decision. Like, there's a lot of talent there. Did Drake May really make you go, wow, in New England?
Drake May
they made
was
you
just,
go, okay.
Drake May was better than I thought he would be, but not good enough to where I know that New England is back in the Tom Brady conversation.
Right, but like I think that Drake May and Caleb Williams had their basement seasons last year. I don't think they're going anywhere south of that. I think both of those guys take a step forward, and because of the overperformance of both Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix in their rookie seasons, those are the only 2 candidates to go, well, you regressed this season. Now, I've been on record saying I think Bo Nix is impervious to the sophomore slump because of who he is to Sean Payton. He's averse to throwing interceptions, right? Remove those first 2 games of the year, and he is a very, very solid
stingy quarterback with the ball.
He's way more dangerous with his feet.
Bo Nix is not going to have a sophomore slump.
He's impervious to it. I'm convinced he can't have it.
Okay, so if we guarantee you, the listener, the Bronco fan, that Bo Nix is not going to have a sophomore slump, do you get concerned at all, or are you okay with Bo Nix being almost identically as good as he was last year, where there isn't a significant step forward?
If he's identical to who he was last year, they're a playoff team with health. And if you get the right matchup, you can win that game, and hopefully you get some help on the other side of it. Right? If he's the exact same quarterback, you have to expect there's no way the running back room isn't better. There's no way that rushing attack isn't better with J.K. Dobbins if he's healthy and with the 2nd round grade in R.J. Harvey. There's no way it's not better. If Evan Ingram is healthy, he has a tight end to throw to. And he didn't have that last year. And the defense is getting better.
And you're insanely more athletic at linebacker and safety with a healthy Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw.
So if he's this, and right, you're better, way better in the middle against a team. Let's say you have the same exact matchup against the Bills. You are way more stout through the middle of the field against the Buffalo Bills than you were last year. And that helps. If he's the same quarterback this year, I don't think it's 31-7. I think it's a 1 score to, at the max, a 10-point game against Buffalo. It's the same exact story. If Bo just is stuck in neutral, I don't see that happening.
No forward progress, no backward progress for Bo Nix.
They're still a very dangerous team. They're not a contender, but they're dangerous.
Would you take it as it relates to the long game?
Yes.
I don't think you'll ever win a Super Bowl if that's the case.
No, but like
because you need your quarterback to win games for you.
No forward or backward progress for his whole career, or just next year?
Next year.
No, next year I take it.
You'd take essentially an identical performance throughout the course of the year.
I'm not hoping for it. I'm not anticipating it, but I would take it because you know what that tells me?
Like, what if he's a slow start? 2-game slow start. I know that opponents would not lead to that.
It's not going to happen. If he is stuck in neutral and he has the same exact season, the Broncos are a playoff team and they lose in the first round to, the 1 seed, whatever. I'm okay with that. I think what it tells me, if he has the same season, is he needs more weapons. Go get him a Ferrari to throw the football to on the outside. Go get him a number 1. That first round draft pick that you have must be on a wide receiver. If there's a wideout in free agency, you must spend your money that is coming off the books from Russell Wilson in the offseason on a wideout. That's what it tells me. Because it was a solid season.
Solid.
Statistics-wise, he's like a top 10, 12 quarterback in the league. 29 touchdowns has him 6th. That's just with his arms. 6th. 3,700 yards through the air. 12th.
Same exact season, same statistical makeup of his year. Would that constitute a sophomore slump?
No.
At all?
No. Not at all. How many teams are begging for a top 10 to 12 quarterback in the league right now? So many.
I mean, his efficiency rating had him in the bottom 15 of the NFL.
I know. I'm just going off of counting statistics. I'm not going into nerd stats, nose picker stats.
I don't know that efficiency is a nose picker stat. CPOE, completion percentage over expected. Yeah, you're getting you're digging there for some gold. you're plucking out some winners, man.
You're staying up there long enough to cause a nosebleed.
Yeah, and you're probably going to eat it too.
You're looking at it, you're wiping it on the bottom of the seat.
Oh, yeah. If there's somebody I wonder if there's anybody in the studio that's a nose picker and then just wipes it under the table. I wonder if there's any of those guys. You see anything? See any action over there?
No, there's nothing down here.
That means the DMac would be he'd be my highest
the underside
guy.
of this table is very, very clean.
It's a lot cleaner.
Gross profession.
It's a lot cleaner than that microphone. That's for sure.
Oh, the microphone is disgusting. You could cause a global pandemic with what's happening in front of my face.
That's essentially a bat from Wuhan is living right there.
Where's the shot for this? It's tetanus. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix is going to have he's going to take the next right step. He is. Sean Payton's going to unleash him a little bit more. The only downside of unleashing him a little bit more could the interception numbers climb a little bit. Because we're going to find out a little bit more about Bo Nix. The question being, can he make the premier top 10 throws required of an NFL quarterback with any form of consistency? Is he capable of making those top 10 quarterback, like fitting throws into tight windows to win games?
Dude, what's the pass against Buffalo?
That was a go ball down the field. I'm talking about
that win. If you've watched that play countless times, that window was small.
I think you're thinking of the touchdown pass against Cleveland, where you're backed up, and you're on your own 5-yard line. You throw it from your end zone.
Throw, yes.
The touchdown pass to Troy Franklin, I would chalk that up as a good throw. Bo Nix has enough arm strength to make a post throw, a go throw down the field, but Franklin he beat everybody and he caught the ball over the top of the defense.
I don't know. There's also like 3 touchdowns that Troy Franklin dropped that Bo put into a perfect spot.
Few of those.
6th most drops in the NFL last year. The Denver Broncos. Thank you to the 308 who texted that in.
So is Bo Nix going to try some things in training camp and maybe even the 1, maybe 2 preseason games that he plays in? And will it continue over into the regular season to test the waters a bit more?
Oh, you should try some heinous stuff.
At what point do you reel everything back in and say, last year was good enough, let's stop touching the hot stove, because that's just not who we are? Or do you just, maybe it is who he is? Because I do think that for Bo Nix to be not just good enough, because he's clearly good enough, to be the starting quarterback, franchise quarterback for a team that's going to play in playoff games. Prove that in year 1. But for him to be championship quarterback, Super Bowl winning quarterback, I think he's going to have to make some throws that he didn't attempt with any type of frequency a year ago.
Or he wasn't allowed to attempt. Is this a throw against Atlanta? That's a tight window.
That was a good throw.
Tight window.
Yep. It was a good throw.
Weak side safety cutting across.
It was a great throw.
Really solid. I mean, the Mims touchdown, which is the one I was thinking about. It's not the Buffalo touchdown. It's the one against Cleveland where he launches that through the middle. The 93-yard touchdown pass or whatever it was if he misthrows the ball by 4 inches, it's a pick. He can do it. Like if the
He's
answer is
proven
does he have the ability? The answer is yes. Now, do you want him throwing that ball 12 times a game? No, because then you turn into Jameis Winston. And we have to, deliver you from pick sixes.
Here's the backed up touchdown throw to Marvin Mims.
It's a phenomenal throw.
That's a great throw.
That's not the Mims
that's
throw.
That's on the move.
On the move, flushed out to the right.
He's terrific
back
throwing
shoulder
the ball.
to Cortland Sutton.
He's terrific throwing the ball on the move.
In the middle of his own
terrific.
defense.
I love when Bo Nix breaks contain and is outside the pocket. Really good.
So is that what you want to see a little bit more in training camp then? I want to see legs, like in terms of designed runs, and maybe we won't see it, but you want to see more
I've
bootleg,
seen,
get him on the move.
That's the throw right here. Marvin Mims Jr., right down the pipe. Big time. I want to see Bo Nix fit throws in that he didn't try to fit in a year ago at training camp.
The ones that like Zach Wilson was the only one trying last year.
Yeah.
And it's funny because like they're kind of in similar situations. Zach Wilson had nothing to lose last year during camp. He was
sunshine and rainbows on a daily basis.
Right.
Maybe just kind of a sprinkle of unicorns in there too.
All I'm going to do
living his best life
is show off my arm talent because I am the best thrower of the football on the team.
And just be super zen and cool guy to hang out with.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah. And as a result, Bo Nix traveled with Jarrett Stidham and both of their spouses to Zach Wilson's wedding in New York.
Bo has nothing to lose anymore. There is nothing Bo Nix can do to lose that job. It's his.
You're right.
You're playing with the same house money that Zach Wilson did last year. So do the same things.
Feels a little bit like,
or at least try the same.
Feels a little bit like a quarterback that I followed very closely.
Oh,
in Jordan Love, where year one it was very controlled, but almost in a way that was controlled and good. As he got more comfortable, he got more leash from Matt LaFleur, and the year went on, and he was still controlled. And then year two, even watching him at training camp last year in year two, I was like, man, he is really taking some liberties with where he's putting the football against the Broncos in training camp.
Yep.
And then the season came around and it felt a little bit more like that. It was like, is he a little loose right now? And it's a guy that I coached. And I felt like there was like this unbelievable skill set that he had to throw any ball on planet Earth, but it could also end up in the wrong team's hands at any point in time. And that happened. He threw a boatload of picks the year that I coached him as his offensive coordinator. Last year felt like that a little bit. Do you want to go too far that way if you're Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton? I'd say no.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Wright. You guys are listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The morning sprint PhD coming up from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. We will be live at training camp starting at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning with Brett Kane, courtesy of our friends at the Ramos Law Firm. We cannot wait to see all y'all guys out there. Come out, say hi. You have a great spot to watch football this year. If you happen to get a ticket, you're up in the stands, right? You could actually have like a bird's eye view of what's happening on the field. Cannot wait to see you guys out there starting tomorrow morning at 6. Coach, you got your wish from last night. The Rockies smoked the Cardinals.
I'm telling you, they're too
26
good.
wins. They're too good to win under 41 games.
They're on fire.
Hell yeah.
They're on fire, Raj.
What do they have? 60 games remaining? Is that right on the nose? 26 to 70? Yeah, 60 games remaining. And they would have to go 40 and 46. No, 14 and 46.
I was just saying.
Sorry, 14 and 46 to hit it right on the nose where you win 40 games.
They've gotten too good recently.
They've gotten too good.
And it just is, it's proof of concept that the Rockies can't even effectively be bad when people are hoping that they can make history.
They can go a long way in helping themselves make history if they trade the right players. Like Ryan McMahon, I know his average is atrocious from early on. I think he's like 217 because he went 0 for last night. But is still an intriguing corner piece for teams that are looking for like a guy who would hit 7, 8, 9 in the lineup and provide above average defense or
some pop in the bat.
Right. Or be a guy off the bench that could turn into a playoff hero somehow. He should be moved. The other one that's crazy, and he continues to be red hot, it's freaking Mickey Moniak, man.
Ball player.
He's a ball player. And he is the biggest conundrum at 27, and you're hoping that you found the diamond in the rough. He's only making like $1.2 million, 1.125 this year. He's got arbitration years this year and next year. So he's under team control, is relatively young. Would you hang on to him as part of this young core as you go, well, yeah, he's a former first overall pick. His pedigree's through the roof. Now he's starting to hit with us. He is red hot over the course of July. Like what is he slashing? Like 438, 481, 813? He's gotten on base 16 straight games. He's got a hit streak that's 8 games deep. 15 bombs. Do you go, we found it. We found a piece that can really help us in the outfield. Or
nope.
Do you ship him?
Flash in the pan.
The answer is ship him.
Flash in the pan, right?
Hey, you want some outfield help?
Is Mickey Moniak going to be a player that sustains for the next 7 years when the Rockies are then hopefully competitive yet again? Probably
no,
not.
Because he'll be 33. No.
Probably not. You got to strike when the iron's hot.
It's so funny. I'm talking myself into the pit of despair that is the Rockies at the trade deadline, and now I can see how they do it every year. You go, oh, well, he could be helpful this year, next year, the year after. But you're not, you know the company Arrow, Colorado company? It's a tech company.
Cool logo.
Cool logo there.
It's like continuous lines, I believe. There's no breakup of the lines in the Arrow.
I think their old slogan was like 3 years out or something like that, or 5 years out. You have to be thinking in the old Arrow slogan of 5 years out. You can't be thinking, well, he could be still a really good player at 30, 3 years from now.
Raj, you realize in the National League West, pretty good division, correct?
Yeah, very good.
You realize that the last 10 games of the 5 teams in the NL West, Colorado Rockies are performing at the second best level of the National League West, ahead of the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are 4-6 in their last 10.
Yeah, but Shohei's hit a bomb in 5 straight.
Ahead of the San Francisco Giants, who are 3-7 in their last 10. Ahead of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are 4-6 in their last 10, and just shy of the 6-4 that your San Diego Padres have been performing the last 10. Newsflash, Colorado, you've got a hot baseball team. 5-5, last 10.
Are you so excited about how they are, they're a little bit hotter and they are now on the road to not being the worst team in history? Are you excited to the point where you could go, they might catch the Chicago White Sox? Chicago's only got 11 more wins than they do. The White Sox are still, they're not historically bad like they were last season when they only won 41 games, but they still suck. Are the Rockies good enough and hot enough? And also, one more, dumb enough to think that, hey, we're turning around. Young guys are good. We're not going to trade anyone. Then Moniak continues to play well, and
that's
McMahon
totally what the
continues
Rockies
to turn
are
it
do.
around.
If we're gonna,
Jake Bird is not dealt at the deadline.
The best indicator of future events is always past events, Raj. And is there any doubt that the Colorado Rockies are going to say, Mickey Moniak, we got something, man? I'll tell you what. Let's hold on to that piece. and then never really build up the system.
They have
Definition of
two.
insanity, right?
Keith Law came out with his top 60 yesterday, his updated top 60 after the draft. They do have 2 players in that top 60, actually 2 players in the top 30. And both of those are your first-round draft picks over the last 2 years, and Charlie Condon at number 26. And I think he has Ethan Holiday slotted at like 23 or 24 or something like that. So
cool.
you have a couple of top-end prospects, but they don't show up on Law's top 60 ever again. It's just those 2. So yeah, the way to find other prospects like that is you have to find and capitalize on Mickey Moniak having the best July possible when the outfield market isn't that deep. Like what did I scream about a week and a half ago? That the Rockies are not only screwing up the standings, but they're messing up the trade deadline market because of like what Boston did to them. They sweep them, and now Boston is fooling themselves into thinking that you could be a wild card team, and then Jarren Duran isn't on the trade block. So like if Duran is taken off, Moniak's value starts to go higher. You just can't screw that up.
If I'm in a root for history of some sort, the Chicago White Sox last year, who won 41 games and lost 121 of those bad boys. You know what their run differential was?
Oh, God. -2.
Keep going.
-4.
Lower.
-372.
-306. Colorado Rockies right now.
It's not good, Coach.
They got a shot.
It's not good.
They got a real
It's
shot.
pretty bad.
They're at -247.
It's pretty bad. 60 games to go. It's a disaster.
60 to go. Say you average, I don't know, average 2. You're going to be right at 307.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough go. No, if you average losing 2 runs a game.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, by 2, you would be at 307.
That's another 120 runs. You're at like 367.
Oh, there you go. My math was a little flawed there.
You need to average.
It is
you need
within,
to average losing 60 games by 1 run to tie it at 307. That ain't happening.
No.
Although, speaking about keeping runs down, did you know last night a 6-0 win for the Rockies, their first shutout in 221 games, dating all the way back to May 15th of last year.
That is remarkable.
When they shut out the San Diego Padres on the road 8-0.
Isn't May of last year more than 200 and some odd days? Would be days of major
early? That'd be the early portion of the season.
Well, isn't 365 days in a year?
221 games.
Oh,
games. 221 games.
Holy cow.
Just way more than...
Wait, the Rockies haven't shut anybody out in 221 games?
Since the middle of May of last year.
Holy smokes. Like a shutout in baseball happens.
Yeah, it does.
With some semblance of frequency.
Third longest non-shutout streak in MLB history. Last time they did it was an 8-0 victory against the Padres.
Things are trending for the Rocks right now.
The answer is, whoever calls for Mickey Moniak, give them Mickey Moniak. Even if it's the 12th or the 21st or the 30th best prospect in their pipeline.
Who's this Tanner Gordon guy,
Here
man?
you go.
Tanner Gordon's dealing right now. 2-2 record for your Colorado Rockies, 3.13 ERA and 13 Ks and 1.3 WHIP.
Don't let yourself get excited. Don't do this to yourself.
No,
you don't
I
want to
don't
do this.
want this. It's stir crazy when you expect this team to go down a path where they're going to destroy the Chicago White Sox in the worst season in Major League Baseball history. And now here you are. You can't even do that right.
Before we get out of here, Quinn Miners just stepped up to the podium and was talking about how people have been sleeping on the Broncos a little bit. I'm sure he's kind of reacting to the very viral Nick Wright conversation about how could they have the 6th best roster. He went up in his cutoff belly shirt with his O-line gloves on, nothing but spandex on the bottom side. Do they have the most football-looking football player in the NFL? Find me another person in the league that screams football more than Quinn Miners does. Like if Brett Kiesel was still in the league, I'd give you that. He's the most football-looking son of a gun on the planet.
Give me a couple more candidates. So you have Quinn Miners, Brett Kiesel. Who else?
But he's not in the league anymore.
I'm saying guys that look like a football guy.
Who was the big bearded dude, offensive lineman for New England for all those years? He had a sister that was an Olympian. You know what I'm talking about? I can't remember his name. They're always going to be offensive linemen. Always. But he is around the league. That's the most football-looking son of a gun.
You want to know who looked like a football guy to me? Pittsburgh Steeler outside linebacker James Harrison.
Football guy. Football-looking son of a gun. Completely agree.
Blockhead. Yep. Jacked. Quinn Miners definitely looks like an O-lineman.
You know who always looked like a football player to me at a skill position? Greg Olson.
Yeah, football guy.
Blockhead-looking football fella.
Good football guy.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Nate Solder is the guy who I'm thinking about for New England. That's the guy, Nate Solder.
CU buff.
Solder, that
he was
guy.
a CU buff.
Oh, there you go. Tyler was a pretty football-looking fella.
A little slender, right?
A little slender, but like when he grew out the beard and he was bigger, yeah, football-looking fella. You can make the argument that if you put Tyler in a tight end position right now with how he looks now, football-looking son of a gun.
He would be. I'd love to see him run routes, though. Catch the ball.
Does he have the east-west?
I don't know if he's got the old
mobility?
lateral change of direction.
The north and south is
I think
scary
he'd
of
be
Tyler
okay.
right now.
I think he'd be pretty good.
But I don't know if he's got the east-west.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of limbs that he would have to slow down in order to change direction.
There's a lot of
good call. Takeo Spikes. Football guy.
Spike. Football-looking son of a gun. Frank Gore.
Very much.
Football-looking son of a gun.
You knew he was a football guy? Body type, look. You're going to have to see him twice a year for the next 4 to 7 years. Ashton Genty.
I'll give you that.
Football guy.
All right, we got to get out of here. For Coach Sanford, for Jesse Trujillo, and Dan Tanner for coming into work early, hanging out with us for the last hour. Appreciate and love you. My name's Alex Ryan-Emmy. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning live from Broncos camp at 10 a.m. Don't go anywhere. PhD's coming up next.
with Rock. From the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Greetings, programs. This is Connor McGahee, voice of your Colorado Avalanche. Here comes another incredible hour of Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Are you ready?
Revitalized Health presents Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Darren McKee, Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. This is the Big Noon Build-Up. Now, here's PhD.
Well, Scott, we will get to everything Broncos and training camp in just a little bit. We'll get reports on everything, find out what happened down there today. Start with a heavy heart here, brother.
What you gonna do when the holster passes away? Did I not tell you yesterday celebrities go in threes? They go in threes, dog.
You did. And Dan was like, oh, my God, Scott does the best Hulk Hogan impression.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what's appropriate and not appropriate on the day that he passed.
Listen, I love him. I told the Warren today, who's a giant Ozzy fan. I mean, I bummed her out yesterday.
I was watching so many Ozzy videos over the past 24 hours.
And I said, Hulk Hogan is to you what Ozzy Osbourne was. I mean, that was, I don't want to say my youth, but that was my introduction to pro wrestling and all that kind of stuff. I went with Randy Whitman when we were teammates in with the Atlanta Hawks. And we went to the Apollo Theater, had a pay-per-view for like the first two WrestleManias.
Yeah.
And we had a ball boy, and we hired him before there was Uber and all that stuff. We hired him. He drove us. We paid him, $100 or something like that, got him into the gig.
Yeah.
We sat there and just watched wrestling for 3 hours, drinking beers.
Oh,
and
man.
He took us home. But I never got to meet him. I didn't know him. I love him to death. We had Van Vader in our show. Dave and I had Van Vader on, who Leon White was his real name. Played at CU. It was like I think he made all Big Eight at three different offensive line positions. I mean, he was that good. He was going to be highly drafted, and then in the workouts the colleges do, tore his ACL in a drill, working out for the NFL, ended up going the fourth round, never was the same. It may have hung around a couple years. We lost Leon a few years ago, too. But Leon was Van Vader in the WWF, WWE, WCW, all the different, whatever ones that they were called back then.
Yeah.
But Leon would come in studio with us. I mean, I was like a hero, right? I mean, and that was like Dave's boy. They went to college together, right?
That's crazy.
And now he's in there. And so he was in there, and he tried to do something to me, and I went full blow Hulk Hogan on him. I said, what you gonna do, Van Vader, when these 23-inch pythons wrap around your neck and squeeze the life from you?
Damn, you do a good impression. Holy cow. Wow.
And so I talked smack to him. Van Vader was dying on the floor laughing.
You sound just like him. That is crazy.
I've had 40 years of imitating him.
Damn.
But so Van leaves. He's like on the show for an hour and a half. Leaves, calls Dave back from the road, and he's still laughing. He goes, that's the best Hulk Hogan. He said he hit me with the smack, and I couldn't even respond. It was so good I didn't have a response. So then he called back so that he could respond. Listen, Hulk, and he starts doing all this stuff back
That's
to me.
fantastic.
But nah, it was outstanding. It was, like I said, that was my youth, dog. That was my guy when I was young. Oh, I gotta get video.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna do some Hulk Hogan impressions, people are gonna want to see that.
But
Andy Lindahl coming in here from the Broncos.
Yeah, so what you
Good to
and
see you, brother.
the Warden thought of
Ozzy,
that was the Hulk was my guy.
well, I'm sorry, man. 71 is way too young, and
He's a staple, man. He's just one of those dudes.
He helped make wrestling pop. I mean, wrestling's been around since the 30s and 40s.
You can't talk about pro wrestling without mentioning Hulk Hogan.
Ever.
Mount Rushmore, top 5. I mean, whatever you want to go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about
Thunderlips
it.
in the Rocky 2 movie. Was it 2 or 3?
Wasn't Thunderlips?
I thought it was when he fought Clubber Lang, so it would have been 3.
3, yeah.
I think your 3's
Yeah.
right. Thunderlips.
Sad, man. I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry to hear it. We'll talk.
But I told you it comes in 3s.
I know. Trust me. I was freaking out about that. So, Andy Lindahl. We'll get back to Hulk Hogan and pay tribute more to him later. Good to see you, Andy.
Guys, man, it's been a rough 80s week. Don't forget.
Yeah, I know.
Look, I'm sorry if you mentioned it when I was walking in from the parking lot, but I was bummed at Malcolm Jamal Warner. I loved the Cosby Show growing up.
54 drowning accidents?
Yeah, Well, when I was out in San Diego last week, the ocean was a little gnarly last week. Like, there was one area, we went to the beach Thursday.
Sorry to hear that, too.
And they had a whole section where they did not want little kids because
yeah.
it looked like a Baywatch scene a couple times with them throwing the buoys and diving in with their flippers on because there was terrible undertow. So I don't know if he got caught up in that or what, but
yeah, terrible.
Anyway.
How are you? How was training camp today? Yeah, I know. Still acclimating?
Yeah, so Mike McGlinchey, the only one not out there, which this is where it kind of stinks that Sean Payton isn't talking today.
So we're not quite sure.
Not quite sure what the story there is. And look, it may be no big deal. I mean, I don't remember him limping off or anything yesterday. There was no, now today was a little bit tougher because as you guys will see when you're out there, well, you're not. I keep forgetting. It's the previous show. But anyway. We've got the fields running north-south.
Well, we're all out there tomorrow. Everybody's out there tomorrow.
We're all out there tomorrow.
Yep.
So
are you guys out there?
Well, they're not. No.
I'll be out there.
He'll be there, but
you can't escape
no,
the Hawkeyes of
remember
Andy
our
Lindahl.
show, we have to leave once things stop going on the field, which happens to be within the first hour of our show.
When we used basically you have to leave when we used to get, you and I talked about it on the podcast last night.
Used to get all the
guests. Best interviews of camp, especially in the first week.
But we're probably good for a good 45 minutes to an hour before they start looking at us sideways.
Yeah, last year it was about 30 to 50, somewhere in there.
There's a little side eye.
All of a sudden, the PR guys, the little menu, the muggle PR people would start walking by.
They're all over stuff this year. I tweeted something I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to yesterday, and it was completely mundane.
I gotcha.
I think I tweeted that just said photographic proof for your underway, and they're all right, now listen, they're all really cool to me. I don't know who the boss was that said you got to take it down, but they were like,
the rule is, FYI, for everybody listening, the rule is you're not supposed to tweet anything or put any information out until the practice is over. You can take as many photos
right now that changes tomorrow because tomorrow we're officially training camp.
Okay. Different deal.
So
but I thought it was like the first 15 minutes you could, and then you had to stop, and then.
Hell, I don't know.
Right. Well, we'll see once we get yelled
Whatever.
at. Yeah.
There you go.
We'll see. We'll see. There's something, by the way, there's something else I know wasn't supposed to happen, and it happened, and I just saw it. I'm like, I'm just not going to say anything.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it all alone, baby. I'm going to leave it all alone. All right, so I'll give you the best I can of the day. The point is they were on the far field today. So, again, you're dealing with the benches. So here's what I can give you. And again, guys.
Oh, so they're right up against the construction.
They are.
Oh, wow.
And we were right up against the old building. Oh, we're talking at least, what is a football field? 50 yards wide.
That's a tough
so
thing
we're
to
about
see.
80 yards. We might have even been 100 yards away. Look, it's getting a little competitive, which I did like.
Okay.
They did ones-on-ones.
Okay.
And the defense, the pass rush, just swallowing up the offense. Bo, the first rep I saw, and this is at the end. We're only talking like 10, 15 minutes of this, okay? So grain of salt, folks. Grain of salt, but going to give you what I saw. First play, Bo drops back, looking to throw out of the pocket. Would have just been just the sea of orange because the D's in the orange, just a sea of orange around him as if he was in the middle of a huddle. Then the second play, he escapes out and makes something happen. Then a third play happened, and I think the D thought he got down because we heard a big, hey, all that from the defensive side. Now, the other thing that was hard is that they were all together. Like normally, you can see the offense or the defensive side. So if one of the units wants to hoot and holler, you can tell which one it is.
Right.
They're all a big mass right now in the end zone. But the defense got excited. So I think they thought Bo got sacked or else they would have decked the running back behind their line of scrimmage. Second team comes in, and then, let's see, Jared Stidham, couple rough. Look, no protection on the first couple snaps. Basically, the defense is into this. I think this is going to get real interesting when we go live. But then Stidham escaped through a nice pass to the boundary. Receiver does a catch and spin move, and there'd have been nobody left. So then the offense, so we got that going on, which I think is kind of nice. Guys are getting into it. So there's a little motion
is this team
today.
11 on 11 or is it 7 on 7?
No, this is 11 on 11. This is the end of the game. This is the end of the practice where they were going live.
Oh, so
now,
we got a little competition, a little bit.
I feel a bit bad for, the offensive line really isn't supposed to be decking anybody. You know what I mean?
Right.
How much blocking are you really doing? And
right.
But look, the pass rush is legit, and I'm excited. I told you guys yesterday, it's kind of the one thing I'm going to watch early on. How long before Sean gets frustrated? Because listen, the defense, this is 3 years, same system, mostly the same personnel. You just keep adding great players to it. So they're ahead of the offense, and the defense is always ahead of the offense anyway. Sean's trying to work in R.J. Harvey. He's trying to work in J.K. Dobbins, who looks really fast, by the way. He caught a screen pass, and he showed the Jets that he's got. So he doesn't look like whatever injuries he had in the end of last year for the Chargers isn't going to be a problem, I don't think. You're working in Evan Ingram. Like, the offense still is working people in. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So they're not as fluid of an operation as the defense is right now. And again, I go back to that 2015 thing where even though Payton was hurt, Payton wasn't hurt till later in camp, if you remember. And that's when they had to adopt the pistol. But they got competitive, man, and they were jawing at each other. And I'm telling you, Bo ain't afraid to talk to Bo. It was kind of cool because the quarterbacks are doing the old net throwing drill we all laugh about close to us. First off, I like our guy Stiddy. Stiddy went running just to get a sprint in, and he ran from one side of the field to the other and ended up running past me and Leggy, and he goes, those old knees, boys. So I looked at Stidham. I go,
it was like 27.
As he turned around and walked back, I go, you want to feel better? I'll run for you. So he got a little laugh out of that. But I don't know what they were doing with this net game, but Bo clearly won it because Bo drills some middle pocket and went running around with the hand up, the old Tom Brady number one finger in the air like he'd done something. And I saw Stidham cussing. By the way, and I brought the raw.
Those guys, by the way, are really good friends.
Oh, Ellinger looks like he's fitting in. He's taking the Zach Wilson role perfectly.
He went on vacation with those guys too.
Evan Ingram and Cortland Sutton were trying to do the same drill. I got to remember Ingram's one. That again, back to the number thing.
What number is he wearing?
One.
Evan Ingram's wearing
He's
one. He's a tight end wearing
one.
Oh, that's hard. That's
Come on,
not
I ain't
good.
Warren Moon, son. Come on.
No, you got to be in the 80s
I need
to be
an
a tight
80s.
end. I know.
An 84. Although the word went like that. Anyway,
okay.
They wanted to do the net drill too. Boys, we ain't got an emergency quarterback. That's all I'm going to say. Remember how Rod Smith was the emergency guy if all three went down? Yeah, Ingram and Sutton, they're significantly less MPH trying to get the ball into the net.
That's pretty funny.
It looked like soft toss as the pitchers are warming up compared to what the quarterbacks are actually doing.
Like Papa Shaw, just kind of
exactly.
You're not really shooting it, right?
The shovel pass or whatever. So there you go. That's about it. Like I said, we'll try to get word on what's going on with McGlinchey. I also was talking with our guy Atwater today. He said Trent Sherfield Sr., the wideout out of Vanderbilt, 8 years experience, he likes him.
Well, he's going to be a special teams guy, though, right?
Yeah,
but
he likes a little what he brings.
Special teams role going to be?
Probably a gunner. Isn't he the gunner specialist? He replaced. Who was the guy they lost? He was the guy that they lost. That player was it McAllister last year?
You're right.
He caused the thing in the Charger game where they were able to fair catch and then do the crazy free kick.
To me, Sherfield is I think that's his role. But technically, he will be a wide receiver. What does Steve like about Sherfield?
He just said he likes his wiggle and his speed.
All right.
Hey, look, I'm just trying to give you whatever I can, man. It was another hour.
No, it's great.
It's just laid back practice.
How long to go? Just an
hour. Well, I mean, we watched an hour. How about I say that? We were in our muggle cage waiting to get in there, and they were clearly doing something before we got in.
So there's a muggle cage before you can get in?
Well, I mean, it's the parking lot, but
it's a weird setup.
So we all wait by the gate where the players, the gate that opens for the players to go in. We're all surrounded outside. We look like autograph seekers if it were the regular
because they used to wait out there.
That's where they are. Well, a couple guys are out there today.
So I bet they try to sneak in with you all.
No, they
don't. Come on.
Well,
tomorrow
so they got the little table for all the passes and stuff right there.
That'll start tomorrow.
Yeah,
look, hey, people know me. I don't need a badge.
Well, Scotty's got to be in there. Do you need a badge? Do you think you just walk in?
No, I'll need a badge.
You think so?
The security people know me, most of them, because they're my age. But like, they still say, where's your...
What would happen if you just walked out onto the field?
Sean Payton would probably.
Well, Sean Payton would come
No,
over.
that's your new buddy. He
That's
might bring you
what
over.
I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Know what I think you got to do? See, this is what the two people on the scoreboard screwed up at the Coldplay concert. You just got to act like you've been. See, if they would have just taken their hands and started clapping instead of everybody ducking and diving like sniper fire broke out, maybe we all don't realize you're up to something, okay?
Look at those two.
You should have just, you know what I mean? Got the above hand
never
clap
gone viral.
going. Because nobody would have thought anything. They're just, but instead you made it, homeboy, worst reaction ever.
Well, the funniest thing, you're right about them. Had they had no reaction whatsoever, who would have ever posted it?
I don't know who that dude is. You know what I mean?
Chris Martin's not going to make fun of you. It's not going to get posted.
Now you're just another random couple on the big board.
It's Kiss Cam. You know, not everybody on Kiss Cam goes viral.
Yeah.
Nobody on Kiss Cam goes viral.
Unless something weird like that happens.
Unless something weird like that happens.
You draw attention to yourself.
Yeah, if you just leaned into it, it's over in 15 seconds.
But that's what I'm saying. If Scott walks out like I'm VIP, like not bothered to buy anything, and you just go up to the sideline and stand there, maybe a whistle. You know what I mean? A visor. You get a visor going.
And
kind of look coachy like.
Yeah.
Find an old shirt that you have, an Arkansas shirt. They think, it's a visiting
coach, right?
You know what I mean? Raj and Coach were talking about football guy. Look, you could get football guy look going real quick.
Oh, easy.
You know what I mean?
Easy.
Yeah. Why don't we do that?
You know,
get a clipboard.
You know, what'd be hysterical. You just walk over to the offensive line and just stand next to the head coach.
Cross the hand. Hey, get the bike shorts and pull up some socks to your calves. Huh?
Black cleats.
I've got,
Well, you'd have to have a long sleeve shirt because all those assistants they don't like the sun. They get the long sleeve shirts.
I've got a whiteboard for drawing up lacrosse plays. Just take that. We'll put some papers over it. You can just kind of hold it like you got your crap. You know what I mean?
If you had that outfit on, you got to have the long sleeves, though. They all wear the long sleeves.
Yeah. You got a Vic Fangio.
Fangio's wearing a sweatshirt. It's 98 degrees
out. It looks like you're not bothered by anything. What position group? Should it be O-line? You got a little bit of remember Reggie, was it Reggie Herring that was the D-line coach with Polar?
I think Scotty could pull. I think O-line would be the easiest, but I think you could pull D-line.
I'm just going to hijack your show. 303-504-0925. Tell Scotty what position group does he need to coach.
Yeah.
See, you don't have receiver. You don't feel receiver D.
No. I thought I might go over to the veer quarterback.
Hey, what about the tight ends?
Well,
you could be tight end guy.
Oh, there you go.
You could be tight end guy.
Tight end guy.
Because Caleb Lohner is a basketball player.
Sure, he's as tall as you are.
Well. I mean, he's tall, but he's not. He's not Hastings tall.
Did you see him do anything?
Lohner?
Yeah.
Not really.
Does he stand out?
Well, look, again, going back to the last day of OTAs where it was pretty awesome because they actually did these drills we talked about right in front of us, and I felt like I was walking the sideline of the old, Empower there.
Right.
Lohner had a couple receptions. I see things where I'm like, hey, man, they might find a role for him, but everybody I talk to in the know, including Leggy, says he's a practice squad guy probably.
Okay.
See, they can develop.
There's
no need for
there's
him
a lot of edges to sand off.
But what if in 2 years they sand it off?
Oh, no, I think it's great. Look, my question, though, is if you put in practice squad, you risk somebody deciding they may sand off those edges quicker.
It seems like a stretch.
You're right. But this is what this time of year is, right? Here's what I love about camp. I say this at the end of every camp.
But it is funny the Broncos used a draft pick on him.
Because they didn't want to have to deal with the free agent negotiation. I think there was interest, just not as a draft pick.
Right.
But what I love is we're going to sit here, well, maybe not you, but most of us are going to sit here and try to pick our guys and pick our roster and stress out because when I was at the other place, that's all we did. We were picking the roster from game one.
Right.
And if any of the dudes we're stressing out about the last five, if they're playing, we're screwed. Your season has gone completely wrong if I'm stressing out about finding maybe our guy Trent Sherfield getting some legit snaps at receiver.
Here's what I've done over the years. And the ones I really focus on, I've been really good at picking them. It's saying, this guy's standing out where no one's really talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq Barrett, for example, coming to CSU, not a high expectation. I'm watching practice. That's when I'm doing the show with Sandy over across the street.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, this guy this guy's balling.
block him.
And everybody, he practice squad. Dude, he was instrumental in them winning the Super Bowl that year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was fabulous that year. What's our guy that went to Jacksonville we talked about last time?
Reuben Drones is one.
The D lineman guy. Reuben Drones we like.
Remember way back in the day.
Yeah. But
Malik
Jackson? We were all
Danny
over Malik
Trevathan.
Jackson.
Well, the star last year was Vele. He would do something
He
great
looked good
every
today, too, by the way.
Well, there you
I
go.
was all over Vele last year.
Well, because he
In fact,
would.
somebody, there we go. Oh, I don't see it.
Oh,
He's a
really?
practice squad guy.
No, not me.
No, not him.
Oh.
Got it.
Guy I'm playing right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's
Well,
all-
Vele made standout plays every day.
Every day.
Yeah. So there was that.
You know, one time I'll never forget it. We're just being wise asses over on the sideline because that's all you got to do. And I was like, oh boy, we got to worry about this Tim Patrick guy before he'd even practice. And all of a sudden, in the camp, I'm like, Tim Patrick guy is kind of good.
Tim Patrick.
Tim Patrick,
Patrick's another guy,
I remember
too.
where he looked good. He looked good on special teams.
Yeah.
And he was one of them guys who was just like, whoa, like he is doing something. Every situation Tim Patrick was in, he would do something interesting.
Before the injuries, when you'd watch him in practice, did you guys ever see him drop a football?
No.
Tim Patrick, no.
Yeah, never did.
And big-bodied. You're like, that dude, there's the profile. For a West Coast offense, too, that he came in under, that
But
was
you
the
like
profile.
that wide receiver you keep talking about, maybe the Tim Patrick type replacement.
Oh, yeah, the early. I got to remember him.
Third round guy?
Third.
Oh,
wait.
Bryant?
Not third. Yeah. Pat Bryant isn't a Tim Bryant. No. Pat, here's the thing. I don't know what to make of Pat Bryant because whether they want to poo-poo it or not, the speed is a bit of an issue. And I don't know how you get faster. You guys would have to talk to someone smarter
He's
than
not
me.
going to get faster.
He gets reeled in by corner. But again, his physicality and his win off the line ability, this is what I like about Sean Payton. I think he drafts him going, well, I know what plays I'm going to run with him. I'm not going to run all my plays with him.
That's fine.
But I know what I'm going to use him
because
for.
they took Jahdae Barron because they didn't want Matthew Golden or one of those other speedsters. And the receiver they got was a guy who is not going to cause separation. But can he get open and be a good possession receiver,
right.
that sort of thing? But I thought we had that.
Yeah, but I think there's elite win at the line of scrimmage. Bo Nix, 3rd and 5. Bo Nix needs a first down, and he's on a slant route. Bo's got his guy.
Well, there you go.
Demarius, when he finally was practice after the feet got right, remember that was the one thing that we liked about him, said no one could jam him at the line of scrimmage. You couldn't keep him on the line.
Yeah. But he also had deceptive speed, too.
But he had
DC could run away from people.
But still, listen, there's a whole lot of guys that are fast. If you can't get off the line of scrimmage, you ain't. So what?
Well, and how many draft picks have just been wasted and cut? Like if Pat Bryant comes in and let's call it 50 plays, and he gets you 5 or 6 touchdowns, it was worth a 4th round pick.
No doubt
about it. How many 4th round picks haven't done Doc Squidley hanging out around here?
And on that Doc Squidley note, thank you, Andy Lindahl.
You don't know him?
Live tomorrow at training camp. Andy back. Who you on with today? You and Spring? You and somebody else? What you got?
It's Spring. Coach Sanford doesn't return my calls anymore. He's a big timer.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Back at 3 o'clock. We'll see him then. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, who needs that? Listen. Nobody needs that. You're excited for the Broncos? Well, if you're not, yeah, I'll tell you what. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, man. Here's what you do. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're fantastic. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult. The initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today. 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What a bummer, man. 71, man. What was going on with Hulk? What was his...
Well, the initial report I heard might have had a cardiac thing.
Was that right?
The one report I read.
Oh, so this was more like a sudden deal?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, shoot. Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I thought he was ill or something. I thought there was something going on. No?
Well,
oh, man,
like I said,
awful.
I just won one initial report and said they think it was some cardiac or whatever it's called.
Did you like it when Hulk went heel?
Not initially, but I got into it because he did it so well.
I never believed it.
It was a great storyline.
Yeah, I never bought it.
And he worked with another buddy of mine. I forgot his name now. Nash.
Kevin Nash.
Kevin Nash.
Yeah, big
who
dude.
I knew Kevin when he was just trying to get into wrestling.
Okay.
He was roommates with my buddy in Atlanta.
Wow. Well, he's a 7-footer legit, Kevin Nash, right?
He was about my side, but yeah.
Big dude.
And good. We had time. He was a bouncer at
I bet he was a good bouncer.
At a place. So I've been buddies with Kevin for a while, so Played for DeVoe at basketball at Tennessee for like a year. And
I can believe that.
He couldn't stand him, so he left.
Well, there you go. So, sad day. Man, a couple of back-to-back sad days. Yeah, I did end up watching, I have great memories of Hulk Hogan, man, overall. I know things were weird. Hulk had some interesting things later in his life with his family and personal life
and this and that. And
Bubba the Love Sponge and everything going on.
I mean,
it's like
a video, I think, came out.
Yeah, so...
But won money from it.
Yeah. I mean, they just kind of admitted to, I don't know if this was all sorts of weird stuff. Yeah. I'll just leave it there. But my memories, of Hulk Hogan is like why I liked wrestling. Then I grew up and, I was like, whatever. And then he was like supposed to be a bad guy. And I think when he turned to be a bad guy, I was like, okay, I'm kind of like, I think I was out of wrestling at that point. Not that there's anything wrong with wrestling.
I was still in it. I was still there. I
still kind of locked in.
Yeah, when he went to the NWA or whatever it was, the Wrestling National World, I don't know, whatever. It was,
NWO.
Well, yeah.
Wasn't it?
It might have been, yeah. One of them.
Okay.
But I didn't know about the different wrestling organizations. There's a great documentary on this small little group up in between Cincinnati, near Cincinnati or something like that, and all these guys and how they're affiliated and what they touch and who they did. And this guy at one time was with the WWF, and he's trying to get. It's really interesting.
Well, there's an amazing documentary about Vince McMahon.
Well, I saw that one too.
And how he more or less took all those small organizations and forget
Put
that.
a lot of them out of business. Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah,
but there was still a couple of others. But there used to be like a dozen or so wrestling organizations,
all over, especially from the Midwest to the.
So these guys,
East
and it
South.
was all just like regional TV.
Yeah,
regional TV.
Yeah.
So these guys would just bounce around and be the same character, or even different characters in different towns.
I ever tell you a story. So we were owned by Turner, and Turner was broadcasting the NWO before when it was something else. Midwest, I don't even know what it was called, but they filmed it right there at Turner Studios. And so Randy and I got invited because they knew Randy and I was big wrestling guys. So we got invited to go to one the Saturday afternoon, or the show was on Saturday afternoon. They taped it like on Thursday, Wednesday, whatever. So Randy and Whip and I go to the studios. We're in the green room, and Ric Flair comes in.
Woo.
So we're sitting there with Ric Flair, just talking to him like you and I be talking. He was talking about, you guys played I love he's a big NBA fan. Knew us,
all right.
Knew the Hawks. We were kind of an up-and-coming team at the time, and we're talking. He said, yeah, I've kind of been a Lakers fan. I've been out in L.A. for a while, blah, blah, blah. But just a real cool guy. So then we go down because now he's not wrestling, but he's doing one of those, whatever the talks are called, right?
Yeah.
The fire-ups. Whoa! All that stuff gets into it. So he's over there, and Randy and I are sitting on a couple folding chairs right by the exit door.
Yeah.
He starts going off. And he's talking about his Knicks of bone. He's like the Atlanta Hawks. Oh, wannabe, blah. Woo! They're no good. They're always chasing the Lakers. They'll never be. And so they panned to Randy and I. And so Randy's grabbed my arm, and I'm going like this. And it made the regional show.
Awesome.
Where I'm like going to come out with
Oh, my God. I would love to see that.
I had it on video because I recorded it somewhere.
I would love to see that.
So I was like, acting like I was going to come off the chair, and he was.
It's fantastic.
It was hilarious. I could have been the first. Yeah, I could have been there before Rodman and Karl Malone. I could have made an appearance.
You'd have been a fun wrestling guy.
So it was kind of a cool time in Atlanta because that was when
that was
wrestling
red hot,
was absolutely exploding, and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, you would have been the perfect character for wrestling.
Yeah.
You know what? You would have been You'd have been a great manager. Like a Jimmy Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy Snuka. Or no,
Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy Hart.
Yeah, like a
Bobby the Brains.
Yeah, like a manager who mixes it up every now and then, but represents somebody.
Yeah.
You know what would have been hysterical if you were the manager of the little guy wrestlers.
Yeah. Right.
If you were the little guy. I want to be politically correct here. What's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Little guys. That would have been hysterical. Anyways, whatever.
Angry little elf.
Oh, that would have been fantastic. That would be so freaking funny. Just hyping up this, Shamrock Twins or whatever, like.
Shamrock Twins.
Like that's your specialty.
Yeah.
The little guys, like you're in charge of all the little guys.
Get me in the weight room and the get real big and massive to be their manager.
Oh, my Lord.
Me slapping around when they lose.
How funny would that be?
Well, you're going to make me a heel manager.
For sure. You wouldn't want it any other way, would you? Oh, I always thought, last wrestling thought here. I always thought it was more fun to be the heel or the heel guys than the hero, than the babyface, to use a wrestling term. The heels were always way more interesting and way more
until
fun.
Hogan came around.
Yeah, all right, you need your heroes. And then what wrestling did is they blurred the lines. You really weren't sure if it was a good guy or a bad guy. You just I don't know.
When
The Rock, I don't know.
Hogan became big, you had the Iranian hostage crisis, and so he's fighting the Iron Sheik, right? They made him from Iran, and then the Cold War is still going on, so he's got the
Boris Karloff,
the big Russian guy that he fought for championship. And they did cross the lines into the geopolitical type stuff. Blew him up in the United States, though.
Sad day, man. Sad day with that news. All right, 303-504-0925 is our phone number. I do have we'll have I want to call him Peter Gabriel. So that's Parker Gabriel.
Sledgehammer.
Yeah, we'll have the Sledgehammer. That's a great nickname for him. We should just call Parker Gabriel from the Post Sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer.
We'll have Sledgehammer. That's a great nickname.
Come on now. I think I'm good at nicknames.
Parker Gabriel from the Post will now forever be known as Sledgehammer.
Yeah. And when's Fence Post going to get him on?
Fence Post?
Dan.
All right, so Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel, Parker Gabriel. That's at 1 o'clock. We'll try nicknames. We'll try on some nicknames. See if they either work or they don't.
Yeah.
And
he may not even know who Peter Gabriel is.
He might not know it, but like if you're Sledgehammer, you could become Sledge or Hammer. I mean, you could become one or the other, that sort of thing. But we'll have Sledgehammer on at 1 o'clock. Got Leggy. I mean, that's a pretty natural nickname.
Yeah.
I don't like being called the Angry Dwarf. I don't like that.
Well, you gave yourself that nickname.
I'm not giving myself the Angry Dwarf nickname.
Yeah.
Because that is not correct.
Maybe Small Ginger.
That, again, I'm a blonde. Brett Kane is a redhead. There's a difference.
He's Ginger Snap.
Fine. You can call him whatever you want with the ginger stuff.
Dude, do you know he's got a full head of hair?
No, I've never seen him without a hat.
Dude, I used to call him the bald guy from Nebraska. So he and I did the little stupid, what are those things called we did?
Altitude summer
sausage.
Yeah. Sausage.
So we did the sausage thing. And he had a hat on. He took his hat off, do something. I went, dude, I mean, it's a full head of thick hair.
Caught you by surprise.
I was shocked by it.
Taken aback.
I was blown away. He's got beautiful red, full hair.
I've never seen him without a hat.
Well, next time you see him, ask him to take his hat off. I was blown away. So
I thought Michael Malone was bald for years.
We just cut it low. Yeah. But I'm telling you, Kaner, listen, he's close to being the beautiful Ginger.
Tomorrow, by the way, my guy, Sanford, did not have my back earlier today. Raj did.
Well, surprise there.
That's right. Trained
Raj understands who runs the butter machine.
Exactly. Sanford, not so much.
Yeah, he hadn't learned yet.
Well, I can give you details on it because it has to do with like the worst nightmare you can imagine in training camp. Like the worst nightmare. Details coming up. All right, I'll tell you the worst nightmare you can imagine. And then your boy over here getting some national attention today. Me and Bo Nix. Stick around for that amazing story.
You don't ever need that shot. Give yourself one all the time.
I can help myself out.
Yeah.
You want Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for my ego. Just look at this. Curious? Stick around. Find out. We'll give you the details. Sledgehammer. Parker Gabriel about the Broncos from the Denver Post, but our own training camp Grizz in the hizzy. Grizz, talk to us about training camp today. What'd you see?
A little bit more action starting throughout the day. Like it's that whole acclimation period that they've made so much about. It looks like they're just trying to ramp things up. But again, no type of pads other than helmets today. It's a little bit more than a walkthrough. I mean, you saw some goal line work today. There wasn't too much to change
But if
from
you ain't
yesterday.
hit nobody, how much can you do with goal
That's what I'm
line?
saying.
I've
wasn't.
been told by the offensive defensive linemen that I've talked to over the years, pads do not matter. If you got
Not
a
for the
helmet,
line.
If you got a helmet on, we're competing. Let's go. But at other positions, okay. I mean, I get it.
I would agree with the line, but you're going up against the same guy every single time, getting those reps.
Yeah,
you're gonna start.
I still say if you're doing goal line, you ain't firing out without
Goal line,
shoulder
no.
pads. and
You're
stuff.
right. You're right. Goal line, yeah. But pass rush, they're probably going.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going 100%, but they're amping up to everything.
They're moving.
They are, and that's what I like to talk. We actually got to talk to Quinn Miners today, and he talked about that a little bit. Where whether you're in pads or not, it doesn't really matter. He's going against Zach Allen, and these guys. He says he loves going against a guy like that because you can pick his brain. Why'd you do this? What can I do better to maybe stop you here and things like that. And when you're going up against a D line that is supposedly as good as what the Broncos is going to look like this year in their pass rush, that's going to help the O-line immensely, you'd think, right?
I got a few things here from Miners. Here's him talking about improving the running game.
I would not necessarily say it's running back dependent. I would say it's what our philosophy is in the run game, and that has changed a little bit. And so it's about all of us trusting that philosophy, trusting those angles, and all of us working together because the running back and O-line, both of those are only as good as each other. And so through this camp, we're going to be working together to keep improving and get this run game going.
He did something else, Quinn Miners.
Cut his hair.
Now, we got to talk about this. Because he just didn't have, it's bushy and I got to cut or whatever. The dude had pretty significant dreadlocks.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Well, when you get rid of dreadlocks, you had them for a while. That's what you got to do, though, don't you?
To
start over?
You asking me? How would I know? But you go from dreadlocks
to George.
You essentially got to shave your head.
Can I tell you something? We saw Aaron Gordon highlights. I don't even recognize him
when he had that tight short hair.
Oh yeah,
doesn't even look like the same person to me that he is now. But you go from dreadlocks to nothing. All right,
That's kind of a commitment on both ways, both directions.
Yeah, here's him talking about it.
Yeah, had a fun 6 years with the locks. It was just kind of time to let them go. Too much maintenance, too much of a distraction kind of thing, and just kind of moving on to the next thing, next journey.
Did you ever blow on him in a game? Did you ever have a defender?
Yeah, I picked him up off the ground in games and stuff. Yeah, it's good to have some short hair now.
Who kind of, you didn't just go into supercuts or something?
Nope, I got a guy that takes care of me. Any football questions?
He was visibly annoyed by that. He was like, "Come on now."
All right, so break it down. Why does a guy go for 6 years with dreadlocks? And by the way, a white dude too with dreadlocks. I mean, it's a thing. And there's no problems with it. Do whatever you want. But you go from that to off after 6 years. Why?
Because he said it probably got too much maintenance and guys have ripped it out, and why not? Hotter.
You're probably tired of it, yeah.
Okay,
tired
you weren't
of having
tired
to get
after
up and do something about
after
it.
4 years. You weren't tired. After 5 years, you weren't tired.
That's why I've always said great player. You ever tell me a great player with stupid hair?
Great player with stupid hair. Oh, that's a fun one. Who's a great player with stupid hair?
It's hard to think of.
Rodman dyed his hair.
He's a great player with stupid hair.
But his hair was normal except it just changed colors.
Yeah, but it's still stupid hair, though.
That's color, though.
Stupid hair. We're passing judgment on people's hair. It might not be stupid. It could be cool. I know what you mean, though, so I'm just rolling with you.
Yeah.
I'm just accepting your premise.
Yeah.
Troy Polamalu.
But
Although
see,
his hair's like cultural, though.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Different.
When it's cultural, that doesn't count.
Yeah, when you're a white dude from, Madison, Wisconsin, or wherever the hell, or wherever Quinn Miners comes from, I wouldn't say that's cultural.
No, that becomes stupid.
That's a choice, But yeah, okay, it's stupid.
Cool looking one.
I'm just rolling you with stupid.
Yeah.
Didn't Derek Wolfe rock the dreads for a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Josh.
I'm just here to bring back memories of crazy
memories.
hair. Crazy hair.
That's the best.
Crazy hair.
All right. What else from camp today? And then I'll move on to the nightmare scenario.
I mean, I think it's just they are excited for tomorrow. Even Hufanga, who came up after Miners, he was like, "I'm looking forward to having fans here tomorrow. It's exciting. It's not going to be as many fans as you normally have. I think it's 800.
Yeah, sold out. All of them sold out,
which is cool. But he's excited. He's like, that gets the team going, and that makes the practices elevated. So he's looking forward to that. Other than that, it felt so similar to yesterday. I saw a lot of punt team, and I saw a lot of kick, field goal, and that's just what they're practicing right now. It's mundane and mellowed out.
All right, every updating on the socials, doing all that.
Yep, we're getting it out right after this.
Appreciate it, Josh Grisberg here on Mix 100 from 6 to 10 a.m.
Yep, perfect.
And then training camp Grizz.
Yeah,
we started programming your show yesterday and thought that you ought to find 1 or 2 or 3 of the wives, become fans of your show, and then get them in the studio once a week.
That'd be fun. That'd be really fun. Yeah. That'd actually be a really good idea.
Izzy Smoke, Bo Nix's wife, has got to be.
She'd be great.
She'd be great.
She'd be fantastic.
And she's a coworker with Coach at Valor.
Yeah, she is. I saw that.
And you went to Valor.
I did. We got connections. All right, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
let's make it happen.
The Izzy Smoke Show.
That sounds good.
And by the way, that's her real name. That's not a nickname. Her name is Izzy Smoke.
So Izzy Smoke Nix, or is Smoke is that a hyphenated?
If your name was Smoke, do you think you would adopt Nix?
Do you want to change it?
I would. I just keep the Smoke Show going.
Yeah, Smoke Show.
The Smoke Show on Mix 100.
If that's your last name, it should have been named Hot Ass.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, Hot Ass Smoke.
Are these things on?
Not AS.
AS.
The nightmare of all nightmares happened in New York today. Josh, you can hang out for this if you want.
All right.
This will be right up your alley.
Justin Fields got his toe stepped on, but he got carted off. Well, that's their problem, the Jets and the whole. But, everybody was freaking out for a good chunk of time today. Well,
you get carted off.
You get carted off and you're a quarterback. And it was a non-con, but it was in like a snap. It was like, but he got his toe stepped on. But people are freaking out. There's still some conspiracy theories that it might be something worse than a dislocated toe.
Yeah, he's got a toe. No, it's a toe.
Thank you, Coach. But this is the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous about the Broncos. In your life, are there times ever where things are just going just like a little bit too good? Like you're just like, things are just happening.
Eerily good?
Like, yeah, like it's pretty good right now. Or you think you have
Are you in that now? Are you in that move with the Broncos?
I don't know. Because right now things are going really, really good.
It's not no dumb question. It should be today, just no dumb.
Well, what are you saying?
I mean, listen, Chicken Little.
I'm a little nervous.
Are you waiting for the sky to fall?
I'm just saying we're in a situation where, like, we listen to Josh. We're going to talk to Sledgehammer here in a second. We talk to Andy. What are we hearing?
Newsflash: somebody will get hurt this camp.
It just can't be Bo Nix.
It felt like that last year with me when you are going through week 16 and you still have the complete O-line. You're just like, whoa.
Yeah, I'm just a little nervous that all we're saying is, hey, things are great. Things are a little boring. Everybody's healthy. Things couldn't be better. Everything's cool.
They're not doing anything. You're supposed to say
what
that.
What was Justin Fields doing and he got his toe stepped on? Nothing.
If that's what happened.
I was going to say, can you get carted? I dislocated my big toe. Like, I looked at it, and it was sticking straight up in the air.
Kobe Bryant tore his Achilles in the middle of the game, shot a free throw, and then walked off on his own power.
Are you getting carted off for that? If it's you?
By the way, remember how I said bike riding is a macho sport? Yeah. There's a dude yesterday in the Tour de France who fractured his pelvis in an accident, got back on his bike, and rode another 60 miles.
Oh.
Then he dropped out of the Tour today, but he rode 60 miles on a fractured pelvis in a bike race. Just saying.
So, tough or stupid?
What's the difference?
It's a good question.
And on that note, Sledgehammer will join us with the latest. And yeah, your boy and Bo Nix connected. Me and Bo Nix connected forever. You'll hear it coming up next. It's time to check in with our guy, the sledgehammer, Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post. How should I put it? Would it be better if I said Parker Sledgehammer Gabriel? Or Parker Gabriel?
I kind of like the sledgehammer. Pause. Parker Gabriel.
Okay. Parker, how you liking your nickname?
I like it, but I have no earthly idea where it came from.
Told you.
Turn it up a little bit.
I told you.
Turn it up a little bit there.
This song's called the Sledgehammer.
Have you never heard this song?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just a little slow, so I didn't put two and two together.
And the guy that sang it was Peter Gabriel.
You knew that, right?
There you go. Yeah. That Peter Gabriel. Yes.
Wait, hold on.
My namesake.
Your name is Parker Gabriel. Have you never had anybody ever call you Peter Gabriel or make a reference to that?
Didn't we talk about this last time? I get Peter all the time because of Peter Gabriel, but I think also Peter Parker. So like either way, people just forget and they're like Peter. It must be Peter.
All right, we're calling you Sledgehammer. Do you like that nickname or not?
Listen, for the football season started, being a writer and be called Sledgehammer.
Yeah, keep the song going. We're not done with this yet, Dan. This foolishness. Sledgehammer. And by the way, we would like this to be your byline from now on in the Denver Post.
Sledgehammer. Hey, that's why you're going to get picked up national if you got a nickname like the Sledgehammer.
Right, and everybody says newspapers dying. Sledgehammer.
Not when you got the sledgehammer.
Well, I'm gonna read the Sledgehammer.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Should he be the Sledgehammer?
Maybe do like the classic newspaper byline thing and just have it say S. Parker Gabriel.
No, just go.
No.
Should he be the Sledgehammer or Sledgehammer?
Sledgehammer.
Yep. Just Sledgehammer.
Yeah. Then you could appear on the Kramer show and be the sports guy.
I'll run this by the brass at the Post. I think it'll go well.
Well, we're talking today about the Denver Post. What can I tell you? There's something to be said for that. How was practice today there, Sledgehammer? What was going on out there?
Oh, it was great. Guys got fully acclimated, so now we're ready to roll.
Hey, how could you tell guys we're fully acclimated? What was the moment that was like, oh man, they are acclimated?
They are acclimated.
Well, when the whistle blew to end practice, that's the end of the acclimation period. So you better be fully acclimated.
Are the rest of the teams in the NFL going through acclimation too, or is this just a Broncos thing?
I think it's just a delineation of it just is like, it's a shorter practice. I don't know if other teams call them ramp up or if they just call it training camp or what, but I think maybe here the distinction is more about training camp, quote unquote, is like fans, when fans come to practice. So that means this must be something else.
All right, so are we expecting something radically different tomorrow?
Well, we're expecting a longer practice, fans in attendance, and maybe more than two players at the podium. So that would be like the main differences.
All right.
Now, not a lot of excitement. DMac's got his panties in a bunch.
I'm nervous.
Everything seems to be going too good. Although we were told Mike McGlinchey didn't show up today at practice. Any word or any news on that?
Yeah, correct. No McGlinchey today. Don't know exactly what the deal is, but the sort of early word is it's nothing substantial. So don't know for sure. That means he'll be back tomorrow, but it doesn't sound like it's of much concern.
Yeah, but like that is it's a little weird, isn't it? I mean, it's an acclimation period. It's not a vet day. Yeah, you were there 2 days ago to talk. You practiced yesterday.
Yep.
There's a little something there.
Yeah, there's a little something there. I don't know categorically that it's not a personal issue or something. Some sort of, the old, what is it, a wedding, funeral, kid type of thing. I don't think it's that.
Right.
So we'll see. The early word is not serious, but of course, sometimes that just goes right that way back in a couple of days, and sometimes this time of year for sure, things like that linger a little bit.
Well, and you also get this time of year if it's a little nag, and he's a veteran guy too, and I got to believe he knows what's going to go on. So they say, hey, let's just not push anything. Let's see what happens. So the big question to me is, if it was week 13, would you be able to go? And
right. Yeah,
that's the big question.
Yeah, and that doesn't. I mean, I don't know for sure what the issue is, but that's sort of the way it was, loosely conveyed, is that it's maybe more in that camp. I mean, and Mike, he's missed a little bit of time during the season. He did the stretch on IR last year, but I think each of the last 2 years in camp, there was a think there was a funeral situation one year, and then maybe in 23, I think first year here, he hurt his knee and missed almost all of camp. So it's been one of those things where he's missed time in the preseason, and like you said, Scott, he's a veteran guy. He knows pretty much how to get himself ready for the season and all of that. But always your ears perk up when on the second day there's a starter that's not out there.
A lot of hype on the Broncos sledgehammer. A lot of hype. What do you think that's doing to the team? That they are not some sort of underdog here. That there are bigger and deeper expectations for this team.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. I think you sort of got the sense of that. Certainly I thought, and I think maybe we even talked about this during the sort of OTAs or minicamp, but you could tell with Sean Payton is what it seems like. I mean, he's been he talked for a long time yesterday, and it was sort of his in camp mode, but he's been a little bit salty this offseason. There's nothing wrong with that. I thought today Quinn Miners was asked about the Chiefs, and he said, I don't care about anybody else. I'm worried about this team and whatever. And he's like, he went into a little bit of a rant about we're not going to take any of that cheese and we're just focused on us and this and that. And so I think there's a different source of motivation, whether players want to, acknowledge that or not, when you're expected to win 6 games versus when you're expected to be, in contention. And I think you've seen early signs that sort of like one of the MOs of this team is going to be, we're confident, but, no one is going to tell us that we're the greatest thing in the world. Now, teams always say that, whether they abide by it or not, that's sort of, you can tell that more as the season plays out.
Hey, give me the best sledgehammer of those expectations that Darren just asked you about. Are earned or aren't earned, both ways, both sides of it. Why can you see that they're being proclaimed like they've been proclaimed, and what are the maybe one or two things that you're a little worried about still?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think there's 2 reasons. One is because Bo Nix, sort of widely exceeded expectations last year, and so you've got that settled. Theoretically, at least long term at the quarterback position. But to me, the single biggest thing is the retention on the line of scrimmage. Every single offensive and defensive lineman that played an offensive or defensive snap last year is on the roster right now. And they've added, obviously, to those groups with some young players. And then obviously, you upgraded the skill position. The roster just is in really good shape. ESPN last year preseason ranked the Broncos as a number 31 roster in football. This year they ranked them number 6. So that's just to me, roster continuity, but particularly on the line of scrimmage is the reason to have confidence that this team's going to do, big things this year. I guess I'm not saying that Bo Nix is a reason not to have confidence. I just think he's still in the mode of you've seen it. It's been really good. It was consistent for a good long time last year. And you want to see the upward trajectory continue. To me, I think it's an interesting question. I don't know what the answer is. If he were the same player or about the same player this year as he was last year, what would the ceiling for this team be? Maybe it's still really high because they're good across the roster. Nobody around here thinks he's going to be the same player he was last year. But with a young quarterback, you always want to see it. And then, just the defense should be really good, but 63 sacks and the number of pressures they had last year, those are astronomical numbers. So if you're talking about matching all of that this year, they have a chance to do that. There's no guarantee they actually do that.
All right, Sledgehammer. What's the quirkiest thing you saw? Give me something offbeat, some sort of observation. This would be a good little nugget in the Denver Post, one little thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Today I saw 2 things. One was not so strange. One was Bo Nix racing Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton, sort of field wide. During a hydration break, which was just, I don't know why it was sort of funny, but it was. They were running away from us, so it's hard to tell who crossed the line first.
Okay.
The other one was the outside linebackers are doing their pass rush drills, and they had a quality control guy of some kind wearing this incredibly complex set of shoulder pads that had numbers on it. And I think it was the light bulb, the light bulb reaction test where it's blue, red, green, or whatever. And so I think that what they were doing, I couldn't hear him, but I think what they were doing is saying, 5, boom, strike that one on your pass rush move. But this guy looked hilarious wearing this giant, like multifaceted shoulder pad that had numbers all over it.
I have never seen that before.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, first time I've seen it too.
Like
so
touch 5, touch 3, touch on his shoulder pad
100%.
somewhere.
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
While you're doing your pass rush move, yeah.
Oh.
Dude, see, that's why you're the sledgehammer.
I think you come with a jacket tomorrow with numbers all over it.
Just so you can be touched.
Yeah, I should.
Parker Gabriel, Sledgehammer, Denver Post, giving you everything you need to know about training camp. We'll talk to you later.
All right, we'll see you guys.
See you, bud.
See ya. And that's exclusively here on Altitude. But we're not ready to take a break yet, although I nailed that perfectly. I know. I killed it.
Once in FM, always in FM.
I love walk-ups. Just do walk-ups all day. I really would if somebody would just do all the hard work, just go over there to Cooler Mix and kill it. Should be my partner. We should do a goofy morning show.
I think we could.
We could do a zany afternoon show. We just talk about stupid stuff for about 12 seconds and then stop talking and then stare at each other for 20 minutes. All right, and enough. I said enough. All right, here's your boy.
Now we do got to remember that is Sledgehammer when we have him on again.
Yeah, we got to lock it in. Of course, we're not paying him, so I mean, like, how much? Let's see what we can do.
We have him on once, twice a year.
You know what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah.
Let's not forget it.
But Brian Howe, we can call him Art.
Brian Howe, we call Art?
Art.
Why would we call him Art?
Art Howe.
Art Howe? Oh, my God, that is a stretch. Like Art Howe, the baseball manager?
Yeah.
You got to do better than that.
Okay.
I mean, Howell. I mean, his name is Howell.
Wolf.
I mean, exactly.
Wolfie.
The Wolf.
The Wolf. The Wolf.
Howl at Boulder. Yeah. Howling at Boulder.
Yeah. Howling at the moon.
So, Bo Nix was named the 64th best player in the NFL today. He was ahead of a bunch of different. He was ahead of Tua. He was ahead of Dak Prescott. I'm sure there'll be plenty of quarterbacks ahead of him, and I'm sure Jane Daniels will be ahead of him too. But 64? Come on now, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Take that.
53 times 32. A lot of guys in the league, you're 64.
Not good. Not bad. I mean, and out of that draft class, and you were the 6th quarterback taken, and you're second best quarterback.
I think you'd be in top 12, but
I think 64 out of everybody is pretty damn good.
Be interesting to see where he ranks quarterbacks in that total list, because there's going to be a bunch of quarterbacks above.
You want to hear how they announced it, video, audio-wise?
Yeah.
Of course you do. Here's how it was announced on the old digitals.
Nix protected to the back of the end zone, picked off.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, do it to the other team.
That's how a 3-minute video starts.
And by the way, in case you missed it, because I think your voice is dropped, that was you asking the question.
How could you not know that was me?
Because I think your voice is dropped.
Dropped here or there?
Well, no, I thought that voice was higher on that recording.
You did?
Yeah, listen to it.
Dan, do you think that sounded like me?
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Bo, can you take us to the interception in the end zone?
Is that how I said it?
Yeah. Bo, can you take us to the interception in the end zone?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Charmin. He just got a nickname as Charmin.
You think that was Charmin?
That was a Charmin.
I'm asking the guy about an interception after the game in front of all the muggles.
But as sweet as you can.
You think that was a Charmin question?
Bo, terrible decision on that pick in the end zone. What'd you see? That's hard. You went, Bo, can you take us through the interception?
I don't know.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Bo, can you take us to the interception in the end zone?
His response.
I mean, that's identical, right? And
it's not identical at all.
One more time.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone? I mean, which is live and which is Memorax? That's Ella Fitzgerald quality. That's Ella Fitzgerald quality.
How would have Hulk Hogan asked that question?
Boo! What you thinking about? Throwing picks in the end zone. Where was your head?
And I said it like this.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
No, I did not ask him as a Hulk Hogan character.
Yeah, that was very Charmin-esque.
By the way, believe it or not, when I asked him that question,
You were scared.
no.
You were scared. Don't lie. Just be honest. That was your boy. That was a bad pick.
No, I was not scared.
And you were scared.
I was definitely not scared. I
You didn't want him to not like you from that moment on.
I was not trying to ask a confrontational question. I wanted to ask him, I wanted to see what he was seeing, how it broke down, how is he processing what happened on that play?
So you TP'd the question. Bo, can you take us through the interception in the back of the end zone?
I don't think I sounded like that.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Dan, and let's have it here for Dan.
It sounds a little. His voice is raised a couple of levels.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Oh, please, Bo. Please explain to me.
Please, sir. May I have some more?
Okay. All right, boys. All right.
That was a Charmin question.
All right.
That was a Charmin question. Hey, but
Hold on. Is that how I sound during the Nuggets when I'm doing that? So that sounds different than.
No, you're like Malone. What were you guys thinking? You're a lot more manly. I mean, you get one guy fired, you get the other guy promoted to 64.
I got another guy to talk about being on a parade. Got that one in.
Yeah, see?
Got that one in. Anyways, that's how the video starts.
Knicks protected to the back of the end zone. Picked off.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, do it to the other team.
You got to admit, that is a killer answer, though.
Oh, it's a great answer. That's what we talked about that Monday. He can be a little snarky.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great answer.
Yeah.
And it's a little up yours media.
No, up you.
Well, he doesn't know what a huge fan I am. Yes, of Bo Nix. If he only knew.
Bo, can you take us through that interception in the end zone?
It's PhD on 92.5. Here's Quinn Miners talking about how Mike McGlinchey has said this is Bo's team.
Yeah, it was kind of his team when we got here, and as our job as the offensive line is to make him feel comfortable, on the field, off the field, and he's done a great job himself preparing for his moments, and I think we've all done our job around him to make him feel comfortable, players and staff, to continue to be behind him and let Bo Nix be Bo Nix.
And I know I got to let it drop.
Okay.
I mean, 64th and all that stuff. You went soft with the question, got real, raised your voice and everything else.
Respectfully disagree.
That maybe, let's last time, I one more time, and you just got to tell me, you just sound different. And I think that's because it's your boy and you don't want to hurt his feelings.
Well, I was not trying to insult him.
All right, Dan, play one more time.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Okay, all right.
What was that?
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Thanks for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, though. Eventually, they'll drop. All right, I was a little nervous, obviously.
One thing, now we'll get serious again. The one thing, and with Quinn Miner, he did win over the offensive line. I think for the quarterback, and I remember, I've told you a story before, when Jake Plummer came in, I think the first game of the year was Cincinnati, they struggled. Plummer was terrible in that game, but they won the game late, and I watched him go around every single guy and apologize, say, I'm going to be better, I'm going to be better, I'm going to be better. They ended up going to the AFC Championship that year. I was at having dinner one time with my wife, and he's walking out with all of his linemen. I've always held it. I was with Elway when he's playing in golf terms, whatever. His linemen were always right there with him. He's won over the linemen in just 1 year.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for a young quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are in the Bo Nix camp with you.
Every good quarterback I've ever seen has a great relationship with his O-line.
It seems like it.
I was spoiled, man. When I started out, I was covering Jim Kelly and the Buffalo Bills. You want to talk about a dude's dude. Jim Kelly from the suburbs and kind of scrap pile of eastern Pennsylvania, western Pennsylvania. He just had a authenticity to him that you couldn't fake. I think John did too. I think Elway did too. Despite that John came from kind of a foo-foo shishi area of the country, but he had a hard-scrabble dad who was a coach and that sort of thing. So I think John grew up that way too. Well, Jim definitely grew up that way. It's like he's a quarterback who could double as an offensive lineman. The quarterbacks that could not identify or had a hard time with their O-line or connecting with them, they always seemed to just have trouble, period. And Cutler was just a weirdo, with that stuff. I think Brock was okay with the offensive line, Brock Osweiler overall. Plummer was unbelievable.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
They loved him. And I agree with you. I think Bo Nix is one of the guys, despite kind of having a little pretty boy sort of appearance. I think at the end of the day, he's pretty good with those guys.
Well, we just had Sledgehammer on. He's telling about stories about racing two guys, right, in between practice during a water period.
Yeah.
And one of them was Greenlaw, and who else?
Alex Singleton.
Yeah, so you got a guy coming back from injury and a guy who's brand new also coming back from injury. But that's – listen, when you can cross over, that's another thing Elway did too. He crossed over. Plummer did it also. When you cross over, because listen, I've been in locker rooms, you've been in locker rooms, but McDaniel's era here, it was offense, defense, and there was separation.
Mm-hmm.
There was no crossover. Elway crossed it over. I don't know about Manning as much, not in the locker room with him as much. Plummer, it was crossed over. Bo Nix, he's in there running races and challenging linebackers. That's huge. That's monster.
Tebow, was kind of like an offensive lineman, but he was just people were friends with Tebow, but it was hard to connect with Tebow. And he's the type of guy that would take you out to dinner and everybody's having, and I'm not trying to say anything like you got to be a drinker. You don't have to be a drinker. But he took guys to Vegas. And when it was time to go and carouse, he was like, all right, guys, have a great time. We'll see you later. It's like, oh, well, you took us all here. We're not going to hang out? I was friendly with this ex-Broncos offensive lineman. I'll leave his name out of it. And he goes, I don't trust you if I can't get drunk with you. I'm like,
that sounds like a him problem.
I go, well, maybe. But I like, all right, let's go get drunk. I mean, again, you're right. I'm not trying to, say you got to be a drinker or anything. But you got to be able to hang out in the environment of the guys. You don't have to be an alcoholic or anything like that. But you got to be comfortable in theirs. We're going to go play paintball. We're going to go hunt. We're going to go fish. I don't know. Whatever it is, you got to be able to hang out with those guys. And I think Bo Nix actually did a pretty damn good job of that in the offseason. You know who he's hanging out with constantly in the offseason? Was Frank Crum and that Gargiulio guy, two young, offensive lineman guys. Because Bo made a decision, which I thought was smart, to settle down here. Now, it helps that he's got a wife, and she's got her own life and job, coaching.
Well, they didn't get married
Sanford.
until after the season, though, right?
Oh, I think no, I think they were married when they got here. Okay. I think.
Yes, they were.
They were?
They were married when he got drafted.
The amazing Izzy Smoke. Co-worker of Mike Sanford, keeping that Valor program going somehow. But the fact that he just settled here, he made it easy for him to connect with everybody else. Because by hook or by crook, other guys are going to come back to town, whether they're staying here or not. They're going to be here. And when they're here, they're hanging out with Bo Nix, and he's hanging out with them. And the connection, I think there's something to that, Scott. I think there's something to chemistry and trust.
Yeah.
And
stuff that aren't analytics.
Well, I'll tell you this. Again, with the social media, Bo Nix has gone on vacation with McGlinchey and his wife, and Stidham and his wife, and that crew, vacations together. So that's your guy. That's Mayor McGlinchey right there. And I think McGlinchey and Bowles have an all right enough relationship. I think they're okay. They are. I think they're such different guys, just like different human beings, but they seem to get along all right. And Miners, it is so funny because, man, once you're in your third year as a pro athlete,
kind of getting it figured out a little bit.
Yeah, it goes quick. You go from a rookie not knowing anything to second year, everything slows down. Your third year, you're a vet.
I always said this when I played, and I think it was probably the fourth year for me. But once you figure out you belong there, it's so much easier. And now it's just about, where you at body-wise. I mean, you're going to be in teams. For me, I was always going to be a backup guy, whatever. Okay. But the nerves of, am I going to be here? Man, I used to sweat going into cut-down day line. Am I going to make the team? And I was, one year I'm like the second guy off the bench. I'm worried, am I going to make this team?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler talks about it all the time.
Yeah.
So, but after you get somewhere and you realize once you've been here 3 or 4 years, probably an NFL player.
Probably.
It's
not an accident.
No.
Now, I'm not saying you can't bump around. I think the NBA is filled with guys who, third year, I was in Europe, I was in the G League, I was here, I was there. It's my fifth team in 3 years, and I'm about to play in Puerto Rico. I don't know. There's a lot of guys like that.
That's guys just wanting to play basketball.
But Christian Brown? Dude, don't tell me Christian Brown's not a vet.
Yeah.
Then doesn't it feel like yesterday that he was drafted? Now he's cutting all his hair off. Talk about a haircut.
Yeah, well, now he's going into his fourth year.
He couldn't even grow a beard his first year. Him and Cale McCarr were on the I can't grow a beard patrol. Cale's still a little weak in that department, but not Christian. He's cut his hair off. He's growing some sort of beard out. He's becoming a little bit of a badass and a big-time leader and a world champion and a guy who is about to get paid. I mean, what is Christian going to cash in on? 25 to 30, right? Per.
Maybe.
So
he has another year like he had last year, yeah.
So when you see a team like the Broncos who have this sense all of a sudden of youth plus maturity with a defined leader as your quarterback, look out. Look out. And I heard Brett Kane say this, and it's smart on what do you call him?
Well, he used to be the bald guy from Nebraska. Now he's a sexy ginger.
And he pointed out that I heard First time since 2014, coach and quarterback are coming back together.
That's a little sad.
It's crazy, right? Coach and quarterback. Did you see Nathaniel Hackett got a job?
Yeah, back with Green Bay.
Back to Green Bay.
As a defensive quality assistant or something, right? Yeah.
As a defense. You know, I just remember those videos. I mean, the Broncos a few years ago were open with everything. It was great. They did videos of like all sorts of behind-the-scenes stuff. And I just remember the video. He's got young kids, all right? I feel for kids because moving around ain't a fun thing, all right? And I remember the video of him like packing up the house and we're putting all these things in boxes and like leaving all your friends and, you know, come on, Dad's going to get the big job and here we go. And leaving Green Bay.
See if you feel the same way I do. I wish all the best of Hackett. I don't blame guys, and a little bit like Vic also maybe. I don't blame guys that somebody else hires to put in a position they ain't ready for. Hackett wasn't ready for being a head coach.
Right. Neither was VJ.
And neither was VJ.
But neither was
Fangio.
Fangio.
Well, and again, when someone's going to offer you $6 to $8 million,
who's saying no?
Who's saying no?
Nobody.
You know, Brian Shaw did not work out as a head coach for the Nuggets.
Oh.
He going to turn down $3 or $4 million to be a head coach?
Was Brian an assistant for a period of time?
He'd been an assistant for a while.
He had
but
been.
mostly,
Right.
but just in the Laker kind of family.
But I mean, you go from assistant to head coach. You do what you do.
Yeah.
What do you think? David Allen's turning it down?
No one did. And this is where David, speaking of which, most coaches, when they get hired, it gets hired to a program that it's struggle, right? Usually the program has been struggling, down, not very good. I had a good buddy who had 2 different jobs to be a head coach, and both times he's taken over like 20-win teams in the NBA. Well, good luck. Good luck. Because, A, they still don't have any patience. Very rarely do you get a David Adelman that says, dude, you just won a championship 2 years and you won 50 games last year and pushed. In fact, I think you said something or Dan said something about Hardenstein saying, listen.
Oh, yeah.
We were nervous about the Nuggets.
I got that. I'll say it for you. I thought this was really cool. It hurts a little bit, though, too.
But it's
cool, but it hurts.
Doesn't it validate a little bit what we were saying, that they were
no
closer
doubt.
than some people thought?
Hartenstein talks about the Nuggets on an episode of Podcast P. Quote, the Nuggets were the only series we were like, even if we do everything right, they probably still have a chance. That actually kind of hurts a little bit to hear. Because we know with an 8-point lead going into the fourth quarter in Game 4 and Game 5.
Got to win those. So, again, after now seeing a player that played against them and won a championship, do you now agree what I came back and said? I know Tyler didn't agree with me, that they might have been a lot closer than we thought they were.
Yeah. And the one guy they needed to move on from, they did. And I'm not trying to bash on MPJ. I'm going to have to just watch myself with MPJ because I don't dislike him. But there's some
You said he's a future Hall of Famer at one
I
time.
did because, but I came off of that because if he was going to, he has all the abilities to be a Hall of Famer. But Hall of Fame is about legacy. Not whether or not you're good enough to be drafted or anything like that. Hall of Fame is about legacy. And in order to establish legacy, you've got to succeed at the highest, most important moments. And he was okay, but he didn't excel in those moments.
Especially in moments you needed him.
Correct. So to me, that's like, I'm wrong. It's there's a lot of like, oh, DMac, how stupid are you? Okay, fine. But I'm telling you, he has the makeup physically and ability-wise, but there's something else to it. I saw a video of him going into the Brooklyn Nets practice facility, which looks pretty cool. It's kind of like an upper-level thing that looks over Brooklyn, and it's got 2 basketball courts. It's like, oh, you guys got 2 courts, and it's just like, all right, Mike. All right, we like you and everything, but how's this really going to go? Are we just going to be talking smack about the Nuggets on the way out the doors? And we're going to throw that out on the social media? Are you going to make it so that all of a sudden I'm like rooting against you? Oh, 2 courts. Oh, okay. Well, one court was good enough, and I get it. It's not the fanciest of facilities. We all understand that. It was good enough to win a world championship, wasn't it? How's that practice court working out for the Nets in terms of their world championships? Got a nice view? Who cares? I mean, I get it. You want nice facilities and all that, blah, blah, blah,
Right.
blah, blah. But so what? I would rather work, and now we do have a beautiful facility here, so I'm not going to trash that. But I've worked in like old houses and crap places that I would way prefer over some palace if the people that I'm working with and what we're doing together is better. I'll never forget, real quick little radio story. I was at Classic Rock 104.7 Kicks FM. I was producing and doing sports in the Fat Man's Wake Up Service, where Mike Tirico was part of doing our sports guy. This is way back in the day. We worked in a dump, Scott. It's the Classic Rock station, but you know what? Everybody there was like a kick-ass person, and we were doing some cool stuff, and it was just kind of awesome. And sure enough, the fancy schmancy radio station, Y94 in Syracuse, came knocking on my door, and they... Palace, Scott, for radio. Palace. And this is back in the early 90s, and it was like so nice. But everybody wore a sweater around there. And I was like, do I really want to work at a sweater station? Do I really want to work at a sweater station?
That could have changed your entire direction.
And dude, it was so bad. Like, I was making like $15,800 a year, something like that. And I think they offered me $18,500. So I go back to my general manager and I go, listen, they just offered me, well, for me, that was a lot of money at that time. It was 92 or whatever. And he goes, well, what can I do for you? I go, I don't know. Can you do something for me?
20?
Well, no, I mean, he raised it from like 15.8 to like 17. He didn't even match what I was offered. And I was just like, great, I'll take it. Fine. Because I really, it didn't matter the physical setup that we were at. It mattered who I was with.
Right.
So good luck, Michael. Because those two courts can be really beautiful and everything. But that ain't Nikola Jokic standing next to you on the court.
I started down at 13th and Lawrence, and it was that little production studio right behind us. We got that window in there.
Mm-hmm.
Dave and I's first studio was smaller than that.
Yeah.
So
It's
think
because
about
radio. Yeah. Who cares?
Yeah.
I really don't care.
Until someone farts in there, and then, ooh.
Well, that could get your attention.
Yeah. That woke him up.
All right. So have fun with that, Michael. I'm afraid there's going to be more moments like that with him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check myself because I do like him and I do wish him well. I don't wish him poorly. But the best thing the Nuggets could do, seriously, and as much as I like him, was to move on from Michael Porter Jr. And as somebody who really was a fan of him, it's hard to say. And somebody who likes him. And I know you like him too. And I know you've had a ton of personal conversations with him.
Yep.
So try not to be a bad guy there, MPJ. I don't know why that bugged me so much hearing him talk about the courts. Like it's such a big deal.
You know, a name I want to relate to him. I have a feeling, and if I'm wrong, I'm great. Because like I said, I like the kid. And he dealt with a whole lot of junk over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And then injury this year. But I'm afraid what you're going to see from him now is a Seth Curry kind of career. You know, a hired gun here and there. Team here, team there.
I bet
team here, team there.
Yeah. I bet in the next 5 years he's on 3 different teams.
There's a chance.
Yeah. I mean, that happened to Bruce Brown too. Yeah. Trust me.
But he didn't shoot it like Mike could shoot.
No, hell no.
But Seth Curry, I mean, I think he's top 5 in 3-point percentage all time. He's an unrestricted free agent right now. He can't get a job.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll have a side eye on the Nets this whole year.
Oh, yeah.
A little side eye. All right. I got, for no dumb questions, there is a crazy Rocky stat out there. I mean.
They won again.
Dude. And there's something that happened inside their locker room that I don't know if it's cool or if it's the most Rockies thing of all time. No dumb questions coming up next. Hey, what's going on? DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone can make you feel, I don't know, just a little slow. Maybe your sleep's not the same. Your workouts kind of suck. You're just not getting the most out of life. And it could be just because of low T as guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production when you get into your, early to mid 30s or so. Well, how about this? If it's an issue with low T, nobody could serve you better than the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 20 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment's only $99. You get a consult, a T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Most men wait a year or longer. Guys, there's no need to wait. Call today, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now.
Hey, no dumb question for DMac.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm going to see a good one on YouTube. Is that right, Dan?
Oh, there's our guy Dominic on the YouTube chat.
Because I got something kind of special here, but go ahead, yeah.
No dumb question. Does Bo Nix get 1,000 rushing yards this season?
No.
Wow.
No, something would have gone tragically wrong if he had 1,000 rushing yards. That would not be good. No, 1,000 rushing yards.
Who had 1,000?
No, no dumb question. Will Bo Nix get 1,000 rushing yards this year?
Oh, no. Lamar Jackson had 800 last year.
Yeah,
And
Josh
that
Allen
seemed like
had
a
something
million,
like that.
didn't
Yeah,
it?
listen, what are we talking about? Michael Vick? I mean, I'm sure there has been a quarterback with 1,000 rushing yards, but
that's a good question. Who would that be?
I would guess Michael Vick is the only one.
Vick? I bet you Steve Young had some.
No way did he have 1,000. Steve Young was a good runner and all, but 1,000? 1,000 rushing yards. Come on.
Justin Fields had 1,100 in 2022.
That's wild.
Lamar Jackson has the most of all time, 1,200. 1,206.
Okay. That's the most of all time. Do you have a list? Do you have like the top whatever?
Yeah, Lamar in 2019.
Okay.
Lamar has
1206.
6,173 currently.
Yeah, he's a multiple-time MVP.
Lamar's gone over 1,000 twice, actually.
All right, that's sick.
2 years in a row.
That's sick. He's one of the best.
Michael Vick did it once.
Lamar Jackson, and Justin Fields.
Those three. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jackson's done it in 19 and 20.
Fields had to do it because he had the world's worst defense and no running game that particular year. I remember that year with the Bears. And by the way, somebody stepped on his toe. Is there any more updates on Justin Fields there, Dan? I mean,
nothing I've seen.
People were freaking out. Mike Greenberg on ESPN, who's a Jets wonk, was losing his mind.
Yeah, he's king of that. By the way, Jaden Daniels last year, the leading quarterback rusher as a rookie with 815.
Listen, you don't want your quarterback running that much.
No, you wouldn't think.
No. What was Bo last year? 500, 600, something like
430.
that? 430? He could up it to 500. But anything more than that and your offense sucks. I mean, seriously, what are we doing? The only other explanation is that you are so special. You're breaking for what you think is a 5 or 6 yard pickup and you're going for 70 to 80 yards.
Hence, I worry about the offensive line because they led the league in 3 and outs. How many of those 3 and outs were saved by Bo Nix running?
A lot, which is great, which is what you need in today's NFL. You don't need a running quarterback, but you need a mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
And Steve Young was mobile.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, not a running quarterback, but mobile.
Joe Burrow is a lot more mobile than people give him credit for.
Yes.
I can't even think of a non-mobile great quarterback in the NFL right now. Can you?
Right now?
Aaron Rodgers?
Well, but Aaron Rodgers used to be a lot more mobile.
Used to be, but all right, who's the best quarterback in the – I'm talking like who's like Ben Roethlisberger?
Jared Goff.
Goff is pretty good. He's pretty
Mobile.
much a statue back there.
Well, he's a statue.
He can run that's good. That's good.
Roethlisberger was a statue.
Roethlisberger was a statue. That's why he took so many sacks.
What's my tiny feet's down in Arizona? He's pretty mobile.
Kyler Murray?
Yeah, Kyler Murray.
Yeah, he's pretty mobile, all right. Yeah. All right, let me give you a no-dumb question from the Rockies, okay? First of all, they brought up a guy named Tanner Gordon, who is really a minor league guy. However, this year for the Rockies, he's 2-2. So he's a yo-yo guy. He just gets, break glass in case of emergency. Like,
we need a starter.
We need one. Like, he's a spot sort of guy, but he's not in the rotation. Kind of a weird life, right? Like, you're good enough to be a major leaguer. You've won major league games, but you're just not quite in the rotation. But you're good enough to be called up when they need you.
Yeah.
And Tanner Gordon, he's got a name where he's got his first name could be a last name and his last name could be a first name and vice versa. He's one of those weirdos. Yeah. Plus Dan Tanner is, Tanner. But that's not even the story. And the story could be that the Rockies had a shutout, Scott. Are you ready for this? For the first time in 220 games.
Wow.
220 games. Because the Rockies are so bad, we know when the modern era of baseball started, 1901. They had the longest streak in modern baseball between shutouts. Since 1901, no team ever had gone more than 220 games between shutouts. Now, if you go back to the 1800s, there's a couple teams back there, Scott, that didn't do so great back in like the 1880s. But since modern baseball began in 1901, but this is a good thing. The Rockies snapped the streak. Like, that's a positive.
Yeah.
And by the way, Ryan McMahon, who was playing with his dauber down the entire year, all of a sudden has kind of caught fire since the All-Star break.
Well, somebody probably told you, said, dog, the Yankees ain't going to want you if you just...
Boy, does it look like he's taken that to heart.
And he might have listed our show.
Whatever he needs to be traded, and they still need to trade him. And the trading deadline is July 31st. They're on the road since... We should not see Ryan McMahon back at Coors Field. He should be traded today, frankly. They probably won't get it done, but it's an off day. It'd be a good day to trade him. But whatever. He's been playing well of late. That's not even the story. The story is when you win a game, what is your celebration music in the locker room, in the clubhouse? All right, Dan, turn down the music. This is Tanner Gordon talking. Forget about what he's saying. Listen to what's playing in the background. This is what the Rockies use, I guess, when they win a game.
Yeah, I think changeup is pretty good today. I think that's kind of what's keeping me afloat in my career, and it's come along nicely. Nolan was doing a really good job behind the dish, mixing it in really well between the fastball, changeup, slider. So I think it was pretty good.
It's interesting that Albert walked a couple guys that first inning.
Their celebration song is Creed Higher.
Good song, though.
That's my no dumb question. Is a song that's at least 26, 27 years old, whatever it is.
So what?
Okay. Hey, that's my no dumb question. That is my no dumb question. Is that a fine, celebration song?
What was the Nuggets songs over the last couple of years?
I don't know.
Didn't they do Celebrate Good Times?
They did not do that.
I thought they did
Nuggets?
that. I did that.
The Nuggets were playing cool in the game.
I thought they played a little cool.
I have never heard cool in the game in that locker room.
They played some September on Earth, Wind, and Fire one
Nuggets?
year. Yes.
I'll make the argument that, I don't know.
There's no cool songs now.
So just check.
What do you want the Rockies to win? Up-a-top-a-day, up-a-top-a-day, up-a-top-a-day.
I am not.
Have you ever heard that song, Tanner?
I have no idea what you're
talking about.
Look up APT. Bruno Mars does a thing on it with them.
Should we get your daughter Ellie on and she could
tell
tell
us?
us?
She knows all the words.
She could tell us,
she'll sing the whole song.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know. You can have whatever song you want. I'm asking a dumb question. Is that an okay celebration song for a 26-year-old's song by Creed? Was Nickelback Busy?
Well, Creed and what's another group? They all sound the same. About like three groups at the same time sound the same.
Let me play this one more time. And if it's fine, if I'm wrong on this.
It's a good song. Let me take you higher.
Yeah, I think changeup.
Anytime you have a mumble song as a celebration song,
keep me afloat in my career.
Well, the Rockies, we won 26 games. 50 games under 500.
Let me take you higher.
We snapped a 220-game shutout streak.
And I want an Apatapate or APT.
We're just sitting here in the clubhouse with the Rockies.
Shutout. It's a good song, though. Come on now.
Kind of rolling.
You know, this is kind of a lawn mowing song, too. You don't really want to mow the lawn?
Yeah.
Put a little Creed.
Put this on. God, I'm going to have to listen. Now I'm going to have to
listen. Soundgarden, maybe.
I'm going to have to listen to this on the bike on the way home today.
Oh, I guarantee you'll get
me going,
home.
get up that hill, right?
You'll get going.
Get higher up that hill.
Yeah. See if you can hit the post on the hill. Come on now.
I'm Tanner Gordon. I live in Albuquerque. I've got 3 wives down there.
Oh, wow.
I'm just called up here. Well, I make friends in Albuquerque. I'm a big star there. I'm coming here. And at 26 and 76, we're only 50 games under 500. And we're only 16 games away from 42 wins.
Song.
And we're going to trade Ryan McMahon. And we just beat Nolan Arenado.
Take me higher.
Suck it, Nolan. How you like that trade?
Man.
You just got your ass kicked by the Rockies. You know the team that you ditched that you didn't want to be part of? PhD.
Well, I want you to play APT, though. Range. Hey.
Second day of training camp, acclimation.
Acclamation.
I got it. Thank you. Eventually got it. And I guess things get going more for reals tomorrow.
According to everybody else, it's not reals till next week. Now, when are they leaving? I was told initially like Friday or Saturday. Then Andy tried to tell me it was Wednesday.
Nah, that's like a week from Wednesday. Next week it's 6 days in a row starting on Monday. And then I think they practice till they have Sunday off. They practice Monday, Tuesday, and then there we go.
Fly Wednesday.
Then they're on the road see there. August 5th, August 6th, they're on the road to San Francisco.
What is today? Tomorrow's back together weekend?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
It is a celebration of the fans coming out to training camp. So they'll have food trucks and clowns and autograph sessions, and they'll have a little dog named Fluffy and footballs. And
are they really going to have clowns?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah. Oh, well, if you can get Moser to show up, you just have it.
Yeah, the morning show's going to be doing a show out there. Bring in
You're going to be out there.
Not unless someone comes there and tell me what I'm doing.
Oh, boy. Dan?
Hey, can you play my APT? Did you get it yet? Oh, have you heard that song? DMac doesn't even know this song.
I'm sure I've the abata. Yeah,
it stands for APT, which is a drinking game in Korea.
Okay.
Now, did you know Bruno Mars sings on it?
No, I did not. Who sings this?
That's some lady.
Some lady? That is a terrible name. Rhodes?
Kissy face.
Keep going if you
My
got
daughter
it.
knows all the words.
Get her on the phone.
Uh-huh. The second verse is when should want me like I want you, baby. Don't you need me like I need you now?
You getting ready for dad drop-off dance party?
I played this at dance party.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard this chick interviewed, and APT it stands for a drinking game in like Korea or something.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Dan, who does sing
it's a very
this song?
big hit. Now listen to Bruno Mars come in though.
Oh. That's Bruno Mars?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You think the Rockies should use this?
Is this better than
I would actually say yes.
Well, there we go.
I would say yes. Playing higher by Creed when you're 50 games under 500 seems like
when there's nobody on your team that was alive when this was a hit.
Who picked that song? Like who on the Rockies?
Todd Helton. Clint Hurdle.
Clint Hurdle. It probably was a Clint.
Yeah.
The song's 26 years old. I mean, most of the Rockies are they 26 years old? I don't know.
I'll bet you there's got to be only a handful of guys on that roster that were alive when Higher was a hit.
I mean, if I find out this was just a big dose of snark, I'm going to love it. I'll think it's hysterical. If this is the Rockies, what they really use to celebrate wins, I'm going to think they're the corniest team of all time. But it's okay because they're on a heater right now. They're 4-2 since the All-Star break, and they did.
They're riding the crest of breaking.
You
the
know
record.
what? Listen, I understand there's no good guys in the Nolan, Arenado, Jeff Bridich, Rock. I get it. I gotcha. I understand. But still, there is something that I just love about the team that Nolan Arenado is on because he wanted to get out of here so bad. Getting schooled by the Rockies 2 out of 3 games, it just makes me feel good.
But in the game they lost, didn't he go off?
Nah, the game they won, he went off. Other than that, he was pretty quiet in the next 2 games.
Yeah, the game.
Game 1, he did go off. He had a great game in game 1, but he's pretty quiet in game 2 and 3. They were shut out. They were shut out in game 3. Can you imagine how humiliating it is for Nolan Arenado? Nobody has been shut out by the Rockies in 220 games. And you, Nolan, were on the team that broke that streak. Wow. Think about that for a second.
That's a season and a quarter.
So you're facing Cardinals, arguably the worst team on all time, who hasn't been shut out in 220 games. And what do you think talk radio's doing in St. Louis right now?
They're killing the Cardinals right now.
Don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
If we were Red Hot
You just
Scott
lost 2 of 3 in Colorado.
If we were Red Hot Scott and DMac in the morning on KMO Radio, the voice of the Arch, don't you think we would be blasting the Cardinals right now?
Hey, if we did a show there, would we not call ourselves the voice of the Arch? Seriously, would that not be our show title?
The voice of the Arch.
Altitude Sports Radio, the voice of the Arch.
We would be killing the Cardinals today. God damn, I'm slightly tempted at 2:45 if you could get us like a sports talk guy in St. Louis just to be like, seriously. Huh?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Do you think we could get a guy on for like just 2 or 3 minutes at 2:45 just to be like, dude, tell me about your show today? That would be amazing, Dan, if you could track like the morning guy at, KMO Radio, voice of the Arch. What did you think about that loss yesterday? I mean, I think we're having fun with it as Rockies fans, or whatever you feel about the Rockies. But if you're in St. Louis and you're a baseball town.
Well, that's a baseball town.
You're battling to make the playoffs. You're slightly over 500. And it's one thing to lose, but you lose a series and you snap a 220-game streak? And
that's pretty amazing.
And Nolan Arenado, your big hero, who hits like, 5th or 6th of that lineup or something. He's like, I don't know, he's a little bit lower in the lineup than I'm. Maybe he hits 4th.
Well, he's probably 33rd.
No, he's still really good. But still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you can't tell me that hasn't been disappointing for St. Louis baseball. The Nolan Arenado thing.
Well, it has to be.
What have they done with him? Right,
it one good year. Hey, let me throw that, because
because
that's a heck of a stat number, 220 games not being shut out.
Not getting a shutout.
We were talking about a while ago pocket quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a stat earlier, so I went and looked up. And I know I'm going to have you go back to your old guy, peer of what's his name in Buffalo, one of his peers, Jim.
Jim Kelly?
Yeah, one of his peers. Dan Marino.
Oh, they were buddies. They were big rivals and buddies. They were
big
one of those
rivals
guys.
and buddies.
Yeah, they were.
Same division, right?
It was all about the Bills and the Dolphins back in the day. Marino and Kelly. Yep.
And is he not more of a pocket?
Oh, Marino was he was a pocket guy. So
didn't move.
Jim moved a little bit, less as time went on. But yeah, Dan Marino is definitely a pocket guy.
Do you know Dan Marino? Now think about this: 220 games is a season and a fourth almost of games not shut. I mean, an entire season.
Oh, more than a season.
You don't even shut a team out.
Yeah.
Do you know Dan Marino has the record for consecutive games without being sacked?
Is that right?
Dan Marino.
He had a really quick release.
19.
19 games in a row without being sacked.
19 games in a row.
How do you even know that? Where does that hang out in the recesses of your brain?
It popped up on a stat I saw
and just
today.
Stuck in your craw?
And then you start talking about the 220, and then I went and looked it back up to make sure it was
19
correct.
19 games in a row he didn't get sacked.
How
is that even possible?
And we talked about pocket guy. I mean, he was a non-mobile guy.
What was he? He had a very quick release.
Yeah, that was his MO.
He was also super smart and a great quarterback.
But 19 games.
Well, it does make me wonder, was he making some business decisions too?
Maybe. But what did Payton Manning always say, right? Sometimes a punt's a good play.
I got you. I would be curious if you were, aside, of course, I was covering the NFL, but mostly the Bills. I didn't watch the games closely enough. I wonder during those 19 games, did he throw some balls away so he wouldn't get touched? That's a weird stat. Like it sounds like a good stat.
Right.
Like you're not taking sacks, but like
it was during the 89 and 90 season.
What was your first down percentage? What was your win-loss percentage? What was going on? I mean, did you have receivers or were you giving up on plays? Were you just like, hey, my team sucks, so I'm not getting hit? I'll give Roethlisberger credit, although he cried about every time he got hit. And if you talk to Ben, it was like a miracle he ever played because he was always hurt. But that mofo was a tough dude and hung in that pocket, Scott. Ben Roethlisberger, my man, he he would take a licking to get his receiver open by a second or two. But, some of those sacks are stupid. Some of those are dumb. The dumbest sacks are when you're running backwards and they catch you. That's like where you're not using the pocket. You're just doing, you bail out too quick. You don't let the play develop. That was Russell Wilson, by the way. That's when you start seeing ghosts.
Yeah, and there's times Russell did that. I wouldn't say he saw ghosts. I think Bo gave up on some plays. However, I do think he extended more drives. They already, and I said this a while ago, they already set or led the league in 3 and outs. And how many did he save them because of his legs?
Well, that's definitely something hopefully will be improved upon. And with that should come longer possessions. With that should come a better running game and more points. That's what should happen. So,
well, if you got the 3 and outs down a third, how many? What's that averaging? 3 points a game?
Could be, yeah. You know, it's funny. It's when you think of the Bills and the Ravens and the Chiefs, you do think about how many great close games, whatever they've had. All 3 of those teams also through the course of the season, 5-6 times a year, blow teams out.
Right.
I mean, they just wipe them off the face of the earth. Where, it's kind of like Jokic not playing in the fourth quarter. It's like when you have a team, I mean, how many games were there with Bo Nix, maybe against the Chiefs, last game of the year, where it was like, hey, man, we don't really need you in the fourth quarter. We kind of needed Bo Nix all the time.
Right.
It'd be nice to have a few of those games. Like, we go to, obviously, a lot of Nuggets games. I like exciting games. I do. But if you go to a lot of games,
every once in a while, just
dude, really, seriously,
can we win by 25? Please?
Don't you feel like that?
Oh, all the time.
It's just like, my God. I mean, it's exciting, and they won, and the stadium is exciting, and the music, and the whole thing. It's like every now and then, hey, how about just
for
we're cruising here?
For me, the third quarter ends, you're up 18. Game should be over. More times than not, right? Yeah. I mean, it's over.
Yes.
And then you just wait, and then, at the 8-minute mark, you're up 7, and you're like, really?
Yeah, I know.
Really? Really?
Now, as a fan, I'm not going to a lot of games. I'm probably going to 2 or 3. Oh, I mean, if you're lucky, you're going to 10
well,
or
12. Well, if you got the 10-game package or something.
I gotcha. But in general, right?
Yeah.
Like the average
Handful,
person,
maybe, yeah.
2, 3, 4, whatever it is. I want all those games. If I'm one of them fans, I want that game to go down the wire. I want that to be the most exciting
I don't want
game
to
of all
have
time.
to leave in the mid-third because we're up 40. But sometimes teams need that.
And I think football, you can use some weeks. Like the Lions, when you watch quarterback, they were killing teams. They weren't stressed out. You can't sit there during a season and be exhausted mentally the whole year. And you know what's funny, though? I think the reverse is true, too. If you cruise a little bit too easily, maybe that was the phase with the Lions. They kind of cruised a little too easy.
Right.
They got the bye, and they just weren't as sharp as they could be. There's probably got to be some sort of, something in the middle.
There's got to be, I think if you go back to 96 for the Broncos, and weren't they able, because they had a bye the first week, didn't they shut down the last week or two?
Are you talking about the Jacksonville loss?
And then they lose to Jacksonville first home game in the second round.
They weren't that sharp.
They weren't sharp.
And they took things for granted. See, this is where the Broncos are again. I tell you what, I'm on the hype machine here. They just feel like a team that's gonna have some blowouts, that's gonna win close games. They just got a Scott. I mean, how much wood can we knock on? What is going to happen during training camp this year, Scott, that's bad? What a horrible thing to say.
I don't know why you're...
I don't know. Because Justin Fields got his toe stepped on, and it's just oh, my God.
Broncos in 96 were 13-3.
Mm-hmm.
We'll try to find out a page that gives me all the...
Well, you kind of get it, though. Here we are, July 24th, right? And if you're Sean Payton, Scott, you know what day matters? Sunday, September 7th. You know what I'm saying, bro? How do I go from here, July 24th to September 7th, with the health of my team good and ready to go? How do I do that? How do we do that with not killing ourselves and having some dumbass step on my quarterback's foot like they did in New York today? How do I get through a training camp without that happening? Dude, I think that is the only. That's the worst thing that could happen to the Broncos this training camp.
Well, you go back to quarterbacks again. Remember the one play that they're going for it on fourth down? Steps back out from underneath the center. The guard steps his foot back, trips the quarterback, and he barely gets the handoff off in time. Ends up going in and scoring.
Yeah, that was a fourth down play with Goff, yeah.
But that's literally a half a second from disaster.
Yeah. At least that's in a game, though.
Yeah.
See,
but those things happen, it seems like, all the time.
It's so funny because, like, in the NBA, and nobody worries about this crap. We have, like, a 3-week camp. We condition more than we do anything else. Yep. We're not hitting anybody. We just that's why the Deron Holmes thing was such like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Because that really, and it's funny because it happened to Colin Gillespie in Summer League as well. That is wild that the Nuggets had 2 dudes that suffered an injury. Nobody gets hurt, really.
Well, Gillespie got hurt right after Summer League.
Oh, was that right? It wasn't in Summer League?
No, he was playing a pickup or doing something.
Oh, okay.
He was playing, though.
Okay.
Like shattered his leg.
I got to stop thinking like this. I got to stop thinking like this.
I've
know.
never seen you like this.
I know. It's ridiculous. You know what would make me feel better?
Drinks.
Hearing higher.
Yeah, I think changeup is pretty good today. I think that's kind of what's
on the Rockies.
Keep me afloat in my career.
We're winning the game.
It's come along nicely.
Horsfield.
Nolan was doing a really good job behind the dish, mixing it in really well. Doing the fastball, changeup, slider. So everything was pretty good.
Oh my God, I'm so pumped to be on the Rockies.
Walked a couple guys that first game.
Let's football goes next. Wait, is it going to get higher every time? Can my voice go higher? Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Hey, a reminder, all of our guests that appear with us, like Sledgehammer, appear on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com, where myself and Mike Sanford will be doing training camp digital shows. After every training camp at 9 p.m. at night for your digital servitude.
Saturday, Sundays, and everything?
Every day there's a camp day. We'll have a recap show later that night. So starting tomorrow night. Shows you what kind of life I got. Committing to something at 9 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights. Dan, what's the first story?
All right, well, that sound clip comes courtesy of DMac because, fellas, Bo Nix ranked number 64 in the NFL's top 100. He and Jaden Daniels are the only sophomore quarterbacks that made the top 100. Are you guys surprised that Bo made it all the way to 64 after his rookie season?
Maybe, but I mean, your playoff teams, if you're rating the top 100 guys, other than maybe Joe Burrows, well, and he's got a couple receivers too. I mean, how many guys didn't make the playoffs, right? I mean, how good are you really if you don't make the playoffs?
I was surprised. He was ahead of Jordan Love, 68, Sam Darnold, 72, Dak Prescott, 79, Tua Tagovailoa, 91. Now, there'll be plenty of people in front of him, obviously, but there won't be anybody else from his class except for Jaden Daniels in front of him.
Yeah. Who, as we said a while ago, 815 rushing yards and two playoff wins, NFC Championship game.
Listen, if we could hit the rewind button and go back a year doing this very fine show that we're doing right now, and I were to tell you, hey, Scott, guess what? Bo Nix is going to be the second best performing quarterback out of that class. I guarantee it. You'd take that. You take that in a heartbeat, and you wouldn't look twice.
I would say playoffs.
If I really, seriously, if we were getting that DeLorean with the professor. By the way, was it a little weird that Marty McFly, who was a teenager, young teen, had such a close relationship with a guy clearly in the 60s or 70s?
Well, so he was a mentor.
Anyways,
I mean, look at Jeremiah Johnson.
I'm just saying. I mean, how did he get Marty into the barn? Just love of science?
Yeah.
Okay. Anywho, if we could go back, none of us would buy that Bo Nix was going to have the year that he had. Nobody. And the season certainly didn't start off that great, going 0-2. Right? And you're throwing picks to the other guy. I brought back and I looked at him. Other team. Let me throw it right to him. So what did Bo Nix do, Scott, to take that into what exists today? I guess I'm throwing this out here and let's football go. But something else happened. And you see what the hype is. You realize it's clearly Bo Nix's team. As great as Pat Surtain is, it's clearly Bo Nix's team.
What did he do? Well, he decided to take completions over chances. And I thought that was the turnaround of the season. I think the chances were...
Played it safe? Is that what you're saying?
I thought it was the chances were more limited late than early. And I'd have to go back and watch those games early again, too, because I thought he played scared like a rookie early.
I'm just realizing because they're revealing the top players, 70 to 61. Bo Nix is going to be here. My voice is about to be on NFL Network. So they go through a montage of Bo Nix.
If they show that video.
Well, I mean, they're going to show the video. They're showing it right now.
Nix protected to the back of the end zone. Picked off.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, do it to the other team.
I really don't think I said it like you're portraying me to say it.
Bo, can you take us through the interception?
Next story, Dan.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Next story.
All right. Hey, let's hear from Talanoa Hufanga. He talked today down at Acclimation Day, day 2 of Acclimation Day down at Dove Valley. This was an interesting question. He was asked, what kind of stress does Bo Nix put on defenses?
First and foremost, I think he's just a smart player. But then it's like, okay, you get on the field and you see how accurate he is, what kind of arm he has. I think that kind of, especially the first day of OTAs, like first ball was over everybody's head, and I was like, wow, like you have to account for those kind of things. And not every game that you play in the NFL, you're going to play a quarterback that can launch it that far. And so for him, he has that ability to just get it over the defense's head, and so that changes your perspective on how to play him. And so far, just see it as a teammate that he is, great person, great player, and just seeing how he handles himself in the locker room, in the cafeteria, and all that. I'm excited to play with him.
Does that surprise you guys hearing Talanoa Hufanga there talking about Bo Nix's arm strength? Because going into the draft, at least according to the analysts, that was one of Bo's weaknesses was arm strength.
Did he say it was caught?
What?
He said he threw it over everybody's head.
Oh, boy. Listen, one of the stupidest things ever is saying Bo Nix did not have a strong enough arm to be in the NFL. It was just dumb. It was dumb from the jump. It was dumb in training camp last year. It remains dumb. Look at some of the throws that dude made last year. Now, listen, timing and just figuring out the NFL and just the speed, that's one thing. But the thing that this guy doesn't have the athletic ability to be a real genuine throwing quarterback in the NFL, Scott, is silly. His arm is plenty strong enough. Plenty strong enough. How deep do you got to throw a ball? And it's about making good decisions on outs and other trickier plays, too.
Yeah, can you hit the out at about 18 yards?
Yeah, man.
On the edge side of the hash marks?
And he can do that.
Well, we'll see.
He's
probably going to have to do it a lot more this year.
Fine. Whatever. I have no doubts about him. He's not going to just step back and throw it to the other guy on the other team. Not in the end zone like he did against the Steelers. No matter who asks him that question. I don't know how to get Dan to play the soundbite more than me just saying just like that. Okay, I guess it's not going to happen.
You're trying to take time from his
segment. He's doing something else?
What's his segment?
Are we lining up the wacky DJs from KMO Radio?
I did send an email out to ESPN St. Louis asking them if we can hook us up with one of their hosts.
You sent a whole email?
Well, I called him too.
Mm-hmm.
Let the voice.
He kind of trailed off
a little bit there. Yeah, I know.
I called him too.
I'm not having much hope there. Next story, Dan.
All right, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, fellas, but Nathaniel Hackett, he's got himself another job. He spent 3 seasons as the Packers offensive coordinator before obviously becoming the Broncos head coach for less than a season, and then he was the Jets OC for the previous 2 seasons. He's been rehired by the Packers as a consultant/analyst. Matt LaFleur said Hackett will work with the defense, but will bring an offensive perspective to the other side of the ball. It got me thinking, what former offensive coaches for the Broncos would you guys like to see be brought back as a consultant analyst like Hackett just got rehired by the Packers?
Oh my God. Like who are my favorite coaches? Like a coach reunion?
What offensive coach would you like to?
But don't you think it's funny that he's being brought back as a defensive guy?
Well, that's what's so interesting about this. He's working with the defense.
To give you a perspective of what the offenses are trying to do against you.
All right, I don't know. Whatever rows your boat.
Kubiak, maybe?
No. Kubes is meant to be one thing and one thing only.
Shanahan?
As what?
Same thing. We're talking. Do you listen to the question?
I heard the question. Yeah. What do you want Shanny to be, a consultant?
So here's how I'd beat you offensively.
No, thank you. Ex-head coaches, you can't even consider Hackett an ex-head coach. That's how bad he was.
That's probably true. But
you just cannot have No, Gary already kind of did that, man. He already did the consulting thing.
He was doing that in Minnesota, but he was doing it on the offensive side, wasn't he?
You know what? In all honesty, I can't think of one damn coach I would love to have back here to do anything here. I wouldn't mind Adam Gase coming back as some sort of offensive assistant. I liked Adam. I thought Adam was part of listen, you say whatever you want about Adam and his coaching with the Dolphins and the Jets, but he was also a key component in the Broncos' best offense and NFL's best offense of all time. Now, granted, it came with Peyton Manning, but Adam was part of that.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're playing this game, this is a stretch, though. You know who I was pals with that everybody hates here, but I thought he was a good dude?
Clive Owens?
No, Mike McCoy. Did you hate Mike McCoy?
I hated his pressers. and he wasn't he the last bike shorts coach we've had for a while?
I don't know. I mean, it's like every coach I have kind of a good relationship and just seem to, just downward spiral.
How are you with Schumer? Oh, we can bring Schumer back.
I was pretty friendly with Schumer.
That figures.
I was.
Yeah. This is all starting to make sense right now.
It's kind of all clicking, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's all making sense. Last one, Dan.
All right, an update on Justin Fields.
Shermer,
After a
by the
medical
way, yes.
evaluation, he sustained a dislocated toe in his right foot and will be day-to-day. He avoided serious injury and significant missed time. That's from Adam Schefter. He got stepped on. His toe got stepped on at Jets training camp today.
Yeah, what's the question?
Just an update for you. And DMac on our call this morning, Scott, was very upset and thinks the Jets are dumb for allowing their quarterback's toe to get stepped on this early in camp.
So
it's an accident, you know.
No under center snaps for quarterbacks.
I don't know how
you want
it.
Bo in a shotgun for the next 2 weeks.
I don't know how it happened because I haven't seen the play, and that would be stupid if it was just under center. I suppose it would be even dumber if it was in the gun, which means that there was a defensive player bringing pressure and an offensive lineman couldn't just maintain the pocket. Like it was like. I have seen out of the Broncos, I've seen quarterbacks for the Broncos over the years hit their hands on the follow through on dudes' helmets because the dudes are coming too hard. I mean, you want to talk about like, you got to be kidding me moments. I just smashed my thumb on your helmet here in this nothing drill in July. I've seen that.
Well, you are got a little anxiety right now, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit. There's too many good things right now.
You're waiting for the shoe to drop.
What is the shoe going to be?
Yeah.
What is it going to be?
That could be a good guesstimate. What's the shoe going to be?
What is it going to be?
That it was all a dream?
Wake up and Teddy Bridgewater's our quarterback again?
We're going to wake up and Teddy Bridgewater's going to be in the shower. Honey, you wouldn't believe the dream I just had.
Oh, my God. Paxton Lynch is our quarterback.
No. Patrick Duffy's going to walk in and be the assistant coach.
Vic Fangio's still here. I'm trying to think who the worst coach was. Like Fangio, Bud Black, Brian Shaw.
Hackett.
McDummy.
Hackett, McDaniels. Oh, we've had some bad ones, man. You know what it is?
Brian Shaw.
I just said, I said Shaw, yeah. Culture, man. I'll tell you, let me play a little bit of Warren Schaefer here. Warren Schaefer.
I just think that two very good series for us. I think coming out of the break, I think that the guys just want to get after it. That's all. And you can tell. And some things look different, which is a good thing. It seems like a full 9 innings are being played on a consistent basis these first two series, and we want to continue that. This is a game of consistency, and we can't let it end here. We need to carry it over into the next series.
It's not done yet, for sure, and they got plenty to play for. For a team that is dog butt.
They just sound like a younger Bud Black.
I don't know, man. I don't think so. But I'm not completely sold on Warren Schaefer.
A 3-year deal needs to be coming pretty quick.
I don't know. Not necessarily. I'm not saying that, but I'm telling you, Bud Black was turning possible wins into losses, okay? It's so easy just to say, oh, your team's just not good enough. Really? And when you hear Warren Schaefer say, listen, they're playing a full 9, you know what he's saying. He's saying there are times they were tapped out during the year. They weren't focused.
Including when he took over.
Correct. Didn't happen overnight. That's what I think is a stupid thing, too. That people say, oh, you fire a coach, the next guy has got to be, like, incredible, like, right away. Like, come on, man. I mean, it might take a little time for this guy to figure it out. I wonder with Adelman, by the way. I wonder with Adelman and say, after, say, 6 weeks of play, when that shine is kind of off a little bit, games like games 25 through 40. Like, what's going on then? Because every team, like a little roller coaster.
That's a good sound effect. I don't know, but there is something about sometimes you can have a Bentley that's got a lot of dirt on it, and you don't really realize what you got until you take it to the washer. And then you come out and you go, dude, we got a Bentley.
I'm telling you.
And it's the same car, and the Nuggets have the same car. The Rockies obviously have the same car, but sometimes you need a guy that says, we got to clean little things up.
Yeah, like the one thing I buckle against the most is when Nate Kreckman says, well, they're just not major league players. And I'm like, that's just too easy of an excuse. That's letting, in my opinion, that's letting guys off the hook to say that. If you're saying that, then it's okay if they lose every game. I'm telling you that's not true. And I do respect Nate, but I vehemently disagree with him on that point.
If they're saying that, then why ever change a manager? Because it's not about managerial things. It's the talent you don't have.
But that's kind of where we just hate ownership. It's not Bud Black's fault. These aren't quality guys because I've made up my mind about ownership, and that's that. Well, I think that's a little stubborn too. And so,
and there is truth to it.
Yeah. Listen, Tyler Freeman is hitting over 300 as a utility guy. Mickey Moniak is having not a good but a great year. Okay, Ezekiel Tovar is a legit shortstop. He could be playing shortstop for more than 25 teams in Major League Baseball right now. Ryan McMahon, you can say whatever you want. I do think he took a bad approach to the plate, but he's an above average defensive third baseman. Tolia has gone up and down okay. Hunter Goodman is a legit all-star. You've got relievers in Vodnik and Halverson that throw 100 miles an hour, both of them, that can be really tricky. There's elements there, Scott. There are. And then you brought up this guy, Tanner Gordon, out of nowhere, and he gets you your first shutout win. And he pitched 6 innings, by the way. Then Hergert and Kinley came in to shut it out. I'm sorry if I'm bothering people with actual facts about the Rockies. I know you might not want to hear it because it's baseball talk. But I'm telling you, Scott, there's things a good manager can get out of a team, can shine up that Bentley that's filled with dirt a little bit. And maybe it's still a junkyard car. Who knows? But there's something else there. And good managers, good coaches, good organizations, they can get the most out of it. And I do really believe that's what the Nuggets were doing when they fired Malone and Booth. I really do believe that. I think you do too.
Yeah.
And we're not trying to hate on anybody because we did the Michael Malone show. We like Michael. We love Michael. But there was more there. There was more there. And then for Hartenstein to come out on a podcast and say the only team that we thought we could do everything right and still lose to was the Nuggets.
That says something.
Kind of breaks your heart almost a little bit.
Yeah.
So
it reinforces my feelings. I know Tyler poo-pooed me on it, but that series a lot closer than you realize.
Yeah. It doesn't sting as much because Game 7 was such a big blowout, so you don't. It's kind of throw it in the trash can. But you had it, man. You had it. Game 4, Game 5. You win either of those games, you may win the series. You got a shot.
You go
shot.
into Game 70 and 40% of your starters were hurt.
Yeah.
And you had no bench.
Nothing. You took it as far as you could, and at least you lost to the team that won it all.
Yeah.
At least you did that.
Yeah.
It's a little more stinging for the Avs who, blow a late lead, lose to the team that lost to the team that lost to the team that, whatever. I mean, they really weren't all that close. Stings a little bit there. I'm telling you this, man. This Broncos team this year, if this isn't an 11-win team, it's going to sting. That's the expectation. That's where the bar should be. It's PhD on 925. Let's go. Broncos wrapped up day 2 of training camp, acclimatization day. They can now
acclimation.
They can now go to camp 4, like Everest, like camp 3. They came down. They football. Now they can actually go to camp 4, and you got to stay there for a day or two, and then you got to acclimate and go up to the summit. So, we'll see him at the top of Mount Elbert.
Big burning question I have for this training camp.
Yes, sir.
You've been out there. Where's the porta potties?
I have actually not been out there, my friend. Not yet. It's tomorrow.
That's a big question.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a. I assume they'll be where they've always been.
Outdoors, no, because that's all construction tearing up that thing.
Is that where the porta potties were
before?
If
you're inside as media to go potty,
yeah,
you have to go out back to the big gate, all the way around behind the stands.
Oh, actually, the potty that you really could use was actually in the field house. That's where I took my shower. Can't do that anymore.
Well, you're not going in that way either.
No, you can't get there. I think you could probably. I don't know this for. I don't know.
Gatorade
actually,
bottles.
You should.
Hey, reach out to one of the PR staff. Say, where's the potties at? That's a big key for me.
Did you get your parking pass?
Oh no, I haven't gotten a parking pass.
Oh boy, is this going to be an issue with you?
Oh, it will be.
Oh boy, Dan. I swear to God, we had this conversation. I'm talking to you, Dan, about taking care of a big boy over here.
I'm on it.
Are you on it?
I'm on it.
Well, he got an email anyway, phone call.
What kind? Like,
hey, you know what? He probably emailed St. Louis. Goes, hey, do you guys got the parking passes? They emailed Kevin. Hey, can you come on the show?
What is your most predictable? I used to be a pro athlete moment of Scott going to training camp.
Hey, listen, I am the most.
What's it going to be?
I'll tell you this. I am the most I used to play thing, except for one thing. Mm-hmm. I hate bad parking. I am. All
right, Dan, are you listening?
I am a parking snob.
Okay.
Snob.
But you realize the closest anybody can park is at the jail.
Yeah.
And walk over from there. That is literally the closest.
That's like a block, and then you're at the gate.
It's not much of a walk.
It's a block and a gate.
So as long as you have a parking pass for that.
That's closer than the field. I don't care what anybody says. Because you're not going to walk down a big-ass hill, cross all the grass.
It's actually a little bit easier.
Down a hill. And no, I go out and use the sidewalks. It's longer. And then you got 2 streets you got to cross. Traffic. No one's there to hold my hand.
Not parking at the jail. Parking at the jail is a piece of cake. So, Dan. Oh, man. All right. All you need, then, is a parking pass.
That would help.
Does Scott have a parking pass?
I have asked.
Oh, boy. This could go sideways so quickly.
Well, it won't be going sideways. I'll just be here, and then I'll start showing. Hey, everybody, welcome to the program. PhD with you, DMac, and Tyler joined us live from out there at the field house.
I'm happy to do my part, my man.
Well, we got little bitty legs. Are you going to ride your bike to it? Have you decided?
I have ridden my bike to every training camp for the past 8 years.
So are you going to ride your bike there? Might be easy. You'll be closer because you probably roll up right to the gate and just leave the bike right inside the gate.
I don't know what I can do with that. I'm a little nervous about that, frankly.
I bet you they let you do that.
I don't know. Be great
They'll
if I could
probably
just
make you take those stupid shoes off.
No, I forgot. I did wear the shoes last year. I forgot to change the shoes. It was unbelievable. I felt like an idiot. Click, clack, click, clack, click, click, clack.
Yeah, look at me. I'm a bike rider.
No, I know.
Dave,
trust me.
What's the most? I'm a bike rider guy than keeping your shoes on, going click, clack, click, clack. You know, it's either Susie Ward's in high heels or here comes
DMac. Yeah,
DMac.
No, the most I ride a bike thing would be I forgot my shorts to put over the bike shorts.
Yeah,
that
you know what? I think you come in one day, you leave all your little bike riding. I wish I was in the Tour de France, tight shirt and pants. Keep your helmet on and your click clacks, and walk in that motif and let everybody just, I rode a bike. Rode my bike here. How long does it take from your new crib to the Dove Valley?
Oh, I did it all last year. I haven't done it for the past couple of days, but I'll probably start tomorrow. See, the problem, what I found, it takes about a half hour. It's not bad. I zip down the hill, go over to Lincoln, dip through Meridian, coming through Dove Valley through the back way. And then actually it's a piece of cake, a little bit more uphill, come back that same way, except you get on the 470 path and you zip right over here. It's really not that big of a deal. But it's about a half hour each way.
Where do you get off on the 470 path? Do you have to go underneath 470? Where does the...
Yeah, where do I get on the 470 path?
Get off of it to get here.
To get here from my house, because I live up Yosemite, I don't really
but I'm
get
talking
on
about
the
from
470
Dove
path.
Valley.
From Dove Valley, you got to just ride out to 470, however you want to go. I mean, I forget the name of the road. It's by Centennial Airport, basically.
Right.
You basically ride behind Centennial Airport to 470. And I forget the name of that road, but once you hit 470, you can get onto the bike path the same way you can just exit onto 470. The bike path is right next to it. So if you're going to take
But you're not racing a Mustang or anything down the exit ramp.
I try not to. No, there's a path is on the. Do you see the people on the side of the road
I see
on
it, but
470? There's a path right there.
But I'm
by
trying
the
to think where
exits.
you get off that path to get to the Chick-fil-A. That's kind of the area you want to get in.
The path is fantastic. I just stay on the path the whole way to work. The path is behind our radio station. It's right.
But there's
got to
be and there's an opening for an exit. I mean, it's not
there's
like
the two choices.
It's not like a deer jump that you've got to jump your bike over the.
Having the world's most boring conversation, but I'll tell you the three choices you have.
I think this is very fascinating.
All right, you have three choices.
All right.
After you come down the path, past the new Chick-fil-A, they have built a sidewalk.
Oh.
There's a tiny 4 foot. I can't believe they even built it, but there is a 4 foot path from the 470 path to a walkway, a 4 foot sidewalk that connects you to the Chick-fil-A parking lot.
Oh, then
unbelievable.
Then you're right there.
It should just be more dirt and grass, but for whatever reason,
they put a sidewalk
they
there.
built a meaningless sidewalk so you can walk on.
No, because people walking and hiking get hungry, they can walk right up to Chick-fil-A.
You can walk right up to Chick-fil-A. That's one.
And
two,
that takes you right there. Go behind Home Depot, right to your.
Well, you just circle around, zip zap zoop. The second,
that's the place I would take.
Second, you run over grass and you just hop a small curb behind the Home Depot. And you just roll up to the back entrance.
Oh, so there's not a fence there between the path and Home
Nothing
Depot.
to it. Got to roll over a little grass.
It's not very good security.
Got to do a little bunny hop over it.
If I'm Chick-fil-A, I haven't put a fence there.
No fence.
So no one can break in.
Third, if you want a little extra push, you can go down this hill behind the station, down the hill, and ride back up the hill.
By the car dealerships.
You go off.
And
It's Willow Creek Trail.
Yeah.
To be super specific with you, how you would go to Willow Creek Trail. But you just take a zip, zap, zoop, and you come back up the hill through the parking lots to the back, whatever.
Willow Creek Trail goes forever.
Oh, you're familiar with Willow Creek Trail.
One of my daughters used to have soccer practice right down there by the Willow Creek path.
By the way, we are killing local radio. We're naming,
hey, right now there are people
suburbs
stuck on 470 traffic going, that is information.
Dude, we are local. I can't wait to hear Dan Patrick talk about the Willow Creek Trail. But you can take, I did say something annoying. I'll tell you about Greg. I did say this to Greg Fetter. I go, you should have more bicycle places to lock people, like the fans who like the bicycles up. I said, you should do a group ride with the fans.
Ooh.
You thought that's a good idea?
I think that's come meet the owner of the Broncos. Instead of football 101, let's
go
ride,
for a ride.
Let's ride 101.
Because
ride someplace and have a little lunch set up with everybody.
There would be a great ride if Penner wanted to take the fans out. A great ride. Because you go from the Broncos facility down Peoria to Cherry Creek State Park and do a big loop around the park.
Go check in with Dave Loken over by Cherry
you go
Creek
right
High
past
School.
him.
You go right by
You go right past him where he's recruiting kids.
Yeah, I got that there.
Go right past Dave, give him a little beat Valor, and then just keep going around the park. And if you want to gravel it up a little bit, it's a beautiful ride on gravel next to Dam Road. Can't go on Dam Road, but right underneath it. Go right along the water, Scott. It's beautiful.
I've taken that hike before.
You have?
Yeah, back when I wanted to do that stuff.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
That's true.
All right, what was your question?
In
about
fact,
the Broncos?
when Ellie was born, we took our little stroller and
It's
did
a beautiful
and did that whole little path.
I'm telling you,
bunch of groundhog holes over there.
If you want to see and go for a nice little hike and see some beauty in water in Colorado, trail right underneath Dam Road. Again, this is what local radio can do that national stuff can't do.
You're not hearing this on any of the...
No. Jim Rome ain't talking about the little path underneath Dam Road near where Dave Logan coaches high school.
Punched in the mouth by Chris
Go
Everett.
right past campus middle school.
Yeah. If you get hungry, go over to the campus lounge and get a good burrito.
Campus lounge is nowhere close to that.
I know, but I mean, I'm using the words.
I know campus lounge.
But I was trying to stay local.
Can I tell you? Remember I told you there was an ex-player that said he didn't trust me unless we were to get drunk together? That's where we got drunk together.
Oh, that's where you went to
I
campus
swear
lounge?
to God. It's a great spot. It's in the Bonnie Bray area.
Yeah.
I'm killing this local thing.
Great ice cream just up a block.
Incredible. It's right there.
Just up the other end of the block. That Bonnie Bray ice cream's unbelievable.
I'd like to see Pat McAfee do this.
He's probably where he's at because he doesn't do this.
He might be. That Hartenstein quote is going to stick with me a little bit.
I think it's good motivation. I don't know if it's motivation. I think, like I said, it reinforces what I thought I saw. But they were a lot closer than we realized. And had they maybe made a move at the All-Star break or been able to, but at the trade deadline, that, I think a lot of things could have been different. But again, I don't know.
Hey,
I don't know they win 3 in a row if they don't make the trade.
Are you bothered at all with Michael Porter Jr. making like little comments about the practice courts and that sort of thing? Does that bug you?
Because I don't think he's the most nuanced guy, or maybe he's more nuanced than I realized. I think that's his way of saying, man, this place is fabulous. Let me ingratiate myself with the Nets people. And I don't think he's thinking at all trying to be dismissive of Denver.
No.
I think he's just, in his head, they're going to appreciate it. That's kind of taking a shot. What do you mean? I don't think he has a vindictive bone in his body.
Okay.
Now, he could have been fooling me for all these years, but I don't think he's a vindictive guy.
It's a weird deal because you want to. Oh, I just keep making the same mistake. That is my phone.
Every day at this time,
and I know what it is.
You get phone calls.
No. It's because I'm not clicking on the. I won't even explain it. It's so stupid, but I know what the problem is. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Oh, it's a reminder to do this.
It's not a reminder. It's, you know what? I'm not even gonna. I did it. I should.
But every day this time.
I know, because I keep clicking the wrong button, so it makes a little noise. I got to click one thing, and I'm clicking something else. Because I click something else, it makes a little ding-dong noise.
But it's a good thing to have a notification on to remind you to say KKSE.
Yeah,
Denver.
read the legal ID, moron.
Yeah, I think it's very good. Springer needs some of that help right there, and he needs notification all the time.
I forget everything. Like, where's Andy Lindahl? I forget where he is. I forget everything. What's the haps, fellas?
Well, quit smoking weed.
How you doing? I did. Can you believe it?
No.
Well, it's true.
Good on you.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this. I used to have this
Are we
conversation.
celebrating this moment right here? Or are we actually making this is the thing?
It's a big moment.
Wow.
Give it up for me.
He's not hanging out with Dan anymore.
Exactly.
That's good. Your life's a little lonelier, isn't it?
It's better.
It is better.
Yeah.
But do you find yourself not being invited to different things you kind of used to maybe got invited to?
No.
Oh, really? Or you
That
were
had
just
nothing
a loner?
to do with that. Yeah, I'm a loner, man. I stay to myself. I stay home. I watch sports. It's what I do.
Really?
That's what I do, man.
Hey, have you noticed, because you've been working out, you've been in the gym, it's been
It looks
documented.
great. Yeah, thank you.
You look great.
Thank
and,
you.
and you know, the tan helps too.
Summer.
Right?
Get outside. Get a little skin cancer. Come on,
see,
what are we doing?
That's new too. Vitamin D, though. Have you noticed that you've been working out, your reactions are quicker? And I'll give you an example, see if this happened to you.
Okay.
Have you caught yourself, like, drop something, all of a sudden you kind of reach down, you catch it, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, I'm like Spider-Man. When Tobey Maguire got bit by that spider.
But you'll find out the more
and
you
he
work.
catches that lunch tray.
Yes.
And he gets all of the items to fall in place on the
If
lunch
we
tray.
do that, we're gonna paint you colorful and put you in a movie. But
Uh-huh.
but have you not found out that your reaction time has gotten better just by working out?
No more weed. I'm working out. Dude, I'm living the dream. I'm crushing it.
Are you trying to sell yourself to a lovely lady that's single right now?
All of them. All of them.
Any of them.
This is the pitch?
I'm always doing that, DMac. I'm always doing that.
Your hair looks fantastic too.
Thank you. Thank you. This is what the people want to hear right now. They don't care about Broncos training camp. Certainly don't care about the Rockies. Are you kidding me?
I tried to make it interesting.
He tries to make it interesting there every day.
Hey, 4-2 out of the break.
They're playing higher by Creed after they win games. I mean,
That's a thing?
Well, we got an interview, and in the background music, they're playing higher.
They're playing. That's Tanner Gordon's being interviewed, and it's Creed and Scott Stapp is blasting in the background.
That checks out for the Rockies, actually, that they would play Creed if you know the vibe of the organization.
Well, Scott thought playing Creed was cool.
Well, I like Creed.
They're like ironically cool right now.
A lot of those old bands
are
starting.
back?
It's kind of like Nickelback. They're ironically cool.
Did you see the Nickelback documentary?
No.
Where they went back to their hometown in Canada, where they're celebrated. Like, they're not ashamed of Nickelback in this little town in Canada.
Like they're rock stars or something.
Oh, it's the home of Nickelback. Like, it's by the town sign. I forget.
Well, what else are you going to be proud of if you live in that town?
Their town they're from is like, dude, it is like a one-light little podunk place in Canada someplace.
That's pretty cool, though.
It is cool.
Hey, listen, Nickelback, I don't know how all the hate, because if you go back.
The documentary goes through all of it. It's actually kind of a fascinating documentary. Why everybody hates them.
Why do people hate them?
Because they got too big with what was seen as formulatic sort of songs that just weren't very deep.
Yeah. Did Michael Jackson say hello?
I don't know.
He moonwalked
that.
though, man. What's his name? Chad Kroger? Does he moonwalk? No, he doesn't moonwalk.
Yeah, I mean, Chad Kroger wrote one song and then just wrote it 100 different ways.
Can you say
song.
90% of every single pop star in the
Sure,
world?
sure.
I mean, how many breakup songs does Taylor Swift have?
All of them. Oh, I got a funny Taylor Swift story for you, real quick.
Yeah, do it. Because this is what we're doing.
All right, so this outs my wife. How am I going to do this?
Well, you've already said you've ousted your wife, so she's already outed, so you might as well just keep it.
By the way, this story has nothing to do with my wife. So I have I have a friend, female.
Good looking?
Stunning. Who loves the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing. Can't get enough of it.
Right.
She runs into another lady who loves Taylor Swift, but hates the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce thing.
Uh-oh.
Do you think this lady my wife ran into is single or married?
You mean this lady who ran into the other lady?
Okay,
you sounded her again.
Which level of lady are we at? Are we at the one who loves Taylor or Travis?
The one who loves Taylor but hates Taylor and Travis.
Right.
Think she's single or married?
Single because she's jealous.
Correct. So she doesn't want Taylor Swift to be happy.
I thought she would just be a Bronco fan and hates the Chiefs.
No,
Could be that.
There's nothing like that.
The warden likes Taylor Swift, okay, but can't stand the Chiefs.
This got nothing to do with the warden. She's a weird anomaly.
It
made me realize that if you're single and you're a lady and you love Taylor Swift, you don't really want Taylor Swift to be happy in a relationship or get married, because all of her songs are about breakups. And if you're really into her and you're single, you identify with her.
Sure.
You really don't want her to be in a great spot.
Can I say this about Travis Kelce? And I thought he looked old in the Super Bowl. And
he did.
And he's changed his look.
He looks soft.
He looks soft now.
He looks soft.
You know, the sound effect I'm using for Travis Kelce right now, and I'll just verbalize it. Whoosh.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're done, and Mahomes looks soft too. But I'm not saying a lot of quarterbacks look weird.
You're talking about that gut?
Yeah, a lot of quarterbacks in particular gut it up when it comes to the offseason, then they sort of get themselves in shape. I know that's a fact.
Not everybody can be Joe Burrow.
Exactly. And you don't have to be a super stud, although there are some quarterbacks, Brady Quinn, that look amazing with their shirts off. But I'll tell you this. I think the Chiefs are going to have this kind of crazy downward fall this year. I think their whole culture right now is a little round in the middle. Little soft.
I look, Rashee Rice is probably going to be suspended for the first 2-4 games, something like that. That's that'll put him in a hole. I think that puts you in a hole.
Yeah. I think the vibe on the Chiefs. It's just, all right, how long can you really sustain it, Scott?
But hold on.
Seriously. And didn't we see that huge crack in the Super Bowl where they just ultimately that Eagles team just wanted it? That Eagles team was bitter about losing before. They had the chance at revenge. They got it convincingly. How does a team exactly bounce back from a humiliating loss in the Super Bowl?
Well, it motivates you. So
Does
that's
it,
one
though?
when you lose.
When you've won so much, though, does it really motivate
you? mean
you?
I'm talking about the Eagles. The Eagles.
Oh, for the Eagles, for sure.
The
no
Chiefs.
doubt.
The Chiefs. It becomes. You just try to matter of fact it, and you lose some of that joy that you once carried with you. But here, let me throw this. So you think the Chiefs are going to have this big fall? And
I do. I think your thing with Kelsey.
But I'm not.
Yeah, he's aging, man. Taylor's got him.
I'm not too far behind you on that feeling. And yet, if you go back to the thing that you broadcasted up all over the place on Monday, that the Broncos have voted the 6th best roster in football, I think the Chiefs were 4.
But they're always going to get that respect because people.
Yeah. But that's a roster.
Hesitate.
We're not talking about a quarterback. That's a roster.
I think that's a little much. Outside of Kelsey, if Kelsey falls off, what weapons do they? I mean, I like Worthy,
and you got to look at their plus minus in games, and it was weird, right? You pointed out.
Yeah.
Broncos were a way better plus than the Chiefs. They won like kind of crazy close games last year, and it caught up with them eventually in the Super Bowl.
You guys think I think the Broncos are beating the Chiefs at least once this season. The first matchup is directly before their bye week. It's a late bye week, but that sets up. You beat I love the pre-bye week game. You want to win the pre-bye week game because then you got the good vibes going into your little break.
Yeah.
And then they play them on Christmas. A couple years ago, freaking Aiden O'Connell and the Raiders went in and beat the Chiefs on Christmas. Now the Chiefs end up going in and winning the Super Bowl.
How'd the Broncos do the Rams on Christmas?
Well, that was different era.
Embarrassing.
That was a different era.
It's like the worst game ever. No,
But,
that was the Baker Mayfield, went nuts. The Broncos coaches are getting hammered the night before at a bar, and that's what got Nathaniel Hackett fired. Like right then and there. We're not waiting until the end of the season. That game in particular. They weren't going to fire him. They were going to wait till the season was over. But that was humiliating.
So bad.
Because they were unprofessional. It was the same with McDaniels with the cheating stuff. He got fired during the season because it was just embarrassing to the organization. You can have a bad season as long as you don't embarrass the organization. They'll fire you because it's easier to fire you at the end of the season. So
Hackett and the coaches are out partying on Christmas Eve?
Yeah, that's the rumor, yeah. They're all getting
Did you guys talk about the Hackett news today?
Yeah. He's a defensive coordinator now, or defensive assistant.
Like a defensive assistant.
He's a defensive guy.
He's going to help the Packers defense, give them a gauge of what the offense is doing.
Well, you want to talk about you're in the club, man. You get in that NFL coaching club, damn, man. How many ex-NFL players would love to have that job that Nathaniel Hackett just got?
It's a nothing job. Here's a paycheck. You show up,
right?
And say some words.
You know what that is? That is the equivalent of
and
nepotism,
you know
whatever.
Spring, I bet he doesn't even say words other than I bet he meets with a couple of the offensive guys and say, well, listen, here's the scheme that you're going to start with this defense. Here's your vulnerable spots. You got to watch this. He ain't gonna be talking to any players.
Well, but what are his words worth?
Well,
I don't even take that man seriously.
He won 36 games as an offensive coordinator
with Aaron Rodgers. Who was still good.
He just knows the right people in Green Bay. That's all there is. He knows the right people, and
he's just going to show them. They're just going to watch Goldmember together. That's what they're going to do.
You know what's torture, by the way, for him? He's going to bring his young kids back to where they used to have friends 2 years ago or whatever, so they can reunite with their friends again. To what? Move them in another year or two? Mm-hmm. At some point, as a dad and a father, don't you just have to be like, you know what, kids, all right.
Maybe this job takes you, and all of a sudden, you're next year you're the tight ends coach, and you get to stay in Green Bay. Don't
you have to tell your kids after moving 3-4 times in 3 years?
But wasn't his dad basically just got him in the system
He
forever
was. So you're saying if you grew up like that, that's just the way it is?
Yeah, maybe. We'll come back here. We like it. This is the only job they could find me next year. Next year, I'll be the wide receivers coach.
And then they can just hunker down.
And then they hunker down. That's all you can do in Green Bay in the wintertime.
Do you need a hug?
Dude, I've never dealt with such insanity in my life.
We can give you
and
a hug.
it doesn't quit.
Scott will give you a
ding,
hug.
ding, 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 ding. You won, Spring.
It doesn't quit.
Yep. No, he came in hot. Actually, that's less hot than I
Guess
thought.
what I
you'd come
just
in.
saw?
Oh, here we go.
I was trying to turn in here from the Home Depot. We've got somebody going the wrong direction trying to make a left turn in the turn-in lane to our facility. And that's how my drive ended. So,
Are you all right?
From England.
Maybe. They might be. That's a good call. That'd be as good as any explanation as to why you were sitting in. I mean, there's clearly a double line and a turn lane that you were a lane over from. Yeah, don't go anywhere. Our traffic guy's like, there's a small accident on C4. I was like, no, it's not small. There's cops everywhere. They got things shut down.
Which direction was the wreck?
The wreck is going, it's coming into work. It's eastbound. But
all the Lucky Loos
it's
on
by the Chatfield Reservoir. There were 9 cops I saw on C470. Then we all bailed off to go through your neighborhood. And there's cops all over that neighborhood. So I don't know what is going on. And then, of course, I'm following everybody at 35 miles an hour as we all try to be clever and get back to C470, only for me to then see this person sitting out here going the wrong way.
But at least you got
question after you sit there and had your.
Oh, and by the way, there's some problem here as you try to go your direction home that was causing the turn lane onto Yosemite to almost get blocked.
Well, that's because everybody's trying to get out in different ways, probably.
So there we go.
So, why didn't
sorry,
you,
gentlemen.
I mean, you stayed
Again,
here.
great local talk, though.
No, I did. I was
you
like,
will
God,
not
those
hear
guys are
you
great
will not hear
guys.
McAfee or
Well,
Patrick.
we don't have traffic.
Yeah, well,
those guys, I was like, they're covering for me. It's so great. I appreciate them. And then I hear Bike Route talking. I'm like, those SOBs. I got to find a way.
We were trying to do a subliminal messaging of trying to help you out to sneak the back ways.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. No, every back way is messed up. There's construction.
Can I ask you a dumb question?
Please, why not? Hey.
You were here.
I know.
Till 1:30.
I had to go take my kids somewhere. So I went home to do that.
How old's your kid?
Well, he's 16, but again, this is something new for you. I've already bought him a car. It's that piece of junk.
Does he not
Ranger.
have his license?
He doesn't. You have to hold your permit for a year now, no matter when you turn 16.
What?
Yeah. So he's
Colorado.
already had it 6-7 months, and he can't get it. A year for him is going to be early December.
Was he late getting his permit in the first place?
Yeah, because I didn't know this was. I didn't care. I wasn't rushed.
Yeah,
I'm
we
like,
thought when we were 16, man, we went up the
you were
place.
allowed to just do it and go.
I
Yeah.
knew.
I had no idea.
I knew the day I was able
Right.
to get my license. I knew the permits, the class. I knew exactly when it was.
No, he's not
What is
allowed.
wrong? You want an old man get off my lawn moment? What is wrong with kids on the driving thing? Like, how do they not know it's the most important thing in your life? How do you not
It's
have
not
control
to them.
of?
To be honest
Why
with you,
is
it's
it
not to them anymore. I don't have an answer for you. I will
Because
say,
mommy and daddy do everything for
no,
them.
but I'll tell you this: it's gender related to my daughter did not care, and then finally we had to be like, "You got to drive. We're going too many directions."
What do you mean your daughter didn't like?
She
how
didn't
old
get her
was she?
license till she was 18 because she didn't care.
Oh,
and she did everything in her neighborhood. But my son, believe me, my son's got it mapped out, man. My son's all about it.
All right, so but he all right, so whatever, it's happening. My older son, I'm out in Connor here a little bit. Same thing. It was crazy. I didn't understand it. But do you know, once you turn 18, the craziest rule, once you get your permit, you can go for your license. You ready for this? The next day.
Well,
if you turn it, so my son, who didn't want to drive, goes through his freshman year of college and realizes I got to drive now. At 19, had barely driven in his life, goes for his permit, flunks the permit test because he didn't want to study for it 3 times. Flunks it 3 times because he didn't study for the permit test. Gets his permit, goes for his license 2 days later, and is driving to Arizona. It was the most dangerous thing I've ever seen in my life.
You know what? You want to old man it for another minute. We got plenty of Bronco camp stuff to talk about. We do have to talk a little Rockies trades at some point because we're not far. We're a week from the deadline. Will they do anything?
Yes.
Will they be smart this year?
They have to.
You want to know what I took my test in?
Sure.
You'll like this because you're of the age. an Astro minivan, the Chevy Astro.
Wow.
That thing was like a war machine. You know how well that thing handled? It didn't. It didn't.
I took mine in a stick shift Ford Pinto.
And because my mom and dad both work, matter of fact, my dad didn't live with us at that point anymore, I barely got any drive time. Like now they've got an app. My kid's app time, like he's got to drive 50 hours and 20 at night. Or 10 at night.
You
We gotta
track
keep
it?
Yeah, I got to turn this app on every time he drives so they know how long he's driven.
Wow.
I simply drove twice, and my mom was like, all right, good luck. And I luckily passed the driving test. And there we go. So anyway,
All right,
yeah,
so
the
you had
roads
to take-
suck. And I was going to tell Scotty, if you catch him, you're smart. You don't have to go anywhere anyway. But
I got nothing to do.
you better Waze or whatever app of choice. I would just recommend you see what your drive time looks like. 'Cause
All right.
it's, I don't know what this is today. But anyway, thank you, DMac.
Oh, you're my man.
Go enjoy your back trail riding on Willow Creek Trail. Willow Creek?
It's local talk. It's what sports talk is made of. It's local radio.
It's had a bit of a zoo feel. You're kind of an honorary member of the zoo.
I appreciate it.
This felt very zooish. We're going to come back. What do we see at Bronco camp today? That's ahead. And again, we will get into before the hour is up. There's candidates to be traded. Will they make the trades? And my question to you and Mark Springer, where's the age cutoff for who should be getting traded? All right, let's get it going. It's a Thursday afternoon. The acclimation period is over, as you've heard, and the Broncos are off to training camp. Mark Springer, Andy Lindahl here with you. Nate Kreckman back next week. By the way, I want to tell you we are in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is football in this town, and lots of reasons to be excited. Now, we still have yet to see. Spring, have you seen anywhere? Obviously, I told everybody what my last hour of my life has been like trying to maneuver here, but I've not seen an update. Have we got any update as to why Mike McGlinchey was not there today? I know that Parker Gabriel was on with the midday guys, and he said it doesn't sound like it's anything too serious, but Sean Payton did not have to talk today. He was the only person we noticed missing from camp, but not sure what the story is there. So
not seeing a reason why.
Yeah, we don't know. Hopefully it's nothing injury related, but again, it's a little bit weird because all this was an acclimation day. For those that aren't familiar with acclimation days, let me break it down. If you're a veteran going to watch camp, there's no uppers, there's no anything. It's helmets, it's the jerseys. Now, they were definitely a couple ticks faster today as they ran plays than they were yesterday.
All right.
So there was, now, would I say anything went full speed? No, probably not. They did about 10 minutes at the end during what would have been a team period, 11 on 11, where they probably were, going a little bit faster, near full speed, shall we say. But of course, they don't want anybody running into each other. We heard the story, or maybe you haven't. Justin Fields is in Jets practice, and one of his linemen or somebody stepped on his toe, and now he's got two messed up toes or a messed up toe or whatever, and so he's going to miss a little bit of time. He did avoid something serious by not getting the big toe hurt. The big toe is the problem. What used to be a thing is turf toe. And I know some of the older players that used to get the turf toe used to hate the description because it's like for pitchers when you say blister on the finger and, we all think, it's a blister. What's your problem? Work through it. But guys will tell you how hard it is to do their job with the blister, preventing them from really digging in on the seams the way they want to. Dave Logan, who I worked with forever, he had turf toe, and he had to get it repaired surgically. And he said, your balance is off. Everything hurts. Anytime you try to put weight down, I think Scotty might have even dealt with a little bit too, but it really, for something as simple as the toe, it can really screw you up. So I guess the good news for Fields is he didn't get the big toe hurt. But anyway, the Broncos are trying to avoid having their own version of that story with the speed they were going today. Tomorrow becomes an official training camp practice, which means there'll be fans in the grandstands. Yet again, I want to remind everybody, especially if you're in from out of town. I know some people used to travel all the time to come watch training camp. You can't just go down there and get in like you used to. You have to have a ticket. The tickets are already distributed. There's no more available, so you have to have the ticket for your given day. But we will have fans there tomorrow. Now, the fans, to give everybody, I guess, to paint the picture, they put up grandstands outside that wall. There used to be the VIP wall for those that used to watch on the hill. By the way, the hill you used to watch on is gone. That is now a building. That's the big building we're all hearing about. Then there's the wall near the end zone. They put grandstands that raise up above the wall so that the fans, that's where you'll be sitting, and that's where you'll get your view. Is that like where we used to hang, or we hang out as the media along that wall? Well, so yeah, it's a good call.
Or wood?
Tents, I saw our tents. Our tents are set up, and again, Brett Kane and the morning show is going to be out there tomorrow. The morning sprint is going to be out there tomorrow, giving you coverage from training camp. So tune in as we get this thing officially going. But yeah, basically these stands raise above that wall so they can see everything from that end zone. So, and then there's a VIP set of stands that's over in the players' parking lot. They've figured ways out to get people in there despite the extensive construction that's going on. But it should be fun. So anyway, hopefully McGlinchey's good. All right, your guy, everyone's guy, Denver's guy, Bo Nix, makes it up to 64 on the top 100 countdown. Spring, are you shocked? Shocked that Bo Nix was 64. Is that high? Is that low? What do you think?
Let's see. Bo comes in at 64. Trey McBride, 65.
He beat the CSU local legend.
Right ahead of Bo at 63, Josh Hines Allen.
Can't say I know who that is.
It's the former Josh Allen.
Oh, okay.
Who is now Josh Hines Allen.
The pass rusher from Jacksonville.
Exactly.
See, he put the Hines in because nobody calls him Josh Allen the way they call the quarterback Josh Allen.
Okay, Jordan Love's at 68. So he beat
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love kind of, I was expecting better things. He wasn't terrible, but I thought he'd be a little
he
better.
Had the knee injuries, his injury situation really kind of like, I don't know that they did right by him, making him come back and play as quickly after he hurt the knee in that game in Brazil to open the year.
I suppose quarterbacks are probably the way to. Christian McCaffrey, 73. How the mighty have fallen.
Well,
the injuries. But,
I mean, honestly, I was surprised he played enough to get ranked. Nothing against Christian at all, but he didn't get a lot of games in.
Shouldn't it But if he's healthy, 29 years old.
Well, if healthy, then he's I'd say top 10 player, top 5 player, depending on what the health looks like.
Is this list like from last season?
Yes,
or
it's only
just
from last year.
Okay, so there you go.
It's based on your performance of a year ago. That's it. They've been doing this list for a long time. It used to be a whole thing they did on NFL Network. But I guess for those that haven't heard, ESPN's about to buy NFL Network and take over Red Zone and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what that'll mean for the programming, so on and so forth, but they are about to buy it from NFL Properties. And so I don't think they put quite the effort, although I guess they're showing it on TV, but this used to be like their prime time programming was, we reveal another 10 on the top 100, and they do it for 2 weeks or whatever. Now they're just putting it out on Twitter, and in the middle of the day, we'll catch it on NFL Network.
Sam Darnold, 72. I'm just going to go quarterbacks here. Dak Prescott, 79. But, Darnold, 72. Bo Nix, 64. Vikings had 3 losses, maybe 4?
Yeah,
they were, if not for the Lions, they win that division.
But they had a real bad playoff game. Well, I mean, technically,
so did the Broncos in a way.
But yeah, I don't know.
Now, granted, if you're asking me today, who are you taking, Sam Darnold or Bo Nix? I'm taking Bo Nix.
Well, there's no doubt about it. I mean, if we were to compare the numbers, it might be interesting. I feel like there was a little bit more. I mean, you got Justin Jefferson for Sam Darnold to work with, right? That's going to help you. But I don't
did
know.
have him, yes.
He did. Now he doesn't because he'll be in Seattle. But that's why these rankings are based strictly off last year's performances. So
those are the quarterbacks.
All right, so let's go back to something we talked about though earlier in the week. Does this not set up for Bo to make a Pro Bowl?
It could.
I mean, Bo has got hype behind. You need hype behind you in order to make a Pro Bowl. And as I was watching the breakdown video, the Kelsey brothers have already talked about Bo Nix. Max Crosby has already talked about Bo Nix. My point is, guys that aren't on Bo Nix's team have been talking about Bo Nix. Matter of fact, one of the Jets' defensive linemen, I'm forgetting his name, says something in the video about how you could see his confidence. I liked his throws. Another one of his Oregon teammates that was drafted to a different team weighed in. I will tell you this. Bo Nix is very popular with, it seems, all his teammates, both current and past.
Yeah.
And I think that bodes well for the voting for him.
And you've mentioned it, and I have said as well, I could see Bo Nix making a Pro Bowl, even All Pro. There's surprises every year.
All Pro's tough, man. That's only 2 players, and it's the whole league.
Probably because Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar. It's tough, and same sentiment for the Pro Bowl as well. It's tough.
Well, remember Jalen Hurts is in that too because it is all the league, not just the conference.
True. But as far as the Pro Bowl goes, a lot of those players that I've mentioned, they don't even play in the Pro Bowl anymore because their teams are in the playoffs, just got eliminated, and they're just like, screw this, I don't want to play. I'm banged up. Maybe that's Bo. Maybe Bo could make a Pro Bowl, but he still didn't even play in the thing. Because,
what is there to play in? I always got to remind myself they don't even do a game anymore.
It's flag football.
Dodgeball. It's like American Gladiators and then a flag football game.
It's a cool honor.
It is, but remember, Bo turned it down this past year, too. Remember that?
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, he said he had to get the back surgery. That's when we learned about the back surgery, so he declined to play in the game.
Because, I don't care about the Pro Bowl anymore. But it is like, if you're making it sans being an alternate, it's cool. It's cool. He could do it. He absolutely could do it.
Yeah, I think he could. Because, again, that's not voted on. I think that's voted on by both players and fans, correct? The Pro Bowl? I can't even fully remember, but I still believe that's still a player and fan vote that gets you there. And again,
who cares what Bo's numbers are? If the team's good, it's just going to reflect well on Bo, period.
Yeah. At some point, we're going to have to just name the team, not play the game. I don't know when we get there, but they need a TV event. It'll probably never change because they still want a TV event to put on between the conference championships and the Super Bowl. Was it weird when the Pro Bowl was on after the Super Bowl? How many people remember that now? Like, I keep trying to wonder how things are just such ancient history.
And they played it in Hawaii.
I always liked it because I always felt like, especially if your team was good, I wanted one more game. But then the Pro Bowl was kind of like preseason football. Where you're like, oh, we get one more football game. Let me check this out in 5 minutes. And you're like, all
Nobody
right,
cares.
I don't need to watch
Nobody
this.
cares. Zach Allen came in at number 90.
Yeah, Zach Allen's been released. I'm curious, do you think Nick Bonito gets in this? Or are we getting too far up in the numbers to where Nick Bonito?
30. No, I think so. I think he'll, because we've got 100 through 61 released so far. Nick Bonito was third in sacks in the NFL last season. Yeah, that means he's top 60.
Okay,
I would guarantee actually he will be top. He will be on this list.
He's in the next 10.
And then Pat Surtain, where will he top 10 for sure? Top
10.
5.
All right,
top 10,
let me
top
throw
5.
another piece of information at you. 303-504-0925 is the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. I saw an interesting tweet today. Now, it wasn't one of these big handles, so I didn't get too fired up about it. But they put the best player in each division up on a graphic. And most divisions, the best player was a quarterback. Who do you think the player was when it came to the AFC West?
Surtain.
For the division.
That's okay.
For the division.
Oh, that's for the entire
For
division.
the division.
Not Mahomes.
No, not Mahomes. That's the first thing I thought.
Because that's who I would. I thought
Look,
you said who was the Broncos
Surtain.
representative.
Everybody that
Okay.
listens knows that. I'm not sure I'm ready to go sticking him ahead of Mahomes. I just was shocked anybody would put that up. Now, again, maybe it's classic clickbait or something.
It's just variety for graphics' sake. Let's shake it up a little bit.
See, you guys just got done talking about the hangover thing again. Everybody keeps doing. I'd love to count the Chiefs out. I want to desperately, and I want to believe there's a hangover at some point. But we keep getting stuff like that. There's just something about that. Mahomes is that bear I don't want you poking too much, and I feel like there's a lot of poking going on with Mahomes.
I mean, how many times did I say, "Oh no, Brady's too old"?
Yeah, we all did.
Oh, this is it, and then he would do it again. But how much of the Chiefs' success has just been the Mahomes to Kelsey connection? Old, reliable. My questions are with Travis Kelce, not with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I everything you said, we kind of talked about it. I've talked about it with folks out at the Broncos as we got practices going on. You just wonder at what point does he want to just go get married and start life after football? He's got $100 million podcast to cushion the fall.
I guarantee that he is being dragged left and right due to his relationship with Taylor Swift. Gotta go do this. Gotta go do that. Media thing here. Dinner there.
If she goes on another
here.
tour, you realize she pulled $1 billion down on her North American tour alone, whatever, last year, wherever they met. $1 billion. $1 billion. If she does that again, you're set.
Oh, yeah, money's not in it.
Marry on up and be good.
It's a combination between possible distraction slash lack of focus, but okay, fine. Like there's a lot of NFL players who, have other lives, other business ventures, and it's not a problem for them. But then you factor in that he's going to be 36 in October, and it's not a quarterback. This is a tight end who gets beat up going over the middle, and his body has been banged. I mean, Rob Gronkowski did not last that long in this league. He called it quits pretty early. Tight end's a different beast. So when I combine those two factors, the off-field distractions with the fact that he's going to be 36 on October 5th, I don't know, man. I'm concerned about how Travis. Oh, I shouldn't say concerned. I don't really care. But will he hold up over a 17-game season?
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you again. Here's the thing I don't like. And I'm a nervous guy. Everybody knows that's listened to the show for a while. We are letting the Chiefs have a non-pressure offseason for the first time in a while, and that's what I don't care for. All the national talk about the Broncos first and the Chargers second, getting ready to try to take this division over. It's letting the Chiefs just kind of lay back for the first time in a while and be ignored because we're tired of greatness. This happens all the time. We get tired of greatness. You want to see someone else get up there. We got tired of greatness with the Patriots. Let's not kid ourselves. So I have a little concern that the Chiefs are getting to just sit back, listen to how everybody thinks they're done, And then we'll see. They may not have the receivers. They may not have the offensive line. They may not have the personnel to make anybody eat these words. But I just feel like we maybe all need to pump the brakes on digging the fresh grave for that team when they still have the best quarterback in football.
All right, Chiefs schedule. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
They get the Friday night game after the Thursday opener. This is Brazil.
That's the Brazil one
against the Chargers.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, we're going to see.
That's a bad field from what we saw last year. We'll see if it. Remember, that's how Jordan Love hurt his knee. That field's kind of messed up. He got his cleat caught in the turf.
And then they're at home against the Eagles.
Okay.
Huge,
there's
what do you think?
Early Super Bowl rematch.
Do you think they come out of that 2-0?
Okay, here's what I think is interesting. Yeah, I think they beat the Chargers, but I don't know. That could be, if they don't, that could be our first sign maybe there's a hangover. I know this. Ron Rivera talked about it after the Broncos beat Carolina, and I just remember getting kind of the vibe because when the Broncos lost to Seattle, it sort of sucks as the losing team because, everybody, revenge game for the Super. Now, you can't get the Super Bowl back with a stupid September win.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's no trophy here.
We're
not getting a bunch of extra money and a shiny ring if I beat you in September. It's almost teams don't always love having to see the team that ended your season for the biggest prize you were playing for in your career that soon. So I'll be kind of curious to see how the Chiefs kind of deal with this game. That is an intriguing game. Where'd you say that was?
That's in Philly? It's in Arrowhead.
Okay.
So they could come out of that 2-0, but those are two tough games.
They could also be 0-2.
Who knows?
But I wouldn't write them off if they're 0-2.
Then they're at the Giants Sunday Night Football.
Russ.
It's Russ. Okay.
Where's the Jackson Dart?
And let me just run through these. Home versus Baltimore. At Jacksonville, real quick. That's sneaky. At Jacksonville, what does Travis Hunter look like week 5? Maybe he's burst onto the scene. See, they get lucky with some home games, like home versus the Eagles, home versus the Ravens, then they're at Jacksonville. Home versus the Lions, home versus the Raiders, home versus Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Those are all tough matchups.
Wait a minute, are all those in a row?
3 straight home games. 3 straight home games. 2 with Lions and Commanders, and we think kind of sneaky Raiders.
Tough Raiders.
But 3 straight at home, 2 of those 3, maybe all 3 are tough opponents. Then at Buffalo before their bye week. So really, honestly, outside of at the Russ and the Giants, and maybe at Jacksonville, though I think Travis Hunter could be a dude. Their saving grace is playing a lot at home. Other than that, that's a lot of tough opponents.
Well, what's good about that, real quick, what does December look like? We got to get to break, but what does December look like? Because the Chiefs have benefited from getting plenty of December home games in the past. We know they're home against the Broncos on Christmas.
Yeah, it starts home Texans, home Chargers, at Titans. Maybe Cam Ward is coming into form. And then they finish at the Raiders. And then the Broncos before that.
I don't know why they always seem to have a favorable home December schedule.
Yeah, I mean, Houston, LA, Denver is tough, but they're all at home.
Right. Drives me nuts. So, all right, we're going to come back. We got to talk a little bit of Rockies. Now, here's the thing. I know you hear Rockies and maybe you roll your eyes. I don't know, maybe you don't. But here's the bottom line. They are playing better baseball. They have a good record since the All-Star break. Now, I'm not telling you anybody's back. But the bottom line is they've got some guys playing well. We are a week away from the trade deadline. There's a couple names to throw out there as to who should guys get traded, but I'm also curious, is there an age cutoff as to where this team should not shop certain players? And we'll talk about why that's important next. Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to talk about testosterone levels because it's something that you hear a lot about Low testosterone. How do you know if you have it? Well, for me, it was definitely the energy. Wanting a nap all the time. Summer's here, vacations, barbecues, beach days, long nights with people you love. You want to take advantage of what a summer day can offer you, all the things you can get done, all the fun activities you can do, and you don't want to be dragged down by the fact you've got low energy levels because your T levels are off. Low testosterone can cause a host of problems that include a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and again, that low energy that I've been talking about. So if you want to go ahead and maybe find out if this is something that's affecting you, go ahead and head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your first visit is real easy to schedule. If you'd like, first off, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz. Just 10 questions with yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Couldn't be more simple. At your first visit, they'll draw your blood. You'll get a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about your results, and you can make the decision whether to start on testosterone. If you do decide to make the decision, then the $99 fee, I should say, for that first appointment is waived, and your visit there is free. So go ahead and try to get back those high energy levels, those better gains in the gym, and of course, maybe being up for a little more spiciness in the evening. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can trust them. 5 locations to serve you, including up in Fort Collins and down in the Springs. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We welcome you back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman back on Monday. Rob Trujillo's in tomorrow. Mark Springer here with me today. Got a lot to cover. Next week's going to be interesting, Spring, because from what Jeff Legwold told the Midday Show, and I'm sure we'll speak to him about it a little bit tomorrow, we're watching what they're calling a bit of the ramp-up period. Now, again, the ramp-up, the acclimation, all that kind of stuff, they don't have pads on. So it's just been helmets, and they've been running and doing their drills, but not a lot of contact. And again, it's worked for this team well in the past 2 years to avoid muscle injuries and some of the little nagging injuries and so on and so forth. I guess they're going to do more of this next week too. I'm not sure we're going to see when we're going to see our first full pad day. It may not be, if we go by Legwold's calendar, until a week from tomorrow, where they actually put on, the pads and do their thing. And then, I guess it's 2 weeks from today, they'll be getting ready to play in San Francisco. So in 10 days, they'll be off to the Bay Area to go have a joint practice with them and then play their first preseason game. So it's amazing how quickly just even what feels like the quote-unquote camp part of this thing goes. All right. Curious what people think about this, and please feel free to jump in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. We are a week away from the MLB trade deadline, and every year we kind of do this. Now, Spring, you had the tweet yesterday. I know they've referenced it in other places when I watch MLB Network. The Yankees do seem to have some interest in Ryan McMahon, who I think is starting to play some really good baseball. And it would be interesting to see what you could get from the Yankees, who is, I think, still have a pretty good farm system to give you prospects, because this team needs good young prospects. They don't need a major league player back right now. Give me prospects. And McMahon's probably the top guy we're going to be watching when it comes to the deadline a week from today.
Well, so Mark Feinsand tweeted yesterday, the Yankees have interest in Ryan McMahon as a backup plan to Eugenio Suarez as they try to upgrade at third base. So Suarez with the D-backs right now, he's hitting a lot of home runs. He's red hot. He's a better piece than Ryan McMahon. He's had a more consistent, better season. Although Ryan McMahon has gotten a little hot of late. He's hit a few home runs of late, and he has hit 16 on the season, but he is batting .217.
But he started awful. He was terrible. He's finally getting the bat going. He's been a guy Spielborg's talked about on the broadcast a few times. We hope he's ramping up, and he still has great defense to offer.
So if the Yankees can't get Suarez, then they would want McMahon. I think no matter what, because left-handed bats have value with pop, guys who can hit home runs. McMahon's got 16 of them despite the god-awful average and OPS. But yeah, no, you got to trade Ryan McMahon. It sucks because you would have gotten more for him in years past, but you can still get something. And it's decent news that he's playing better of late as we get closer to the deadline. That could fool some people. So, yeah, you got to trade Ryan McMahon. You have to.
Yeah, so Ryan McMahon is going to be, let's see. Gosh, is he 31? He's an older guy. It's kind of crazy to see, but I'm looking at his birthday. He'll be 31 in December.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nuts.
Age 30 season here.
Yep, age 30 season here right now. You're right. He'll finish the season as a 30-year-old, but that's kind of crazy. I didn't even think he was that old. All right, so here's
Ryan
the question.
McMahon has 2 years left on his deal after this. That's $16 million per. That might not be the most attractive thing for other teams, actually, because how much more does Ryan McMahon have in the tank?
Well, but if you're looking to win right now, again, it may cost you a few extra prospects, and this goes back to what you said. If you would have still traded him a couple years ago when he was in his 20s, and you could have maybe seen another 4 or 5 years of good production, then you obviously would have pried another prospect or two out of somebody, I would assume. So you may not get as many prospects for him as you would now, but I think there's going to be interest. And we'll have to wait and see ultimately how it plays out.
Can I give you an interesting name? And you mentioned him. We talked about him before the show. Mickey Moniak.
Mickey Moniak is going to be, he's 27 years old currently.
Yep.
Birthday in 98. He had his birthday back in May. So he's 27 years old. Not old, not necessarily
No,
young.
27's right in the prime.
It is right in the prime, but the problem is by the time the Rockies are ready to surround him with some other good players, then he's a guy that's going to be in his 30s.
100%.
You know what I mean? So
and he's probably more tradable than Ryan McMahon. So Moniak has a sneaky 15 home runs. That's a career high for him.
Well, and he's a former first overall pick, has been well chronicled on the broadcast. He is still young. He's in the prime years of his career. Now, he likes playing here. And here's the problem when it comes to the home runs. I think teams are still going to try to devalue Coors Field a little bit for those home runs when talking prospects. Sure. But he is a guy that I think could bring you some value. And again, another guy that sitting there at age 27 in 4 or 5 years, hopefully, when you're ready to bring up Holiday and everybody else, Ethan Holiday and everybody else, hopefully you've now accrued. He's a guy that would be 32 years old at that time, if it's 5 years.
Yeah, so Moniak, just a $2 million contract right now, arbitration eligible the following 2 seasons, but he's not going to be overly expensive, whereas McMahon is $16 million each of the next 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And he's 3 years older than Moniak. Here's the problem, though. I could see the Rockies convincing themselves, oh, Moniak's 27. And he's hit 15 home runs, and it's not even August. He's gonna get to like 25 at least.
Let me tell
you,
you,
he's 27. We should keep this guy.
I'm gonna tell you the real problem in that range. Okay, they always want to keep, and this is why Blackman hung around forever. They should have traded Blackman a number of years. It's why Ryan McMahon is still a Rocky. It's why they held on to whether you want to go pick any of the players, whether it was John Gray, pick your favorite player. Okay. They want somebody for you to come and watch. Like, at the end of the day, I get it. You're not winning a lot. You've been winning more since the break, but you're still not winning a lot. And if you trade these guys, you're probably not going to win a lot after they leave. But that's not what it needs to be about right now. You don't need to have, you tried to bring in the fan favorite, the big hitter for everybody to come and watch at Coors Field and still sell tickets when you talked about Chris Bryant. Look how that's worked out. That's not working. What they need to commit to, what we absolutely need to see in this trade deadline could be our first real taste of whether they're going to commit to it or not, is the hell with the wins. We stink anyway. We need young prospects, and you need to trade the guys that can bring them for you right now, even if it means you're going to just continue to stink more once this is done. Don't let this little bump post All-Star break fool you into thinking you need to hold guys around and you've got your foothold on something. You do not. You do not.
They're not winning next year. There's no universe. There's no chance. And by winning, I mean even coming close to being a 500 team. There's no chance. So don't convince yourself, Dick Monfort, that Mickey Moniak will help you win next season.
How about Kyle Freeland? You shopping him? They've got to shop Freeland, don't they?
He's coming off a decent start.
Freeland,
and those are going to be fewer and further between as he continues to age. His value will not. It's another case of it was higher a couple years ago. It's only going to continue to go downwards. So again, it's the highest it will be considering where we are. You trade him right now.
Anyone with a birthday in the 90s, you've got to be willing to trade, don't you? Because again, you project out 4 or 5 years. None of these guys are going to be around to probably help you in 4 or 5 years.
If someone wants Brenton Doyle
is a guy I would also shop.
Trade him.
Victor Vodnik, Antonio Centatella, Ryan Rolison, Tyler Kinley. Shop Tyler Kinley, please. I don't know how much you're going to get, but go ahead and shop him as well. Austin Gomber is another guy. He and Freeland have the same birth year. They're about the same age. Like any of these guys, Jake Bird. I know Jake Bird's been one of your best bullpen guys going this year. Trade him. Please trade him. So my question to you is, do you think they will? Is this the year they finally will make some moves?
I think of all the names we've mentioned, there's even more, Senzatella, Marquez, and Marquez is on the IL. Tyler Freeman actually has a sneaky 315 batting average. Maybe you could use that to entice somebody to go trade for him. Of all the names we mentioned, oh gosh, dude, two of them? Realistically, it should be all of them or damn near all of them.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you cannot care about how you feel to line up. I'm not ignoring the fact that you're going to be brutal and you're going to probably call up someone from AAA not quite ready, and then you're going to suffer through some more just Keystone
matter.
Cop type losses, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Anybody willing to give you a young prospect, you've got to jump on it. All right, we're going to come back. There's a little college football news that kind of caught my eye today. A school is thinking of going to the SEC that I don't think is an SEC type school, but does CU in particular and some other schools around here need to think about making the same move? We talk about it next. Yes, 4 o'clock hour here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer hanging with you today. Broncos wrapped up another one of their acclimation practices as Parker Gabriel told the midday guys the acclimating is over. It's now training camp time. We'll see how much tomorrow's practice looks a little bit different. My guess is, so these last couple of days, basically, they started around 10 o'clock, at least from what we could see. We didn't really get in there until about 10:15, 10:20. And then they went to 11:30 every day. I think tomorrow we'll start seeing them start to push that 12:30 boundary. You know, it'll officially be training camp, which means I think we can tweet a little bit more than we were allowed to at this point in the off-season period of things, but we should be able to see a little bit more. I think we'll probably see a few more extended team periods than what we've seen so far. Like, I feel like we saw one round of everything the last 2 days at these practices, and now tomorrow we should continue to see some more ramping up, longer practices, stuff like that. I think it's still supposed to be a cool day tomorrow. I think it's supposed to be, you know, by cool, I mean not 90s the way it's going to be next week. So I think for these acclimation, you know, get back into the swing of things kind of practices, Sean Payton couldn't have ordered some better weather, as I think tomorrow, again, should only be in the 80s, and then we'll see what happens. Although I do know there's hot temperatures forecasted for next week, so they will do a little bit of sweating. And then I think Santa Clara is not a lot of fun either. You know, that Santa Clara is really where the 49ers are. They're not in San Francisco. I think most people that went to the Super Bowl know that. But if you haven't been there, the Niners handle their business in Santa Clara. They get in, although I don't think Northern California is as hot as Southern California, certainly. 303-504-0925. So, Mark, we were chatting about this before the show. It was interesting to me because I saw a tweet today that said, the University of North Carolina, that's right, the UNC Tar Heels, the famous basketball school, the school that gave us Michael Jordan.
Ty Lawson.
Vince Carter.
Raymond Felton. We're on different tracks of UNC greats here. You're going with, like, actual legends.
The true legends.
Going with Nuggets legends. Let's go.
Who was it Tyler Hansbrough? Wasn't he?
Yeah, Psycho T.
Yeah. He didn't really have. Did he even have a cup of coffee in the
He did
NBA?
have a cup of coffee. Yeah.
Okay, well, good. He did.
They're not a basketball
sweetener?
school anymore, though, Andy.
They're a football school.
Darn right.
And they want to move to the SEC, allegedly, which I understand. The money in the SEC is pretty darn good. So the two schools interested in trying to gain entry into the SEC, according to this report, were Clemson and North Carolina. Now, again, I think North Carolina works because who's there? Bill Belichick's girlfriend. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill Belichick. So, first off, do you think Bill Belichick, with Saban out of there, let's just play alternate universe for a minute.
Okay.
No Nick Saban in the SEC. Now, you still got Kirby Smart in the powerhouse that is Georgia. And look, plenty of good football schools there. We don't need to go through all of them. Texas is going to be a problem, at least for next year, with Arch Manning there. And who knows? Texas, I don't know that Texas will fall off too much if Sarkisian really gets his factory up and going. But if Bill Belichick moves to the SEC, really commits to this thing, really is in it for the long haul, decides he's going to live the Nick Saban era of his life, and once upon a time they were on the same staff for Parcells, and he decides he wants to replicate his buddy Saban's dominance in the SEC, do you think he can pull it off in North Carolina? Is Bill Belichick's coaching alone going to be a problem there, do you think?
What do you mean problem? Like,
will they be a player? Will they be
okay, that's what you mean by problem.
I mean, like, to me, they've got more of a legit chance to actually get on the national scene staying in the ACC.
No, it really, like right now, BYU is getting a lot of good recruits because they're putting money into it.
Well, there you go. You said the magic word.
Money is the biggest thing. So if UNC is willing to commit money and, they have Bill Belichick, then you can turn mid-program into a much better program. So North Carolina can become more of a football school if they're investing money and they have Bill Belichick. You mentioned, it's funny, North Carolina and Clemson, obviously Clemson makes sense. It's not Florida State. It's not the U. It's not Miami.
Yeah, but they played Clemson in plenty of bowl games.
Well,
right?
it just goes to show
that'll
that
draw
just
TV eyeballs.
Addition of Bill Belichick has North Carolina, because he's going to recruit as long as they're funding as well.
Which they've committed to it. I think they had like $50 million to spend on a roster.
But as we were talking before the show, Andy, it's not just to get into the SEC, for money. It's also to stay afloat.
Yeah.
Because, when I saw this, and I think we both had a similar reaction, was, oh, it's just another step towards you're either in the SEC or the Big Ten or you're nowhere.
Yeah, I've said this for years, and I'm not coming off of it. I do believe we're going to be looking at 2 power conferences when all of this shakes out. It's just going to be the SEC and Big Ten, as you said there, and that's what it's going to be. And if you're not one of those 2 conferences, you're not going to have a chance to play in the playoff or be in the major college games. You're not going to get the huge chunk of TV money. And if you're going to play in those 2 conferences, you're going to have dedicated donors that help you make money. And I know, see, this is where it's going to get real interesting. I know that technically there's a salary cap, if you will. There's the cap on money. Everyone's got their money that they're allowed to spend on sports, and that they're going to do this clearinghouse, and the NCAA is going to crack down and make sure we have no more cash backpacks. And I'm not buying any of it. I'm not buying any of it. You cannot tell me that Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, Florida State, Miami. Look, pick your powerhouse. Pick your traditional college football powerhouse that is always Notre Dame's in that category. These schools that are used to being in the spotlight and in the national debate for whether they should or shouldn't be in, the University of Texas, Oklahoma, all those schools, they're going to go back to the cash system. They're going to find ways to pay guys under the table to make sure that they have the best players. They're going to spend the 20 whatever million they're allowed. And by the way, we keep throwing around that $20 million for these teams. If that's an athletic budget, not all 20 million is going to be allowed to go to you've got other sports you've still got to pay. You got to Title IX some of this. So it's not like all 20 million is going to be allowed to go to football. You're going to have to shave off 3, 4, 5 million, whatever. You're going to have to pay basketball. You're going to have to pay some other sports too. So we're going to go back, I think, to a little bit more of the old money handshakes and things like that. So my question is, and again, I don't know what's going on with Coach Prime's health. I'm really hoping that he's up there for camp, and I guess hoping, seeing the news that he went out to see the Browns camp yesterday and was there for Shador's first day. I hope that means that, all is well and he'll be well enough and back here ready to coach and get the camp going. But whether it's the health, whether it's the motivation, because Coach Prime's a guy that doesn't have to do anything he doesn't want to do. He's got the money to live life however he wants to. And if he decides that coaching isn't giving him the squeeze, that he wanted, then he could get out of this thing. So is it imperative that CU, even though the Big 12 is still a very viable conference right now, I don't know how much longer it's going to be if we really go to this 2-conference system, which I just believe is ultimately going to exist. Does CU have to jump to the Big Ten, which I bring that one up because that's the one that flirted with them a couple years ago. Is it important they get to the Big Ten before Coach Prime leaves?
I mean, maybe. Okay. The only way it would be in my eyes is if college football goes to a true regulated, monitored, hard salary cap.
Where everybody truly is spending the same amount of money on sports.
Dion Sanders called for a couple weeks ago.
Right.
When you were out and I was with Nate.
No, but I remember.
And we were talking, and I know you saw it, but it was just a couple. And, Nate is saying what you were saying, even if there was a more hard actual cap, that there would still be under the table cash handshakes. But eyebrows would raise more if it's like, why does Alabama still have all these all-stars? You can't afford all of these under this salary cap. What's going on here? Unless, short of that, as soon as the Dion era is over at CU, you can go to the Big Ten. That's fine. You will still fall to the bottom of the Big Ten so long as you can't keep up with the Michigans, Ohio States. I mean, you could get in. You're in the fun conference, but what noise are you really making?
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. And look, I don't know. I mean, that's my question. Is the money, whether we're talking CU, CSU, Wyoming, pick your favorite school from around here. What are the schools that are willing to spend to the extent of what the SEC and the Big Ten big boys do? But you still at least would get a nice chunk of TV money at some point, and you would still be in.
I guess there's that.
Now, you'd be the Cincinnati Bengals of the old days, the Cleveland Browns of the old days. Pick your 1980s, 1990s kind of kicking boys that never really got a chance to, just felt like for every year after year after year, they weren't any good. And again, if you're not spending this kind of money that we're talking about, I don't know how you get
Well, that's why
done.
I said if you're, a school like CU, you even with Dion, you need that harder cap. Harder, but if there is a time to get into the Big Ten, it is while Dion is here.
Yeah, if you want to, you have to do it now.
Yes,
I think.
Yeah, the second he leaves, you won't get in because that's part of why North Carolina could get into the SEC is because Bill Belichick's there.
Yeah, exactly. And look, even if you get some success this year, great. They still would want you for what Dion does for TV numbers.
Exactly.
He is good TV. You don't have to like him. I haven't checked the text line. I'm sure I'm getting the usual texts of people that can't stand him, and I get it that not everybody likes him. But he's good TV.
It doesn't matter. He's good TV.
Yes, the eyeballs are undeniable. It's why the Big 12 wanted him. It's why the Big 10 thought about taking him a couple years ago. Now, what we found out was CU, which I kind of wish they would have made that choice just for their long-term health, but they would not have received any TV money for 5 years. And I think that's what killed the deal. I think that's ultimately why they chose to go to the Big 12. Because we saw that there would have been whatever the deal looked like for Oregon and so on and so forth, that's the deal any team entering the Big Ten would have had to take. You weren't going to get a cut of the pie for a while, whereas CU immediately gets a cut of the pie in the Big 12. But CU was smart to get out of the conference, to get out of the Pac-12 when they could, when they did. Look at what's happened now. Conference doesn't even exist anymore, really. Or is it still?
Well, it's next year.
Are they doing the reboot where it still will be the Pac-12?
Yes.
Okay.
And CSU will be in that conference.
Okay, well, it looks drastically different than I said.
It's still the Pac-2.
Yes, for right now. But if you're going to make this move, and I'm talking about any school here, you need to make this move now because this is when they're shuffling deck chairs. And I think once they've been shuffled, I don't think you're going to be looking to reshuffle them for a while. Do you think we'll ever see true parity in college football? Let's say we get to I don't care what your number is, let's call it 2 30-team power conferences or 2 32-team power conferences. Feels like a lot, but they do an NCAA basketball tournament that's 64 teams. So we'll play with the 64 number and divide it up between 2 football conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC. They both have national networks. They both are represented by multiple time zones, which is what national TV likes, which is why, frankly, some of the Colorado areas, the Utahs, Colorados provide something for these networks that they're trying to build because you offer the mountain time zone to people to cover all the bases. Do you think, though, let's say we even got to that, will we ever truly see parity in college football?
Well, you would need the cap.
It was an interesting discussion on ESPN the other day because Feinbaum was on there and they were talking about it on Get Up, and one of their other contributors said that no matter how much they talk to the coaches about who can win it this year or should they expand the playoff and how many teams should be in it and all that, you get back to the question of who should win it, and it's 4 or 5 teams because they're the ones spending all the money still.
Last week, Nate referenced an idea, and, people, they're just throwing crazy. There's no such thing as a bad idea, right? Here's an idea that Nate saw. And maybe this would play in, let's treat college football in this scenario, like the NFL.
Right.
That's what it is, like the NBA, it's what it should be. I mean, it's operating under the guise of, amateur sports, and it's, started to go away, but there's still a large element of that. No, these are, let's treat it like a professional league with a salary cap. Therefore, a draft for the high school seniors, a college football draft.
Wow. I don't think it'll ever happen because, again, here's the thing about all this. It would be very intriguing. It would be very popular. You cannot tell me that there wouldn't be another round of the draft stuff like we get now. I think it's a very intriguing and fun idea, if you will. Okay.
Sure, yes.
Now, again, you'd have to limit the number of colleges that they.
Yeah. Now it's a true league, and you're either in that league. I don't know. Is there relegation in this league? Maybe, I don't know, but it's a true league.
It is, and then the kid would have to be willing. Well, that's where you also say this isn't about school anymore. You're going to college to make money and hopefully move on to the next level.
Exactly.
And if not, then you go buy your own school wherever you want, so on and so forth. But again, the problem is there's no way all the power belongs to Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia and Michigan and Notre Dame and whatever.
Yeah.
Texas, pick your power schools. And the schools that have the power, just like we've already got the SEC and Big Ten muscling in to make sure they get more playoff spots. They're not looking to share this. They're not looking to make it equitable.
They will fight against it.
And we've screwed this up. The NCAA screwed this up so bad to the point they've made themselves irrelevant that these schools that have the power aren't just going to give the power back. It's not going to happen.
Okay, well, is parity good or not? Because in the NBA,
they don't care what's good.
Well, in the NBA, we've had a different champion 8 straight years. In college football, it's a lot of the same over and over again. Which do you prefer?
Look, we all, I think, would prefer parity to this point to what we see. We don't live in a college football rich environment, so to speak, where you've got 90 schools around. You know, this isn't SEC country where the college football is more important on Saturday than the NFL team on Sunday. That doesn't happen. Again, Georgia's more important, more popular than the Falcons. The University of Florida is more popular than Jacksonville Jaguars. And I know that from going to those cities and having people tell me that flat out. You're not worried about the NFL. When's the college game going on? That they bleed college football in the South. And the fact that we don't bleed it the same way here, the way that they do, this is still very much a Broncos city. To me, it's always going to be a Nugget city, an Av city. It's a pro sports city for the most part. And so knowing that, yeah, I'd like there to be some ways so these college teams could get their chance to have their shine a little more often. We could see a 1990, Orange Bowl thing going on again or whatever. But I don't think it's going to happen. And the problem is these big schools, they don't care. They're not worried about the Cinderella story. I think it's better for TV if more parts of the country feel like they're competitive. But the only way that the TV networks force the power out of the school's hands is if the TV ratings get so bad it's not worth putting on anymore. And there's no suggestion that's happening.
I mean, would it be better for TV ratings? You would
think.
Well,
but I mean, let's go look at this last NBA Finals.
Tuscaloosa is not a huge market, but everybody in the freaking state tunes into that game.
No, I know, but what just happened? We had Oklahoma City and Indiana, and until we got to Game 7, the ratings were nothing for anybody to write home about.
Exactly. That's where I'm saying maybe parody isn't like
we all like the parody as a
I
fan.
think the more hardcore might not even be the right word, but truer sports fans, we like it. The casuals don't really care for it.
They don't because they don't know who it is.
They want the big names. They're like, oh, it's Ohio State versus Alabama. I'll watch this.
Well, and I mean, look at the Super Bowl. The Chiefs can't quit getting there. It's not hurt the TV ratings one bit.
NFL's different. Well, the NFL's just different, man.
We got to get back into the Broncos. We've got more to discuss. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We roll on here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Springer, Andy Lindahl, hanging out with you. Brett complains the show isn't funny today. I got put in a bad mood on the drive-in. I'm trying to get out of it for you, Brett. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude,
the traffic was not funny today. So hopefully you're all surviving that better.
Dude, you know how it goes. Like some days, and it hasn't been as much recently, but years ago, it'd be like, you guys are just goofing around too much.
I know. It's kind of like my Bronco positivity. Everyone's annoyed by now.
Now we're talking like hardcore sports. And they're like, you're not funny.
You're not funny enough. You're too funny. I can't please them all, Spring.
What do I do with my hands? I don't know what to do with them.
Has anything funny even happened in sports? As of like, what would you giggle about right now? Oh, I guess Cleveland Brown guy. Okay, I gotta ask
that was
you about
staged,
that.
maybe, which makes
what was
sense.
going on? The minute we brought it up yesterday, we got 9 texts saying it was staged.
Well, it makes sense because there was a company that was sponsoring that, and I think it was, and I don't even want to say the company's name because I don't
Dude
want...
wipes. Go ahead. Who cares?
Yeah, but I don't want to give anyone free publicity and fall into the trap that they want us to fall into.
Well, it's kind of funny that the Browns Brown thing, and then you're sponsored by Dude Wipes.
It's hilarious.
It's,
No, hey.
There's a fit. There's a connection.
So
wait a minute. Did the Browns not have anything to do with that then?
It's good marketing. It's, clever.
Why is it good marketing for your guy to just go take a dive in
Because now everyone's talking about Dude Wipes.
Not really. Not really.
It's like the astronomer CEO. And in fact, I saw the HR girl resign, or she's out. She's out, too.
Oh, they're all out.
They're both out.
They're done.
But now we all know about the company Astronomer. Never heard of it before. But now we know. And now, yesterday, Dude Wipes got more attention.
Yeah. I get it, but I told you yesterday, I've been to Cleveland a bunch of times, man. You're paying me a lot of money to take a dive in that river. Did you see the camera angle of it? It probably proves that it's staged because there's the camera now of the camera going in and the water cover. It's like green water, man. It's nasty water. It's not looking good. I hope Dude Wipe guy that got paid, he better have been paid pretty good to take a dunk in that river down there, because it looks like nasty water that they fell into.
Well, he's gonna need some Dude Wipes for more than just his region.
Well, yeah.
You can wipe your whole body with a Dude Wipe if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could. You could.
Come on,
sure.
Expand your horizons.
Do we have a funny guy on the Broncos anymore? Do we have a good
Funny
personality?
Guy.
Well, like Clinton Portis used to make us all laugh.
So Quinn Miners cut his hair.
Really?
Dreads? Yeah, apparently, because I saw he talked about that today. Quinn Miners has shaved. He's all business now.
Well, yeah. You know what? Okay. I guess we'll see. It's interesting you say that, man.
This team, they don't want a funny guy. They're all business now.
No, you need a funny guy.
You need a funny guy.
You need to relax. You do need to relax a little bit. You need the Joker in the room.
Oh, whoa.
I would say we need a Joker.
Oh, yeah.
In more ways than one.
See,
in more ways than one.
All right, so you got me there. That's not the Joker I was referring to.
I thought
Sean
you
would like that Joker.
Yeah,
in the room.
I thought you were double entendreing that thing.
No, you know who I used to. All right, 303-504-0925. Give me your best locker room guy. That used to be the term you'd always read about, whether a guy was funny. Keith Burns was the classic longtime Bronco locker room guy. He was a pretty good player. He ultimately became a special teams coach. But every time you read an article about Keith Burns back in the day, they somehow always slipped in, oh, he's a good locker room guy. Good locker room guy. Good for the room. Get you laughing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You need classic locker room guy. I think right now, Wedgwood, from what I understand,
there you go,
is a little bit of a locker room guy. Keeps it loose. Lets you laugh at the right time.
I think Bruce Brown was a good locker room guy. Maybe they missed some of that. Maybe it was off the court as well. Now he's back.
But isn't Joker a little bit of a good locker room guy? Because Joker, don't they call him the Joker in part two because he's a little bit of a practical joker?
Yeah. I hear you. But he locks in though. Dude, down the stretch last season, he was pissed.
Well,
he was so
was not
frustrated.
Yeah, he was not locker room guy
Yeah.
last year.
You know,
From that
Dan comes in with the name that crossed my mind, Jason Giambi, because of the golden thong.
Because he wanted guys to relax.
And he was a vet. He was the old guy at that point in his career.
Yeah.
Ryan Spielborg's.
Yeah.
Fun guy.
Yeah. Vince Wilfork. Yeah. Do you remember Vince?
Well, he's a big fella.
No, well, Vince was on, when he was with the Houston Texans, he was on Hard Knocks, walking around with his overalls on. I don't know that there was anything under the overalls. You know what I mean? Like, clearly he was shirtless. Again, he might have had easy access for the dude wipes. I'm not quite sure. I don't think anyone ever ventured to ask, is it just the overalls? But he seemed like a locker room guy for sure. Michael Kadire was a locker room guy once upon a time.
Oh, was he?
Oh, yeah. He was the one that tried to tell Troy Tulowitzki he needed to chill out a little bit.
Okay.
That he grinded too much.
This texter says that Sean Payton is the funny guy. Look, when Sean does his off-season interviews, he thinks he's funny.
See, that's the thing. I'll give it to him. He gives us a couple chuckles he surprises you. You know what it was?
He will.
He'll be grumpy, then all of a sudden he goes in and throws a line out you didn't think you'd get from Grumpy Sean today. So that does kind of draw a chuckle. I'll give you that.
He will throw the Rice smile out. I think he knows when to change it up just a tick. But he's about to get super serious. This team's going to be very serious.
Oh, yeah, Gerardo Parra says Doug was a locker room guy.
Yeah,
remember?
He was.
What was he? He went to Washington, right, and had a thing?
Yeah, when they won the World Series. Yeah, what was Parra's
thing? Was
he
Baby Shark or something?
Yeah, Baby Shark.
And had the By the way, to change gears real quick, can I request one thing? And I don't know, probably it makes me an old man, so I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Why does every baseball team have the something with the hands after every hit, whether it looks like you're revving the motorcycle or reeling in the fish, or
when you get to first base or when you get on base after your hit, you look towards the dugout and there's a gesture.
Yeah. That to me feels like the receiver first down signal. All right, you got to first base. Good for you. You know,
dude, have you seen Ryan McMahon's batting average? It is hard to get a hit.
No, but
in Major League Baseball,
man, see, this is the problem. I'm not trying to crush the fun in the locker room.
Paul Skeens is throwing 100. It's hard
when you're down 10-4 and you've barely hit through most of the game. I don't think it's time to bust out the fishing reel because you got to first base. That's all I'm trying to say.
Don't do it when you're getting crushed.
I don't like first down guy when you're down. You know, when the Broncos are getting crushed 70-20 or whatever it was. I don't need first down guy coming out either.
I feel like the Broncos have had a couple dudes because we've had, many years of crap.
Couldn't read the room.
And some of these dudes
forgot the scoreboard.
Yeah, would give the first down signal. Or they'd get a sack. You get the sack and you do the sack dance.
Yeah. Bro, this guy's gone for $300 already. I don't need the sack. You know what? See, to me, if I'm czar of sports, and feel free to add your own 303-5040925. Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. If you to me, it's a penalty if you're first down guy when you're down by more than 20 points. You don't get to be first down guy down 20. If you give me the first down signal, I'm taking said first down away.
That should be a penalty.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what it should be.
You know, if you do the fishing reel or the motorcycle or whatever your gesture of the day is down 10 runs and you haven't hit till the 7th inning when the starters finally left with a comfortable win in hand, you're off the base. That's an out. You're out. You don't get your base anymore.
Benched. You're benched.
You're done. You're done.
Pinch runner coming in right now.
Have we ever seen hockey celly when guys down? Like
I think Matt Duchesne's
did Duchesne do it one time?
Yeah, I swear. He
down by
scored
a bunch,
goal.
but still did the hockey celly.
Yeah, and I think and literally Connor just came in on the text line with Duchesne, Connor French, not Connor McGahey. Yeah, and I think that was that when Wah, or was that early in Bednar? Or Wah was like, dude, or we were just like, what are you doing? We're down like 4-0. You make it 4-1, and you're celebrating like that. What are you doing?
I don't know what he was. I'm sorry, Brian made me laugh. No one is as thirsty as a goalie that just got scored on. I like that one.
I mean, Alexander Georgiev breaking his stick, or
well,
you're talking about
just they go to the water
the
and then they got to
bottle.
water their face like that water bottle's. I'm thinking you've used half your water bottle right there, man.
It's like it's the feeling you're like super embarrassed. You got to cool yourself off. It's like, oh geez.
He said, okay, so 3-4-7. It was Wah, and that's what led to the trade.
Okay.
The Duchesne Selly.
Okay.
But didn't they trade Duchesne after Wah was gone? Wasn't Duchesne with Bednar
it
for a
was
minute
the first
or two?
handful of games of Bednar.
But that's when Joe was like, all right, bro.
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead. Yeah, somebody Matty, our buddy Matty writes in, Ian LePerriere is one. Ian LePerriere was a locker room guy. Everyone needs a good locker room guy.
Chris says, what about when DBs celebrate an overthrown ball? So, like, the defensive backs still do...
Give you the old incomplete sign?
Yeah, like the safe sign. Like if an umpire was signaling safe. But the ball was clearly very overthrown. You didn't do anything.
Do running backs do anything? I don't feel like running backs barely
the
get to
first
run
down.
the ball
They will
anymore.
do the first down thing.
Yeah, but nobody loves a first down signal like a receiver.
The
NFL needs to hire old receivers simply to signal first down.
I like the one where it's like that dance move where it's like arm end of one hand. You're doing now the shoulders are waving.
Pop and
it's,
lock.
Yeah, it's like a vibration. That move.
Your own little personal wave.
It's like a little shimmy in there.
Who has a great? You know what I used to hate was the Neil Smith sack dance especially when he wasn't a Bronco. His little baseball home run swing used to drive me nuts.
I like that sport to sport.
I
throw
don't like
throw
it
the
as
ball
much
up.
when John Elway's the victim of it for the 7th time that day, and I'm sick of seeing his stupid sack celebration on TV.
I get you.
Do we have a locker room guy here?
What about what about touchdown celebrations? Like the team. That's a new thing. Like the team celebrations. Like dudes will line up as bowling pins.
That I like. I do like the creativity. I'm okay with a creative one or two to break out.
What about when the defense gets like a game-clinching turnover, and then they all gather in the end zone, and they all go for like the team photo?
Yeah, because there's that cam right there.
Yeah.
See, I don't like that as much as I like the row the boat or the Duck Duck Goose was pretty good that one year.
Like the
you don't remember the Duck Duck Goose?
I remember the Duck Duck Goose.
Detroit did it.
Yeah, I remember Duck Duck Goose. There's been like
someone caught a fish one time. The other guy was jumping around like a fish.
Sure.
That was pretty good.
Ball is like.
Do you miss the Joe Horn cell phone? I think Sean Payton was coach when Joe Horn pulled the cell phone out.
You can't use props.
He hit it under the pad.
Who jumped in? Ezekiel Elliott jumping into the Salvation Army.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And technically it brought attention to your big charity push, and then he gets fined. I think that's on the NFL. He should have been allowed to do it. Yeah, Ben brings up the eating, the feed me, the Ezekiel Elliott feed me.
The spoon. Yeah. Do the Broncos have a funny guy? That's what you're asking? A team guy, the locker room guy?
Well, I'm trying to figure it out because I guess I felt like Quinn Miners was a little bit of it because he was the belly and everything was funny. And now here's the only thing. Let's not get too serious. I do understand, and look, maybe it's just for us. I don't know anything about what's going on in the locker room. But the one thing I don't want to see a young team do is now there's expectations, so now we're going to get serious. And the fact that you told me that Miners had cut his hair and now we're getting serious, you know what I mean? I don't like I like the attitude, but you still need to enjoy your craft a little bit.
They will. But I don't think but there's not that.
Glenn Portis was one of the funniest dudes we ever got to interview, man. He would just come out and say weird things. Then he got to Washington and he started dressing up like different people.
They just don't have that like boisterous, overly ridiculous personality, which honestly, probably a good thing. Because a lot of that personality type can come along with maybe, not every time, but you're kind of a diva.
Well, but I think every team needs a Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp was the loudmouth, but he was also speaking for the cockiness of the team.
Mm-hmm.
Guys maybe didn't always like his timing on it, but every one of them had told me they were ready to go back his mouth up. Now, you don't want Ray Buchanan of the Atlanta Falcons. That probably predates you, where he talked a ton of trash in front of the Broncos-Falcons Super Bowl and got on everybody's got on everybody's radar.
Uh-huh.
That's a bad deal. But Shannon Sharp, I do think they like. See, again, I'm trying to think like, I don't know.
He's just a great talker, though. He had the gift of gab, and you either got it or you don't.
You think Bowles is a funny guy?
Yeah, no. See, but Bowles was the name that crossed my mind in terms
Bowles
of
was
like
giving some guys a hard time yesterday for not waiting for him.
in terms of like if the Broncos, if something unjust were to happen, he would, go to bat for his guys. He would be very loud and vocal. Might not be the funniest, but he would be very loud.
Yeah, I wonder if Malcolm Roach is funny. Is John Franklin Myers funny? I know they got to have a funny guy in there. We just don't know who it is yet.
And a lot of times it is that defensive lineman, the big boys. Because like Shelby Harris was a name that crossed my mind.
Oh, he was a great locker room guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was funny. He was fun.
Yes.
I miss Shelby. Shelby was never afraid to tell like it is. They enjoyed each other a lot. I think that team had fun together. They didn't win a ton together.
Because like Emmanuel Sanders, Chris Harris had really good personalities and could talk, but were also really good.
It's kind of funny.
Do you need that star that star element that kind of Emmanuel and Chris had?
Yeah,
and that Shannon had.
EJ's funny. He goes, "I want to see a senior prom, Selly." The senior prom photo, Selly, where you get together all uncomfortable. Now that EJ said it, I've never thought of it. Now I want it. Just that uncomfortable pose you both make, and then somebody takes that picture. Can we get that one?
You could do that.
Huh?
Somebody do the CEO, and then they
All right. How long before that thing jumps the shark? Now every kiss cam we got going on, it's already happened.
It's
right?
about now.
It's already over.
I think it's like a week, and that's the moratorium. Yeah,
Ooh, Cody's right. Aaron Gordon's the locker room guy in Denver. He's Mr. Nugget. Aaron Gordon's the dude.
Yeah.
Keeps it loose, invites people to do stuff. He's got the chicken fingers at his parties that we learned. Remember that?
But you need that, like I think Bruce Brown has a little more of that kind of like energy to him.
Marc-Andre Fleury, Hall of Fame locker room guy. There you go.
Mr. Prank.
Mr. Prank. DeAndre Jordan, I think, was probably another one, too. But Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, no, DeAndre has that personality.
Ish Smith.
For sure.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll get back. We'll get into some more serious Bronco discussion next. Man, we got some whack stuff on now that it is not. We're in this weird, not quite, other seasons other than baseball, and I guess we don't have a lot of day games on right now. I've got NBA TV on one TV here, and they're showing an old dunk contest. I did not know JaVale McGee's mother went and gave cheek kisses, like a European greeting, to the Hall of Fame panelists before her son tried to dunk in this contest. He was playing for, was it the Wizards? Yeah. So there you go. Man, that's a young JaVale McGee, too. So JaVale McGee's mom, I think, was just trying to be friendly and fun, and half the guys looked like they could barely stand up there, Spring. I didn't think their backs and knees were quite ready to stand up, but there you go.
Pam McGee, I believe.
McGee.
I'm not even Googling that. Scout's honor.
There you go. Well, I trust
she played in the WNBA, I think.
Yeah,
she did.
Yeah. So, now I'm curious what year this dunk contest is
Look,
from.
you want your son, you bribe him. That's what you do.
Well, you know what? She's a very attractive woman. Maybe it worked. I don't. Although JaVale is struggling in this dunk contest, it is not. He's missing dunks. There's no amount of pleasantries as you say hello is going to help you with this dunk contest. There you go. He finally got that one to go through. All right, Denver Broncos again, done with the acclimation period. We're going to start seeing camp practices tomorrow. So, again, to try to explain, because I feel like the NFL training camp days are becoming like ribbon layers and all this other stuff we've got going on in the NBA salary cap that you don't know about till you get there. So, I'm assuming that now that we are done with the acclimation days, we're going to see longer practice tomorrow and probably some more team periods than what we've seen to this point. Spring. Who is the one guy? Like a Mike McGlinchey. It doesn't appear anything's big today, and for those of you maybe just tuning in late, McGlinchey did not have, he was not at practice today, and we don't understand why. Sean Payton didn't have to talk today. That's probably another delineation of it being a ramp-up day or an acclimation day. I think Sean, per NFLPA rules or whatever, the collective bargaining agreement rules, whatever it is, has to talk after every camp practice. Therefore, he does, I think. I may be wrong about that, but I think he does. Anyway, today was not a day that he had to talk. So we did not get an explanation for the absence for McGlinchey. Is he the most important person on the offensive line? Bo Nix, Patrick Surtain. Cannot afford to lose those guys. Goes without saying, right?
You know what's funny is because of the cornerback depth, though.
Surtain's still a different deal.
He is. I'm just, like, if Bo Nix got hurt,
trust me,
Stiddy is as mid-level as there is.
He's great for the room.
You're done. If Bo Nix gets hurt, if Bo Nix gets hurt, you're done.
Yeah.
I would have said
most teams it
is.
Your
but I tell you what, like if I think Zach Wilson just has a higher ceiling than Stidham. Now, obviously, he's gone. He's with the Dolphins, but like I could convince myself. I could do some mental gymnastics. I still
would have been curious to see what that would have looked like because I think it would have looked different.
I can't do that with Stidham.
I think he's a good backup. I
think he's a good backup, but you're done. My point is, if Surtain got hurt, as long as it wasn't season-ending, you're not done.
No, you're right, but still, Surtain's a guy that you can't have. Like, when you talk about things that may derail all these good feelings, injuries obviously could be one of them.
Of course.
Now, they've got Pert. I always want to call him Neil Peart because that's the drummer from Rush, but in fact, it's Matt Pert was taking the snaps for McGlinchey. Matter of fact, I think he was working at both tackle positions today, if I'm not mistaken. So they're working him around. I think they really want him to be one of the swing tackles if they can. Again, they were far side, and thus the right tackle was as far away from us as could be, so I'm sure our guy Crum got a few looks there as well. Who else, though? Running backs? Are you worried about either running backs? If J.K. Dobbins goes down, are we good with R.J. Harvey? If R.J. Harvey has an energy?
The one that I think would be a concern would be Harvey.
See, to me,
I think if anyone else gets hurt, you can work around it.
I know we haven't seen what he's going to bring to the table yet, but I think Evan Ingram is going to prove to be very, very important. I think he's going to bring a new dynamic to this offense, especially on third down, as a tough cover and a guy that can sit down in zone better than maybe some of the others have in the past and be a true safety outlet for Bo Nix that if he goes down, nobody else does what he does.
That's true.
Now, you got by with that last year, but
Yeah, I don't think Evan Ingram is amazing by any means, but to your point,
he's the only guy with that skill set.
Exactly.
That was the other thing I don't understand.
Exactly.
Unless Loner somehow blows up and proves he's not practice squad guy.
Well, should they go look at Noah Fant? Because now you got me concerned.
Well, that's why I brought him up to you, quite honestly. I mean, again, you're laughing, and I get the chuckle, but
it's funny because it's Noah Fant, but he has that skill set in a way as well.
Noah Fant, if he were signed, I think would probably automatically be the second best tight end on the roster. I think. Maybe I'm undercutting Adam Troutman.
In terms of offensive,
from
a pass catching standpoint.
But I think he's also a little bit of both, okay? Obviously, I think Troutman's a better blocker. Ingram's a better receiver. I think Fant gives you a little of both, okay?
Sure.
Not a stud at either necessarily. Fant can catch the ball. I'm not knocking his ability to catch. But unless he's figured out how to break a tackle from what we saw in his time here in Denver, because that's what always drove me nuts, for as big and intimidating as that dude was, he would catch the ball and DBs would get him down all the time. All the time. Drove me crazy. That's what drove me nuts. Matter of fact, when they traded him to Seattle, I wasn't worried about it at all because I was tired of watching him get thrown the ball, 5 yards and they needed 7 and he couldn't get the extra 2.
But if the Broncos were to bring him in and put him on the 53, he's only playing if Evan Ingram gets hurt, but that's probably why they wouldn't even do it because they'd want to have the trio of Troutman, Kroll, Atkins, or 2 of the 3 behind Ingram for those 2 tight end run situation sets.
Seriously, would you not have Noah Fant over Lucas Kroll?
Like you said, and I am probably underselling him here. Fant can run block. It's not elite, but he can.
Yeah, he can help you. You know what he can do? When he goes in, you're at least not quite positive are they running him or blocking him.
Sure.
With some of the other guys we're talking about, you know what they're doing with him.
Fant could be your third tight end, actually. He could fill that role. And if Ingram were to get hurt, I would at least you have 2 options between Troutman and Fant instead of just relying on Adam Troutman.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas Kroll can be fun at times, but I just don't. That just feels like that guy that every now and again is going to pop up, but probably
that's
not
like a true run
solution.
Blocking guy. Yeah.
Kroll? Lucas Kroll, remember, he's the tall catcher. He's the pass catcher.
What's the need for that?
Well, if you go it's a great question. I'm not.
They got a lot of big wide receivers. That's one of their strengths with Sutton, Vele, Bryant.
Honestly, I think Caleb Loner becomes the new Lucas Kroll, where you're hoping to really shine the diamond, if you will. We've got the 5 biggest stories from around the NFL coming up. And I read a headline that you gave me here that actually made me laugh. Which one was it? You can pick it out. Spring gives you the high five next. It is time for the high five. Before we get into the high five, by the way, we want to thank all of you watching on Twitch. The the Twitch line is brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery for free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh food and local flavors. So thank you for checking that out. Okay, I just found a very, very interesting story that involves somebody that once played college football here locally. And so it's got a lot of Memphis fans up in their arms. We'll tell you what's coming up with that at 5:20. But right now, it's time to do the high five. 5 biggest stories of the day. Go Spring.
All right, let's hear from the two Broncos players who talked out at training camp today. First, let's hear from guard Quinn Miners. He had, throughout his career to this point, rocked dreadlocks as his hairstyle of choice. Well, he cut them off. He is dreadless now. Here, it was the first thing that Quinn Miners was asked about today. Here's Quinn.
Yeah, had a fun 6 years with the locks. It was just kind of time to let them go. Too much maintenance, too much of a distraction kind of thing, and just kind of moving on to the next thing, next journey.
Did you ever blow on them in a game? Did you ever have a defender?
Yeah, I picked them up off the ground in games and stuff. Yeah, it's good to have some short hair now.
Who kind of, you didn't just go into like supercuts or something, did you?
No, I got a guy that takes care of me. Any football questions?
Yeah.
Man.
They did not want to talk about that.
Well, I mean, look, you change your hairstyle. Everybody has something to say about it. I told you a while back.
That's what happens.
Maybe I was telling at one of the classes that I talked to that Adele Arwakawa told us one time at a Metro State class that she couldn't change her hair because if she did, viewers would freak out. So those known for a hairstyle, you're kind of stuck with it for a while, whether you like it or not.
And then
so now he
got
got a little taste of that.
Everybody will comment on it. Like anytime I get a haircut, like the next day.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Like, oh, you got a haircut.
You're probably haircut guy around here more than anybody, right?
Well, I'm the guy who grows it, then buzzes it, so it stands out more.
Yeah,
when
you're
I get a haircut.
Guy. Nate's mustache guy.
Yeah.
I think that's it. So
yeah, and so everyone's like, oh, you got a haircut. Sure did. Your eyes are working, my friend.
Tyler shaved his beard. I think he got a little bit about that, but not nearly as much as the other
Yeah, that's
two.
that's what we want to hear about Quinn, because and Quinn had some good stuff to say today. But that's the most interesting thing about you on this day. That's what it is.
And look, I'm glad he came out. We all want to hear from him. He is the highest paid offensive lineman on the squad now, isn't he? I think as these years have gone by,
He just got extended. He's the
is he ahead of Powers? Powers was the highest paid guy.
Is he the best He's the best offensive lineman of this group. Yeah.
Yes, he is.
I know that the tackles are
Garibaldi's once a word, but
the most important. You always like kind of focus on the tackles,
Sure.
but in terms of true talent,
oh yeah,
it would be Quinn Miners.
Quinn Miners is the dude on that line. So
Yeah.
Ben Powers isn't bad. I think the Broncos have quietly gotten exactly what they needed from Ben Powers when they paid for him.
Absolutely.
And I think some people thought it was a little bit of an annoying or a little bit of an overpay, I should say, when they went and got Ben Powers. But I'm telling you, he's worked out just fine, especially as they've settled in.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I don't have a guy. I don't go to Supercuts. I go to Sports Clips.
You know what? I try to always have somebody. I've got a gal right now.
Okay, wow.
But I don't like trying to explain. I have a very simple haircut, and yet somehow me trying to explain it never always hits right.
Okay.
Like I've had all sorts of versions of it.
Do you show him a photo of Brad Pitt and you're like, make me look like this?
You know what I finally did was take a picture of when I was done after it was good one time and then try to show him that, and even that sometimes doesn't work.
Like, sir, we can't do that.
This
is impossible.
You know what it is? Average 50-year-old white guy. Just give me that. But then they want to comb it like I'm an accountant or I'm going to go to church later. I mean, the styling of it when they're done can go any direction. Like I've been like, all right, it is really I'm going to start a series of what do you think I do with this haircut when I get done? I may just start tweeting that out,
Big Teller. Series.
So
yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, everybody can't wait.
Talanoa Hufanga, Broncos new safety, talking today. So he tore his ACL a couple years ago. Last season comes back from the ACL. Then he hurts his wrist. He hurts his ankle. He's had a lot of injury issues. I was asked today if he's changing anything to help him stay healthier on the field.
Same physical play. I think for me, just you got to take care of the body even more. Have no regrets, in everything I do. I go out there to play the game the right way, and that's playing fast and playing physical. And so injuries happen. It's part of the game. And for me, I'm just going to step on that field and have confidence I can play the game I play.
Listen, this guy's exciting to me. The reason why they may jump to top defense in the league, obviously Jahdae Barron is going to be a big part of that. But listen, Jahdae Barron, if he goes the track, I've talked about this, if he takes a little bit of the ramp-up track that most rookie corners do, what'll be working in his favor is he's not going to have to go cover the top guy like they were basically asking PS2 to do from his rookie year on. He's going to be able to maybe even take the third guy because Riley Moss is there. But when you talk about a true impact safety, and I'm talking impact as far as physicality in the run game, being able to get some of these guys down. Justin Simmons was a fantastic center fielder, but Brandon Jones showed last year he was up to that task. If Hufanga can be healthy, that is a reason why this could be the top defense in the league.
No, Talanoa Hufanga before the ACL in 2023, I'd watch that dude play and I was like, you're really good. Like next Troy Polamalu, holy crap. Something about those Samoans.
Well, if you
whatever. I mean, oh my God, he was a beast. Now, and maybe the Niners just had a weird year overall last year. So I was watching less Niners as he came back, but I'm curious to see if he's that version. Then beforehand, you got an absolute steal. If he's anywhere close to that, you got a damn good player.
Well, and look, he and Dre Greenlaw could be the absolute difference between what you were last year and what you could be as far as great in this year. They put up great numbers last year. They could top them if those two guys can give them a full season or even 14 of the 17 games. That is why this is so exciting. You keep bringing up the Niners. At some point, are we going to start asking questions about the training staff out there? I mean, they've got some injuries going on in their camp already again. By the way, Brandon Ayuk, apparently the update was nowhere near ready to come back. I think you had that on your on one of your high fives this week too. Nowhere near ready to come back. It's a little. I know he had a serious knee injury, blew out the ACL, and so I don't know. Maybe if it was October, maybe we're asking too much this early. But holy cow, man! I didn't expect that update. We may find out that, in fact, the Broncos training staff is better than what the Niners have. I don't know.
Could be.
High five.
So I wake up this morning, Andy, and I go to my Twitter for I'm groggy, I'm out of bed. And I got Adam Shelford saying that the Jets feared that Justin Fields tore his Achilles. I don't even.
Well, he got carted off the field.
I don't even interact with any of these accounts. Why is the first thing I'm seeing that stupid tweet? And I was like, oh, that sucks. It turns out though, that's extreme fake news. Day to day with a dislocated toe.
Yeah, here's my advice to all young reporters heading out to camp for the first time. One of the things that's changed greatly in my time covering camp, it used to be when the cart came out for anybody, it was an ACL, it was an Achilles, it was something very serious, a broken leg, whatever. Now, and we've seen it in Bronco camp, they sprain an ankle bad enough, they will bring the cart out, and they're not, and really, it makes sense. They're not making the guys walk 50, 70 yards on an injured leg of any type to get back to the training room. So they bring the cart out a lot more for folks than what they used to do. So the cart during a game could be a lot different, but a cart during training camp and practice is not a true signal of something disastrous currently.
That is a good point. When you see that we are conditioned, see cart, that's a bad one.
We've had guys, it's happened in recent years, might even happen last year. Guy comes off on a cart, we find out it's a sprained ankle, they're back a week later.
Well, if Justin Fields, if that was worse, that would have been terrible news for the Jets. Let's see, their depth chart, their backup quarterback it's Tyrod Taylor still kicking around.
That's not too bad. That's not as disastrous as what Tennessee's got going on.
35 years old. He's going to turn 36 actually here in a few days, Tyrod Taylor.
Well, I'll tell you this, at least if he did have to play, Tyrod, I imagine a little bit of the similar skill set going on there. Tyrod's a much more accurate quarterback right now than Justin Fields has proven to be. But
Jets need Justin Fields to be, the Justin Fields that had the Steelers off to, what was it, like a 4-0, 3-1 start last year, something like that, until they went to Russ for some reason, which didn't It
They
didn't
got
bite
hot
them.
with Russ for a minute, too.
It was kind of weird when they went to Russ because Justin Fields was playing well.
Well, but not in the passing game. He was running and getting
Uh-huh.
stuff done. His passing was not good. It was not improved. And I ultimately believe Mike Tomlin made some promise to Russ he felt he had to keep because Russ did have a good stretch. Old Russ is back. They're cooking. Steelers, blah, blah, blah. It was kind of what we saw here in Denver. And then December comes, and December Russ sucks now, period. I don't know why. December Russ sucks now. And that's what happened there. Like, again, why they didn't go back to not even go back to Justin Fields full time, but as Russ continued to struggle down the stretch, they didn't even put Justin Fields in to do some of the plays they promised us they used him for. Like a 3rd and short that he could use his legs on. They weren't even using him for that. It was the weirdest deal. And then they claimed they were desperate to get him back. Well, why do you think he would come back the way you treated him at the end of the year where you wouldn't give him any snaps or plays at all? I don't know why you're surprised. Speaking of the Steelers.
High five. Yeah, it all ties in nicely to Aaron Rodgers. His first practice with the aforementioned Steelers today. And in the first play of his first team period, his first pass was intercepted.
What do we make of that? Is that a bad thing, a portent of things to come, or whatever, a telling, a soothsaying, a prophecy of how this is all going to go?
I'd say so. I think he'll have moments, but I think it's going to look a lot like Jets Rodgers from last year, where it's not great. He had weapons. He had Garrett Wilson.
Well, he's got weapons in Pittsburgh.
I know, but it was still Metcalf. It was still just average. It's just average.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Rodgers is ever the alpha again. I know he's a hot button for a lot of people, but once upon a time, the football player I really enjoyed watching. He was the most fun quarterback. I wanted, if I had, I've gone on and off as to get whether I would get the NFL Sunday ticket. There were a number of years where I really, really did want to watch Aaron Rodgers play for the Packers and Devontae Adams, and they just had a fun team. And will we ever see that version of Aaron Rodgers again? I don't know. Pittsburgh, it's going to be interesing.
They got a
Pittsburgh
good defense.
Doesn't care.
It's going to be like those Broncos teams that really lean on that defense, From years past. Even though the Broncos are going to lean on their defense a lot as well, I think the offense is better than there's been some Broncos from years past, Broncos teams where it's like, dude, defense is keeping you win this game because your offense is not doing much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pittsburgh, well, we'll see if they deal with the frustration again. Look, man, things could go south for the Steelers real quick this year. I mean, real quick this year. So this is a fan base. It kind of reminds me of the end of the Shanahan era, where the guy had been a fantastic coach for you. Maybe he's still the best coach you've had in history here, and it's going to take a lot to unseat him from that. And now I don't know that we can quite say the same thing about Mike Tomlin because he didn't coach the Steel Curtain defense, but the guy's going to be up there. Cowher's pretty good too. But my point being, this is a guy that's been beloved by the city. He's brought you a lot of success. But it could get ugly, man. The fans are already frustrated. They're tired of the lack of offense. They're tired of it looking like the same thing every year. There are plenty of people in Pittsburgh that wanted him gone after this year. Some were surprised that he was actually retained. And if this thing, like you're showing here, if for some reason the Aaron Rodgers experience continues to be the same, that could go south real quick. We got to get this last one in.
High five. An Aaron Rodgers connection, a Broncos connection here. Nathaniel Hackett is back on the Packers coaching staff, but as a defensive analyst to help give defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley a fresh perspective. Matt LaFleur saying, quote, "It's a fresh perspective. It gives you a little different lens to see it through, talk it through. He's sitting in with our defensive staff. He's been in our linebacker room going through the film, giving them a good offensive perspective."
I don't hate the idea of this role. I know a lot of people have kind of chuckled at it today, and I get it. I don't think anybody wants to see Nathaniel Hackett, the head coach of their team, ever again after his two cracks.
Even an offensive
or an OC.
coordinator.
That's a good point. I keep forgetting he wasn't the guy actually in New York with the Jets. But Robert Saleh certainly got tired of him really quickly. But I do understand. I do think there's value to be had of an offensive guy telling you this is how we're going to attack you, and this is what I see in this formation, and so this might be the weak spot that I might be going to, so be aware of it. You can't cover everything, but here would be my first go.
This is like the lowest level position he can, like if someone of his experience and tenure could get. That's where he's at.
Yeah, well, I'm not shocked, man. This didn't go well for him.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you got your best friend. You were reunited with your best friend, the guy that went to the carpet for you a couple of times and wanted to, bleep talk Sean Payton a couple of times on your behalf. And it just, even last year with him the whole time, they had to get rid of you. They fired Robert Saleh, but made sure that he went with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. So
It finally got thrown under the bus, and it took a while, but it finally happened. And, hey, look, he goes back to Green Bay. He can just live a life now. He can collect a paycheck. He can say a few words, and he can just fly under the radar while somehow still collecting an NFL paycheck.
good for him. I mean, look, we all got to make a living, so good for him. That is the High Five, 5 biggest stories of the day. We do it every day at 5 o'clock, and usually, it's the High Five. It's going to be an NFL High Five for a while, but sometimes it turns into the NBA. We've mixed in a little NHL. You never know. Maybe, it'd be fun if we had to do a High Five of the 5 biggest trades of the day at the trade deadline a week from today. All right, we got a little bit, I don't know if I'm going to call it a scandal, but college football is probably going to raise their eyes at this. A local guy, a guy that played here locally up in Boulder, involved in something that's got a little news going on with it. Text messages can be a problem sometimes. We'll tell you what that is next.
All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl here with you. I produce this show damn near every single day. Filling in with Andy today, who, I don't know, died in the hallway. Should I go check on this man? Is he choking to death? What is happening? And I'm going to feel really bad. But look, these airwaves can't just be dead. They don't fill themselves, so... Andy's yucking it up with the salesman out there. Broncos training camp going on right now. Got a Rockies game tonight. I got to pick Andy's brain about this Rockies game tonight. I need, actually, they play tomorrow night against the Orioles. Weekend set against the O's. I need to hear everything that he has to say about this big one. It's a big one coming up. There's no way around it. Andy, this is a giant Rockies-Orioles series this weekend, and I need your thoughts on it, okay?
Yeah, well, we get to see who's the Holiday.
Yeah, we get to see Jackson.
Jackson Holiday. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. He'll be in town. That'll be big. That'll be fun.
It's in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Are they playing right now?
No, tomorrow night.
This is how checked out of the Rockies I really am, as I know most people are.
That's what, when you were in the hall, that's what I went to. I was like, let's preview Rockies-Orioles this weekend. Because that's what the people want, right?
I'd like to want it, yes. I mean, here's the thing. I am probably the lowest rung baseball guy at this station, and I still would love to see a competitive baseball team. Mm-hmm. Frankly, it'd be nice to, as we sit here right now, having something else to fill the time with a team that matters. You know what I mean?
It would help.
People all the time are telling us, why can't you talk a little bit of baseball? Well, because we try and just, we're in the worst town for it right now, which is sad. It sucks.
It's actually, I hate that they're 4-2 since the break. It's better when they suck epically.
No, that's the thing. It becomes less interesting when your run-in-the-mill suck. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's what they're headed to.
No, but seriously, Kyle Freeland starts tomorrow night. If he has back-to-back good starts,
is that his last
Friday
start?
Before midnight?
Is that his last start as a Rocky?
I hope so.
You know what? And when I say I'm rooting for it, it's not because I don't like Kyle Freeland. He's a local kid. Freeland. We all love Kyle Freeland.
This is not personal at all.
Well, the guy nearly broke down in tears earlier in the year because they suck so bad.
I actually forgot about that. You're right. He did.
I don't want him enduring this. This guy's too much of a competitor. Come on.
I want these guys to go play competitive baseball with playoff aspirations.
Yeah.
Postseason baseball.
You know what? You know what's funny? You bring up the competitor. I'm telling you, one of the things that's got Bo Nix really winning me over. This guy, Bo Nix, has got that Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. Pick your, John Elway had it. I know that. He's just a competitor. Everything they're doing. Now, you know what? I'll even say Nathan McKinnon. Now, I don't see Bo yelling at his teammates yet like Nathan McKinnon does sometimes, but everything the guy does, he wants to win. Like everything. I told the guys earlier, we were watching one of the, the old drill, the famous net drill where they've got to throw it in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
I think you and I talked about that last
drill.
year.
It's just you're standing there and there's really not much going on. And my eyes always gravitate towards the quarterbacks. So let's just see him throw this ball into this net.
Well, they were having some game around it today. I couldn't quite figure out what the game was, but I know that whatever it was, they were both into it. It was Bo and Stiddy, and then Sam Ehlinger went at the end of it. But I don't think Sam was as locked in the way that maybe Stiddy and Bo were. You know what I mean? Like, look, Sam is one of the guys. Don't mishear me. I think they enjoy their quarterback room a lot. But clearly, Bo and I wouldn't be surprised. I wasn't close enough to hear. I wouldn't be shocked if there was a nice little friendly wager on whatever they were trying to do, from judging from the reaction. And so Bo drills this one in the middle pocket. They threw it at the same time, and I don't know if they were both trying to see who could get the football there first or whatever. But Bo screams, yeah, and then runs around, arm extended, number one finger in the air. Kind of did a little right.
I've seen that drill for years. Not once have I seen a quarterback celebrate like that.
Yeah, and he yelled. He yelled and like he ran all the way to the other field. The next drill, he was having fun. Stidham yelled an expletive, so he was frustrated that he missed it. So again, I would like to know what the stakes were, but I thought it was funny. But I'm telling you, man, every drill, Bo shows how competitive he is about things. Like I brought it up from yesterday. They ran a play wrong. He was not psyched about it. He spiked it into the ground. He had the let's get this together kind of body language. He's constantly talking to guys. I like it. He is all – somebody else said it too. I think there was a cut in there. One of the guys, one of his old teammates from Oregon that I think is an O-lineman that plays on another team now, had brought up, I knew Bo in college, and he's just all about football. It's just really just about the football,
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to bode well for things. By the way, Cortland Sutton and Evan Ingram were trying to throw the ball into the net too, and there was much less velocity on the throws. I told the guys on the midday show as they gave them the camp report, I don't know that we have the emergency backup inside the receiver room as we've had in a while.
Wasn't Sutton a quarterback at one point of his life?
Well, to be fair to Sutton, I don't know. Sutton was going for accuracy, so he wasn't really letting that sucker rip. And he did get it in the net. Both he and Ingram got the football in the net, but it was the difference between grade school pitching and pro pitching.
Sure.
The fastball was extremely different, which is what did kind of throw me off.
Well, if you find yourself in a Kendall Hinton situation, it's no good no matter what.
Did you realize Kendall Hinton was number 9?
Yeah, it
Did
sounds
we go
right.
over this? I've been telling people I don't have a lot of, I was giving Steve Atwater a hard time yesterday about the number thing, and I go, who's a great number 9? Then I feel bad because Dave Treadwell had a pretty good run here as a field goal kicker, but he was a 9. But give me a position player that's ever really ripped it up as number 9.
Yeah, 9's a different one.
And someone pointed out Kendall Hinton, I believe, was 9 when we got the Kendall Hinton game.
You'd think quarterbacks would wear 9 more often, but I'm really struggling.
But it's
top
a
of
backup
head.
quarterback number. Like Drew Brees is 9.
Okay, Breeze. There you go.
Brees is really good. But I think Brady Quinn was 9, and even though I thought Brady Quinn might have a good shot here, he didn't get a play. And frankly, when he did, it was pretty underwhelming. I might as well not kid myself about that. For the most part, someone maybe was even here yesterday, someone texted in and said all the 9s are like kickers. So
it's very odd because there's lots of 7s, there's lots of 8s, there's lots of 10s.
Yes.
Not so many 9s.
Yes.
All of the numbers in that 4-number sequence, 9 is the least represented by far.
Here's my question for you with everybody going with funky numbers, because for those, when you go out to, if you're lucky to go out to camp, or I probably should say now, when you watch the first preseason game, assuming that they play, Kieran says Burrow's a number 9.
Burrow's
yeah, that's
9?
fantastic,
Okay.
but that's
Okay.
not a Bronco. I was telling Atwater the Broncos have a terrible number 9.
I'm just saying in general. I don't know. I guess,
Yeah, well, Breeze, Burrow, someone's saying Jim McMahon was a 9. Is Stafford a 9, or is he a 10?
I think Stafford is a 9.
Stafford might be a 9. So clearly other teams have got a great history of 9s, but the Broncos, I told Atwater, you don't have a good 9 that I can remember. And then again, I felt bad about Treadwell. So anyway.
Okay.
But does a quarterback at some point just go total rebel with Evan Ingram going number 1? Now, listen, the reason why 9 came up was I was telling Atwater Hufunga's got to change his number. Like, I would love to see Hufanga change his number from 9 and after the season's or after preseason's over.
Hufanga is number 9?
He's wearing number 9. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. Look, and
so
again,
PJ Locke is 6, right? Oh, 6 and 9. We got a 69 safety room.
But Locke, I think Locke's recovering from that back injury.
That's right.
Because it's Brandon Jones. Oh, no, we've got the Nate Dream combination safety pairing.
69.
Oh, man.
Yeah, as soon as PJ Locke is healthy.
As soon as PJ Locke is healthy, I know what Nate's rooting for. But I don't like 9 on a safety. It just looks strange,
weird.
man. It just looks strange.
So Von Miller's wearing number 24.
Right, for Champ in Washington.
Oh, that's why
he's
doing
honoring
it.
Champ.
Okay, but
he put
still,
it on his Twitter.
That's still weird to see 24 as a pass rusher.
I agree. This is all screwed up. And I don't think my old man brain, I don't think my 50-year-old brain is ever going to be able to, grasp it, so to speak. I've gone too long with numbers being associated with positions.
For some reason, I don't mind the edge rushers. Like Jonathan Cooper is 0.
You like Nick Bonito is 15? I don't like Nick Bonito is 15.
15's weird. I almost prefer a single.
51, dude. Seriously, go be John Mobley. Honor John Mobley. Be 51.
Yeah,
51 is a great pass rusher number.
9 for a safety. That is weird. That's hitting me weird.
Yeah, it looks strange out there. I'm just telling you. It looks strange.
Uh-huh.
And you know what else is wild? Because Evan Ingram isn't the biggest tight end that I've ever laid eyes on. Him wearing one makes me keep thinking he's just a receiver. I'm like, who's the new receiver? And I have to keep telling myself, wait a minute, that's Evan Ingram. Because one for a tight end,
Yeah. They're
Like-
bigger. The tight ends are supposed to be a little bigger boys. One is a slimming number.
If you bring up number one to me, I'm going to think Warren Moon all day. Warren Moon all day for number one.
Okay. I'm going to think, was Jason Elam one?
Yes, he was. Good call.
That's my
There's a
one.
Broncos one. That's a good
Again,
call.
ones I don't notice. And yeah, I mean, now that your text line, you're right. Obviously, many of you, Burrow and Stafford wear 9. I never really noticed.
Oh, no, it's a great number overall, but it's not a great number in Denver.
And I don't notice a lot of ones either now that I think about it. There's a lot
I
more
can
zeros. There's a
remember
lot
Cam
of
Newton was one.
There's a lot of number zeros nowadays. People
Everybody loves a zero.
Yeah.
Seriously, here's what I want. I want someone to go full rebel. I want a quarterback to wear 98 or something. If we're going to just do this, then let's just do this, okay? 77 is your quarterback out there.
Uh-huh.
Like, if you really loved John Elway, then double up your love and go 77 a la Ray Bork.
Yeah.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. No, I'd love to. It would look weird as hell, but I'd love to see it.
Are we going to get a 69 at quarterback? Because, like, Gardner Minshew could have been the perfect 69 at quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just that guy, party guy. Got the mullet already. Just might as well wear 69 as your number.
You'd sell some jerseys.
No, there's no doubt about that. Is there, like, the worst number ever? I'm trying to think about it now. Like, what is the most rando, dumb-looking number?
What is the worst?
This is some
number?
deep summer sports talk.
Hey,
here.
look. That's a great question, actually. What is the worst?
I don't love a 35.
Number.
35 doesn't do much for me.
I'm okay with 35. I think
How
when
about
I go
a 36?
When I go worst number, I think it has to be something in the 60s, 70s, or 90s.
See, 90s, I can always think of great pass rushers. 91, 90, 95. Shane Dronette was a fun. Alfred Williams was 91. What was Neil Smith? Neil Smith was 90.
Yeah, because all the defensive
Derek
linemen
Wolfe
wore
was 95.
90s. I'm just saying in general.
No, I know,
and this is why these players are getting away from those numbers because they look. Nobody wants to wear number 90 whatever on their jersey.
Here goes 61. That hit me just right. Now 61's Matt Paradis, but 61's just a nothing
61's
number.
Weird.
Someone put in 44. You can't do 44. 44 was Jim Brown. It was Floyd Little. I know a lot of 44s.
The 40s are okay.
Are they? 47 doesn't always hit me right either.
I'm telling you, the 60s are worse.
37, there's another good one. 37's rando. Like, I really do want RJ Harvey to change his number.
No, because running backs have worn jerseys in the 30s. So I'm okay. I don't know. I think the 60s, 61 might be the worst number. It might be.
61 is a good one. 61 is just so 60 really isn't much better.
At least that's a round number. That's a multiple of 10. I don't love 67. I don't love 67.
A guy said he wore 43 in high school and hated it.
I don't love 64 either.
39 sucks. 39 does kind of suck.
I think of all the 30s, 39 is the worst.
Ray Crockett wore 39 though and was a good corner, and I really liked him, but 39 sucks.
39 sucks.
36 defender just popped in.
You
can't go 56. There's too many good linebackers that wore 56, man. Al Wilson, chief among them. My guy Al Wilson. Yeah, John Riggins wore 44. We got to leave 44 alone. I think Night Train Lane 44. Someone else help me out with that. 19
like
sucks.
Ruben Drones 34. 19. Okay, so Ryan Spielborgs and Charlie Blackmon wore 19.
But Eddie Royal wore 19.
Eddie Royal.
Marvin Mims is wearing 19. Yeah. We've had some good 19s. Jerry Rice
gave
19 to go here.
19 is a little bit of a weird number.
It is. I don't understand why people seek it out. 17 kind of sucks, too. They're big, great players, but I don't like a 17. 79. Yes, 79. What are you doing with 79?
Is not a... Was Cushenberry 79?
79. Yeah, so was Doug Weidel back
79 is not a good number.
Someone said 21. Dude, that's Dion.
21's fine.
So
21 is fine.
That wore 21.
You know what's interesting? So, like, Brock Osweiler wore 17. And like Payton wore 18. Nobody wears 19. Quarterbacks. No quarterback has gone up to 19 that I can think of.
Someone pulled out Joe Sakic for 19, and
yes,
dude.
Sakic 19.
Johnny Unitas from Johnny Jazz
Okay,
Cabbage.
Johnny Jazz Cabbage says Johnny Unitas was
990 goes, you guys hate offensive linemen. No, man, I'm just saying I don't like the numbers they got to wear.
Yeah, and there's a reason they got saddled with those because, they just got low man on the totem pole is what it was.
But in fairness, I mean, how many times unless you are a true offensive line enthusiast.
They are it's the most overlooked group. I would argue maybe even more so than like maybe punter. Kicker, there's so many important kicks that go down.
By the way, someone said Clady was 79. He was not. He was 78. I like 78.
I'm okay with 78.
And who doesn't like 69? I mean, come on.
Well, of the 60s, that's the best 60.
That is the number you want to land
yes.
on. 64 is fine. I don't hate 64.
I don't love 64.
Ooh, who's 40? 40's another one. Who wears 40? I know Vaughn did because of the whole Miller Lite 40 thing he had for a while.
Again, at least I'm okay with the round multiples of 10. 40's okay.
Nah, give me a good 40. Give me a good 40
I'm okay with 40. Not necessarily. I'm just saying the number itself. If you were to wear 40, I'm okay with it. Not saying that there's been a lot of great players to wear it.
See, Simon brings up 70. I don't mind 70. There's something about the zero with all the numbers is probably okay.
It's when you get these odd digits together. I'm like, what is this?
All right, I've got to tell you about this real quick. We've got a controversy coming out of Memphis, according to the college transfer portal Twitter handle. Turns out viral screenshots of text messages exchanged from former Memphis defensive back Taj Rael. He sent a text to QB Owen McCown. Do you remember him?
Former Buff.
Owen McCown played. Matter of fact, he played for Mike Sanford.
Yeah, son of Josh McCown.
And he texted the Tigers playbook before the game. So Taj Rael sent the playbook to Owen McCown, and their text messages read, here you go. That's all the signals. And there's a picture of it. Far left is coverages. I'll send you a better list showing you the call, but they run quarters and none of they safeties can cover, by the way. No reroutes on the slot. The field safety is the weakest link in the defense. His hamstring is hurting, but been running out of eligibility. So when you play him, he numbers 0. And Owen writes back, bet. Let me know if they cut your stuff. I'll put in a word.
Bet.
And so Owen McCown plays for UTSA. He's the son of Josh McCown. That's University of Texas San Antonio. They played Memphis, and they beat Memphis 44-36. This is making the rounds.
You know how old Owen McCown is when he says bet.
Bet. I know. I still know. My kids will say it. So I'm like, what? One time a kid said it to me. I was helping out Rock Canyon last year, and a kid gave me a bet. And I'm like, bet what?
Yeah, the first time I heard someone say that, that's what I thought too.
So anyway, that's pretty interesting, man. I don't know
why. I'm reading this story on On3. I don't think anybody knows why. Like, why would this Memphis defensive back tip off the opponent's quarterback? Why?
Well, because as McCown said at the end, if they're going to cut you, let me know.
Okay.
So McCown said, I'll put in a word for you here.
He says, let me know if they cut your stuff.
Yeah, which means I'm assuming the
like
DB,
NIL deals? Or just
well,
him
that's
from
a
the
good
team?
call. Maybe it's just cut his money, or if he wants to hit the poor, that's a great call. When I hear cut, I think automatically cut, but you're right.
Because he doesn't say, let me know if they cut you. It says, let me know if they cut your stuff.
No, that's a good pickup there, Spring, because in the NIL world, it could mean let me know if they cut your deal.
So he's just disgruntled, perhaps.
Yeah, oh yeah, clearly he was planning on leaving. That kid's he was probably already in the portal, but
F you, I am going to send info, defensive and game planning, injury stuff info to our opponent.
We'd have to go back and look, but I bet you 44 is probably the best number offensively they put up. Remember, Memphis was trying to get into the Big 12 and they got denied this week, or at least the reports are the Big 12 is probably not interested. But Memphis volunteered not to take any TV money for 5 years and bring sponsorship of their own. And it sounds like the Big 12 still is going to say no. So Memphis has been in the Memphis has been in the news a bunch, and they lost that game to UTSA. You know what? In the break, we ought to go look and see what the top scoring game was for UTSA this past season, because I bet you that 44 is it.
Probably.
Now, as RJ points out, they had the playbook and they barely won. And I mean, your defense is very good, RJ.
Sure, exactly.
But 44
you put up
points
44.
means you knew what you were doing offensively. So
Exactly.
anyway, and now the Memphis fan base not real psyched at this point. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, a couple of things to clean up here before we get out of here. Again, first day of true Bronco training camp practice is tomorrow, so we should have more to break down, more to see, a couple more team periods to play off of. I would assume more longer 7-on-7 sessions. They won't be in pads, but I think we'll see more action, so that'll be good. So looking forward to that. And, of course, we've got your coverage out there tomorrow from the tent. It'll start with Brett Kane at 6 in the morning, and then Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in the morning sprint will be out there, and I'm going to be out there. Scotty's going to be out there. We're all going to bring you reports as to what we see on the first official day of Broncos training camp, and you can listen to the training camp coverage on our Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Okay, a couple things to clean up, because I do want to mention something I heard DMac say, and I've heard some other people say, and I want to throw another thought in your head. In spring, I'll see how it hits you. But first off, we went in the break and looked at the University of Texas San Antonio's win totals. We had talked about how Owen McCown got the playbook from one of the Memphis DBs, who I'm sure is looking for a job, and seeing that he turned over all the calls probably is not going to help him find that new job. But the screenshots from the text messages were shared. So I was wrong. UTSA's top point total, they scored 44 against Memphis, but their high point actually ended up being 48 points against North Texas. Now, something to monitor. They did put up 45 points against Tulsa. They put 45 points up against HCU. I'm not even sure who that is.
It's Houston Christian University.
Go. Houston Christian. Texas beat them 56-7, but when UTSA took on Memphis was the 25th ranked team in the country. I'm also seeing 51 points against Temple. So Texas San Antonio did a pretty good job of scoring points, but all the big boy competition, they did not really show well. Matter of fact, the second game of the year, Texas State crushed them 49-10.
That was Memphis's only conference loss.
Well, there you go. So that's adding to this controversy here.
And one of two losses for them on the season. They lost to UTSA, the game in question, and they lost at Navy. And Navy's always in, their Navy. They'll do the run thing. And then they won their bowl game against West Virginia. So a good season overall for Memphis, and it does make that UTSA loss
Well, it adds gravity
suspicious.
To the situation.
Yeah.
Because could Memphis, with what you're describing, could they then have maybe battled for a bowl game? Did they have an argument to get into the playoff? Could they have done, I said battle for a bowl game, but a better bowl game, a higher paying bowl game.
They ended up going to the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would like to have gone to, the Alamo Bowl or the Orange Bowl or whatever it was that didn't involve the college playoff.
Sure.
And again, with one loss on the year, then maybe they have an argument to be in the college football playoff. So there's some gravity to what took place that helped them win that game. And again, they only lost by 8 points. As the texter pointed out, even though you knew their defensive signals, and again, you put up 44, that's pretty good. I guess we need to then maybe go and see what Memphis gave up. Was 44 the high point? Let me see if I can get the Memphis schedule now. Was that the high point of what Memphis gave up that year?
North Texas scored 44 on them.
Okay.
And Navy scored 56 on them.
So there you go. But still, Memphis folks are not going to be psyched about that because that loss definitely had some gravity. Okay, Spring, real quick. It's something I've kind of mentioned in the past, but I want to, earlier this week, but I want to I want to point this out to folks, and this is the time we got to pull up the Broncos schedule again. We've gone over the Broncos schedule. You gave us your prediction of the 4-0 start.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say 12 wins or
11?
12
I got 12
wins,
and 5.
and they win the division.
Yeah.
So you're feeling very good about this Broncos squad. I had said to you the other day, DMac said he's going to be disappointed if this team does not win 11 games. On the surface, not an outrageous statement because it would be one more win than last year, and it would put them, again, on the progressive path. But this is a tough schedule for the Broncos, in my opinion, all right? You've got a lot of road trips. You got 4 of 6 on the road. You've got a trip out to London. You don't get a bye after that's over. You close with a lot of divisional games plus Washington, Green Bay, and Jacksonville. And Jacksonville right now may not be much. Maybe they continue to not be much. But if Trevor Lawrence gets his act together and Travis Hunter is a thing, they could very well be vying for their division, a much weaker division by the time that you play them. So It's not the easiest of schedules necessarily. It's not the toughest of schedules.
I disagree with you on the first 8 weeks. Sands, and I understand you're right about the travel. To me, the travel is a tricky aspect. But outside of that, I actually look at the first 8 weeks and am licking my chops a little bit.
Well, I will say this: you better make hay. If they're gonna pull off what you predict, you've got to have a good first 8 weeks because it's going to get tougher down the stretch, and that's usually where injuries pile up and yada yada yada. But my question to you is this, and every other Bronco fan out there: the Broncos were 1-7 against playoff teams last year. Couldn't the Broncos, if the Broncos win 10 games, but yet you slip in a victory, let's say it's a victory against Philadelphia, or you beat Houston, which the last time you met Houston, they beat you a couple years ago, or you beat Washington, and Bo stares down his rookie class partner, or you take down a playoff team in Green Bay. Like, to me, there's wins you could have against quality opponents that would make it a better 10 wins than a year ago.
I think that's a fair point. You said that. I heard you say that to Connor McGahey yesterday, and I like the way you present that they could get 10 wins again, but it could still be a better 10 wins, considering that their 10 wins last year were against
crushed the
lesser
NFC
teams.
South that sucks.
You said that their best win was against Tampa. When you look at opponents' records of the teams they beat last year, so that goes to show.
You beat Cleveland. You beat Carolina.
Sure.
You beat,
to their credit, they're
Atlanta.
beating the teams they were supposed to
no
beat.
No doubt. But I'm saying if instead of beating Cleveland, Atlanta, and Carolina, all of a sudden you find a way to maybe beat either Philly or Washington and Green Bay.
I think they will.
Teams like that.
They will get a small handful of those, yes.
Then I think you could still get 10 wins and feel just fine about where this team
That's why I look at the first 8 weeks. Tennessee to open. I think Indy's okay. You got to put Indy in the bottom tier. So you got that's a game like last year where they did beat Indy, and we talked about it the other day. Jonathan Taylor drops the ball. That helps you a lot. But still, Indy's they did it last year. They need to do it again this year. Indy's a team that you should beat. And last year they beat those teams. They need to do it again. And then it's the 2 New York teams, Jets, Giants back to back. So you get those 4 teams in the first 8 weeks is part of the reason I like this first 8 weeks.
No, I'm with you. I just think, and Eric sums up what I feel like. I think I did say it on the air. Give me 10 wins, but give me a play. I'm more worried that you get a playoff W this year.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm more worried about that.
I don't care if my 12-5 division prediction is wrong. I'm with you. I'd rather
love that.
I'd rather just get a playoff win.
So, but give me liberty or give me death. No. Give me the playoff win, and I don't want us to get too caught up in whether they improve on 10 wins. Yes, it would be nice. But as we get ready to start training camp tomorrow, let's not all get too carried away. This is still a growing team. This is an offense that is added, really, when you think about it, if Pat Bryant factors in with Evan Ingram and R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, you do have some new dudes you got to get acclimated to this thing, right? I mean, Bo Nix and the receivers are back. Bo Nix and the O-line are back. That's good. But you still got some skill guys you got to get up to speed. That may take a minute.
I understand the acclimation and get up to speed aspect, but it is also an improvement. Now, it's not, I wouldn't say it's the level of improvement in the offensive weapon category we maybe wanted in the offseason, or certainly when the offseason started, but it's an